Ancient 1 Chapter 985 to Chapter 1039. Li Yunxiao smiled. Fine, I'll allow you this time. His domineering attitude caused Lu Nanqi to tremble with anger, but there was nothing she could do. After glaring at him fiercely, she continued, I don't know how long ago, but the continent wasn't clearly divided into 4 great domains like it is now. At that time, there were hundreds of races, and although the human race was the largest, it wasn't like now, where they unified the world. Li Yunxiao frowned. He also knew of that era. It could be traced back hundreds of thousands of years, and the era of the coexistence of many races had also spanned hundreds of thousands of years. All the legends of the God Realm experts had come to an end at that time. Lu Nanqi continued, at that time, there was a country called the Snow Country. Not all of the living beings there were humans, but they lived in peace and harmony. However, one day, a powerful and evil existence appeared in the capital. It was called the Calamity, and it constantly devoured the lives of the country's experts. At that time, the king, Fengyaoli, led the experts under him to fight against the Calamity for half a year. Almost all of the experts were killed, and the large number of external reinforcements he had invited all perished in the Snow Country. At that time, there was a powerful diviner who used his own lifespan as the price to display a world-shaking divine technique. He allowed his divine sense to enter the torrent of time, peep into the past and future, and finally found a way to restrain the Calamity. The Snow Country was covered in snow all year round, and the ground was covered in a layer of ice that would not melt for tens of thousands of years. Thousands of miles below the layer of ice, there was something called the 8-God ice pistol. It was born from countless years of ice crystallization, and it was the key to restrain the Calamity. But in the history of the Snow Country, the deepest one could go into the layer of ice was only 1,000 miles. The 8-God ice pistol was at a level that could not be reached. That diviner also said that only the queen, Shui Yanluo, with her water sprout body, could enter and retrieve the ice pistol. Although Shui Yanluo's strength was not strong, she became the key to the entire matter. Naturally, she entered the layer of ice without hesitation. But after a long time, she still did not come up. Until one day, when Fengyaoli's mind was in turmoil and he was taking a stroll in the palace, the entire palace suddenly froze over. All of the flowers and plants in the snowy season froze to death overnight. It was so cold that not even vital energy could resist the cold. Shocked, Fengyaoli looked up to see a sparkling and translucent ice flower slowly blooming in the air above the royal palace. As the flower bloomed, frost covered the entire royal palace, and within the heart of the flower was Shui Yanluo's soul. Only then did he realize that the soul of the ice sprout physique was needed to obtain the 8-God ice stamen. Fengyaoli was furious and immediately wanted to take the life of that diviner. However, the clairvoyant calmly took out a sword embryo. It was something he had spent decades forging, but he was never able to condense it. This was because he lacked a primer that could match the sword embryo, and the 8-God ice pistol was a perfect match. Fengyaoli spared his life and allowed him to use his entire life's worth of skill to finally forge this cold sword of ice. In the end, Fengyaoli used this sword to kill Huado, but he fell into endless self-blame for Shui Yanluo. The cold sword of ice was also sealed away. At this time, the clairvoyant was already at the end of his rope. In order to fulfill Fengyaoli's wish, he used the power of the cold sword of ice to once again display a heaven-defying divine technique, allowing Fengyaoli and Shui Yanluo to reunite in time. That was the last time the cold sword of ice displayed its might in the Snow Country. In a single night, thousands of miles were sealed in ice. After the Jiutian, the clairvoyant's power was exhausted and he died. King Fengyaoli was unwilling to leave the torrent of time. He would rather be swept into the turbulence of time and be together with Shui Yanluo. After that, there was no more news of the cold sword of ice in the Snow Country. The ancestor of my Lu family originated from the Snow Country. Over 100,000 years ago, there were records of him obtaining this sword and leaving behind the method to unseal it. However, no one knew why it was lost later on. By the time the story was finished, there were already many cultivators surrounding the small courtyard. However, under Lu Huafeng's gaze, no one dared to approach. Vice-Patriarch Lu Shubao led his men in a circle outside and finally followed Li Yunxiao back to the Lu family. He was also outside the small courtyard, staring at the story with a cold expression. Li Yunxiao fell silent. Later on, he naturally learned that this sword had been used by those powerful experts to suppress the Demon Master's clone. Although Lu Nanqi's story was a little outrageous, it could more or less restore the sword's origins. He opened his mouth and said, "Now that the story is finished, it's time to talk about the method to unseal it, right?" Li Yunxiao. Outside the small courtyard, Lu Shubao's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "You've already committed a great crime. It's not too late to admit your mistakes." Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise. "Oh? May I ask, my lord, how will it be too late? Will you not kill me, or will you let me leave safely?" Lu Shubao said in a deep voice, "You've killed many of our Lu family's people. It's impossible for you to leave safely. However, if you repent now and cooperate with us to remove the seal on the cold sword's hilt, we can spare your life." Li Yunxiao said, "What's the condition for sparing my life?" Lu Shubao said coldly, "Break your dantian and cripple your martial arts foundation." Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He swung the hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and fell toward Lu Huafeng's head. Lu Huafeng was shocked. He realized that the space around him had been sealed. He could only watch as the lightning fell and hurriedly drew a sword to block it. Boom! How could he block that lightning? The long sword was sent flying and stuck into the ground in the distance. His whole body was struck by the lightning and he knelt down instantly. His whole body was black and smoking. Only the fear in his eyes proved that he wasn't dead yet. You, stop." Lu Shubao's expression changed. He was furious and about to rush over. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Stop." Lu Nanqi suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura coming toward him. He jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted, Don't come over." He firmly believed that as long as the people outside entered the courtyard, Li Yunxiao would definitely kill him and his father first. Lu Shubao's footsteps paused. He might be the vice-patriarch, but Lu Nanqi was a ninth-stage alchemist. Her power was even greater than his. Moreover, he couldn't afford to let two of the clan's alchemists die. A cold expression flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. He said mockingly, "What this lord just said was too frightening." My hand shook and accidentally knocked the hammer on Master Huafeng's head. Fortunately, I managed to control my strength in time. But next time, I might not be able to control it. Lu Shubao was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He said angrily, "Hurry up and let go of the two masters. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Oh? Then please tell me, my lord, what are the consequences?" He looked like he was listening attentively. Lu Shubao was momentarily speechless. No matter how serious the consequences were, he would just die. Looking at the other's appearance, he didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Words couldn't threaten him at all. Lu Nanqi also said angrily, "What will it take for you to let us go?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "The Ice Frost sword still has a way to unseal it." "No." Lu Nanqi flatly refused, "Although the Ice Frost sword belonged to you before, it belonged to my Lu family a long time ago. The method to unseal it is a top secret." He said coldly, "Even if you kill us father and son, the patriarch will not give these two things to you." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Fine, since that's the case, there's no point in keeping you father and son alive." A trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes as he raised the hammer high. Lu Nanqi was startled. He didn't expect the other to be so straightforward. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Wait. I'm just guessing, maybe the patriarch will agree." 2 lines of cold sweat dripped down his face. It was said that the older one was in the martial world, the more timid they became and the more afraid of death they became. The faces of the surrounding Lu family members all darkened. However, they didn't want the 2 alchemists to die. Otherwise, the impact on the Lu family's strength would be too great. Lu Shubao suddenly said, "Li Yunxiao, as long as you let go of the 2 masters, my Lu family will let you leave safely and not send anyone to hunt you down. What do you think?" Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Oh? There's such a good thing?" I almost swung the hammer again in excitement. Lu Shubao was about to explode with anger. If he hadn't just received the news that Crimson Moon City was hunting Li Yunxiao, he wouldn't have made such a promise. His idea was to let Li Yunxiao leave and then lure the people of Crimson Moon City to use them to get rid of him. However, he didn't expect that the other wouldn't even agree to his condition of letting him leave safely. Just when he was at his wit's end, a loud howl suddenly sounded. It seemed to come from all directions and shook the earth. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Under this howl, his eardrums stung and the blood in his body surged. A beam of light descended from the sky and arrived in the small courtyard in an instant. Li Yunxiao was extremely vigilant. He took a step forward and covered Lu Nanqi and his son in his attack range, ensuring that he could control the hostages. Patriarch! Everyone cried out in surprise, revealing looks of joy. Lu Shubao also sighed in relief. With the Patriarch here, everything would be easy. The responsibility on his shoulders wouldn't be so heavy. The newcomer was dressed in purple, with an imposing appearance and an extraordinary bearing. It was the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Ziyuan. His face was cold and arrogant as he stared at Li Yunxiao a few times before saying, "Is this the restriction you placed on the ice sword?" Li Yunxiao dug his earwax and said, "Why does that sound so annoying?" Lu Ziyuan said coldly, "Newborn calves don't fear tigers and don't know the meaning of the word death." Boom! Li Yunxiao's hammer smashed down. Lightning flashed in the air and directly smashed Lu Huafeng to the ground. His entire body collapsed in the small courtyard, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lu Ziyuan and everyone else were stunned. Li Yunxiao said lazily, "I already said that I can't take fright. If you do it again, I won't be able to control my trembling." Lu Ziyuan's expression immediately turned cold. He raised his right hand and a cold light flashed. The ice sword was directly stabbed into the ground. Perhaps it was because of the story they had heard before, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A trace of mockery appeared on Lu Ziyuan's face as he mocked, "The sword is right in front of you, but do you have the guts to take it?" After Lu Ziyuan obtained the frost sword, he listened to Lu Nanqi's words and absorbed the power of the clouds above to break the restriction, but he still failed. At this moment, his desire to kill Li Yunxiao was stronger than anyone else, but the Lu family could not afford to lose two master alchemists. As long as Li Yunxiao went forward to take the sword, he was confident he could trap him in one move, and then control his life and death. Lu Shubao also understood Lu Ziyuan's intentions. His energy slowly fluctuated as he prepared to protect the two master alchemists at any time. Li Yunxiao naturally saw through their intentions and smiled faintly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" He put away his hammer and grabbed Lu Nanqi's neck with one hand, dragging him forward. He plucked the frost sword from the ground and put it into his body. Lu Ziyuan was jumping with anger. He said angrily, "Shameless." Li Yunxiao was surprised. "Shameless? Are you trying to scare me again?" His fingers dug into his flesh, leaving a trail of blood. Lu Nanqi's face became very pale, and his body was covered in cold sweat. "Stop." Ruthlessness flashed through Lu Ziyuan's eyes as he said angrily, "Now that you have the sword, can you let them go?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "What about the method to remove the seal?" Lu Ziyuan said coldly, "The method to remove the seal doesn't seem to have anything to do with Master Yunxiao. It is a secret of the Lu family. Forgive me for not telling you." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "My frost sword has nothing to do with Master, right? Why did you take it so long?" Lu Ziyuan's face alternated between green and white. He was beyond angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give it to you." He threw out a jade scroll that turned into a stream of light and flew over. In his heart, Li Yunxiao had already been sentenced to death. Now, even if he wanted all of the Lu family's wealth, he would not hesitate to hand it over with both hands. In any case, as long as he could save the two great alchemists, he would immediately kill and snatch it back. Li Yunxiao placed the jade slip on his forehead and immediately knew that it was the real deal. He was overjoyed and laughed, "Haha, clan leader Lu is indeed loyal and straightforward. Truly a role model for the martial arts world." "Shut up." Lu Ziyuan's forehead was fuming. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said word by word, "You've taken everything. Release him now." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't be impatient. I've taken everything, but can you guarantee that you won't make things difficult for me after I release them?" Lu Ziyuan was so angry that he laughed and said coldly, "What do you think?" Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "In that case, Grandmaster Nan, she is my life-saving charm. I want him to escort me out of Fengling City." "Dream on." LVZ Yuan's aura pressed down directly, and he said coldly, "Impossible." "Oh? Does this mean that clan head Lu is determined to kill me?" Li Yunxiao didn't have the slightest fear when it came to matters of life and death. He was so calm that LVZ Yuan couldn't help but look at him in a new light. LVZ Yuan dispelled the anger in his heart and gradually regained his composure. He said, "Lord Yunxiao is not a fool. There are some things that I don't need to say clearly. It's not impossible for you to leave Fengling City alive. As long as you return Ling Jian and Bing Shuang and release the two grandmasters, I can make the decision to let bygones be bygones and let you go unharmed." Li Yunxiao said, "Then there's nothing to talk about." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Both sides were quickly calculating in their minds. LVZ Yuan's strength seemed to be at the peak of 7 stars Emperor Wu's level, which should be similar to Lu Jianba's. Adding the rest of the Lu family, he really didn't have much confidence that he could safely retreat under the crowd's encirclement. The entire Lu family was packed with people, and there were faint flashes of light in the sky. It was obvious that the Great City Barrier Formation had been activated. It was not an exaggeration to call it an iron gate. "Since there's nothing to talk about," Li Yunxiao said slowly and coldly. Everyone immediately tensed up. If he harmed Lu Nanqi's life, they would immediately attack and kill him. "Then I'll return the two grandmasters to you." What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Lu Ziyuan immediately saw Lu Nanqi's body being thrown towards him. He immediately shouted, "Stop her." Li Yunxiao pretended to be in suspense and threw Lu Nanqi to block LVZ Yuan to everyone's surprise. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning on the spot and directly broke through the crowd's imperial aura, fleeing out of the city. LV Shubao was the first to give chase. Several sharp sword auras slashed down from the sky. Li Yunxiao was shocked. That sword aura was not only extraordinarily powerful, but it was also faster than he had expected. It could actually catch up with his lightning. He had no choice but to pause for a moment and flash in the air. However, it was only for a moment when the sky suddenly became colorful and emitted a strong light. It was as if a ball of light had enveloped the entire city. Everyone in Fengling City was shocked. The activation of the Great City Barrier Formation was extremely rare because very few people dared to behave atrociously in front of the city lord. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. In the distance, LVZ Yuan also instantly caught up. He knew that it would be troublesome to escape, so he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and directly flew downwards, hiding in a house. Boom! Just as LV Shubao was about to give chase, the house directly exploded. Countless bolts of lightning shot in all directions like lightning dragons and disappeared without a trace. LVZ Yuan immediately caught up. Seeing this scene, his expression was even uglier than a pig's liver. He angrily roared, "Seal the city! Completely seal the city! No one is allowed to enter!" The LV clan's order was quickly passed down. Not only was the city sealed, but all the experts of the LV clan who were above Marshal Venerable were sent out to search. Everyone carried a coordinate jade tablet. As soon as they found traces of Li Yunxiao, they were to crush the jade tablet immediately. LVZ Yuan flew back to the LV clan and entered the small courtyard where LV Nanqi was previously. "Is Master Huafeng alright?" LVZ Yuan glanced at LV Huafeng, who was completely black and lying on the bed. LV Nanqi's expression was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "He's basically fine. However, that Li Yunxiao must die." The humiliation he had received today seemed to be more than what he had received in his entire life. LVZ Yuan was also annoyed. He said, "There's no need for Master Nanqi to say anything. I must personally skin that brat. I let him escape just now, but he must still be in the city. I'll have to trouble Master Nanqi to help search for him." Without another word, LV Nanqi took out a transparent crystal ball and threw it into the air. A few runes danced in his hand and rushed into the crystal ball. A ray of white light emitted from the ball. The entire room was enveloped in a curtain of light. Countless images quickly flowed within. Xianxi's expression turned ugly. He said, right now, all the auras of Emperor Wu and above in the city are under the detection of this crystal ball. However, I can't find that brat's aura. He must have concealed it. Don't worry, Lord Clan Leader. As soon as I find him, I will definitely send the coordinates to you immediately. Yuan nodded. He took out a withered vine from his body. It seemed to be some kind of spirit grass or spirit root. He handed it to Xianxia and said, this is a 10,000-year-old spirit vine that I've collected. It should be beneficial to Master Huafeng's injuries. Although he was the clan leader, he was still very respectful to the two high-rank alchemists in the clan. He would often send them some supreme-grade materials to build a good relationship. After leaving the small courtyard, Yuan was also very annoyed. His expression was extremely ugly. That cold sword frost was too important. If he could completely refine it, with his 7-star peak Emperor Wu's strength, he would be able to fight across stars. After reaching high-rank Emperor Wu, every star was harder than reaching the sky. Even as a 7-star peak, he was not confident that he could reach 8-star in his lifetime. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over. A disciple of the LV family landed in front of him. He bowed and reported, Lord Clan Leader, the Crimson Moon City has sent a few lords. Yuan frowned and said, what is it? The disciple hurriedly said, I don't know. Those lords said they want to see Lord Clan Leader. Yuan had just returned from the 9 heavens. He did not know about the Crimson Moon City's wanted order for Xianxia. He said impatiently, I don't want to see them. Just say that I'm in a critical situation. Let them do what they want to do. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Looks like this Fu's face is really worthless. Please, Lord Ziyuan, meet me. Please, Lord Ziyuan. Yuan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly came forward and greeted respectfully, so it is Lord Ichuan who has graced our sect with his presence. I, Ziyuan, do not know. I am truly guilty. He turned around and roared at the disciple, the person who came is one of the Crimson Moon City's 5 elders. He is an 8-star Emperor Wu's super expert, Lord Fu Ichuan. You idiot, you didn't tell me clearly. You made me fail to welcome you. What a waste. He slammed his palm at the disciple and sent him flying. He said angrily, incompetent. Cultivation resources will be suspended for 10 years. That disciple was also F** King unlucky. Cultivation resources were suspended for 10 years. If he did not have any spirit stones, he would basically be useless for the rest of his life. It was equivalent to falling behind others by 10 years. A ray of light landed in front of Yuan. Inside it, several figures appeared. The one in the lead was Fu Ichuan. He looked at Yuan coldly with an indifferent expression. Yuan's gaze swept across and was instantly shocked. The people who came were all high-level Emperor Wu. He could not help but feel uneasy. He did not understand what was going on. Why would so many high-level Emperor Wu be sent here? Was it to capture him? As he thought about it, he was instantly shocked. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. There seemed to be no other reason for so many experts. Yuan immediately became vigilant. He asked, what business do you have with me? Fu Ichuan looked at his vigilant expression. He snorted coldly and said, can't we just come for a stroll if we have nothing to do? Looks like we are of low status. Coming to a big city like Fengling City has embarrassed Lord Ziyuan. Yuan hurriedly said, please forgive me, Lord Ichuan. I have been impolite. He made a gesture and said, please come in and talk. I prepared some meager gifts for you. He groaned in his heart. These people from Crimson Moon City were not easy to serve. He would have to pay again. Fu Ichuan snorted coldly, then strode into the Lu family's main hall with the others. The 5 who came with him were all hall masters of 4 Extreme School. They were not familiar with the sects of the East region, so no one spoke. Fu Ichuan was the leader. The 6 of them sat down in the hall, and someone immediately served them good tea. Each of them was also given a storage pouch with many good things inside. The 5 hall masters of the 4 Extremes sect took the storage pouch and scanned it with their divine senses. Instantly, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Although the Four Extremes sect was extremely powerful, it was still a merchant organization after all. They had to do business with others. Every time, they would send gifts to curry favor with the powers of the various cities and ask for their help. Now that they were in charge of Crimson Moon City, everything was reversed. Fu Yichuan, who was already used to this, had no idea that a red packet would trigger such emotions in their hearts. He said to the five of them, "This is the first order that Old Master Tang has issued since he came to power. We must do our best to complete it. Although we rarely had contact before, we will all be family in the future. I hope we can help each other." Of course, of course. Although they were not used to being led by Fu Yichuan, he was still stronger than them. Plus, this trip would bring them a lot of benefits. Moreover, he was respected everywhere. The five felt very comfortable. After the tea was served and all the formalities were done, Lu Ziyuan walked in from outside. He cupped his hands and smiled apologetically at them. "I'm sorry for my rudeness this time. Please don't blame me." Fu Yichuan said indifferently, "When we entered the city, we saw that the Great City Barrier Formation was opened and martial law was enforced everywhere. Sirs, it is understandable that sirs have urgent matters to attend to." "Sigh, it is indeed a headache." Lu Ziyuan asked, "Sirs, I heard that the mission this time is to pursue someone?" "Not to pursue someone, but to trouble the six sirs." He was indeed shocked. The six people in front of him were all high-level Emperor Wu. In the entire Fengling city, only he and Lu Shubao were at this level. Fu Yichuan frowned, "Did Sirs Jiyuan not receive our orders?" Lu Ziyuan was stunned, then scolded angrily, "What are these bastards doing? Although I have been in seclusion, the orders from Crimson Moon City are of the utmost importance. How could they not inform me? I will teach them a lesson later." Fu Yichuan said indifferently, "So Lord Jiyuan is in seclusion, no wonder. You don't have to blame them. After all, it's not a big deal." He immediately took out an order and threw it in front of Lu Ziyuan. "According to our tracking, Li Yunxiao seems to have escaped to Fengling City." Lu Ziyuan's expression changed when he saw the order. Fu Yichuan saw his expression and asked suspiciously, "What, Lord Jiyuan has seen this person before?" Lu Ziyuan put away the order and hesitated for a moment before saying, "To tell you the truth, I opened the gate to capture this person. He stole a very important item from the Lu family. We must capture him." Fu Yichuan was overjoyed. "In that case, Li Yunxiao is still in Fengling City?" Lu Ziyuan nodded and said, "Yes, I have a presumptuous request. After capturing this person, hand him over to my Lu family to deal with for a while, then bring him back to the six lords." "How about that?" Fu Yichuan twirled his beard and smiled. "Of course, and there's no need to bring him back. Lord Jiyuan only needs to kill him in front of us. It's just that." He shifted his gaze and said, "Back then, when Li Yunxiao fought in Red Moon City, he revealed that he had more than 10 9th-tier profound weapons on him. Who knows, maybe he has even more good stuff." How could Lu Ziyuan not understand what he meant? He cursed in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles. He said, "Apart from the item he stole, everything else will be handed over to Lord Yichuan to deal with, including his life." That Li Yunxiao's background was mysterious, and Lu Ziyuan had always been a little nervous. Now that the people from Red Moon City had come forward, things would be easier. He could just take the cold sword and ice frost, and leave Li Yunxiao's life to them. If they really found out that he had a powerful backer in the future, it would be Red Moon City who would come forward to stop him. Therefore, the people from both sects were very satisfied and smiled at each other. Lu Ziyuan smiled. "I've already asked Master Nan Shi to use the exquisite apparatus to monitor the entire city. If there's any unusual activity, he will immediately report to me. My lords can rest here." Lu Ziyuan nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." After Li Yunxiao turned into a bolt of lightning and fled in Fengling City, he immediately concealed his aura, slightly changed his appearance, and blended in with the ordinary crowd. The sky began to fill with experts, monitoring every street. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic, and all kinds of rumors began to spread. "I heard that Patriarch Lu was cuckolded while he was in seclusion." Pfft. Don't talk nonsense, be careful of your head. How can you believe these baseless rumors? It's true. I have an insider in the Liu family. Otherwise, what else could make the Liu family go to such lengths? Be careful of your loose lips. Don't drag me into it. Oh, right, I heard that the cuckolded man is a pretty boy with excellent kidneys. Really? Come, I have good wine at home. Let's drink and talk. Li Yunxiao was speechless. How long had it been? In less than 10 minutes, all kinds of rumors were flying everywhere. He was in no hurry to leave the city and let these people from the Liu family worry for nothing. After making up his mind, he found a random inn to stay in. He took out the universe god steel and turned into a beam of light, flying in. First, he arrived at Fengsuan Mountain. Looking from afar, there was a faint mist rising, as if it was shrouded by clouds. He nodded to himself, which proved that Yuan Gaohan's progress was going smoothly. If he could directly cultivate to the 9th level as a soul, it would be a great thing. A soul without a physical body was like a tree without roots. It was already very lucky to be able to maintain his cultivation and not regress, let alone step into the last level of Formula Path. Even if it wasn't unprecedented, very few people could do it. With a thought, he arrived in the sky. He flipped his right hand, and the cold sword of frost instantly appeared in his hand. There were some strange runes and circles of lines on the body of the sword. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. These were all the methods that Lu Nanqi had used to try to break his restrictions. He wiped his left hand lightly and immediately removed all the methods. A translucent light immediately emitted from the sword. It was crystal clear and cold. He took out the jade scroll with his left hand and placed it on his forehead. He started to read it with his divine sense. There was a lot of information in the jade scroll. Not only was there a simple description of the refining process of the cold sword of frost, which was almost the same as what Lu Nanqi had said, there was also a detailed explanation of the formation, evolution, power, and usage of the rules of heaven and earth. It also talked about how to condense the rules into words and form a short sentence to seal the power of the cold sword of frost. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The process of condensing the rules of heaven and earth into words, wasn't it the ancient Maha language? His eyes revealed extreme shock and ecstasy. This was the only jade scroll that recorded the formation process of the ancient Maha language. Its value was immeasurable. Perhaps the Liu family didn't know of the existence of the ancient Maha language and thought it was just some sealing runes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed over such a precious material no matter what. The value of this record was even higher than the cold sword of frost. Li Yunxiao was sure that if the Liu family took this information to the deity transformation sea, the deity transformation sea would definitely be willing to help them refine another cold sword of frost. Suppressing the excitement and shock in his heart, he read the information one by one. Gradually, his expression became solemn. After a long time, he finally took down the jade scroll. His entire person was like a wooden chicken. He stood motionless in the air, as if he had sunk into deep thought. His eyebrows seemed to be locked in a large lock. The process of condensing the rules of heaven and earth into words recorded in the jade scroll did not seem to be something that could be done by humans. There seemed to be a special method, but there was no mention of this method at all. The fortune teller of the snow country really does have some background. From the process of condensing the cold sword of frost, this person can actually open the flood of time and peep into the past and future. At first I thought it was nonsense, but now it seems that it might be true. Li Yunxiao revealed a shocked expression. He also knew a little about the divine divination technique. Duan Muyoyu, who was one of the 10 great Emperor Wu with him, was an expert in this field, but he was definitely not as mysterious and powerful as the fortune teller of the snow country. If one can really peep into the past and future, doesn't that mean that the entire world is under their control? Li Yunxiao frowned and muttered to himself, there must be some hidden story behind this. It's definitely not as simple as it seems. Otherwise, that calamity doe wouldn't have brought disaster to the snow country, and that fortune teller wouldn't have died. According to the information in the jade scroll, even if the vicious beast calamity doe hadn't reached the level of the 10 true spirit, it shouldn't be far from it. Calming himself down, Li Yunxiao raised the sword in his hand and poured a surge of spirit energy into it. Instantly, a cold light bloomed, like frost falling on the earth. Through the sword, there was a faint reflection of sunlight. A chill seeped into his skin, as if he could peep into the cold energy of the 8 gods' ice pistol. Hua! The sword flashed in the air. Li Yunxiao's left hand formed a few seals and placed them on the sword one by one. Dong! Dong! Every time, there was a clear ding-dong sound, like water dripping between rocks, or a mountain spring in the forest. Every movement of Li Yunxiao was extremely slow, as he concentrated on observing the changes of the seals on the sword. After a few times, the first ancient Maha character finally appeared on the sword, slowly rising into the air, emitting a bright golden light. The ancient Maha character represented the rules of firmness. Firmness is also unyielding. The deduction of the rules in the Jade Scroll appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind: Earth penetrating 4, Earth 5, Firmness 3, Ruin 4. The firmness and unyieldingness of the rules under the sky were all contained in this character. Dong! Another ancient Maha character appeared, gradually enlarging on the sword. This was the rule of sharpness. Sharpness is also sharp, from the sound of metal, to the sharp beak. It implied the sharpness of the world, the sharpness, and the bravery of the rules, were all contained in this character. As the Maha characters popped out one by one, the icy aura on the cold sword grew stronger and stronger. The color of the sword gradually turned from cold like water to transparent and clear. A tiny pattern could be vaguely seen on the inside of the sword. It was like a flower bud that slowly bloomed as the ancient characters were unraveled. Li Yunxiao's expression became more and more solemn. Not only did the sword emit an extremely strong cold intent, even he, who had refined the sword, felt the cold chi was pressing and difficult to resist. A wave of coldness surged into his heart. The indestructible golden body appeared. Rays of golden light shot out from his body, repelling the cold light from his meridians and body. Li Yunxiao was surprised and happy. He had only seen this kind of bone-chilling cold in Baiming Palace. It was the treasure of the Baiming family, the heavenly nether stone. Only the heavenly nether stone had such cold chi. However, the heavenly nether stone had the attribute of extreme yin and was extremely evil. This cold sword's frost was pure cold, extremely cold. Dong! Dong! The last 2 Maha characters popped out one after another. They were the rules of ice and frost. Ice was the form of water and was colder than water. Frost was the reason why the heavens killed. It was the condensation of dew. Chi and blood were born from the ground. The thin cold chi turned into frost. Li Yunxiao stared at the Maha characters and comprehended the words on the jade slip: Earth and earth, the 6th day of the month, tread on frost, ice arrives. Tread on frost, ice begins to condense. Taming the Tao, ice is the hardest. There were a total of 9 Maha characters condensed into this sword. Now, all of them were unsealed. A wave of extreme coldness filled the air. A thin layer of ice had formed on Li Yunxiao's body. Every breath he took, he exhaled white air. His entire body was in a white mist illusion. Not only was it bone-chilling cold, but it was also sharp enough to cut hair. Just holding it in his hand made his heart feel cold. This kind of sharpness, among all the profound weapons he had seen in his 2 lives, only Qi Xingfeng's Mingwheel was above it. It is indeed a peerless sword. However, this sword gives me an ominous aura. Genryu's voice sounded: perhaps I'm overthinking things. Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with joy. He was a peerless swordsman, so he had a stronger attraction towards treasured swords compared to other profound level weapons. Immediately, he couldn't bear to part with it. Hearing this, he smiled calmly and said, peerless divine weapons, which one of them isn't a great omen? This sword suits me quite well, only, all of the sharpness is exposed, so I still can't completely control it. Using this sword with peak 8th level soul force really is quite difficult. Li Yunxiao played with the cold frost sword for a while. After that, he kept it in his body and it floated above his dantian. He then started to refine it together with the universe divine steel. Relying on his peerless cultivation level and understanding of profound weapons, he was able to use 1 or 2 of any 9th tier profound weapon in his hands. However, he could only use a small portion of each weapon's power. Otherwise, any one of the supreme treasures he had on him was an earth-shattering existence, and he would have run amok in the world a long time ago. After doing all that, he then came out from the universe divine steel. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed since he comprehended the 9 words. He changed his clothes and dressed up as a young master. He held a folding fan in his hand and swaggered onto the street. Fengling City was already much quieter. Everyone seemed to be used to the martial venerables flying around in the sky. Every few hundred meters, there would be an expert above their heads, looking around with bright eyes. Li Yunxiao was shocked. It seemed that Lu Ziyuan had the attitude of wanting to kill him at all costs. Basically, the Lu family had mobilized all of their power. However, the merchants in the city had suffered for the past 3 days. They could only enter, but not leave. All sorts of news were sent out through voice transmission devices. Among them, there were many businesses from the 7 major forces of the Commerce Alliance. After all, Fengling City was one of the most advanced main cities in the East region. There was a shocking number of people every day. Even a day's delay would result in a great loss. Finally, on the 3rd day, the headquarters of the Commerce Alliance sent a letter to the Lu family. They said that if they couldn't give a reasonable explanation, they would send experts to Fengling City to guide the flow and protect the interests of the Commerce Alliance in the city. Lu Ziyuan instantly felt great pressure. The city was already in a mess. If the Commerce Alliance were to send more experts in, the situation would be even more out of control. He quickly discussed the situation with Fu Yichuan, but Fu Yichuan's attitude was that they couldn't open the city. They had to withstand the pressure from all sides and capture Li Yunxiao. On the 4th day of the sudden increase in the population pressure in Fengling City, the situation finally changed. A shocking event happened. The Red Moon City sent an urgent order that no teleportation between cities should be stopped. At the same time, Fu Yichuan and the other 5 were to return to the city immediately. There was also an urgent letter for the Lu family to send people to Haitian Town. Lord Clan Leader, the teleportation tunnel has been opened. Any stranger must find a reliable guarantor before they can leave. The flow of people is a little slow. An elder in charge of the tunnel from the Lu family reported the current situation. It will take about 10 more days before the normal flow of people can resume. Lu Ziyuan nodded. Let's do it like that. Tell the forces in the city that if they casually guarantee a stranger and cause Li Yunxiao to escape, their entire families will be killed. Lu Shubao said, Lord Clan Leader, what about the urgent letter from the Red Moon City? All of our people are searching for Li Yunxiao. Lu Ziyuan glanced at the golden paper in his hand and sneered. The sea race is gathering troops at the coast of the East Sea and planning to attack Haitian Town. How can we, the Fengling City, handle such a big matter? But since the Red Moon City sent the order for all the cities in the east to send reinforcements, we can't disrespect the Red Moon City. Let's send 2 low-level Emperor Wu and 10 martial venerables. Lu Shubao frowned. Isn't this a little too perfunctory? Humph, what perfunctory? Lu Ziyuan said coldly, this is a war between 2 clans. Everyone should bear the burden together. Why should we, the Lu family, be the vanguard? If the Red Moon City can't handle it, we'll just be cannon fodder no matter how many people we send. It's more important to search for Li Yunxiao with all our strength. At the mention of Li Yunxiao, Lu Ziyuan's face was covered with a layer of frost, looking extremely gloomy. Li Yunxiao wandered around the Fengling City alone for half a day. Realizing that he couldn't find a way to leave, he decided to return to the inn out of boredom. It didn't matter to him anyway. At most, he would cultivate in the World God Monument for a year and a half before coming out. He didn't believe the Lu family could monitor him so closely for a year. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly looked up and saw a Lu family member who was monitoring the surroundings. It was Pu Jinshan. Pu Jinshan also had the power of a 2-star Emperor Wu. No matter which force he joined, he would be put in an important position. The Lu family also got him to join under threat and temptation. At that moment, he also joined the team searching for Li Yunxiao in the city. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, and his eyes grew colder. That Pu Jinshan had been suffering unspeakably for the past few days. He hadn't gotten any benefits at all, and he couldn't find anyone to refine his own profound artifact. Lu Nanqi had verbally promised him that she would definitely help him refine it after she found Li Yunxiao, but how could that Li Yunxiao be so easy to catch? If he could catch him and kill him with one slash, then everything would be fine. Otherwise, he would always be a huge problem for him. So, he had been searching more actively than anyone else for the past few days, but he still hadn't found anything. Just as he was feeling dejected, a cold snort suddenly sounded in his heart. In shock, he looked toward a street. A man was standing in front of a restaurant's signboard. The man had his arms crossed in front of his chest and was looking at him coldly. "Hey! Li Yunxiao!" He was so shocked that he almost cried out. He instinctively wanted to crush the positioning jade pendant in his hand, but in an instant, he felt a pain in his head the moment he held the jade pendant in his hand. Then, he didn't know anything else. In the Lu family's courtyard, Lu Nanqi was cultivating in front of a crystal apparatus with her eyes closed. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "There's a situation." He felt an incomparably powerful spiritual power suddenly explode, and then disappear in an instant. Even if that spiritual power wasn't at the 9th level, it wasn't far from it. He hurriedly sent a spell into the crystal apparatus, and the coordinates of the place where the spiritual power had exploded were immediately transmitted to Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan, who was in the middle of a discussion with his family members, had a change of expression. Without saying anything, he turned into a beam of light and directly shot into the sky of the hall, heading in that direction. But when he arrived, Li Yunxiao had already walked into the restaurant next to him. He ordered a pot of good wine and sat there to drink slowly. From time to time, he would look out the window at the increasing number of Lu family's experts, and a playful expression appeared on his face. "Where is he?" Lu Ziyuan's face was as gloomy as cold iron, hard and cold. Everyone was terrified, and one of them hurriedly said, "Just now, Lord Pu Jinshan was still patrolling this space. I saw him suddenly fly down, and just as I was feeling strange, I saw Lord Patriarch rushing over, so I quickly followed. It only took a few breaths of time." Lu Shubao and the others also rushed over in an instant, and after hearing it, they felt that it was extremely inconceivable. He said, "You mean to say that Li Yunxiao disposed of Pu Jinshan in a few breaths of time, and then retreated calmly?" "Impossible." Lu Ziyuan said coldly, "The message that Master Nanqi sent was that he discovered an extremely powerful spiritual wave, but there was no elemental energy wave above that of Emperor Wu. Pu Jinshan must have suffered a spiritual attack and lost the ability to resist, and was either hidden or killed by Li Yunxiao." Lu Shubao said in shock, "A spiritual attack that can make a 2-star Emperor Wu lose his consciousness in an instant, just how powerful must it be? I'm afraid that only a 9th level alchemist can do it, right? Is this lad really a 9th level alchemist?" When he thought of this, and thought of Li Yunxiao's talent, he suddenly felt that it was extremely frightening. Now, the whole Lu family had such a monster as their enemy, and if they couldn't eliminate him this time, it would be difficult for the Lu family to have a foothold in the whole realm of heaven martial arts in the future. Lu Ziyuan also thought of this, and suddenly felt very annoyed. He clenched his teeth and said, "Since that lad restrained his elemental energy, he couldn't have gone too far in a few breaths of time. Seal off the circumference of 1,000 meters, and check every one of them." "Yes." His subordinates immediately scattered, and sealed off the circumference of 1,000 meters with a restriction, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. This immediately caused panic in the area. No one knew what the people from the Lu family were going to do. Lu Ziyuan looked down at the people running around like ants and said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, I know you are in here. There are only a few thousand people here. I can release them one by one and kill them all. Do you think you can escape?" His voice spread out, directly shaking the area within 1,000 meters, entering everyone's ears. Immediately, everyone was terrified, and they all cried out for mercy and innocence. Inside the restaurant, Li Yunxiao frowned. This Lu Ziyuan was rather smart. He actually managed to guess that Li Yunxiao had not gone far. Furthermore, there were merely several thousand people within a kilometer. In the eyes of a peak 7-star martial emperor, they were all ants that he could easily kill. Lu Ziyuan looked coldly at the people who were begging for mercy and said, "Shut up, all of you. The person who is going to kill you is called Li Yunxiao. Please remember this name and look for him after you become a ghost." The people below were all mortals. There were a few warriors here and there, but they were all weak. In the eyes of the people from the Lu family, they were no different from mortals. "Li Yunxiao, hurry up and come out. Take responsibility for your own actions. Don't drag everyone down." Yeah, Li Yunxiao, do a good deed and come out. Hurry up and come out. Li Yunxiao, you can't escape anyway. I beg you, just do a good deed. We will all be grateful to you. Everyone was wailing, crying, and pleading. It was a scene of chaos. The people from the Lu family all stood coldly above, waiting for Lu Ziyuan's order. Then, they could use the power of the Great City Barrier to blast everything within 1,000 meters into rubble. Li Yunxiao slapped his forehead, feeling a headache. He had observed the Great City Barrier of Fengling City. It was indeed very strong. Under the siege of so many powerful warriors, it was difficult to break the formation and leave. Moreover, there were two high-level Emperor Wu above. Lu Ziyuan's face turned cold. He raised his right hand and said coldly, "Everyone, all of you, boom." Suddenly, a corner of the restaurant exploded, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. The silhouette within the light roared and punched out. A thunderous rumbling sound rang out as it struck the teleportation array. The sky was instantly bent by the pressure and closed in on the fist wind. Humph, die. The moment the light appeared, everyone from the Lu family made their move. The resentment they had accumulated over the past few days of patrolling exploded at this moment. Everyone used their strongest techniques, and the entire sky was shattered into pieces. Countless rays of light blasted onto the figure. Among them, the strongest were Lu Ziyuan and Lu Shubao. Lu Ziyuan shot out a sword light, which stung everyone's eyes. The mortals on the ground screamed as they were blinded. Lu Shubao, on the other hand, formed seals with both hands and activated the power of the Great City Protecting Formation, crushing towards that side of the space. Countless rays of light gathered from all directions, converging into a beam of light that fell down. Boom! 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 All kinds of attacks rang out. The place where the figure was already pitch black. Terrifying void energy also rolled out, wanting to devour everything. Lu Ziyuan was the first to realize that something was wrong. He cried out in alarm. His sword light slashed at the figure, but it made a metallic sound. It couldn't penetrate through. In shock, he quickly scanned with his divine senses. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire Fengling city trembled. Not far away, the Great City Protecting Formation had been blasted open with a 10-meter-wide gap. Li Yunxiao was standing below, and a transparent jade tablet was slowly flying back into his hand. Just as Lu Shubao activated the power of the Great City Protecting Formation to attack, the formation's defense reached its lowest point. Li Yunxiao took advantage of that opportunity and unleashed his strongest power of the world to blast the formation open. However, the formation's recovery ability was also very strong. The 10-meter-wide gap was quickly mended. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. When they looked at the place where the attack happened, they saw the gourd's little King Kong turn into a ray of light and fly out, directly rushing into Li Yunxiao's body. What surprised them even more was that there were only some shallow dents on the metal puppet's body. It was basically unharmed. I had a great time in Fengling City. I'll come here often in the future. Goodbye, everyone. Li Yunxiao smiled and waved his hand. He turned into a ray of lightning and rushed through the gradually mending gap. Damn you! Lu Ziyuan immediately rushed up, but his sword only cut through. The afterimage. He roared furiously and also flew up, chasing after Li Yunxiao's lightning. The people from the Lu family also felt like they had suffered great humiliation. They also wanted to chase after Li Yunxiao, but they were stopped by Lu Shubao. His face was filled with deep worry, and he said, "Let the Lord family head go. It doesn't matter if you guys go or not. It's just that," he stopped and didn't finish his sentence. He only sighed to himself in his heart, "It's just that if I can't kill this person, I'm afraid I've already planted a great disaster for the Lu family." After turning into a ray of lightning, Li Yunxiao traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Especially since he had cultivated the thunder technique, his speed was even faster than before. Even the blood escape technique of the Blood God Palace wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Eh? After flying for a while, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but be shocked. He was shocked to find that Lu Ziyuan was actually following closely behind him. Lu Ziyuan's divine sense had directly locked onto him, and he hadn't lost track of him at all. This doesn't make sense. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a while. In today's world, unless one had cultivated to the level of Emperor Jiuxing and could truly shrink the ground into an inch, it was impossible for anyone under Emperor Jiuxing to fly faster than him. Li Yunxiao only felt strange for a while, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a ray of lightning again and flew away. Originally, he had planned to find a small city nearby and leave by taking several detours. But now, it seemed he could only continue flying away. After leaving Fengling City, there was a vast and boundless land. The whole realm of heaven martial arts was enormous, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles of land stretched between two cities. If one wanted to fly there, even an expert wouldn't be able to estimate how long it would take to fly there. The land between any two cities could be barren land, desert, forest, or other strange terrain. In short, very few people would fly there, unless they came out to train. So, on the way to Fengling City, only two rays of light, Li Yunxiao and Lu Ziyuan, were moving forward with all their might. One was chasing the other, and the other was in a stalemate for a long time. Every time Lu Ziyuan was about to run out of energy and was about to give up and stop to rest, Li Yunxiao, who was far away, would stop to rest. So, after a short while, Lu Ziyuan would chase him again, and Li Yunxiao would run away again. The two of them kept chasing each other intermittently until they crossed a vast desert. In the end, Li Yunxiao made up his mind. He stopped in front of Lu Ziyuan and landed in the desert. He swallowed a large amount of elixirs and waited for Lu Ziyuan. After a short while, Lu Ziyuan also landed. His face was pale. He looked at Li Yunxiao, who was also exhausted, and said coldly, "Boy, why didn't you run away?" Only now did Li Yunxiao discover the secret of Lu Ziyuan's flying light. It turned out to be a magical flying weapon on his back. It was a pair of wings of an unknown demonic beast. They were covered in layers of black feathers, and each feather had a small hurricane, which blew away the air around them. As soon as Lu Ziyuan landed, he put away the magical flying weapon. Suddenly, many black feathers fell from the sky. Obviously, this magical weapon had been pushed to the extreme, and it was rapidly consuming its lifespan. Li Yunxiao adjusted his breathing and said coldly, "Why? You're not used to it?" Killing intent flashed in Lu Ziyuan's eyes as he said coldly, "You can't run away from me even if you want to. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. You will die sooner or later, so why do you want to suffer before you die?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "You couldn't do anything to me in your lair in Fengling City. Now, what can you do to me in this desert?" "Humph." Lu Ziyuan sneered, "If you are so confident that you can escape, why did you stop? It seems that you haven't reached your limit yet, right?" After several stops and chases, the two of them basically knew each other's consumption and recovery speed. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Of course not. I stopped just to kill you." Lu Ziyuan was stunned. He looked at Li Yunxiao's confident look and couldn't help laughing. He said, "Ha, ha ha, what did you say? You want to kill me? Ha ha, say it again. Did I hear it right?" He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Li Yunxiao's eyes were as cold as ice. He pointed at him and said, "I said, I want to kill you." La la. Silence. The whole desert was silent except for the rustling hot wind. Lu Ziyuan's smile disappeared completely. His expression slowly turned cold as he stared at Li Yunxiao. After a while, he said, "All right, you dare to call me a lackey. It seems like you have really made up your mind to fight me." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "It's a little hard to make up my mind. If you hadn't chased me so closely, we could have had fun together." Lu Ziyuan said, "No matter what trump card you have that makes you dare to fight with me, I can't help but admire your courage." Li Yunxiao's determination had indeed surprised him. In his opinion, as long as he continued to flee, Li Yunxiao would still have a great chance of escaping. However, he had given up. Instead, he chose to fight to the death with almost no chance of winning. Li Yunxiao only wanted to give it a try. Anyway, he could continue to escape if he couldn't win. After all, his opponent was the head of a clan and had been in charge of Fengling City for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible that he didn't have a few powerful trump cards. For example, the wing profound level weapon that gathered the rules of wind was a rare item. God knew if he had any other treasures. If he really made up his mind to fight, he would definitely exhaust his opponent's energy and then summon all the fighters in the Universe God's monument. That way, his chances of winning would be much higher than it seemed. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the desert, desperately absorbing vitality and recovering their energy. Lu Ziyuan thought that his cultivation level was higher and he had more primordial elixirs. He could absorb the chi of heaven and earth faster. That was why he wanted to buy some time. When he saw that Li Yunxiao was not moving, he was secretly delighted. However, after a while, he was shocked. He saw a thin layer of white mist around Li Yunxiao's body. It was a sign that spiritual chi had liquefied. The spiritual chi of Western Zhou was gathering into a dragon and flowing into Li Yunxiao's body. This was no longer absorption, but swallowing. He was completely stunned. He finally understood why Li Yunxiao would run away every time he stopped to recover half of his chi. He had thought that Li Yunxiao was too eager to escape and ran away after recovering a little. Now he realized that Li Yunxiao ran away after he had fully recovered. Damn it! Lu Ziyuan roared angrily. A sword radiance condensed on his fingertip and slashed at Li Yunxiao. He did not know why he was so angry. Perhaps it was because he realized that Li Yunxiao's cultivation technique was far stronger than his. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shot up from the desert. He broke through the spatial seal created by the sword radiance. Then, his body of thunder materialized in the air and turned into a fat man condensed from green light. He growled and swung his hammer down. Kaboom! A flash of lightning bloomed under the hammer. The lightning turned into a beam of light and struck down. The ancient Maha character of the Thunder Rules appeared in the beam of light and continued to press down. Everywhere it passed, the lightning gradually turned a faint purple. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He realized that the power of the hammer was getting stronger and stronger. This time, there was a purple flash in the green lightning. This caused him to be overjoyed to the extreme, and his heart thumped. After all, violet lightning was the highest form of lightning, and when it was developed to the limit, it would be the legendary Violet Palace of Sky Jade Void, Brahma World Obliteration Divine Lightning. It was capable of directly obliterating the earth, water, fire, wind, and annihilating the world. Lu Ziyuan's expression changed drastically. He could feel the extraordinariness of this attack. He quickly drew out a sword, conjured a sword seal, and raised his hand to meet the attack. The tip of the sword overflowed with an extremely sharp sword C, transforming into an illusion. Kaboom! 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 The lightning pillar fell. Although it was only a single strike, a continuous bombardment rang out. It was so loud that it was deafening. Lu Ziyuan's expression became extremely ugly. The power of this attack was far beyond his expectations. What shocked him even more was that when the word landed, it was surrounded by purple light, giving him an extremely ominous feeling. He abruptly increased the power of the sword chi in his hand, and the sea of sword chi suddenly increased in size against the stacking forces. Boom! The purple light descended and superimposed on the last bolt of lightning. LV Ziyuan felt that his arm had lost all feeling, and his sword was trembling violently, making a wing sound of fear. The entire sea of sword chi was suddenly penetrated by the purple chi, exploding into pieces. An extremely dazzling light spread out from the tip of the sword in a circle, shooting toward the vast and boundless desert. For a moment, sand and dust were stirred up, and the entire world was swept up by a hurricane, making it difficult to open one's eyes. LV Ziyuan finally understood why even the six-star Emperor Wu's Lu Chaohai was killed by him. The power of this thunder technique was not far from that of a high-level Emperor Wu. Amidst the endless killing and chaos, he calmed himself down and with a roar, became one with his sword. A beam of sword chi soared into the sky, directly splitting the yellow sand. Looking from afar, one could see the billowing dust on the ground being split into two halves by the sword chi. After LV Ziyuan slashed with his sword, he used up more than half of the strength that he had just recovered. He looked around for Li Yunxiao in shock and anger. Suddenly, there was a dazzling light in the sky, and the Universe God Monument turned into a small mountain and fell down. LV Ziyuan's expression was extremely ugly. The pressure from the Universe God Monument was extremely strong. He took a deep breath, held his sword in front of him, and a sword ring appeared and surrounded him. Blue Pass in Snow. As the longsword danced, the sword ring went up and slashed at the Universe God Monument. Rumble. The Universe God Monument lost all its light under the sword strike, and it turned back into an ordinary form, flying back to Li Yunxia's hand. Li Yunxia's expression was not any better than LVZ Yuan's. After 2 moves, his opponent was not injured at all, and he knew that he could not continue the battle. He looked at the furious LVZ Yuan and grinned, saying, "I'd better continue to run." The sound of thunder rang out, and Li Yunxiao had already transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled 100 meters away. You. LVZ Yuan was so angry that his body was trembling. He opened the black wings on his back, and with a flap, he disappeared on the spot and chased after Li Yunxiao. One in front and one behind, they ran and stopped. This went on for more than 10 days, and they finally saw a city in front of them. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed, and he entered the city directly, blending into the crowd. LVZ Yuan could not do anything to him. LVZ Yuan also saw the city appear in front of him, and he had a different feeling. He looked anxious, and he flapped the wings on his back even faster. However, he still watched as Li Yunxiao fled into the city. Then, an extremely strong mind power broke his lock on Li Yunxiao, and Li Yunxiao disappeared. LVZ Yuan flew hundreds of meters above the city. Apart from being pale, his face was so gloomy that it was almost green. He knew about the city. It was called Xianxia City, and it was not ranked in the entire East region. However, many merchants gathered here, because there was a special product called Xianxia silk. It was a silver-white silk that was spat out by a Xianxia spider, and it was a very rare material for refining skills. LVZ Yuan's divine consciousness swept across the city, and he instantly turned into a beam of light and flew down. It was the teleportation area of Xianxia City, and there were many people coming and going, and they were teleporting in an orderly manner. This was only a small teleportation point, but it could reach a few other cities in the vicinity. "Hey, friend, if you want to teleport, please queue up." A person in charge stepped forward and shouted at LVZ Yuan. LVZ Yuan ignored him and just raised his hand to slap the teleportation formation. The wind from his palm was like thunder, and the entire teleportation formation and the people who were about to be teleported were instantly turned into powder. A huge black pit appeared in front of everyone. Ah? The person in charge was instantly stunned, and everyone could not react for a long time. By the time they came to their senses, LVZ Yuan had already disappeared. Thousands of meters above the sky, LVZ Yuan sat cross-legged, holding the primordial elixir in his hand, and began to adjust his breathing to recover. As long as the teleportation formation was destroyed, Li Yunxiao would definitely be discovered when he left the city, and there would be nothing to worry about. If he had the ability, he would stay in the city for the rest of his life. At this moment, Li Yunxiao, who was in the city, also looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "If you have the ability, you can stay in the sky for the rest of your life." The teleportation formation in Xianxia City was destroyed by an unknown person, and it immediately caused an uproar. A few major forces in the city sent people to search everywhere, but the highest cultivation was only a low-level martial honorable. How could they find anyone, and they were all busy? Li Yunxiao found an inn to stay in. His top priority was to recover his primordial power. LVZ Yuan had overestimated his recovery speed. Along the way, he had only recovered half of his primordial power before fleeing. It would not be easy for him to completely recover his primordial power. After staying in the inn, Li Yunxiao entered the Universe Divine Monument directly. At that moment, Pu Jinshan, who had been taken in by him, still looked confused. He was flying on the ground, exploring the environment continuously, and trying to figure out where he was. Pu Jinshan's biggest suspicion was that he had fallen into an illusion. Thinking of the other party's skill level, it was normal for him to fall into an illusion. However, more than 10 days had passed, and there was still no change, which made him feel very disappointed. If this illusion had been cast in Fengling City, it would have been impossible for it to not be discovered by the people from LV clan. He flew for more than 10 days, and there was no sign of life at all, so he could not help but feel despair. Suddenly, a ray of light gathered in front of him, and his real body was revealed. It was Li Yunxiao, and he looked at him coldly. Ah! Pu Jinshan was shocked, and he immediately put up his guard. However, he could not help but tremble, and said, Lord Yunxiao, I was forced to do this. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Let you go? Li Yunxiao humped coldly, and said, I have no time to talk to trash like you. After killing you, I still need to cultivate. He pointed with his finger, and instantly, a sword light slashed through the sky. Its power was unparalleled. Pu Jinshan was horrified. That sword was definitely going to tear him into pieces. In despair, he cried out miserably, Don't kill me, I have a treasure to offer to Lord Yunxiao. His heart sank into a bottomless abyss, and the sword light was already in front of him. Even if Li Yunxiao had the heart to let him go, it was already too late. He closed his eyes in despair. This was also the punishment he deserved. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Pu Jinshan slowly opened his eyes, and they were clear. The sword light from before was nowhere to be seen, and Li Yunxiao was coldly watching from not far away. He was abnormally shocked. That incomparably tyrannical sword light was definitely real. He had already felt the sharpness of that sword qi. He had never been so close to death before, and he could actually come back to life. He did not dare to believe it. He checked a few times, and only then did he realize that he was indeed alive. This made his heart even more apprehensive, and he developed a great fear towards Li Yunxiao's divine ability. Thank you, Lord Yunxiao for not killing me. Pu Jinshan trembled as he thanked him profusely, like a frightened little bird. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said coldly, I didn't kill you just now because you said you had a treasure to offer. Could it be that you lied to me? Pu Jinshan was aghast to realize that with just a slight frown from Li Yunxiao, he felt boundless pressure. It was as if the clear sky had suddenly turned into dark clouds, and his whole body was indescribably uncomfortable. He was greatly shocked, and hurriedly said, It's real, there's absolutely no falsehood. Li Yunxiao said coldly, You're very good at wasting my time. If you say another word of nonsense, you'll die. Pu Jinshan shivered in fear, and hurriedly said, The treasure I'm talking about is the profound artifact that I wanted Lord Yunxiao to refine for me. It's called 5 Elements Stomach White Fish. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, You're messing with me. Pu Jinshan was startled. He felt that the other party could turn him into ashes with just a thought. He hurriedly said, No, I really didn't. I know that Master Yunxiao has a lot of treasures on him, but that 5 Elements belly white fish is definitely a treasure worthy of Master's possession. Li Yunxiao regained his composure and said coldly, Tell me, how is it worthy of my possession? If you can't convince me, I'll feed you to the fish. He pointed in the air, and the crocodile's body appeared above the two of them. It became huge and floated in the sky like a cloud. Pu Jinshan was dumbfounded. So feeding the fish was feeding this crocodile. He felt cold all over and wiped his sweat. He hurriedly said, Master Yunxiao has seen the refining method of the 5 Elements belly white fish. It has 5 elements and can be used for both offense and defense. It's not only an offensive Xian artifact, but also an array artifact. I wonder if Master Yunxiao has heard of elemental enchantment? Li Yunxiao shouted, Nonsense. The 7 strongest elemental enchantment are wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog, snow, and frost. In the past, the king-level leader had studied how to combine the 7 strongest elemental enchantment into one, but the result was unknown. Moreover, when he was in the Tianshui nation, Li Yunxiao had obtained the method to set up the rain enchantment from his opponent during the training on Xianxia Island. Pu Jinshan hurriedly said, Yes, Master Yunxiao is really knowledgeable. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog, snow, and frost are the 7 strongest elemental enchantment. However, these 7 elements are evolved from the 5 elemental origins of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Since there are 7 strongest elemental enchantment in the world, has Master Yunxiao ever thought of the existence of the 5 elements origin enchantment? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, You mean to say that your fish-shaped Xian artifact is used to set up the 5 elements origin enchantment? Haha, of course not. When Pu Jinshan said this, he completely forgot about his current situation. He couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, The origin barrier can only be laid down with the power of the origin. That kind of thing doesn't exist in this world. My 5 elements white belly fish imitates the power of the 5 elements. It supports the five elements in a barrier, layer by layer, and they mutually calculate and derive. It's endless and indestructible. Li Yunxiao looked at him and said coldly, "Do you think I'm an idiot? I saw the refining recipe very clearly. Where did the five elements boundary formation come from?" Only then did Pu Jinshan react to the situation he was in. Sweating profusely, he hurriedly said, "That's because refining this five elements white belly fish requires 3 steps. What I showed Lord Yunxiao was only the first step of refining. As for the second step, condensing the array, I intend to do it myself. That's because I'm not talented, but I can be considered an array expert." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao looked at him in astonishment. This was out of his expectations. He said indifferently, "What about the third step?" Pu Jinshan's expression changed slightly. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "The third step is to embed the most suitable artifact soul into this five elements white belly fish. It can be said to be the most crucial step. It requires a great opportunity to find the existence of an artifact soul that is suitable for the power of the five elements. And I just happened to find it by chance." At this moment, Pu Jinshan had already completely admitted defeat. He only hoped to save his life. How could he dare to hide anything? He took out a round glass bottle from his storage device. Inside it, a gray flat fish was swimming around. Looking carefully, that fish didn't have a physical body. It was an existence of a soul body. Li Yunxiao frowned. This fish looked almost exactly the same as the profound artifact that Pu Jinshan wanted to refine. Even with his knowledge, he had never seen this kind of fish before. Pu Jinshan saw through his doubts and explained, "This fish is called the white paradise fish. It is an existence in the deep sea. Its ancestor is also one of the true spirits, but it doesn't have much fame. It's just that it is very rare for it to have all five elements and develop in a balanced manner. Using it to be the artifact soul of this artifact is the most suitable." Li Yunxiao was slightly tempted. He said, "From what you said, it sounds good. I will spend some effort to help you refine that profound artifact. If the effect isn't as good as I expected, your life will also be in danger." In the blink of an eye, Li Yunxiao disappeared from where he was, leaving behind an extremely perturbed Pu Jinshan. Actually, when Li Yunxiao heard that he was a famous array master, he already had the intention to spare his life. After all, if he had a skill, he might be able to use it in the future. With his current strength, this person wasn't a threat at all. After that, he started to cultivate in the sky. He had been chasing and stopping for more than 10 days, which was even more exhausting than fighting a life and death battle. After 3 days, he was finally full of energy, and he could faintly feel that his strength had improved a lot. Li Yunxiao took out the refining recipe of the five elements white belly fish and carefully looked at it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he called out the mountain and river cauldron. It slowly floated in front of him. With the help of this cauldron, his success rate would definitely be above 40%. Moreover, he now had the thunder technique. The ancient Maha text on the heavenly hammer was condensed by the heavenly martial arts realm's thunder rules. When the two of them combined, it would be stronger than the heavenly tribulation in the heavenly martial arts realm. It would allow a 9th-rank profound artifact to undergo tribulation in the world divine steel. The mountain and river cauldron started moving. Pu Jinshan poured all the materials he had collected into it and started refining. After 1 day, the fish-shaped profound artifact was condensed. Li Yunxiao turned into the god of thunder, picked up the big hammer, and smashed it down. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, lightning flickered, and thunder rumbled unceasingly. That fish-shaped profound level weapon was neither hot nor cold. It swam in the air in a circle. Its shape was neither gold nor jade. It was flat like a sword, but wide. It looked very much like a salted fish that was hung up. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and immediately called Pu Jinshan over. He pointed at the five elements white belly fish in the sky. Pu Jinshan was gloomy alone. He didn't know what Li Yunxiao was thinking. Li Yunxiao had left him alone in the wilderness. Suddenly, he felt his whole body being pulled by a power, and he teleported over. This time, he was really frightened. This godlike ability made him completely dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Why are you standing here like a fool? If you can't satisfy me, I will take your soul and pour it into this profound artifact fish. Pu Jinshan was so scared that he trembled. He hastily waved his hand in the air and immediately grabbed the 5 elements white belly fish. He carefully examined it. It was much better than what he had expected. The more he looked, the more scared he became. At that moment, he didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He hastily took out all kinds of tools and started to arrange them. Li Yunxiao quietly watched from the side. That Pu Jinshan's technique was indeed very experienced. The array disc that he used was also very old. It was obvious that he had used it many times. Most of the time, the array was completed during the refinement. However, if it was a specialized array artifact, the array master would need to engrave it one by one. In front of Pu Jinshan, there were all kinds of colored stones that were emitting different kinds of energy. They were all used to engrave arrays. Rays of golden light appeared on his fingertips, and he started to arrange them in the air. Li Yunxiao's array Dao attainments weren't low either. He watched quietly while trying to figure it out in his heart. Those weird colored stones could provide all kinds of energy needed to arrange the array. They were arranged in a certain shape in the air to produce a specific effect. After Pu Jinshan shot out a few runes, he pointed in the air, and a golden light shot into a blue stone. Immediately, it emitted a warm color, and the finger light refracted out, hitting another stone. It continued to extend like this, and the hundreds of stones in the air were penetrated by the finger light one by one. They converged into a grand array, emitting an astonishing radiance. Pu Jinshan glanced at Li Yunxiao beside him and explained, "This is an origin barrier that imitates the metal elements of the 5 elements. Next, shut up. Just concentrate on refining," Li Yunxiao said indifferently. Although his array Dao attainments weren't as high as Pu Jinshan's, he could at least understand what the other party was doing. Pu Jinshan shivered and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to make another sound. That huge golden array in the air, under the change of his hand's seal, directly converged into the 5 elements white belly fish in the air. It was like a golden hoop hanging above. Then, he changed his technique. The stones that were arranged in the air started to move one by one, forming another arrangement. Pu Jinshan's every move was very slow and steady, striving to succeed in one go. Very quickly, the 5 colored halos all appeared on the 5 elements white belly fish. His expression also started to become solemn, and the hand seals in his hands became faster and faster. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. Although the previous 5 kinds of enchantments were also ingenious, he could do it as long as he had the array diagram. But the last 5 elements as one, mutual promotion and restraint, and constantly deducing and combining, was abnormally exquisite and difficult. He had no confidence in it. Wood feeds fire, fire feeds earth, earth, Pu Jinshan kept chanting. Every time he made a seal, a halo would fly into the profound weapon. Finally, it formed 5 colored rings and imprinted into the weapon, gradually disappearing. After doing all this, he didn't dare to relax. He hurriedly kept the profound weapon in his hand and began to observe it carefully. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and revealed a satisfied look. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "You forcefully superimposed the power of the 5 elements. Although you suppressed the restraining attribute for a while, it will erupt sooner or later. This is the treasure you were talking about? I haven't studied much, so don't lie to me." Pu Jinshan was shocked. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to see through the problem at a glance. So, he was almost about to cry. He said, "Lord Yunxiao, my life is in your hands now. How would I dare to lie to you? The first step is to forge the weapon, the second step is to condense the array, and the third step is the most important." He took out the glass bottle, and the demon's soul inside was still swaying. The fish soul of this white belly fish is the key to this treasure. It is also the final coordination of the power of the 5 elements. Pu Jinshan held up the glass bottle and slapped it in the air. The fish soul instantly swam out. It seemed to be extremely unwilling, but it had no choice. Under the suppression of the seal, it swam toward the profound weapon and disappeared in a flash. Just as the fish entered the profound weapon, the light of the 5 elements shone brightly. A formation light suddenly opened, and the heaven and earth changed instantly. With a thought, Li Yunxiao sensed that the surrounding thousands of miles were enveloped in this formation. The so-called white belly fish soul also seemed to be extremely happy. It swam around in the eye of the formation, absorbing the power of the 5 elements. Success, it's really a success. Pu Jinshan didn't seem to believe it either. He spread out his divine sense and felt the energy fluctuations within the formation. This formation was connected to his mind. That surging power was surging in the dark like a calm sea. As long as he changed his hand seal, it would set off a raging wave. Pu Jinshan's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle. Both of his hands were clenched tightly. Tiny circles of yuan qi rampaged around his fists. His eyes flickered a few times before he finally calmed down. Both of his hands gradually loosened, and he sighed inwardly. He originally had the idea to use this formation to break free from Li Yunxiao's control. However, Li Yunxiao's mysterious ability made him feel a lingering fear. After a few thoughts, he decided to give up. Li Yunxiao naturally saw all of this, but he didn't point it out. He directly said, "This formation is indeed majestic. I just don't know how powerful it is." Pu Jinshan said confidently, "This formation is only the core. Even if a high-level Emperor Wu expert were to be trapped inside, it would be very difficult for him to escape. If there is time to set up an outer formation, with the combination of the inside and the outside, even an army of 1,000 men and horses could be trapped inside." "Oh? Since it's so powerful, I have the heart to try. You can use all your strength to attack and trap me. I want to test its power," Li Yunxiao said indifferently. Pu Jinshan's heart beat wildly. He didn't know why his palms were sweating. He nervously guessed if the other party had discovered something. However, his blood began to boil, and he gradually became ecstatic. This was Li Yunxiao's own fault. If he could kill him, that would be the best. If he couldn't, then he couldn't be blamed. Li Yunxiao said, "Let's begin. Use the strongest attack of the formation for 3 rounds. After that, activate the defense to the maximum. I will break the formation." "Yes." Pu Jinshan responded loudly. His figure suddenly began to move. His hand seals were like butterflies dancing in a garden, shuttling back and forth around him, constantly entering the void around him. The atmosphere in the formation changed, and the calm sea began to surge under the push of the power, creating waves. Li Yunxiao stood in the formation quietly. The formation was within his universe divine monument, and the 5 elemental power of the universe that it mobilized was under his control. It was a pity that Pu Jinshan didn't know about it. He was still excitedly mobilizing all his power, slowly guiding it to surround Li Yunxiao, making him the center of the entire attack. In order to prevent Li Yunxiao from discovering the power of this formation and changing his mind at the last minute, Pu Jinshan's every move was done in secret. He thought that everything was happening unknowingly. Finally, everything was ready. It was like the moment before a storm, extremely depressing. Li Yunxiao was also secretly shocked. The power of the undercurrent was already above his estimation. It had definitely reached the level of high-level Emperor Wu. "Lord Yunxiao, it has begun." A hint of ruthlessness flashed past Pu Jinshan's eyes. With a loud shout, his hands turned into a ray of colorful light and shot into the formation. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt the surrounding space explode. It was as if an endless amount of power was squeezing toward him, wanting to destroy everything. He slowly closed his eyes and began to sense the flow and operation of every power in the formation. "What?" Pu Jinshan couldn't help but cry out in shock. His face was distorted. Under the boundless power of high-level Emperor Wu, Li Yunxiao, who was in the center of the attack, was not injured at all. He even had his eyes closed and was deep in thought. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Such a strange and unreal scene had appeared in front of him. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead and all the ruthlessness in his heart was swept away. Pu Jinshan's hand seals changed, and the violent 5 elemental power kept on stacking up. Each wave was higher than the last, and it slammed toward Li Yunxiao's body. He still didn't open his eyes. Pu Jinshan began to suspect that the person in front of him wasn't a real person. It should be an illusion. But no matter what, he couldn't bring himself to resist anymore. He said respectfully, "Lord Yunxiao, be careful with the last move. I will transform into this Lubai's atavistic true body." He changed his hand seals and stacked his hands together. A ray of green light circled around his fingertips. Li Yunxiao finally opened his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. In the boundless space of the matrix, a white Lubayu descended from the sky. His body was incomparably huge, and the aura emanating from his body was indistinct. It seemed strong but not strong, just like Lu Bai's soul from before, but countless times stronger. True spirit? This thought flashed in Li Yunxiao's mind. According to Pu Jinshan, Lu Bai's ancestor was indeed a true spirit. But how was it possible for him to transform into a true spirit? But he quickly realized something was wrong. This huge Lu Baiyu wasn't a real body. It was a kind of illusion, but it made him feel very real. Turning illusions into reality? This term appeared in his mind again, and he immediately shook his head. Even Tianxi could not possibly have the power to turn illusions into reality. However, he was puzzled by this phantom. The power that descended from the sky was indeed real. Li Yunxiao raised his hand. A sword light condensed on his fingertip, and he slashed. Boom! Lu Baiyu was cut in half. The entire illusion disappeared, and the pressure that felt like he was there disappeared. The fish soul in the eye of the formation suddenly became a little violent and swam around incessantly. Pu Jinshan was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly and lost the ability to think. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with joy. He said, "This formation is very powerful. With it, I don't have to be afraid of Lu Ziyuan's pursuit. I can turn defeat into victory." He grabbed the air, and the 5 elemental bellied white fish fell into his hand. He gently wiped away the mark that Pu Jinshan left on it. Then, he observed it with joy. Pu Jinshan stood there in a daze, blinking his eyes. With such an incredible power, would he still be chased by Lu Ziyuan? Even 100 Lu Ziyuans would be killed, right? Li Yunxiao said, "This formation artifact is indeed a treasure. I'm very satisfied. Your life is safe for now. If there's nothing else, stay here and cultivate." He turned around and disappeared on the spot. Pu Jinshan was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. His words were stuck in his throat. Li Yunxiao came out of the universe divine steel and headed out of the inn. With such a powerful formation artifact, even if he didn't summon the gourd, little King Kong, and the rest, he could still suppress Lu Ziyuan. Xianxia City was still in chaos. Another teleportation formation was destroyed. The passage to the outside world was completely cut off. A few forces in the city urgently held a meeting. The most important thing was to maintain order in the city. They also sent someone to send a message to Crimson Moon City, asking for assistance from arcane masters to help them repair the teleportation formation. Actually, it couldn't be said to be repaired, because it was completely destroyed by Lu Ziyuan. It could only be rebuilt. Sigh, I wonder which wicked person destroyed the passage. It won't be repaired in a few months. Yeah, it'll probably take a few months for the Lord from Crimson Moon City to fly over. Sigh, I'm so unlucky. I've just been stuck in Fengling City for a few days, and I'll be stuck here for a few months. I can't do business. Don't panic. It's a critical period now. The war between the Sea Clan and us will break out at any moment. The entire East region must ensure that the teleportation formation is smooth. I think Crimson Moon City will send someone to repair it soon. Even if it's smooth, it's the main city of the East region. Poor and remote places like us might have to wait even longer. Li Yunxiao walked on the road and listened to their conversation. He frowned. According to what they said, it would take a few months to reach Crimson Moon City from here. That meant that Haitian Town would be extremely far away. He had planned to head straight to Haitian Town after taking care of Lu Ziyuan. After all, the agreed time with Bai Minglifeng's group was almost up. However, Haitian Town was in a sudden situation, and he didn't know if he could still set sail. The reason for the sudden situation was Lil Red. It seemed that the Sea Clan had to fight this war, because they could no longer return Lil Red. Especially after witnessing Qi Xingfeng obtaining Yu Yixian's body, the power of Agarine made him wary. As he walked, he raised his head and looked at Lu Ziyuan, who was hiding in the sky. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, a sentence entered his ears, causing him to tremble. How much for this sky jade spider? At a stall not far away, a man in embroidered clothes with a beautiful jade pendant on his waist was picking out sky jade spiders from a group of cages. Many merchants would sell these spiders to various places. Some people would keep them in captivity and collect the spider silk to sell. The man in embroidered clothes was carefully examining a spider. It was of a moderate size and wasn't the best in the entire cage. The spider was the size of an ordinary watermelon. What was different from the other spiders was that its body was covered with various green spots. The man kept knocking on it with his hand, as if listening to the sound. The merchant looked at him in surprise and became respectful to the man in embroidered clothes. He said, "Sir, you are also a martial arts expert. Although these spiders aren't aggressive, they are all level 4 monsters. We have to use special chains to tie them up so that they won't attack people. Even so, they are still arrogant and unruly. Few people dare to knock on them like this." The man in embroidered clothes nodded and said, "Are there any more of these spiders with green spots?" The merchant smiled and said, "These green spots are mutated, but the silk they spit out is no different from ordinary spiders. It's rare to see them. Now in the entire Xianxia city, I might be the only one here. Although it's rare, it can't be sold at a high price. If you want it, you can take 50,000 mid-grade primordial stones." The man in embroidered clothes didn't say anything and directly threw out 50,000 mid-grade primordial stones. He took out a beast-taming item and stored it in it. He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly saw someone from the corner of his eye. He couldn't take another step. Xianxia looked at the man in embroidered clothes and smiled bitterly. "It's really a small world. I didn't expect to see Sir Jianbo in this kind of place." That man was Lu Jianba. The moment he saw Xianxia, his calm gaze instantly became surprised and sharp. Then, it slowly turned into astonishment. Then, it became extremely serious. He opened his mouth and said, "You have advanced to Emperor Wu?" Xianxia smiled. "It's all thanks to Mr. Liu." A strange expression flashed across Lu Jianba's face. "Actually, we're friends and not enemies. We can sit down and talk." Xianxia smiled. "If Mr. Liu doesn't want to kill me, then we're indeed friends and not enemies. I benefited a lot from the thunder technique you gave me." "Oh?" Lu Jianba sized up Xianxia and asked, "You've collected 5 types of mutated thunderbolts?" Xianxia shook his head. "It's not that easy. It's already fortunate enough to get 1 or 2. He looked at the giant spiders in the cages of the merchants and smiled. "I didn't expect Mr. Liu to have a hobby of raising spiders." "Humph." Lu Jianba flicked his sleeve and snorted. "Young Master Yun, can you sell me that iron tier?" Although we had some unpleasant experiences in the past, people always look forward to the future. Xianxia smiled. "Let's not talk about the past. Although I don't know how to use that iron tier, I cherish it. I want to study it more when I have time." Lu Jianba wasn't angry. "So there's really no room for negotiation?" Xianxia's smile faded. "What if there isn't?" Lu Jianba raised his eyes and stared at him. "If I'm not wrong, young Master Yun has many secrets. That Tsutsumi and the invincible golden body seem to belong to Gu Feiyang and Ao Chongkong respectively, right?" Xianxia's pupils constricted and a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Although he had fewer taboos now, if the invincible golden body was discovered, it would attract Ao Chongkong's attention. At that time, there would be nowhere for him to go. Lu Jianba remained calm. "I don't want to be your enemy, and I know I have some tricks up my sleeve. However, if you think you can beat me like this, then you're ignorant." A cold expression appeared on Xianxia's face as he said, "Oh? Whether I can win or not isn't decided by words." Lu Jianba pointed to the sky. "That person is chasing after you, right? If you can sell iron tiers to me, I'll chase him away for you." Xianxia said, "I can deal with that person myself, there's no need to trouble Mr. Liu. If Mr. Liu really wants the iron tier, then you can tell me what it is used for. Perhaps I can consider selling it. The more mysterious you act, the harder it is for me to part with it." Lu Jianba was surprised. "You can take care of that peak 7 stars Emperor Wu in the sky? It seems like you've improved more than I expected." He pointed at the spider that was being sold on the street and said, I need a complete body of this demonic beast. I originally planned to use this as a replacement if I couldn't find iron tears. If you can give me the corpse, then everything will be fine. Li Yunxiao suspiciously said, there are quite a lot of these multi-legged crab-shelled demonic beasts, don't tell me it has to be that iron tears? A bitter smile appeared on Lu Jianba's face. I can't tell you the specifics. If young Master Yun is willing to let me have the iron tears, I can give you a great fortune. Oh? Li Yunxiao's interest was immediately piqued. Mr. Lu is not an ordinary person. For you to call it a great fortune, Lu Jianba slightly hesitated and said, I still have to think about this. First, your strength must be at the level of a high-level Emperor Wu. Only then will you be qualified to receive this great fortune. Li Yunxiao was even more confused. He frowned and sneered, Mr. Lu can't be thinking of swindling my iron tears like this, right? Lu Jianba knew it was hard to convince the other with these words. He thought for a while and said, young Master Yun is experienced and knowledgeable. Have you heard of the prophecy, once the heaven's moat medallion appears, the martial path is empty. Everywhere is like the clouds, who can contend? Li Yunxiao's body trembled. He cried out in shock, you have the heaven's moat medallion. A strange expression flashed across Lu Jianba's face. He said, I didn't expect young Master Yun to know about the heaven's moat medallion. Then I won't say anything more. One heaven's moat medallion for the iron tears. Without another word, Li Yunxiao said, agreed. He didn't care that they were on the street. He directly threw the iron tears at Lu Jianba. Lu Jianba was instantly overjoyed. He quickly put away the iron tears. Due to its huge size, it attracted the attention of countless people. However, Lu Jianba was wild with joy. He couldn't help but laugh. The passers-by were all pointing at him and secretly calling him a madman. Li Yunxiao asked impatiently, where's the heaven's moat medallion? Lu Jianba was in a great mood after obtaining the item of his dreams. He smiled and said, don't be anxious. I just said that you must have the strength of a high-level Emperor Wu. Only then will I give you this great fortune. That person up there can be used to prove your strength. He looked at Li Yunxiao's darkening expression and added, I have already obtained the iron tears. Naturally, I don't want to be your enemy. However, since I can send out the heaven's moat medallion, you should be able to guess my background. I must be responsible for the owner of every heaven's moat medallion. Li Yunxiao's expression finally became better. He said, you better not be messing with me. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. He immediately turned into a ray of light and shot up into the sky, heading toward the sky. Lu Jianba's eyes flashed. He randomly grabbed a chair and laid down on the street to enjoy the performance. Lu Ziyuan, who had been cultivating in the sky, suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately saw Li Yunxiao standing in front of him. He was stunned and couldn't understand. He said, what, you've thought it through? Do you want to negotiate with me? Li Yunxiao said coldly, negotiate your sister. Get up and get beaten up. Huh? Lu Ziyuan's mind was filled with question marks. He didn't understand what was going on. However, he could understand that Li Yunxiao was about to punch him. He was about to fight. Impudent. Lu Ziyuan was infuriated. He roared and rushed up. His aura spread out and directly shattered the power of the punch, sending it flying back. Li Yunxiao held his hands in front of him and withstood the pressure of the aura. At the same time, he was shocked. He seemed to have underestimated his opponent's strength. Lu Ziyuan was infuriated by Li Yunxiao's inexplicable behavior. He leaped into the air with one hand behind his back arrogantly. His other hand circulated Yuan Qi and slapped forward. Li Yunxiao shouted and pushed his palms in front of him. His left hand formed a seal and his right palm met the attack. His arm instantly turned golden. Kaboom! A thunderous sound rang out as the two forces collided, shattering everything in their surroundings. The veins on Li Yunxiao's arms bulged and his robes fluttered. What? Lu Ziyuan and Lu Jianba were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Li Yunxiao could actually receive his palm in midair. Lu Jianba's pupils shrank. He thought to himself, it's the indestructible golden body. How is it possible? Could it be that other than Ao Changkong's physique, there was someone else who could cultivate this cultivation technique? Lu Ziyuan's face turned cold. He increased the force on his palm. With a loud explosion, Li Yunxiao couldn't withstand it and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Lu Ziyuan arrogantly placed his hands behind his back and spun in the air. His leg was like a battle axe as he chased after Li Yunxiao, who was constantly retreating. This was his contempt for Li Yunxiao under the fury in his heart. 7 stars was the first great dividing line above Emperor Wu. Those below him were ants. Li Yunxiao's face was cold. Just now, only his arms turned golden. At this moment, his upper body was shining with golden light. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and a green dragon appeared and roared. Bam! The dragon was instantly destroyed by Lu Ziyuan's kick. The powerful force broke through the defense of his palm and entered Li Yunxiao's body. He was sent flying dozens of meters away again, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Don't blame me for asking for it. Although Lu Ziyuan had the upper hand in both moves, Li Yunxiao's barehanded fight with him had already infuriated him. He leaped, and rays of white light gathered on his palm. He flew down coldly. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Since you want to be humiliated as soon as possible, I'll grant your wish." He waved his hands in front of him, and the 5 elements belly white fish appeared. He threw it forward. The tough body of the 5 elements belly white fish swayed in the air like a gray fish swimming forward slowly. There were even bubbles coming out of the fish's mouth. Circles of light spread out from the fish, and the colors of the 5 elements turned into circles of light, which were distributed on the artifact like fish patterns. Lu Ziyuan's pupils shrank slightly, but he was confident that his opponent could not play any tricks. He directly slapped the 5 elements belly white fish with his palm and shouted, "No matter how many tricks you have." He stopped in the middle of his sentence, and a surge of power rippled out from the fish. The entire world changed. The profound artifact spun rapidly under Lu Ziyuan's palm. The power of the 5 elements reinforced each other and kept stacking up, shaking Lu Ziyuan away. He looked around in shock and anger, and gritted his teeth. An array artifact. At this moment, the battle between the two had attracted the attention of the people in the city. They all looked up until Li Yunxiao's 5 elements belly white fish appeared and changed the world. All that could be seen was a hazy light of the 5 elements that kept shining and spinning. Lu Jianba was stunned for a moment, and then he looked shocked. He muttered to himself, "This is the 5 elements origin barrier?" He immediately denied it and shook his head. How is it possible? It should be a kind of imitation of the 5 elements origin barrier that was simulated by a strange artifact. His eyesight was very accurate and ruthless, and he saw the key point immediately. In the 5 elements origin barrier, Li Yunxiao made a gesture with one hand, and a strange symbol was sent into the void. Suddenly, the power of a raging wave swept over. It was the move that Pu Jinshan used to attack him, and the power that could tear everything apart swept over. Good timing. Lu Ziyuan shouted. The sword in his hand flashed, and a cold sword landed in his hand. He slashed at the power. Blue pass in snow. As the sword chi fell, a sword ring shot out from his body, and the surging power in the surroundings was crushed by the sword ring. Countless shattering sounds rang out, and it was very noisy. Lu Ziyuan was secretly shocked. The power of this array artifact was far beyond his imagination. He shouted and raised his sword, and a sword chi soared into the sky. Lu Ziyuan's sword aura condensed into sword rings of various sizes in the air, supporting the power of the entire formation. He said coldly, "Today, I will kill the number 1 rising star." His sword aura danced in the air for a few rounds, and the sword aura intertwined as if it was drawn by a brush and ink. Then, he slashed down. Hiss! The cold aura pierced through the layers of waves and came straight at him. A burst of coldness suddenly gushed out from Li Yunxiao's body, and a glaring white light condensed in his hand. With a slight shake, the sword aura rushed out, and the entire formation was filled with cold air. Bang! Lu Ziyuan's sword aura was instantly shattered. His pupils suddenly widened, and he cried out, "Cold sword frost? You unsealed it?" His tone was filled with shock, disbelief, and a deep sense of loss, which turned into an angry roar. He turned around and flew in the air. Circles of sword radiance broke out of his body and circulated around his body. Just this ever-increasing sword momentum had already forced the matrix light away. The area around Lu Ziyuan was gradually condensed into a layer of white mist by the sword momentum. After the extreme anger, the killing intent rose. Lu Jianbao lay quietly on the chair, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He muttered to himself, "Li Yunxiao, show me all your power." Li Yunxiao was expressionless. He pointed several fingers on the cold sword frost, and the ancient Maha characters were unsealed one by one. He raised the sword in the air. A sword aura divided into two, two into three, three into countless, and the sword aura bloomed like a flower bud. The entire formation was filled with sword shadows, everything in the world was in the 5 elements. Li Yunxiao used his own sword will as a guide to turn all the power in the formation into sword aura. Together with the sword in his hand, he directly displayed the infinite sword will, and the entire 5 elements barrier was filled with sword aura. What? Lu Ziyuan was shocked, and his eyes showed extreme shock. The strength of his opponent's sword will seemed to be even stronger than his. In his shock, he flew up into the sky with his sword in hand. The white light around him sensed Li Yunxiao's boundless sword will and instantly turned into countless rays of purple light. They gathered into a dragon, which spun around him with its head raised as it looked down. Purple Chi Dragon luring sword art. Lu Ziyuan yelled, and with a sword gesture, the purple dragon lowered its head, and its body disintegrated in the air, turning into purple sword chi. The moment the purple shadow sword chi appeared, Li Yunxiao's infinite sword intent immediately sensed it and started to become sharp. The cold sword let out a deafening cry, and the entire formation was pushed to its limit. If it continued to grow, it would be beyond his control. Li Yunxiao's body was covered in golden light, and if one looked closely, they would see that he was trembling slightly. His face was calm as he raised his sword and slashed down. Hua! The sound of a longsword slicing through the air rang out. Countless sword shadows swayed and gathered into groups of sword talismans that shot out. For a moment, a rain of swords soared into the sky, and purple shadows shook the ground. The figures of Li Yunxiao and Lu Ziyuan were blurred under the countless sword lights, and it was difficult to distinguish them. Everyone on the ground looked up in horror. They could only see lights of various colors rolling like waves, and they couldn't distinguish the sword chi at all. They thought that there was an inexplicable phenomenon in the sky, which was gorgeous, but with a soul-stirring pressure. They all shuddered. Only the warriors in the city who were above Martial Venerable could sense that there was a fight between 2 masters. They looked at the sword rain in horror, which was completely beyond their imagination. In the sword rain, sword chi kept cutting through Lu Ziyuan's protective emperor chi and cutting his clothes. Thousands of small wounds began to appear on his body. Li Yunxiao was not much better. He was extremely shocked. This Lu Ziyuan was indeed not an ordinary 7-star Emperor Wu at the peak. He used his sword will to drive the cold sword frost, and with the help of the 5 elements enchantment, he still couldn't kill his opponent. However, his indestructible golden body suffered very little damage in the sword rain, and it recovered to normal in an instant. It still looked like the dazzling golden body. In contrast, Lu Ziyuan was in a much more difficult situation. Lu Ziyuan's pupils shrank, and he felt a sense of urgency. He gritted his teeth and used his trump card. With a sweep of the sword chi in his hand, a purple dragon appeared behind him and immediately turned into a huge sword. His whole body instantly melted into the sword shape, and he slashed down from the sky. The entire rain of swords was torn apart like a curtain in the sky. Countless sword lights were annihilated and returned to their original form, turning into the 5 elements that filled the sky like dust. The scene was extremely beautiful and mesmerizing. Lu Jianba suddenly stood up. Yuan Qi surged in his hands, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Li Yunxiao's infinite sword will had completely collapsed. If he did not have a stronger move to receive this sword, then not only would he be defeated, but he would also most likely die from serious injuries. At this moment, he did not want Li Yunxiao to die. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to help, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that Li Yunxiao's face was still as calm as water, without the slightest panic. He just quietly put away his sword and held it in his hand like an arrow that was pulled back from a bowstring. The frost on the cold sword exuded a seemingly solid cold air, appearing white and misty. Other than the few ancient Maha characters flashing on the sword, the rest of the sword was dazzlingly white. Lu Jianba's eyes suddenly revealed a shocked expression. A small green dragon suddenly appeared on the frost on the cold sword, constantly swimming around the sword. The white light suddenly had a lot more spiritual chi, as if a dead sword had suddenly come to life. I haven't felt this in a long time. The longer Li Yunxiao held the sword, the calmer his heart became, and the feeling of power gradually returned. The connection between him and the sword became stronger and stronger, especially after the demonic dragon transformed into a sword spirit and entered the sword. The two of them shared the same soul, and in an instant, he found the feeling of being like the sword. The dust-like five elements slowly floated down, reflecting the extreme calmness in his body and heart. Lu Ziyuan's sword light was like the Milky Way falling down on Jiutian, cutting through everything and flying over. All of a sudden, the five-colored dust that filled the sky disappeared, and the sky suddenly darkened. From day to night, there were only 2 rays of light left in the entire world. What's going on? Why did the sky turn dark? The people who were watching the strange phenomenon in the sky were all confused, and all kinds of discussions started. The experts in the city who were above martial venerable understood that the martial skill was too powerful, and it triggered the rules of the world, which was why the strange phenomenon appeared. Meanwhile, Lu Jianba's heart was in his throat. He had already seen Li Yunxiao's movements clearly, and he knew that he was gathering his force and comprehending the frequency of heaven and earth, waiting for the best moment. As the entire sky darkened, he knew that he had already found the space-time point to make his move. Sword art, star's destruction. Li Yunxiao spoke softly, and the frost on the cold sword directly pierced out in the air. The speed was extremely slow. However, the experts all knew that it wasn't the movement of the sword that had become slow, but the entire world. The sword pierced out and met Lu Ziyuan's sword shape. The only white light finally met in the air. Bang! With a soft sound, the huge sword shape shattered like glass, but the frost on the cold sword also trembled and kept buzzing in the sky. With one move, the 2 figures in the pitch-black night bounced back, and a smear of blood spurted into the sky. Lu Ziyuan's current mood was already indescribable. He, who had an extremely high understanding of the sword principle, saw an insurmountable wall in his opponent's hands. The sword that shattered his sword shape seemed to have pierced through the entire world, and his mind suffered a heavy blow in that instant. The sky recovered in an instant. Lu Ziyuan's entire face was pale. He looked at Li Yunxiao with resentment, then spread his black wings, flashed in the air, and flew 1,000 meters away in an instant, turning into a black dot and escaping. Although he still had the strength to continue fighting, he knew deep down that he could no longer take back the cold sword, and it was hard to tell who would win if he continued to fight. At least in this era, that peerless sword would no longer belong to the Lu family. Whoosh! Li Yunxiao also spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. He directly crashed onto the ground and slid down half the street before coming to a stop. The bricks on the entire street were all lifted up and shattered, and his body within the golden light trembled violently. Clap! Clap! Clap clap! A round of applause was heard. Lu Jianba walked towards Li Yunxiao with a smile on his face. Spectacular, a very spectacular battle. Transforming the power of the 5 elements into infinite sword intent, and that last move was a stroke of genius that could only be found by chance. Your strength is even above my estimation. You have the right to take this heaven mote token. A token flew through the air. A hint of joy flashed through Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he hurriedly caught it. Upon closer inspection, the token was pure silver without any patterns or symbols. It was just a flat board. However, he was overjoyed and said, "That's right, it is indeed the heaven mote token." Lu Jianba had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that young Master Yun has seen this token before and can tell whether it is real or fake? A sly look flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. There is more than one heaven mote token. What's so strange about seeing it before? But after seeing this token, Mr. Lu's identity is self-evident. Lu Jianba smiled. I have already obtained the iron tears and given the heaven mote token. Without worry. Farewell. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. Does Mr. Lu have a long-distance teleportation method? Can you give me a ride? Lu Jianba was surprised. How can a mere mid-range teleportation formation trouble you, young Master Yun? He smiled calmly and disappeared from the street. Mother asterisk Kerr, pretending to be an expert. Li Yunxiao cursed unhappily. It wasn't a problem to set up the teleportation array again, but it would take him a lot of time. Suddenly, several beams of light landed on the street. The leader was a tall and sturdy man with an awe-inspiring aura. A commotion broke out in the surroundings as people discussed fervently. This person was the mayor of Upper Gao City, as well as some of the strongest people in Upper Gao City. The mayor quickly walked in front of Li Yunxiao and bowed. This one is the mayor of Upper Gao City, Mo Kaixin. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Li Yunxiao looked at them and said, quickly prepare the materials for me. I want to set up the teleportation array again. The mayor was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. He hurriedly ordered all the materials to be transported over and all the arcane masters in the city to listen to Li Yunxiao's commands. 7 days later, the teleportation array was finally repaired. What made Mo Kaixin smile bitterly was that this teleportation array only led to a small city near Haitian town called Radiant City. As Li Yunxiao was in a hurry to go to Haitian town, he only made a simple one-way teleportation to save time. This made Mo Kaixin both angry and amused, but he did not dare to criticize him. He even thanked him respectfully. However, at least part of the problem was solved. The merchants in the city could leave through Radiant City, but they could not teleport back. They had to wait for the Crimson Moon City's arcane masters. As a small city adjacent to Haitian town, Radiant City had also become the strategic rear. The entire city was in a tense situation. Many people came and went, and each of them was a powerful martial artist. Many of them had reached the martial venerable level. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. Li Yunxiao frowned. Could it be that the two clans had already started a war? Just for a piece of agarine, those people from the Sea clan really dared to fight. He did not know what level of existence this war was, and who was the leader of the Sea clan. If it was only the East Sea royal family, it would be easy to handle. However, if the four seas joined forces, it would be a disaster that would sweep the world. In preparation for the war, the teleportation array in Radiant City had been specially expanded. It had almost become the gathering point of the East Sea coast. All the cities near the sea could be teleported over immediately. Furthermore, the teleportation array leading to Haitian town was also urgently guarded. No unrelated people were allowed to use it. The guards were actually two Emperor Wu experts. Li Yunxiao frowned. He wanted to go to Haitian town directly, but he was afraid that it would be troublesome. All experts who came to help, please go to the city lord's mansion. There are specialized personnel there. Please cooperate. Not far from the teleportation array, a few martial ancestor realm martial artists were constantly shouting and maintaining order. After hearing this, many martial artists immediately flew towards the city lord's mansion. Li Yunxiao looked carefully and realized that other than the martial artists that were teleported over in groups of sects, there were also many lone wandering cultivators. He also mixed in with those wandering cultivators and purposely suppressed his cultivation to the appearance of an 8-star martial venerable. Radiant City was not far, and they soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. A large number of people gathered in an open space and were arranged. Although it was a unified arrangement, Li Yunxiao noticed that there were differences in treatment. Most of the people in the public square were rogue cultivators below the rank of martial honor, while martial honor experts were invited into the mansion. There were also those who had come with their sects as a unit. The treatment they received was even better. There were people there to receive them directly at the teleportation point. It seemed like they did not have to gather here. The square was surrounded by rogue cultivators. At most, they would travel in groups of 2 or 3. Sir, you must be a martial honor, please come this way. A pleasant voice rang out. Li Yunxiao turned around slightly and saw a beautiful woman in light yellow clothes flying to his side. She asked with a smile. Li Yunxiao asked, "How do you know my cultivation?" The woman bowed slightly and nodded with a smile. The city governor's mansion is equipped with a sensing profound weapon. All the experts within 100 miles will be sensed. As long as a martial honor arrives, we will send someone to receive them. All right, please lead the way. Li Yunxiao nodded his head slightly. The woman was overjoyed and said, "Sir, this way please. My name is Bao Xing." I'll be in charge of everything in Radiant City. You just have to give me instructions. They were maids who were responsible for receiving martial honor experts and above. They would be rewarded handsomely every time they received one. Baoxing was elated when she heard that Li Yunxiao was willing to go with her. The two of them turned into beams of light and flew into the courtyard of the city governor's mansion. Rows of corridors extended to different courtyards. The entire place occupied a large area. Baoxing explained as they walked, these are temporary residences for the martial honors to stay in. Stay? Li Yunxiao stopped and frowned. Aren't we going to Ocean Sky Town together? Baoxing smiled and said, we're going to Ocean Sky Town, but we have to wait for the higher-ups to make arrangements. Ocean Sky Town is just a small coastal town. It can't accommodate so many people. Moreover, we're afraid that too many people will cause trouble, so Radiant City is the distribution center. Li Yunxiao secretly nodded. The Red Moon City was calm in the face of danger. They were organized in an orderly manner. He continued walking and asked, what's the current situation of Ocean Sky Town? Baoxing said, it's very urgent. The people of the Sea Clan have already launched a major attack, and there are countless small attacks. The entire Ocean Sky Town is almost in ruins. Right now, the elites of our clan have set up camp about 30 miles away from Ocean Sky Town. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was silent, Baoxing thought that he was mentally burdened. She immediately tried to enlighten him. Sir, you don't have to worry. Ever since our tribe retreated over 15 kilometers, we've basically been in a stalemate. There hasn't been any large-scale contact. I'm sure the sea beasts will retreat soon as more powerhouses of the human tribe arrive. Providing information about the battle situation and enlightening them by observing their expressions were what the maidservants had to master. On one hand, they had to deal with the various inquiries of the martial venerables. On the other hand, they had to enlighten them so that they wouldn't be afraid. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly, but he didn't think so in his heart. He understood the characteristics of the sea tribe. If the battlefield was at Ocean Sky Town, which was adjacent to the East Sea, the sea tribe would have the powerful East Sea as their rear and could send an endless supply of warriors. However, once the battle was delayed, their advantage of surviving in the sea would immediately become a disadvantage. Unless they were powerhouses above the rank of martial venerable, the sea tribe's strength would be greatly reduced once they stepped onto the mainland. Therefore, as the human tribe's battle line retreated, the other party had to consolidate and prepare for a certain period of time. If they were to launch a large-scale attack again, it would be the moment when they were fully prepared. The battle situation would be unimaginably tragic. Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, who's leading the battle at Ocean Sky Town? Who's the one coordinating the deployment at Radiant City? Baoxing replied, the one leading the battle at Ocean Sky Town is Red Moon City's Lord Ning Huaishu. The one coordinating the deployment at Radiant City is Red Moon City's Lord Wen Bojun. Li Yunxiao frowned. Ning Huaishu and Lord Wen Bojun were both 8-star Emperor Wu. It seemed that the battle had escalated to such a level. Furthermore, from the personnel arrangement, Tang Qing seemed to be close to the internal forces and exclusive of the outsiders. The 4 Extreme Sect's deputy sect leader was deployed at the rear, while the original forces of Red Moon City were sent to the front lines to kill the enemy. Baoxing turned around and smiled. Don't worry, Lord. This time, not only has the entire eastern region been mobilized, even the Holy Region has been alerted. They've sent powerhouses to oversee Red Moon City. They might even personally come to the front lines. Her eyes sparkled as she said excitedly, if that's the case, it'll be great. Baoxing will have the chance to witness the glory of a Holy Region powerhouse. In the hearts of all low-ranked warriors, the Holy Region was a supreme place. Li Yunxiao's frown deepened. This war between the two clans, which he had triggered, had unknowingly helped Tang Qing greatly. The Holy Region would definitely not allow internal strife in Red Moon City. Now that Tang Qing was the temporary city lord, he could take the opportunity to clean up the internal enemies through the foreign clans and establish his prestige and status in the war between the two clans. Now that there was a Holy Region powerhouse overseeing Red Moon City, it meant that the Holy Region had acknowledged Tang Qing's status as the city lord. Baoxing looked at Li Yunxiao's increasingly worried expression and couldn't help but feel a little worried. If this lord in front of her ran away out of worry, then her reward would be completely gone. She flashed a charming smile and said, "Lord, we're here. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Li Yunxiao smiled and didn't comment. Bao Xing blinked mischievously a few times, took out a bell, and handed it to Li Yunxiao. She said, "Lord, this is my bell. If there's anything, please ring it immediately and Bao Xing will immediately appear in front of you." Li Yunxiao took the bell, which was tied with a red string. It was very exquisite. Bao Xing handed over a white jade token with both hands again and said, "Lord, please record your information, including your cultivation, etc., so that I can hand it to the Lord in charge of deployment." Li Yunxiao took the jade token and scanned it with his divine sense. All the information inside was very detailed. It mainly revolved around combat, including one's specialty, unique skills, suitable combat style, and so on. It seemed that Wen Bojun was indeed quite talented. By collecting all the combat information of all the warriors, he could coordinate and deploy them to the greatest extent. However, this information was every warrior's secret, and not many people would actually write it in. He casually filled in the information. His name was Li Feiyong, and he was an 8-star martial venerable. His unique skills were swordsmanship, and he was suitable for battles in any situation. Bao Xing took the jade token and said happily, "Lord, you can cultivate here with peace of mind. I will inform you immediately if there's anything. If you can defeat a strong enemy, the reward promised by the higher-ups will be more than enough." Li Yunxiao was stunned. "There's a reward?" Bao Xing's body froze for a moment, and he said in shock, "Ah, you didn't know?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. "No, I was hot-headed and had the desire to repay my clan, so I came all the way here." Hee hee. Bao Xing was amused by Li Yunxiao's words, but at the same time, he felt admiration for him. He said, "Most of the rogue cultivators are here for the reward." "Lord, you're really a good person." "A good person card," Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He inquired about the reward and found that it was indeed very generous. It was no wonder that so many rogue cultivators would risk their lives to come here. He dismissed Bao Xing and walked into the small courtyard alone. These courtyards were built temporarily. They were not big, but they were very exquisite. The furnishings inside were also very simple. They were mainly used for cultivation, and there was a large number of supreme-grade origin stones piled up in the secret training room. He was not in a hurry to go to Haitian town. Since the battle was so intense, the entire coastline must have been sealed. Baiming Lifeng might not be able to recruit any powerhouses to go out to sea with him. The war between the two clans was basically caused by him, so no matter what, he would continue to pay attention and more or less do his best. On second thought, the Sea clan's invasion last time was also caused by him. It seemed that he was indeed a troublemaker. Even after changing his appearance, he was still the same. After thinking about it, he didn't think too much and began to cultivate in peace. 3 days later, in the World God Monument, Li Yunxiao, who was sitting quietly, suddenly felt a flash of light, and his body trembled violently. Genryu, who shared a soul with him, also opened his eyes from cultivation, revealing a look of joy. The soul power that had been stuck at the peak of the 8th rank finally broke through the shackles and began to rush above the 9th rank. With a thought from Li Yunxiao, all the resources in the World God Monument rushed out. The spiritual energy had already materialized into silk, entangling around his body, like a silkworm spinning a cocoon, slowly wrapping him up, condensing into a solid spirit chrysalis. 10 days later, the chrysalis finally moved slowly, peeling off bit by bit, turning into spiritual energy and dissipating. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, sitting cross-legged, his face serene. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were as red as blood. Tsutsumi's eyes emitted a strange light, and his pupils suddenly shrank into strange symbols. The surrounding space suddenly became dark, and his whole body disappeared in the darkness. From afar, it looked like a black hole, swallowing all light. Then the darkness collapsed, shrinking rapidly, and suddenly turned into a black dot and disappeared. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared again, and the expression in his eyes returned to normal, but he couldn't hide the joy and a hint of cold arrogance. With a thought, he returned to the training room. He saw a small pendant hanging behind the door, emitting a faint purple light, very conspicuous. This was a sign that someone was looking for him. Li Yunxiao stood up and opened the door of the training room. Suddenly, 2 jade talismans flew in and fell into his hands. Li Yunxiao opened them separately, and it turned out to be from the same person, inviting him to some kind of gathering, and the person who signed it was called Liang Yuanji. He looked at the time carefully. The gathering was held today at the Gathering Yuan Pavilion in the Raging Fire City. After pondering for a moment, Li Yunxiao turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Yuan Gathering Pavilion. Since he had just broken through to the 9th stage, it would be hard for him to make any progress in a short period of time. The Yuan Gathering Pavilion was located in a corner of the Raging Fire City. It was very secluded, appearing particularly elegant in this tense environment. As soon as he turned into a streak of light and landed, a martial artist came forward and asked, "Sir, did you receive an invitation?" Li Yunxiao said, "A man named Liang Yuanji invited me here." That martial artist exclaimed, "Lord Yuanji? Then you must be Lord Li Feiyang?" Li Yunxiao nodded. That martial artist hurriedly said, "Lord Feiyang, please come inside. The lords have already gone in. I received orders from Lord Yuanji to specially wait here for you." That martial artist led the way in front. Passing through the front yard, he could faintly hear voices coming from the main hall inside. When Li Yunxiao walked in, all the voices came to an abrupt halt. There were 12 to 20 people in the hall, and all of them turned around to look at him. That martial artist hurriedly explained, "Lords, this is Lord Li Feiyang." "Oh?" The eyes of a martial artist sitting in the main hall lit up. He hurriedly got up to greet him and said with a smile, "So it's Lord Feiyang. I am Liang Yuanji." The moment Li Yunxiao entered the hall, he swept his divine sense around. The 19 people in the hall were all martial venerables. This Liang Yuanji had the strength of a peak martial venerable. Furthermore, the origin energy fluctuations emitted from his body were extremely strong. He did not seem to be an ordinary peak martial venerable. Li Yunxiao cupped his hands and said politely, "Lord Yuanji, what did you summon me here for?" At this time, a red-haired middle-aged man could not help but say, "Lord Yuanji, could there be a mistake? This brat is so young. Could he be an 8-star martial venerable? Hee, you can't judge a book by its cover. I can see that this brat's origin energy is reserved. Under my divine sense, I am actually unable to detect his true cultivation. Even if he is not an 8-star martial venerable, he is not far from it." Beside the red-haired man, there was an old man with a copper pipe hanging from his mouth. He was blinking as he smoked. When the red-haired man heard this, he was in disbelief and said in shock, "Even Elder Yen is unable to detect the strength of his cultivation?" Elder Yen glanced at the red-haired man and scoffed unhappily, "Is it strange that I can't detect it? Everyone's cultivation technique is different, or maybe he has some kind of treasure on him." Li Yunxiao glanced at that Elder Yen. The tobacco was emitting a fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. Just smelling it would make one's internal organs relax. It was a rare spirit grass. This old man was not simple either. Smoking the spirit grass like this was equivalent to breathing in and out origin energy at all times. There was not even a quarter of an hour's delay. Liang Yuanji laughed and made an inviting gesture. He arranged for Li Yunxiao to sit on a seat closer to the front and said with a smile, "Everyone don't need to be suspicious. This is the cultivation measured by the profound artifact. Lord Feiyang's true strength will only be higher and not lower. What's even rarer is that he has this kind of responsibility for the rise and fall of the world." Li Yunxiao's face was filled with black lines. He thought to himself, if they knew that this war between the two clans was caused by him, who knows what kind of expression everyone would have on their faces. Hee, it is indeed very rare. Brat, your future is boundless. Elder Yan's eyes narrowed and a trace of light appeared in his eyes. The other 10+ people also chimed in, praising Li Yunxiao incessantly. They also wanted to befriend Li Yunxiao. After all, as a rogue cultivator, the road of martial arts was much more difficult than those big sections. It was good to make a few friends, especially this kind of person who had a very promising future. Maybe one day, they would be able to help them. Humph, it's just for a huge reward. Why do you have to be so noble? The red-haired man was obviously very dissatisfied. His face flashed with contempt and ridicule as he turned his head away. Liang Yuanji indifferently said, no matter what purpose you have, you can bravely step forward in this crisis. That's a good thing. I, Liang Yuanji, admire you from the bottom of my heart. A relatively large cultivator said in a cold voice, I, Guan Xingyang, want to see what kind of virtue those sea beasts raised in the water are. They even dare to have ideas about my human race. They really don't know life from death. Liang Yuanji smiled and said, Brother Xingyang's wish will soon be realized. Guan Xingyang said, I hope so. It's just that we have been living in the raging flame city for almost a month now. I'm afraid that those sea race people have already obediently retreated. Elder Yan took a deep breath and spat out the smoke. The smoke turned into a strange pattern and dissipated. He slowly said, if Guan Xingyang is right, then we won't get any benefits from this trip. Instead, we will have wasted a month's time. Sir Yuanji, will my travel expenses be reimbursed? Haha. Liang Yuanji laughed and said, if the sea race people are tactful enough to retreat, then that would be the best. If that's the case, I will certainly apply to the Red Moon City to give everyone here at least 100,000 top-quality primordial stones for their hard work. Elder Yan gave a thumbs up and squinted his eyes as he smiled and said, good. Everyone was overjoyed. Although 100,000 top-quality primordial stones was not a lot, it was still a fortune for poor cultivators like them. Not to mention, everyone liked it without any effort. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's happy faces and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that he had entered a poor organization. He didn't even bother to pick up the 100,000 top-quality primordial stones on the ground. He couldn't help but interrupt everyone's joy and said, my point of view is exactly the opposite of Sir Xingyang's. I'm afraid I will soon be deployed. Oh? What do you mean? Liang Yuanji revealed a surprised look and asked, does Sir Feiyang have any news? Everyone looked at him. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, there is no news, but when I was on the way to the Gathering Yuan Pavilion, I found that the atmosphere in the city is more tense than when I first came to the Raging Light City. It seems that the situation in front of us is not optimistic. A serious look flashed on Liang Yuanji's face. He nodded and said, Sir Yunxiao's observation is very detailed. It is indeed admirable. Now that you mention it, I also noticed it. A cultivator said, yes. Furthermore, I discovered that there are more and more temporary training grounds for martial saints. Furthermore, they are all filled with people. With this said, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat heavy. Everyone was here to seek wealth, but they had to ensure their own safety first. If the war was too tense, no one would be willing to throw their lives away for wealth. Liang Yuanji said, everyone, there is no need to worry. Although the sea race is powerful, their strength is limited. Otherwise, they would not have been in a stalemate for so long. However, no matter what, the 20 of us are a team and will be deployed by me. I hope that when the time comes, everyone will listen to my orders. If anyone oversteps their boundaries, I will not show any mercy. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Everyone immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They all expressed that they would not dare. Only then did Liang Yuanji withdraw his aura. He said in an amiable tone, I hope everyone can understand. This concerns the war between the two races. We need to be united and obey. There is no room for jokes. Liang Yuanji was very familiar with the temperament of these loose cultivators. This was the hardest team to lead. Everyone had a strong character. Otherwise, with their cultivations, no matter which sect they were in, they would be the cornerstone of the sect. They would not end up as poor cultivators. Senior Yan nodded repeatedly and said, of course. If anyone dares to act on their own, they will be harming everyone. I will be the first to not let them off. Only then did Liang Yuanji say with satisfaction, as long as everyone follows the rules, I will do my best to bring everyone there in one piece and bring them back in one piece. Furthermore, after this war, everyone will be considered brothers who have gone through life and death together. In the future, we will be able to take care of each other and not be bullied by others. Haha. That's right, that's right. Guan Xingyang laughed loudly and said, if we work together, even the Jiutian Emperor Wu would have to retreat. Liang Yuanji said, that's right. When everyone is of one mind, their sharpness can cut through metal. Next, I will make a simple arrangement. I will be the captain, and Senior Yan will be the vice captain. The remaining 18 people will be split into groups of 3. There will be 6 groups, and they will be arranged according to their strength. Elder Yan took a puff of his cigarette and said, "This old man is used to being idle. I really can't take on the role of vice captain. Lord Yuanji, please find another expert. I'll just be an ordinary member." Liang Yuanji did not force the issue. He said, "Since that's the case, I won't force it." His gaze shifted to the other 2 9-star martial saints. There were only 4 9-star martial saints in the entire hall, including himself. They were considered one of the stronger teams. One of the 9-star martial saints cultivated an unknown cultivation technique. His entire face was pale green, as if he had been poisoned. He slowly said, "Since Elder Yan isn't up to the task, let me do it." Liang Yuanji smiled and said, "With Mr. Green-Faced as the vice captain, I can rest assured." Li Yunxiao felt dizzy. He did not know if this person's real name was Green-Faced or if it was a random name like him. If Elder Yan was the vice captain, I, Tai Shida, would naturally have no objections. However, Green-Faced as the vice captain, it's really hard to accept. The other 9-star martial saint immediately revealed an unconvinced expression and said, "I feel that apart from Elder Yan, I'm the most suitable for this position." The green-faced man's face turned even greener. A cold aura emanated from his body as he said coldly, "Oh? Tai Shida, are your bones itching again?" Liang Yuanji immediately felt a headache coming on. He was afraid of this kind of team with no sense of unity. This was also the biggest problem of loose cultivators. In terms of individual strength, loose cultivators were generally stronger than sect disciples of the same rank. However, in terms of unity, they were far inferior. Tai Shida immediately stood up from his chair and pointed at the green-faced man. He said fiercely, "My bones are itching, so what? If you're not satisfied, let's fight." The green-faced man jumped up from his chair. Without saying a word, he made his move. A green cloud appeared in front of him, and he directly attacked. Liang Yuanji's expression changed greatly. He said angrily, "All of you, quiet down." With a wave of his wide sleeves, the universe within sleeve appeared in the hall. With a flash of black light, the green cloud was devoured. Liang Yuanji stared at the green-faced man and said coldly, "This is the first time, and also the last time. At the same time, it is also the last time for all of you. If anyone dares to attack our own people again, I won't say anything. I will definitely kill them." The green-faced man's face twitched. He snorted and sat back down. Tesdar did not say anything, but the light in his eyes grew colder and colder. Liang Yuanji felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to bring such a team out to face the enemy? He looked at Elder Yan for help, but Elder Yan just pretended to be stupid. He smoked his pipe and looked up at the ceiling. Liang Yuanji felt helpless. His gaze swept across the area, and suddenly, he had an idea. He said, "I wonder if Lord Feiyang is interested in taking the position of vice captain?" "What? Him?" Everyone was stunned. The main reason was that Li Yunxiao's appearance was too young. These people were all uncultivated. Even if he had the cultivation of an 8-star martial saint, it would be very difficult to shake everyone. Many of them groaned and groaned, obviously unconvinced. Especially the red-haired middle-aged man, he snorted a few times, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. Li Yunxiao was also stunned. He did not expect Liang Yuanji to directly pick him. In a situation where the 3 9-star martial saints were not up to the task, it was indeed the turn of the 8-star martial saints. However, there were 4 8-star martial saints in the hall, and the other 3 were unconvinced at this moment. He said, "I am young and inexperienced. Moreover, my strength is also very limited. I will just be a team member." At least you are tactful and know your own limits." The red-haired man was also an 8-star martial saint. A trace of mockery appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth curled up to his nose. Liang Yuanji smiled and said, "Lord Feiyang is too modest. Even I cannot see through your true cultivation, so it must be higher than what the profound weapon detected. Moreover, Lord Feiyang can deduce the situation at the front lines from the atmosphere in Lianguang City. He is also a meticulous observer and a thorough person. I feel that there is no one more suitable. Li Yunxiao immediately felt 18 pairs of eyes staring at him. However, with his status, he naturally did not feel uncomfortable. He only felt that he was being roasted on a fire rack by Liang Yuanji. He smiled slightly and said, even if I am willing, there are many friends who are not. This will only add trouble to the team. Liang Yuanji's gaze became slightly sharp, but the smile remained on his face. He said, this will depend on Lord Feiyang's ability to deal with trouble. Li Yunxiao met Liang Yuanji's gaze. Seeing the desire in the other party's eyes, his heart immediately moved. He agreed and said, all right, I agree to be the vice captain. Humph, even if you agree, we won't agree. The red-haired man finally flipped out on the spot. He said coldly, what virtue or ability do you have to command us? Liang Yuanji's expression turned cold. A wave of pressure pressed down from the sky. He shouted, do you want to do it a second time? Under the pressure, the red-haired man's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly circulated his qi to resist. A muffled explosion exploded in front of him. His entire person was jolted back. He said in shock, Lord Yuanji, please calm down. It's just that I don't accept him. I am also an 8-star revered martial artist. Why is he the vice captain and not me? Liang Yuanji said coldly, my decision is an order. I have already said it very clearly. Do you want to overstep your boundaries? The red-haired man was shocked. He could already feel Liang Yuanji's killing intent coming from the sky. He did not dare to say anything more. His eyes were filled with hatred. We will naturally listen to Lord Yuanji's words. But if you send a yellow-haired brat to order us for no reason, it is really difficult to obey. Another 8-star revered martial artist walked out and stood next to the red-haired man. Lord Yuanji, I have always respected you. But this time, you have indeed made a mistake a little too much. Guanxingyang's face was also serious. He stood up and walked to the side of the two to protest. He said, after all, fighting against the sea race is not a joke. We have to be responsible for our own lives. We cannot put our lives in the hands of untrustworthy people. Yes. What the three lords said is very true. Everyone agreed. They did not think well of Li Yunxiao. It was even more difficult to accept that they had to listen to his orders. The green-faced man and Tysida's faces were cold and full of mockery. Elder Yen was still smoking his pipe and lazily leaning on the chair. Liang Yuanji immediately felt a headache coming on. This was why it was difficult to lead rogue cultivators. They had to be convinced of everything before they would listen. This team had not even been brought out yet and they were already having internal strife. He immediately lost confidence. This kind of team would probably be destroyed the moment they entered the battlefield. When the red-haired man saw that everyone was supporting him, he was immediately overjoyed. He stared coldly at Li Yunxiao and said, Brat, it is not that we are looking down on you. It is also not that we do not want to give you a chance. The simplest way is to start the martial competition. If you can win against any one of the three of us, I will be convinced. The position of vice captain is yours. That's right, I also agree. Guan Xingyang and the other 8-star revered martial artist also nodded. They were not purposely making things difficult for Li Yunxiao. It was just that this matter was too important and could not be taken lightly. Liang Yuanji's gaze immediately fell on Li Yunxiao. His lips moved slightly and he directly transmitted his voice. Among the three of them, although Guan Xingyang's yuan energy pressure is more fierce, the path he takes is too firm and fierce. Furthermore, I know this person's background. He is a genuine poor cultivator and does not have any trump cards on him. He should be the easiest to choose. He gave Li Yunxiao an encouraging look. He hoped that Li Yunxiao could take the field and suppress the situation. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly in his heart, but his face was expressionless. He directly stood up from his seat and stood with his hands behind his back. He indifferently said, the three of you can come at me together. I will not retaliate for 3 moves from each of you. After 3 moves, as long as you can join hands and block one of my attacks, I will admit defeat. What? Everyone was shocked. They were all stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Everyone laughed until they bent over. Some even had tears in their eyes. They looked at Li Yunxiao mockingly and swayed from side to side. Haha, what did he just say? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. He wants to fight 1 against 3 and not retaliate? And after 3 moves, he only needs 1 move to make his opponents admit defeat? Haha. Why doesn't he say that he can kill 3 people with just a glare? Haha. All kinds of mockery continued, but Li Yunxiao's expression was indifferent. This was because this kind of thing could not be explained, and he disdained to explain. The result was clear to everyone very soon. Liang Yuanji was also stunned for a moment. He repeatedly shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he felt that his decision was childish and laughable. No wonder everyone opposed it. Such a reckless youth who spoke without thinking was indeed too young. He could only blame himself for having a particularly good impression of him, which was why he had the idea of promoting him. Now, he had completely given up on that idea. He also looked on coldly, intending to see how Li Yunxiao would deal with this situation. Elder Yan, on the other hand, no longer had his previous lazy look. His face seemed to have become somewhat serious. He stared at Li Yunxiao as if he wanted to see through him. The 3 of them were so angry that they laughed. They were amused by Li Yunxiao. Red Hair laughed angrily and said, "Good, good, you really have guts. You want to let the 3 of us have 3 moves, right? Then we will thank you very much." He looked at the other 2, and they also shook their heads and sighed with a bitter smile. However, in order to cooperate with Red Hair, they also said, "If that's the case, then we will offend you." The 3 of them suddenly moved and disappeared from where they were. In the next moment, they appeared beside Li Yunxiao and attacked at the same time. A trace of ruthlessness appeared in the eyes of the red-haired man. He clenched his fist and with a whistling sound, he flew down from the sky. The other 2 lazily attacked from the front and the back. Their idea was very simple. They wanted to prevent Li Yunxiao from escaping and let Red Hair teach him a lesson. Li Yunxiao casually took out his right hand from behind his back. He took a step forward and with a paw sound, he placed his hand on the red-haired man's wrist. What? The red-haired man was instantly shocked. He couldn't even see Li Yunxiao's movements clearly. He found that his palm had been restrained, and the place where his opponent's palm landed directly cut off the circulation of his yuanli. A chill ran down his spine. He had already realized that he had laughed at the wrong person. Li Yunxiao's slap accurately hit the red-haired man's acupuncture point. It was as if a surging river had suddenly been cut off. The water suddenly rose, and the red-haired man's arm became incomparably thick. To outsiders, they thought it was some powerful palm technique. Only the red-haired man knew clearly in his heart. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he felt that his entire arm was about to explode. Right at this moment, Li Yunxiao lightly tugged, and the red-haired man's body shot towards the other 2 like a swordfish. Furthermore, the acupoints that were blocked immediately loosened, and elemental energy surged out like a dam bursting through a dam. Rumble. Origin energy exploded from the red-haired man's palm, and the entire hall shook. Guan Xingyang and the other 8-star martial honorable were shocked. They had only casually slapped out with their palms, wanting to seal off Li Yunxiao's escape route, but they didn't expect to receive an attack from the red-haired man that exceeded their abilities. The 2 of them were shocked, and hurriedly increased the strength of their palms, but it was too late. Bang! The 2 of them were hit by the palm at the same time, and were sent flying, turning into 2 shooting stars that pierced through the Yuan gathering pavilion. The red-haired man, on the other hand, was safe and sound. He still maintained the posture of his palm, but cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He felt a chill in his heart. If Li Yunxiao had not released his acupuncture point, his entire arm would have exploded. Now, his entire body was cold, and he felt that Li Yunxiao was behind him. He didn't even dare to move. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the red-haired man had accidentally injured his companion, but everyone was a martial honorable, and their control of strength was already very precise. It was impossible for such a big mistake to occur. Red Hair, what are you doing? The 8-star martial honorable rushed over, his eyebrows furrowed, and he wanted to settle the score with the red-haired man. Stop, it's this kid's doing. A ray of light rushed over and blocked in front of him. It was Guan Xingyang, who said coldly, this kid's technique is extremely exquisite, and he's borrowing strength to fight. What? The 8-star martial honorable was stunned for a moment, full of disbelief. Not to mention the person in charge, even everyone present felt that this was too unreal. No matter how strong one's technique was, there was still a limit to it. How could one deal with 3 people of the same level so easily? The red-haired man's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. He was the clearest that it wasn't as simple as borrowing someone else's strength to fight back. All right. Looks like I have indeed made an error of judgment. Xianxia shouted softly, and the entire hall trembled. It was as if a meteorite had crashed into it and exploded. He threw a punch, and his whole body rushed forward. There seemed to be a long belt of light behind him, and he went straight for the center of Xianxia's eyebrows. It was impossible for such a large area of effect attack to be suppressed by skills. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Moments ago, everyone had been filled with disdain. Now, they all felt that they hadn't been able to see what was happening clearly. Their eyes were wide as they stared at the screen. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed out his finger. Although it seemed slow, it was fast, and it directly hit Xianxia's fist wind. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Such a fierce and domineering punch, even if a profound artifact was used to block it, it would still be shaken. Wouldn't a finger directly explode it? Liang Yuanji was also shocked as if he had been electrocuted. A martial artist's intuition told him that Xianxia was in trouble. There was no basis for this intuition, but he knew that it would definitely be accurate. Bang! Xianxia suddenly felt that his fist had smashed into a boundless and vast space. It was as if his fist had hit empty space, but the power of the fist wind was being absorbed without limit. That finger seemed to be a black hole. Ah! Xianxia's heart was filled with fear, and he hurriedly retracted his fist. He didn't receive any resistance, but because of the shock, he took a few steps back. How is it? The remaining 8-star revered martial artist frowned and asked. This was because everyone had seen Xianxia's punch clearly. However, when the last 2 moves collided, no one knew what had happened. This was because there was no spiritual pressure spreading out. They only felt a faint fluctuation of origin energy before they saw Xianxia retract his attack. Xianxia's face was filled with shock. He looked at Xianxia in shock and said in a deep voice, Lord Feiyang's strength is amazing, I'm convinced. Voila! This time everyone was in an uproar. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they knew that Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Other than shock in Liang Yuanji's eyes, there was also a look of joy. His previously depressed mood was swept away, and he became complacent. It seemed that his eyesight was still very good, and he didn't misjudge Xianxia. Elder Yan also stopped smoking, and looked on with a serious expression. Is it really so powerful? I still don't believe it. The remaining 8-star revered martial artist frowned. Looking at the silent red-haired man and Xianxia, he coldly snorted and said, unless you can convince me. Swoosh! The blade cut through the air. This 8-star revered martial artist had learned from the previous 2 people. He didn't want to have any physical contact with Xianxia, and directly slashed down with his blade. Xianxia didn't retreat or dodge. He just stood there, and there was no change in his expression. Dealing with these people didn't require any thought at all. Boom! The blade cut directly on his body. Under everyone's shocked, the blade cut through Xianxia's body, and directly tore off half of the Yuan gathering pavilion. This? Everyone was so shocked that they directly jumped up. Xianxia didn't move at all, and it completely shocked everyone. The 4 9-star revered martial artists, led by Liang Yuanji, were all shocked. They couldn't see through Xianxia's actions at all. That 8-star revered martial artist was also stunned. He held a large ringed blade in his hand, and stood there foolishly, not knowing what to do. A cold expression flashed across Xianxia's face, and he said, 3 moves have passed. It's my turn. As long as the 3 of you can join hands and take this move of mine, I'll give you the position of vice captain. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people's expressions changed. The mockery from before had long been swallowed into their stomachs, as if they were facing a great enemy. The 3 of them raised their energy to the peak, and leaned together to defend against the enemy. Although it seemed a bit exaggerated to outsiders, the three of them had all come into contact with Li Yunxiao and understood how terrifying he was. How could they dare to underestimate him in the slightest? Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and without any fancy moves, he slapped down from the sky as if he was swatting a fly. Boom! The space shook, and the remaining half of the Yuan gathering pavilion also collapsed. The three extremely cautious people felt the entire space shatter, and their bodies were sucked into the energy storm, constantly being stirred. The three of them bitterly endured for a moment, and then their minds went blank, and they completely lost consciousness. In the eyes of outsiders, the three of them were like leaves in a storm, drifting far away, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Gulp. After a few breaths of silence, only the sound of swallowing could be heard. Everyone was in a pile of ruins, and it was frighteningly quiet. Cold sweat also seeped out of Liang Yuanji's forehead. At this moment, he finally felt how terrifying Li Yunxiao was. This person's battle prowess was definitely above his, and even if he wasn't Emperor Wu, he was probably close. After his great shock, he was even more overjoyed. With such a character in their team, everyone's safety was even more guaranteed. However, Liang Yuanji wiped away his cold sweat, and said embarrassedly, "Lord Feiyang, the three of them," Li Yunxiao said, "don't worry, they've only fainted. They'll be fine, but the prerequisite is that they're treated in time." Liang Yuanji was sweating profusely, and hurriedly commanded a few warriors to go and treat them. Those three were all 8-star revered martial artists, and they were definitely the main force. Li Yunxiao said, "Now, is there anyone who has any objections to me being the vice captain?" No one made a sound. As his gaze swept over them one by one, they all hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to come into direct contact with him. Especially those warriors who were laughing so hard earlier, they were all extremely nervous, afraid that they would be retaliated against. Haha, Lord Feiyang's strength is universally shocking. He's fully deserving of being the vice captain. Liang Yuanji was immensely proud of himself, secretly praising his own foresight. Elder Yan seemed to have come back to his senses at this moment. He took a few deep puffs on his pipe, and said, "It's not just universally shocking, it's completely beyond imagination. I'm afraid even the Jiutian Emperor Wu is no better than this, right?" Liang Yuanji was overjoyed in his heart, and said, "With Lord Feiyang here, the strength of our team will far surpass that of the other teams, and our safety will be greatly increased. Since the Yuan Gathering Pavilion has been destroyed, let's all gather here today. As three of us are injured, we'll discuss the matter of grouping up in a few days." When everyone heard this, their depressed mood instantly relaxed. The stronger the strength of the team leader, the better. Everyone cast friendly gazes at Li Yunxiao before taking their leave. Li Yunxiao bade farewell to Liang Yuanji, and immediately returned to his residence. He took out the bell that Bao Xing had left behind, and gently shook it a few times. A moment later, a ray of light flew into the courtyard, and it was Bao Xing, who was still wearing the same light yellow muslin gown. When she saw Li Yunxiao, she hurriedly greeted him, and said, "I've made Lord Feiyang wait for a long time." Li Yunxiao said, "Let me ask you, who is that Liang Yuanji?" Bao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled and said, "Lord, you've already met Lord Yuanji, right? He's an expert from the East region by Luo sect, and he was arranged to lead the team. It's said that the team led by Lord Yuanji is the strongest among all the itinerant cultivators." "Yes, I see." Li Yunxiao said, "The atmosphere in Ardent Light City seems to be much more tense than before. Is the battle at the front lines getting more intense?" A trace of surprise flashed across Bao Xing's face, and she hesitated for a moment before she said, "During this period, the people from the sea race have indeed launched a significant attack, and the experts of my race have retreated over 15 miles again." Her melancholy was swept away, and she squinted her eyes as she smiled. "Lord, don't worry. The Ocean Sky Town is tens of thousands of miles away from here. With a line of 15 miles as a line of defense, they won't be able to reach Ardent Light City even after a few hundred years." Li Yunxiao was sweating profusely in his heart. This girl didn't know anything at all. How could the situation of the battle be measured in such a manner? He was afraid that once the battle at the front lines collapsed, the Sea Race's army would come ashore in large numbers, and they would directly sweep through half of the cities in the East region. Li Yunxiao asked, is there any other news? Bao Sheng thought for a while and shook his head. He suddenly added, my lord, the team led by Lord Yuanji is going to the front line soon. The teams that my lord formed before you came have all gone. It might be your turn next. Li Yunxiao didn't have any expression on his face. He had expected all this, and he wanted to go to the front line to see what was going on as soon as possible. After dismissing Bao Sheng, he didn't have the mood to cultivate in the remaining days. Instead, he started to refine those mystic artifacts. Especially the Devil Sky Armor, which required a large amount of Devil Aura to unleash its power. Now that he could casually turn his Emperor Aura into Devil Aura, he had the capital to truly control the Devil Sky Armor. The few mystic artifacts that he obtained from Mount Meru were all extremely powerful. As his strength gradually increased, these mystic artifacts also started to unleash their power. 7 days later, a crisp bell rang in the technique practicing room. The pendant behind the door not only flashed with purple light, but it was also shaking violently. It was the emergency summon signal. Li Yunxiao immediately stood up and arrived at the city lord residence in a few breaths. He scanned with his divine senses and found Liang Yuanji. He then flew down. Liang Yuanji was overjoyed as he welcomed Li Yunxiao and said, Lord Feiyang is number one. The strength that Li Yunxiao had displayed had already gained him the most attention. Li Yunxiao asked, are we going to the front line? The smile on Liang Yuanji's face turned solemn. He nodded and said, yes. There are a total of 30 teams being sent out at the same time. There are 3 first-grade teams, and they are all local sections. The Bailuo sect that I am in is one of them. There are 9 second-grade teams. 5 of them are itinerant cultivators like us, and each team has 20 people. The other 4 teams are from the East region's local sects, and they form a team regardless of the number of people. The remaining 20 teams are made up of 3rd grade and 4th grade existences. Li Yunxiao immediately understood that the classification was based on cultivation. Their team was divided into 2 grades, and the 1st grade team naturally belonged to Emperor Wu. He was surprised and said, such a large team. How many people are there in total? Liang Yuanji smiled bitterly, 933 people. Our team's name is Battle Blade. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. So many people were teleported over at once. Could it be that the war ahead has suddenly changed? Liang Yuanji's complexion was similarly ugly as he said, half a month ago, the sea race launched a surprise attack and destroyed the teleportation array that was temporarily set up. Now, they have just finished rearranging it and are urgently requesting for reinforcements. Therefore, Lord Wen Bojun is preparing to send more than half of the accumulated strength of the entire Fierce Light City over. I'm afraid that once we go there, we will have to fight a hard battle. While the 2 of them were talking, the members of the team soon arrived. The 3 8-star martial saints were also among them. However, when they looked at Li Yunxiao, their gazes became evasive. They did not dare to look him in the eye. Liang Yuanji frowned and said, we're at a critical juncture now. Everyone, let go of any grudges you may have previously. Once we're at the front lines, we'll only listen to orders. The remaining 18 people had already been divided into 6 groups according to their own circumstances. At the same time, a team leader was chosen to look after each other. The team leaders were the 6, 8 and 9 stars martial saints. The entire plaza was densely packed with people, and all sorts of noises could be heard. The disciples of the various sects were all teasing each other, while the loose cultivators mostly stood there alone, looking around. With a sweep of his divine sense, Li Yunxiao was able to clearly see everyone's cultivation. The 3 first-class teams at the very front were the most eye-catching. They were the Bailuo sect that Liang Yuanji was in, as well as the 9 Moon Mountain and the Ulti-Mystery sect. The people in them ranged from Emperor Wu to martial emperors. Everyone, be quiet. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the sky. A 5-colored glow appeared in the sky, slowly landing on the general selection stage beside the city lord's residence. When Bojun's figure appeared, he was in high spirits and had a dignified appearance, with the demeanor of a grandmaster. As soon as he appeared, the entire plaza immediately fell silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. When Bojun opened his mouth and said, everyone, I won't say much about the current situation. I won't say any hypocritical words either. Those demonic beasts in the sea bullied us once a few decades ago, so they think that we're easy to bully. I don't care what the sanctuary thinks, and I don't care what the other 3 regions think. I only know that in my eastern region, if any sea beast dares to climb up here without permission, I will completely smash it into minced meat. Completely smash it into minced meat. Dozens of people shouted at the same time. They were the team leaders, including Liang Yuanji. Completely smash it into minced meat. Make those lowly things scram back into the sea. Suddenly, the entire plaza was filled with shouts. Everyone's blood was boiling. Moreover, the more people there were, the bolder they were. Looking at the densely packed crowd, everyone had a feeling that they would definitely win. When Bojun smiled slightly and made a hand gesture for everyone to be quiet. He said, "Let the sea tribe see our true strength. Let the sanctuary that didn't dare to fight us in the past see our strength. I'll leave everything to everyone." He bowed deeply and saluted. Everyone's blood was boiling with excitement. They cheered loudly as if they had already won. However, there were also many cultivators who remained calm, such as Li Yunxiao and Senior Yin. The former had a calm expression, like an ancient well without any ripples, while the latter had a disdainful smile on his face as he puffed on his pipe. Elder Yan looked at Li Yunxiao with interest and said with a smile, "Sir Feiyang's temperament is very firm." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Compared to Elder Yan, I'm still a lot worse." Elder Yan shook his head and said in a serious manner, "I'm far from being able to compare to Sir Feiyang. Sir Feiyang is truly wise and courageous, but I'm just a coward who gets older in the pugilistic world." Then, he picked up his pipe again and began to smoke while observing Li Yunxiao's expression. But to his disappointment, Li Yunxiao didn't show any expression. Soon, everyone was assembled and began to teleport. Only 20 people could teleport at a time. The number of people in each team was also determined according to the maximum capacity of the teleportation formation. On the stage, when Bojun was smiling as he looked down at the people rushing towards the teleportation formation like a snake. A man behind him looked down and said in a low voice, "I hope this can alleviate the crisis at the front line." The man's face was revealed. He was delicate and young, but his eyes flashed with wisdom. He was Tang Qing's son, Tang Xian. When Bojun's smile didn't diminish as he said, "It's difficult." "Oh? Why does Vice Lord say so?" Tang Xian was surprised and asked in confusion, "There are almost 1,000 people here. The entire Eastern Territory has been mobilized." When Bojun said in a low voice, "The war is still in its early stages. The sea race has only sent some low-level clans to attack, and we are only organizing these scattered soldiers. The real strength of the 2 clans hasn't been revealed yet, so it's hard to judge who is stronger and who is weaker." Tang Xian frowned and said, "Then what should the next stage be?" When Bojun said, "The entire Eastern Sea's royal family has shown their strength. At that time, your father will definitely lead the entire Eastern Territory to resist. If this continues, the 4 seas will join hands and the world will be in chaos." Tang Xian's face was solemn as she said, "According to Vice Lord, this war will not end unless the sea race retreats. But their request is too outrageous. They want to find a human girl. We have already used all kinds of spells, but there is no such person in Sea Sky Town." When Bojun smiled bitterly, "The sea race has mobilized so many people to invade, so the girl must be real, but she must have left the Eastern Territory." Tang Xian's face revealed a strange expression, and she said coldly, "Humph, according to all the clues, it must be Li Yunxiao who took her away." When Bojun shook his head, "I don't think so. We have checked Li Yunxiao's whereabouts before he entered the end of heaven and earth, and there is no one around him. Also, when he confronted the sea race in Sea Sky Town, it is very likely that he lied to them in exchange for a moment of peace. It is very likely that the girl went missing on her own. Since she can escape from the sea race, she naturally won't be easily captured." Tang Xian said, "No matter what, Li Yunxiao can't escape from the current situation. If he had reported this situation in Sea Sky Town in time, we would have been able to prepare earlier, and we wouldn't have to retreat again and again." When Bojun nodded, "Of course we have to capture Li Yunxiao. Unfortunately, we didn't know that this matter was related to him, so we called Fu Yichuan and the 5 hall masters back, wasting the opportunity of Fengling City. Now it is too late to regret, and we can only think of a way to deal with the crisis in front of us. But these sea race are too stubborn, and they want to find that girl no matter what. What a headache. He shook his head repeatedly, a distressed expression on his face. Humph, then let's beat them until they go back. Tang Xian's face flashed with arrogance, and she said coldly, they really think that the human race is easy to bully. This is the best opportunity for Lord Father to take over, and you must teach these sea beasts a lesson. Wen Bojun only smiled bitterly, and said no more. A large number of experts were teleported away one by one, and soon it was Li Yunxiao's Battle Blade team's turn. The 20 people all stood on the teleportation array, and a ray of light lit up. Soon, they entered the spatial passage, and the surroundings were pitch black. In just a few breaths of time, they saw a ray of light, and then appeared on the ground. After the 20 people stood still, they immediately began to observe the scene in front of them. The huge city was extremely simple, and there were only some sturdy metal walls. The inside of the city was almost empty, but it was spacious enough. Liang Yuanji began to contact the person in charge, and they exchanged communication jade pendants. The person in charge simply said, the city is manifested by an array artifact, so it is very simple. You can find a place to stay in the city, and you can cultivate in peace while waiting for the orders from above. Li Yunxiao looked around. The entire city was divided into two halves, and the newcomers who were teleported occupied a small part of the city. In the other half of the city, many warriors were cultivating in groups, and there were also many people flying around, busy. Liang Yuanji said to everyone, let's find an empty space to cultivate. It is strictly forbidden to attack anyone here, regardless of the reason. If anyone violates the rules, they will be killed without mercy. Li Yunxiao scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately understood the structure of the entire city. The huge city in front of them was made up of 7 unsealed Xian artifacts. It should be a complete set of construction Xian artifacts. After being unsealed, they were ingeniously combined to form such a huge city. It was unknown which faction had provided them, but it was extremely rare. The city walls were gray in color, but they were made up of several kinds of strong 7th-level materials. Every 100 meters, there was a revered martial artist guarding it like an iron bucket. The main city's pavilion was designed to have 3 floors. The top 2 protruding corners were like the heads of beasts. It was very magnificent. The entire building was silver-white, and there were flowing lights flashing on it. From time to time, there would be patterns appearing. It was obvious that there was a very powerful restriction inside. Bai Luo sect and the first-class team were directly invited into the main city's pavilion. There was no sign of Emperor Wu in the entire open space. Under Liang Yuanji's lead, everyone found a corner to settle down. Liang Yuanji said, I will have to trouble Master Feiyang for the time being. I will go to the palace to handle some procedures. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, don't worry. Liang Yuanji then walked towards the palace with a peace of mind. Li Yunxiao's strength had already gained everyone's recognition. He could basically control these people. This was the first time that everyone had seen such a huge combination of Xian artifacts. They all revealed looks of surprise and curiosity, and even some excitement. Elder Yan also sighed in amazement and said, I think that even if we let the martial artists attack the city, they would not be able to break through in a short period of time. Li Yunxiao's expression was indifferent. The value of this set of Xian artifacts was immeasurable. Even such a precious item had to be used. It was obvious that the battle was not looking good. He said calmly, you're talking about a single warrior or dozens of warriors. Under the combined Xian weapon of this huge city, it's indeed difficult to play a role. But if they're facing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of strong warriors of the Sea clan, or Emperor Wu with 9 stars and above, this city is just like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Taisada laughed and said, Ha, Lord Feiyang, don't scare us. There are more than 100,000 members of the Sea race and Emperor Jiuxing. How can we fight them? We can just surrender. Li Yunxiao said, there shouldn't be any Emperor Jiuxing. If there really is one, then the situation will escalate to a very high level. The East Sea is definitely preparing to go to war with the humans. However, the possibility of hundreds of thousands of the Sea race is very high. The Eastern Sea was vast and boundless. It was even vaster than the Martial Heaven continent. Even the Four Seas king races couldn't contain all of them. There were even existences even more terrifying than the king races hidden within. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. In their opinion, it was normal for hundreds of thousands of ordinary people to go on an expedition. However, it was hard to imagine that there would be so many powerful warriors fighting in a chaotic battle. Many warriors had set up stalls around the plaza to sell their goods. Most of them had nothing to do anyway. In such a chaotic place, there were very few people who could meditate, which added to the liveliness of the place. Li Yunxiao looked around, trying to find out the situation of the battle. Dong Long. Suddenly, the entire city trembled. The sound of a drum reverberated in the sky, everyone's expression changed. They looked up in horror. The sound came from above the city. A green light spread out in the sky, covering a radius of a few thousand meters. It was extremely beautiful and shocking. The entire plaza suddenly became quiet. Many people had a look of fear on their faces. Everyone in the Battle Blade team became nervous and held their breaths. After a while, there was no other reaction. Elder Yan said in a daze, "Is this the signal to summon the battle?" Li Yunxiao also frowned. He didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the side. It coldly snorted and said, "Hee hee, you're all new here, right?" Everyone turned around and saw a man leaning on the city wall. He had a roguish aura and looked sloppy. However, he had the cultivation of an 8-star revered martial artist. He was looking at them mockingly. "Humph, so what if you're new? You have a problem with that?" The green-faced man saw that the other party's cultivation was only SOSO. He immediately revealed a displeased expression and coldly snorted. "Hee hee, it's nothing." The roguish 8-star revered martial artist smiled and said, "The sound of the drum just now was a warning. It means that there are enemies. However, that's all there is. If it sounds again, it means that there is danger. We must be prepared. If it sounds 3 times, it means that the enemy has started to attack. We must be ready to fight at any time." So that's how it was. Everyone understood and their hearts relaxed. Although everyone was full of confidence, they were still a little nervous about the actual battle. Moreover, it was basically their first time fighting against the foreign races. Li Yunxiao nodded at the person and asked, "Friend, how long have you been at the front lines? Do you know the specific situation of the current war?" A cold expression flashed across the person's face. He smiled sloppily and said, "Not long. It's only been less than 2 months. Li Yunxiao said, "That's still very early. Can you tell us in detail about the war?" Everyone pricked up their ears and surrounded him. They were all very interested. Of course. The person was very straightforward. He stretched out his hand and asked, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. I'll tell you everything you want to know. TSK, you're so poor that you've gone crazy. The red-haired man flicked his sleeves and revealed a mocking expression. He said disdainfully, "You can ask any old man about these things. We'll give you 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Do you think we're idiots?" The others were also unhappy and looked down on him. The person still looked like a roguish. He snorted and said, "Whatever. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones is because we're all rogue cultivators. Otherwise, don't come to me for less than 1,000,000. Swish, swish, more than a dozen people raised their middle fingers. All of them had mocking and disdainful expressions. The person didn't say anything. He just looked at the crowd coldly, his eyes full of mockery and pity. Li Yunxiao was silent for a moment. Then he threw out a bag of primordial stones and said, 100,000 top-grade primordial stones. Take it. Your Excellency Feiyong. Everyone was shocked. They didn't understand why Li Yunxiao would give this person such a good deal. The person was obviously stunned. Then he picked up the storage bag with joy. He swept it with his divine sense and put it away. Then he said with a smile, "Not bad. You're a smart boy. I'm Chen Zhongwei. I'd like to make friends with you." Li Yunxiao wasn't interested in making friends with him. He just asked calmly, "Which group did you come to the front? How many people came? How many people are left?" Qin Zhongwei's body trembled slightly when he heard this question. His eyes were full of fear. After a while, he calmed down a little and put away his frivolous attitude. He said, at that time, the entire transportation was smooth. I can't say which group I came from, but I was definitely at the front. When the sea race invaded for the first time, I was already here before Ocean Skytown fell. At the beginning of the battle, there were about 700 people on our side. When the battle started, many experts were sent over. There were no less than 3,000 people. Only about 300 survived. What? 3,300 left? The green-faced man couldn't help but shout. Everyone's expression changed. It was obvious that they couldn't accept this result. Everyone was in disbelief. The red-haired man's face was ashen. He said, what about the cultivation of these 3,000 people? Qin Zhongwei grinned and said, there were at least 500 people above Marshal Venerable. They were no weaker than the people in the city. Everyone was silent. Their faces were extremely ugly. Qin Zhongwei continued, the remaining 300 people died or went missing in the following battles. I'm afraid there are less than 30 people left in this city. Pfft. When everyone heard this, they felt as if their bodies had fallen into an ice cave. They couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth under the scorching sun. They felt as if their blood vessels were about to freeze. A faint sense of fear spread among the people. Everyone could see the panic in each other's eyes. Qin Zhongwei smiled in ridicule. He was very proud of himself. He said, you will know how terrifying the sea race is after you experience it. Now, the number of warriors in this city has increased to more than 1,000. I wonder how many will be left after the next wave of attacks. The old man took a few deep breaths from his pipe. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, everyone, don't be too pessimistic. The situation now should be much better than before. If it really is so terrifying, how did these people survive until now? This brat is obviously exaggerating to scare us. Everyone thought that it was reasonable. They stared at the man with cold anger. However, the excitement from when they first arrived in the city had completely disappeared. Xianxia said, don't be too nervous. Don't let your guard down. Compared to the beginning of the war, we have a clear understanding of the sea race's strength and are prepared. Secondly, the front lines on land are getting longer. The sea race is getting more and more disadvantaged. Thirdly, this city's defense is far above Xianxia town. It has the momentum of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Qin Zhongwei looked at Xianxia with some surprise. He was surprised that this person was so young but had such good knowledge. He suspiciously asked, are you the captain? Xianxia said, we are the Blade Squad. I am the vice-captain. What methods did the sea race use to attack the city? Why did they lose so much? Qin Zhongwei suddenly became silent. It seemed as if he was trying to recall something. His eyes flashed with fear. Xianxia frowned. It seemed that this person was indeed stimulated. He went forward and patted the other's shoulder. He indifferently said, don't be afraid. This is the city. It is 100% safe. Qin Zhongwei's body, which was trembling in fear, stopped at this pat. A sense of warmth and security spread in his heart. He raised his head and saw Xianxiao's handsome face and eyes that were as bright as the stars. He couldn't help but be startled. This person gave him a very reliable and safe feeling. The fear in his heart was dispelled at this moment. Starfish, a large number of terrifying starfish. I've never seen so many terrifying starfish in my life. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The whole Haitian town was submerged. Those starfish all eat people. Qin Zhongwei still had a lingering fear in his heart. His mind, which had just calmed down, was once again filled with fear. His hands were still constantly waving, as if there were starfish crawling all over his body. Xianxia's pupils shrank slightly, and a faint spiritual power spread out from his eyes. Qin Zhongwei immediately stopped waving his limbs and calmed down again. He took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. When we first arrived at Sky Town, the war had not yet started. I heard from the people in the town that the two races had talked for a long time, and they had also probed and attacked each other several times. I was afraid that a big war was about to start. Sure enough, on the third day after we arrived at Xianxia town, the first large-scale attack began. Elder Smoke said, they used starfish as weapons to attack? The rest of the people felt that it was a little funny, and many of them smiled. Qin Zhongwei glanced at those people, and a trace of haze flashed across his face, but he did not care too much, and continued to say, the sea race directly used a secret method to stimulate the tide, flooding Xianxia town, and those waves carried a large number of aggressive creatures. There were red jellyfish that were as huge as mountains, spewing black poisonous gas and electric light, and fish monsters with 2 hairy hands could even punch. Among them, the most terrifying were those green starfish, each of them had a human face and teeth. They were swept up by the waves and rushed towards the defensive array, using their teeth to gnaw at the power of the defensive array, nibbling away bit by bit. Hearing this, everyone was a little scared, and no one laughed anymore, all of them had a solemn face. Qin Zhongwei continued to say, almost crying, at that time, the defensive array was not broken, and it had been holding up. We just felt disgusted and incredulous when we saw it. After all, it was the first time that we came into contact with the sea race, who knew that there were so many strange things in the sea. At that time, the captain of our team even joked that we didn't know how these things would taste when cooked, which made everyone laugh. In less than 15 minutes, the defense of such a huge city was suddenly broken. I will never forget that moment. Overwhelming numbers of weird creatures rushed at us. Their levels were not high. Those starfish were all level 3 and level 4, and the most powerful red jellyfish was only level 6. There were about 34 of them. We were not afraid of them at all. Qin Zhongwei paused for a moment, tears rolling down his cheeks. He said sadly, at that time, the lord sent by Red Moon City, Lord Liao Yangbing from Ocean Sky Town, and some experts from Emperor Wu gave the order to attack. The morale of the 700 people in the city was high. They felt that they had to give these sea beasts a taste of their own medicine, so they charged forward bravely. Li Yunxiao said calmly, who would have thought that this slaughter would be endless? Even when your essence force was exhausted and your limbs were weak, you still couldn't see the end. Qin Zhongwei collected his emotions and asked in surprise, how did you know? Li Yunxiao said, I know quite a bit about these marine species. These man-eating starfish belong to the Exploding Star clan. They have amazing reproductive abilities and like to live in groups in the sea. They can be seen in many places. A group of exploding stars can be as few as 1 million, and as many as 10 billion. Even the royal families of the 4 seas will have a headache when they encounter a group of over 100 million exploding stars. Therefore, the marine species has always been monitoring the Exploding Star clan. If they grow too strong, they will think of a way to make 2 groups of exploding stars kill each other to reduce their threat. Everyone was curious. This was the first time they had heard of these things. Guan Xingyang couldn't help but ask, do these exploding stars kill their own kind? Li Yunxiao explained, exploding stars are also divided into several levels. Among them, green is the most common. Usually, only those with level 3 or level 4 cultivation are the most common. In addition, there are red, yellow, and mutated blue ones. Among them, the highest level is the level 8 black exploding star, also known as the Exploding Star King. There can only be 1 exploding star king in each group. If 2 of them meet, they will definitely fight to the death. The marine species took advantage of this and tried to control the Exploding Star clan as much as possible. Qin Zhongwei shook his head with a bitter smile and said, if you were in Haitian town at that time, maybe such a tragic thing wouldn't have happened. Everyone was silent, and they all felt a chill in their hearts. Thinking of the millions, or even hundreds of millions of man-eating starfish crazily rushing over, they felt as if they were there, and their foreheads kept dripping with cold sweat. When Li Yunxiao said that they might encounter the attack of hundreds of thousands of marine species warriors, they thought it was an exaggeration. Now it seemed that it was not a big deal at all. Qin Zhongwei spat out the fear in his heart and felt much better. He had been suppressing it in his heart these days, and his whole person was almost going crazy. He continued, I don't remember how long that battle lasted, but it was really exhausting, and my hands and feet were weak. People in the same team fell one by one, and that kind of despair spread from the bottom of their hearts. There were starfish all around, and that kind of feeling was like you were fighting alone in the vast sea of starfish. Finally, those Emperor Wu powerhouses also found that something was wrong, and at this time, they also had a disagreement. Some people decided to stay, and some people insisted on retreating. The Lord from Red Moon City insisted on staying, and the Lord of Haitian Town, Lord Liao Yangbing, insisted on retreating. This dispute wasted a lot of precious time, and many companions died in the mouths of starfish. In the end, the Lord from Red Moon City finally understood that they could not fight anymore, so under the leadership of their Emperor Wu, they killed their way out. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Who is the Lord from Red Moon City?" "Mi Gaoyang." Qin Zhongwei spat out these 3 words fiercely, as if he was talking to an enemy. Li Yunxiao vaguely seemed to have heard this name before, but he had no impression of it. It was most likely an unknown nobody from Red Moon City or the Four Extremes sect. At first, no one expected things to develop like this, and Tang Qing probably just sent some minions to deal with it. Elder Yan hurriedly asked, "And then?" Since they understood the power of Starburst, why did so many people die in the end? Qin Zhongwei bitterly said, "After killing our way out of the encirclement, 700 people were reduced to less than 100, and we retreated more than 30 miles. Mi Gaoyang immediately reported the situation back to Red Moon City, and the order from Red Moon City was to take back Haitian Town, because it is the first barrier of the continent, and if we can't take back the teleportation formation, we won't be able to send a large number of powerhouses over in a short period of time." Everyone thought that we should find a chance to kill our way back. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Haitian Town's teleportation formation was built on the sea, and I'm afraid it was destroyed at the beginning of the war. How could you come up with such a low-level decision?" Qin Zhongwei smiled bitterly and said, "Naturally, it's impossible to take back the teleportation array that's built on the sea. Lord Liao Yangbing said that there's a huge secret room under their city lord's mansion. There's also a mid-range teleportation array that can reach the nearby cities." Li Yunxiao secretly cursed this old fox. "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Qin Zhongwei said, "At that time, after the decision was made, a lord from the Baiming family went to investigate the situation." "Wait, Baiming family?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. The others were also surprised and happy. Guan Xingyang said, "I didn't think that the Baiming family would come all the way here, worthy of being one of the 7 superpowers. This sense of responsibility is unparalleled." The wrinkles on Elder Yan's face also smoothed out a little. He said, "Yes, with 2 superpowers working together, we are much safer." Qin Zhongwei also nodded repeatedly, said, "Fortunately, the Baiming family has a few Emperor Wu masters, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." The Baiming family's Emperor Wu and Master Liao Yangbing sneaked back to Haitian Town, found the teleportation formation, and began to send a steady stream of cultivators over. Li Yunxiao said, "When they returned, the people of the sea race should have already retreated, right?" Qin Zhongwei was stunned for a moment, said, How do you know?" He suddenly realized that the young man in front of him seemed to be able to predict everything. The other members of the Battle Blade squad also looked curiously at Li Yunxiao. They found that they could not see through this vice-captain, but the more powerful Li Yunxiao's performance, the happier they were. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Why would the people of the sea race defend the city? Since all of you have run away, they will naturally retreat to the sea. I don't know which idiot came up with the idea of defending Ocean Skytown's first line of defense to the death. If they retreat to Blazing Light City and the nearby small cities, the casualties will be greatly reduced." Qin Zhongwei pondered. He did not know whether what Li Yunxiao said was right, but at least the previous strategic losses were indisputable. He continued expressionlessly, "Fortunately, a large number of mortals were sent away because of the tension of the war. After receiving a large number of cultivators from all over the world, we rearranged the defense of Haitian Town. This time everyone was full of confidence, because there were a total of more than 30 Emperor Wu masters, and 2 formation masters presiding over the barrier formation. It was basically impregnable." "And then?" Everyone waited for a while, but Qin Zhongwei did not speak, so Guan Xingyang could not help but ask. Elder Yan said, "You really are a big idiot. Of course we lost the defense, otherwise how would we be in the giant city evolved from a profound artifact?" Guan Xingyang was not convinced. He wanted to refute, but found that it was indeed so. He suddenly felt powerless. He said, "How did we lose? Logically speaking, with such a strong defense, those exploding stars should not be able to attack, right?" Li Yunxiao said, "As long as there are enough of them, there is no city that cannot be attacked. Since the sea race mobilized the Exploding Stars clan, no city by the sea can withstand it. Even if Divine Transformation Sea Realm and Sacred Domain come, the result will be the same. Qin Zhongwei looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Brother, if you can enter the main battle decision-making group, it will be good, you can definitely save many lives." Li Yunxiao shook his head. The key is that humans know too little about the sea race, and Tang Qing is just a businessman, he only knows how to play tricks. How would he know the pros and cons of the war? He only knows how to show off and establish his prestige. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all horrified. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, who dared to say such things in public? If the people of Red Moon City heard it, they would definitely die. Qin Zhongwei also cautiously exhorted, "Little brother, you have extraordinary strength and wisdom, and your future is bright. You will definitely become a great figure in the future, but you must remember that a loose tongue can cause trouble." Li Yunxiao did not take it seriously, but he also knew that the other party was saying it for his own good, so he smiled gently. The people of the Battle Blade Squad were also silent, as if each of them had their own thoughts. Qin Zhongwei continued, "Everyone knows what happened next. A large number of experts died, but those starfish were endless. At this time everyone finally realized that they could not defend, so they began to retreat. And the saddest thing is that during the whole process, except for a few Master Emperor Wu who rushed out to kill some experts of the sea race who controlled the tide, the sea race was unharmed. Damn it. The one who led the battle must take full responsibility." Guan Xingyang angrily punched the air, making a slight vibration and attracting many gazes. Li Yunxiao said, "So, the battle has lasted for so long, but you have not really fought with the sea race?" Qin Zhongwei said shamefully, "Not really. On the day of retreat, the sea race chased us for more than 10 miles. Then we retreated 30 miles to set up camp and began to set up the transmission array, but we were attacked by the experts of the sea race. The whole human race was defeated, so we retreated to this giant city." Everyone's mood suddenly became very heavy. Looking at the mighty team, they thought that victory was just a matter of time, but now it turned out that they had been defeated again and again, and the whole line had almost collapsed. An indescribable depression emerged in everyone's heart, and they all looked gloomy. Li Yunxiao's expression was the same as usual. He had guessed that they would be forced to retreat, but he did not think that they would be in such a pathetic and miserable state. Furthermore, the sea race did not even need to shed a drop of blood. He continued to ask, "Who provided this huge city?" This city derived from a magical weapon was very high-end, obviously not something that ordinary people could afford. There should be experts in this city. Judging from the previous battle, Tang Qing was probably restless in Crimson Moon City. Once the battle line collapsed, it would be difficult for him to keep his position as the city lord of Crimson Moon City. Qin Zhongwei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm just a small fry, so I don't know about the matters of the upper echelons. Damn it, what a scam. Isn't this just sending us to our deaths?" Taisha was furious and said, "I'm not participating in this battle anymore." The rest of the people also became restless. The situation was so terrible, who would still risk their lives? They were only after money. They had no intention of throwing their lives away. "Hee, not participating?" Qin Zhongwei mocked, "Do you think you can leave after coming here? If I didn't have to participate, would I still be here?" Elder Yan asked in a serious tone, "What do you mean? Are we not allowed to back out halfway?" Ruthlessness flashed in Qin Zhongwei's eyes, and he said hatefully, "All those who escape will be pursued and killed until they die." This time everyone's expression changed greatly. Even the air they breathed in felt cold. Qin Zhongwei sneered and said, "What? Do you think you've been deceived? Haha, these people won't reason with you. If you listen, you might have a chance to live. If you don't listen, you will die." Seeing that everyone was filled with anger, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but say, "I agree with this point. Everyone is here to help in the war. No matter what your purpose is, since you're here, you should do your job well. If there's profit to be gained, then stay. If there's no profit to be gained, then leave. How are we going to fight this war?" Although this was the logic, everyone couldn't help but feel indignant and pessimistic. Qin Zhongwei said, "Friend, I see that your point of view and analysis are very unique. What do you think of this war? Do we have any hope of winning? Li Yunxiao pondered and said, this matter can't be judged at the moment. Unless the two races' higher-ups come forward to negotiate and mediate, I'm afraid there will be a long period of deadlock. Little Red had fused with his Agarine, so it was impossible for it to be handed over. Therefore, the sea race had to give it up. Qin Zhongwei revealed a disappointed expression and lamented, I don't know if I can live until the moment I leave. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said, I'm now a person without a team. I'm afraid I'll soon be assigned to another team. Friend, can your team accept me? Li Yunxiao said, isn't the team based on the maximum number of people that can be teleported, which is 20? Otherwise, wouldn't we have to be separated during the teleportation? Qin Zhongwei smiled bitterly and said, at this point, there's no need to teleport anymore. As long as everyone is willing and reports to the higher-ups, they can be separated and regrouped. As long as you don't run away or resist orders, the higher-ups won't care about this. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, all right, since that's the case. The Battle Blade Squad welcomes you. Qin Zhongwei's face revealed a happy expression. He didn't know why, but he felt that Li Yunxiao was very reliable. Following such a person would increase his chances of survival by a lot. He took out the top-grade origin stones and wanted to return them to the other party, but Li Yunxiao refused to accept them. Everyone also felt that the 100,000 top-grade origin stones were worth it. Abandoning their fantasies, everyone became more vigilant. Pung! Pung! Suddenly, 2 war drums sounded in the air, and 2 halos of light, one green and one yellow, appeared. Not good, there's an enemy. Qin Zhongwei hurriedly said, 2 war drums, all captains and vice-captains must go to the city wall to meet the enemy. Sure enough, there were figures rising from the square and flying to the city wall. A yellow light fell directly in front of the Battle Blade Squad. Liang Yuanji appeared and said anxiously, there's a battle, Li Feiyong, come with me. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew to the city wall. Li Yunxiao said in a heavy tone, you all stay here, don't wander off. Every captain will maintain order. Then he chased after them, landing directly on the city wall. The city wall was more than 30 meters wide, enough for them to fight on. It was also the enemy's last line of defense. If the city wall fell, then they were all finished. Li Yunxiao stood directly next to Liang Yuanji and looked forward like everyone else. He saw a large number of sea race figures appearing in the distance, their killing intent soaring. There were also all kinds of flags raised high, with all kinds of strange creatures drawn on them. There were more than 100 of them. Li Yunxiao's heart became heavy. Although there were many sea races, there were only a limited number of races that could fight on land. Now that there were more than 100 of them, it proved that the other side had come prepared. The atmosphere on the city wall gradually became tense. Many people's faces flashed with excitement. They were all warriors who came with Li Yunxiao and didn't know how fierce the battle was. Li Yunxiao looked at the main tower, and sure enough, there were many Emperor Wu gathered. Suddenly, his divine sense froze, as if it had hit an invisible wall, unable to move forward. He was shocked and his pupils shrank. To be able to block his divine sense, there were actually 9th-level alchemists on the main tower. Huh? The 3rd floor of the main tower was where all the strong warriors gathered. They were all nervously looking at the sea race troops coming closer and closer. An old man sat on a luxurious chair, wearing a huge skull ring on his hand. Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise. His brows furrowed and he looked in Li Yunxiao's direction. After Li Yunxiao's divine sense touched that invisible wall, it was like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. A surging force directly chased after his divine sense. The other side had already discovered his existence and wanted to find out who he was. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted softly. His spiritual force quickly spun in the distance, turning into an invisible whirlpool and sucking in the tracking force. He then formed a seal with one hand. Red light flashed in his eyes and he immediately cut off all traces of the divine sense. By the time the tracking force emerged from the dissipating vortex, it had completely lost its target. It could only charge in the same direction it had gone in for a few hundred meters, checking everyone on the city wall one by one. In the end, it returned empty-handed. Other than Li Yunxiao, the warriors on the city wall naturally didn't know that just now, all kinds of information about them had been clearly scanned by the powerful divine sense. How is this possible? On the main tower, the old man with the huge skull ring was shocked, and he stood up from his chair. Master Luo Tian, what's wrong? On the main seat in the center was Red Moon City Councillor Ning Huaishu. His solemn eyes looked at the 9th-level alchemist, Luo Tian, even more solemn. Everyone retracted their gazes from the front and looked at the world-renowned alchemist. Master, did you discover something? An old man asked slowly. It was Fu Yichuan, who had chased after Li Yunxiao before. He had also come with 5 hall masters to help. Just as Li Yunxiao had expected, after the defeat in the Battle of Sea and Sky, Tang Qing could no longer sit still. In a situation where they had lost 3,000 warriors, they couldn't even find out the strength of the sea race. This almost drove him crazy. The entire front line was in a state of collapse. He could no longer care about scheming and sent all of his trusted aides to the battlefield. At this moment, there were as many as 12 high-grade Emperor Wu above the 7th level in the giant city. At this moment, everyone's idea was to suppress the war at all costs and not let it spread to the mainland. However, in the face of the unparalleled number of the sea race, no matter how many high-grade Emperor Wu there were, it was useless. Enough warriors had to participate in the fight together. Therefore, the deployment of logistics was getting tighter and tighter. The bargaining chips promised to the rogue warriors were getting higher and higher, and the deployment of the sects in the eastern region was getting more and more urgent. Luo Tian was a world-renowned alchemist in the Soul Transformation Sea. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he wouldn't frown. However, he stood up like this, which made everyone's heart tighten. After a moment of shock, Luo Tian regained his composure and sat back in his chair. He asked, "Are there other 9th-level alchemists in this giant city?" Ning Huaishu was taken aback. "Only Master Luo Tian and Master Xianxia. There are no other 9th-rank alchemists." Xianxia was a 9th-rank alchemist from Crimson Moon City and was also sent to help. Xianxia also felt it was strange and looked at Luo Tian in confusion. "Brother Luo Tian, why do you ask?" Luo Tian pointed in Li Yunxiao's direction and said, "Just now, someone used his divine sense to investigate in that direction, and I noticed it. Just as I was about to track the source of that divine sense, he actually created a large spiritual storm and sucked my divine sense into it. By the time I came out, I had already lost track of that person." What? This time everyone was shocked and looked at each other in disbelief. Xianxia said, "Brother Luo Tian, did you make a mistake?" As a 9th-rank alchemist, it was impossible for him to make a mistake, but Luo Tian's words were too unbelievable, so he couldn't help but ask. As for the others, although they thought the same, no one dared to ask. It was disrespectful to a master alchemist. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. "What does Brother Xianxia think?" Xianxia shook his head, knowing that he was being rude. Another Crimson Moon City powerhouse, Ning Kongjin, couldn't help but say, "It's not strange for powerhouses to suppress their cultivation and blend in with the crowd. Last time, there was a martial eminence who only revealed his strength in a fight. It turned out to be a 3-star Emperor Wu. But a 9th-rank alchemist blending in with the crowd, this is really hard to believe." Ning Huaishu frowned, afraid that Luo Tian would be unhappy. Since Master Luo Tian said so, it naturally can't be wrong. No matter what this person's goal is, at least it's beneficial to us. Everyone nodded, but they still didn't believe it. Ning Huaishu said, "This time, the sea race's invasion, did the 2 masters find any clues?" Xianxia said, "From a rough look, there are 8 high-level Emperor Wu powerhouses among the sea race, and 40 Jiutian Emperor Wu powerhouses. Their strength is definitely not below ours. As long as there are no more low-level sea beasts, we don't have to fear a battle." An Emperor Wu powerhouse said angrily, gritting his teeth. It was Mi Gaoyang, with Liao Yangbing by his side with a worried expression. Luo Tian said, "If that's all they have, then there's no need to worry since we are far away from the sea. But from what I see, these sea race people don't seem to intend to attack the city. Instead, they want to settle down." Ning Huaishu raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Settle? Do they want to fight us?" Luo Tian said, "I don't know about that. Although they're coming menacingly, they don't have much killing intent, and their speed is getting slower and slower. Setting up camp here will only bring them harm and no benefit. They must have some backup plan. Ning Huaishu said worriedly, with their current strength, they should be able to fight us. If they still have something up their sleeves. He asked the person behind him worriedly, why isn't young Master Feng here? Young Master Baiming Lai Feng has already said that they won't participate in the battle, but they can help in times of danger. Ning Huaishu nodded. Young Master Lai Feng is the most outstanding junior of the Baiming family. We can't command him, but if Skyscraping City is in danger, he won't hold back. Add to that the Baiming family's powerhouses, we have the advantage. Xianxia frowned. The Baiming family seems to be plotting something. They won't fight, but they won't leave either. I don't know what they're thinking. Lord Huaishu, it's best if you don't consider them too highly. Ning Huaishu said, you're right. Given the current situation, do you think we should continue to observe or take the initiative to attack? Attacking can disrupt the enemy's formation, but we'll lose the defensive advantage of Skyscraping City. If we continue watching, I'm afraid the situation won't be good. Everyone hesitated, unable to make a decision. Luo Tian smiled, that's simple. We just need to send people to attack. First, we can disrupt their formation, and second, we can test their strength. Not bad, this is a good plan. Ning Huaishu was overjoyed. Who's willing to lead people to attack? Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. Ning Huaishu revealed a look of dissatisfaction and said, how about this, I'll trouble Sir Mi Gao Yang and Sir Liao Yangbing. The two of you are currently the most knowledgeable about the sea race, so you two are the most suitable to go. Their expressions changed, wanting to refuse but not daring to. Ning Huaishu waved his hand, you two lead 4 second-level squads, a total of 80 people. Leave through the teleportation formation and catch them off guard. It's best if you can lure the sea race to the city, then we'll open the city's restrictions and kill them. As you command, Lord. The two had cursed Ning Huaishu 100 times in their hearts. Xianxia said, it's best to choose the newcomers this time. I can see that they're all full of fighting spirit. The two naturally understood. They looked at each other and left. Ning Huaishu said, not only is Master Luo Tian's formula Dao shocking, but he's also very intelligent. If you can stay and help me, we can definitely push back the sea race. Luo Tian said indifferently, I'm only here on Lord Lu Tsongzi's orders to set up the Skyscraping City. This is also City Lord Tang's deal with the Soul Formation Sea Realm. Now that my mission is complete, I'll leave tomorrow. Ning Huaishu said unwillingly, this is a war between two races. Lord Luo Tian directly raised his hand, cutting him off, I still have important matters to attend to. Lord Huaishu is enough. Ning Huaishu sighed inwardly, knowing that he couldn't force him to stay, so he didn't mention it again. On the city wall, all the captain-level martial artists were watching, discussing. It was the first time for most people to come into contact with so many sea race, so they were very curious and excited. The huge troops lined up in front of them, seemingly divided according to their race. They spread out on the ground for 100 miles, filling everyone's sight. Liang Yuanji said in disbelief, how does Brother Feiyang know that the sea race will set up camp here and not attack directly? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and didn't explain. Liang Yuanji smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that this person was very intelligent and strong. Since he didn't want to say it, he couldn't force him. Moreover, this was a matter for the higher-ups, so he couldn't do anything even if he knew. He could only ask, if that's really the case, what should we do? Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, it's not good to give up the giant city and fight, but if the sea race finishes setting up, it will be troublesome. If I were Ning Huaishu, I would definitely send small teams to constantly attack and disrupt their arrangements, then wait for an opportunity to make a move. Liang Yuanji nodded inwardly, feeling that this was reasonable. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting came from the left side of the sea race troops, and they seemed to have fallen into chaos. Li Yunxiao revealed a look of surprise. His divine sense was so strong that it could directly penetrate into the other side's camp. He discovered the source of chaos in the camp in an instant, as well as the fact that Liao Yangbing had fallen into it. He couldn't help but laugh. That Ning Huaishu seems to have some intelligence. What's wrong? Liang Yuanji asked. His divine sense wasn't enough to discover the reason for the changes in front of him. He just looked over and saw flashes of light in front of him on the left. It seemed like a battle had started. He waited for a while, but didn't get a reply from Li Yunxiao. He instantly felt bored and annoyed. He didn't ask any more and began to observe more carefully. At this time, there was also a commotion on the city wall. People were discussing, and they guessed that it was their own people who had launched a surprise attack. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Soon, those people who had launched a surprise attack began to quickly retreat. After killing a bunch of people, they had chosen the weaker races to teleport over, catching the other side off guard. There was even a sea race emperor who had been killed on the spot. The sea race's disadvantage was that they lacked arcane masters. No one had the powerful divine sense that could directly investigate the situation of the giant city. This was also one of the reasons they didn't dare to attack. Also, there were too many sea race warriors, and they all had their own masters. There was no effective unified management, and the battle line was very long. It was only after Liao Yanbing and the others had killed a bunch of people that the central camp discovered and immediately sent out a large number of experts to pursue. Bam! In the main camp of the sea race, a cold-looking man smashed the table into pieces and angrily shouted, "More than half of the turtle tribe was killed by hundreds of humans, and they still managed to escape. Are you all eating sh*t? 2 rows of sea race experts with different appearances stood below. Some were as fat as meatballs, while some were as short as a normal human's knee. Everyone had a solemn expression and didn't dare to make a sound. Lord Guanqing, please calm down. I have already ordered my people to pursue. A sea race man with a blue and white body, a pointy head, and 2 tentacles at the corner of his mouth spoke. Our sea race warriors are too large. It's inevitable that they will find a loophole. Why don't we just attack the city? Guanqing glanced at him with a gloomy expression and coldly said, Attack the city? That city is formed by an astonishing mystic artifact. Just the city wall alone can withstand the defense of a rank 7 mystic artifact. We still don't know how many experts there are in the city. Why don't you tell me how to attack it? That person was unhappy. My Power Whale tribe has never been afraid of death. Guanqing coldly said, Power Whale Commander, I understand what you mean. Everyone here is a sea race expert. Who among us is afraid of death? But we can't die in vain. Previously, under North Sea Ruinxiang's scheme, we used the Exploding Star tribe to attack the city, and we won again and again. Now that he has left, if I suffer a huge defeat, where will my Guanqing's face be? Where will my East Sea's face be? The short ugly fish commander said, Lord Guanqing is right. Now that we are far away from the East Sea, we don't have enough supplies at the back. We must open the space tunnel and transfer those powerful giant beasts to open the way for us. That way, we can minimize our losses. Guanqing nodded and said, although this method is imitating Ruinxiang's, it is very effective. We must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. What the sea race lacks are arcane masters and mystic artifacts, but what they have are the countless sea beasts. The leader of the ugly fish race suggested, since our focus is to summon the deep-sea giant beasts, then we don't have to worry about the low-level existences like the legged turtle race. However, it is a shame to be ambushed by the humans. Why don't we send them to attack the city by force? Firstly, they can die honorably and avoid being ambushed. Secondly, they can explore the city. Thirdly, they can act as a cover for our true objective. What does Lord Guanqing think? Guanqing's eyes lit up and he laughed, haha, not bad. The ugly fish race is indeed brave and wise. He immediately ordered, gather all the races below grade B and immediately attack the city. This matter will be handled by the leaders of the ugly fish race, power whale race, and demon otter race. The rest of you are to cooperate with the opening of the spatial passage. Yes. Everyone responded in a deep voice, and a stern look flashed across their faces. The sea race was a warlike and cruel existence, and the laws of survival in the sea were much crueler than those on the continent. Every expert had to kill their way to the top. In the classification of the sea race, those below grade B were existences without Emperor Wu's experts. They were basically cannon fodder. This time, the 100 races that were suitable for land battles were mostly below grade B. After the assembly order was passed down, they began to move on a large scale. Liao Yongbing and the other 80 people attacked the legged turtle race and quickly fled towards the city. It took a while for the sea race to react. The first to give chase were the sea anemone race and the nautilus race that were adjacent to the legged turtle race. The two races had thousands of people and directly rushed out from the long battle line. After the crowd fled for a few thousand meters, the weakest few were immediately caught up by the sea race. They looked back from time to time and saw a mighty group of people. Some of them were covered in long hair and looked like flowers, but upon closer inspection, they were actually tentacles that were as thick as needles. There was also a group of people that had conch shells on their backs and heads that looked like parrots. The strange appearance was secondary. What really scared them was that the two sea race at the front were actually the Jiotian Emperor Wu. The last few people broke out in cold sweat and ran for their lives. However, the distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, they started to call for help. Mi Gaoyang frowned and pretended not to hear and continued to run. Liao Yongbing's face turned gloomy. He didn't want to take the risk to save people, but right now, there were countless experts watching from the city. He took the time to look back. At this moment, he was already far away from the sea race army. Although the army chasing after him was vast and mighty, the strongest two were only low-level martial emperors. After thinking for a while, he finally shouted, "Don't panic, all of you, I will bring them back." He stopped abruptly, and the dozens of people from the two squads flew past him one by one, all showing expressions of gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Yongbing. Please take care." The last few martial artists were so touched that they nearly cried. They thanked Liao Yongbing again and again, but their speed did not slow down. Instead, they sped up a bit. As long as they overtook Liao Yongbing, they would be safe. The last few warriors were so touched that they almost cried. They thanked him again and again, but they didn't slow down. Instead, they sped up. As long as they could pass Liao Yongbing, they would be safe. He took a step forward, and a snow-white saber suddenly fell from his back. He grabbed it, and a white light streaked across the sky, slashing towards the army of thousands of men and horses. The anemone commander at the front stopped in shock and turned around. Countless tentacles danced in the air and were cut off by the saber. Panic flashed in the eyes of the Wu Tsung commander. He immediately turned around and slashed at the shell of the Wu Tsung commander. Immediately, a crack appeared on the shell and debris flew everywhere. After the two commanders suffered a loss, they were extremely furious. One of them soared into the air, and the tentacles on his body pierced in all directions like steel needles. The air was filled with whooshing sounds of the air being torn apart. The other person took advantage of the momentum to turn around after resisting the saber radiance. A silver steel fork appeared in his hand, and he pierced through the air. Liao Yongbing snorted coldly and slashed 3 times with the snow saber in his hand. He slowly retreated in the air. Bang! 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 The 3 saber lights slashed at the steel needles that filled the sky, and all of them broke with a resounding sound. Liao Yongbing was different from other cultivators. He had lived in Heavenly Ocean Town for a long time and knew a little about the sea race. These 2 inferior-grade martial emperors were not his match in the first place. Furthermore, now that they were out of the sea, their strength would be greatly reduced. He didn't panic and moved his saber forward again, blocking the Wu Tsung commander's silver steel trident. Bang! Sparks flew. The opponent's impact was so strong that he was forced to retreat in the air. The Wu Tsung commander's sharp eyes looked like he wanted to swallow the opponent. The yuan energy on his body kept increasing. The 2 of them were almost stuck together and turned into a ray of light that rushed toward the giant city. Liao Yongbing's expression was cold. He sneered, but he was secretly happy. He didn't really want to fight to the death with these 2. He just wanted to finish his task. Moreover, the closer he was to the sky-scraping giant city, the safer he would be. Therefore, he pretended to be weak and forced the opponent to use all their strength to send him on his way. Suddenly, a soft voice came from afar and went straight into his ears. "Let's go, an expert is coming." Liao Yongbing's figure shook, and his expression changed drastically. He knew the owner of that voice was Li Yunxiao with a single glance. Could it be that Li Yunxiao was in the skyscraping giant city? He immediately remembered what Master Luo Tian said. There was a rank 9 alchemist mixed in the troops. Could it be him? A series of question marks appeared in his mind. He raised his head and looked behind the Wu Tsung commander. Only the sea anemone commander was chasing after him. The thousands of troops behind him were far behind. But Li Yunxiao was on the same side as him. There was no need to lie to him. Moreover, he had always been cautious. Cold saber. Bang! The snow saber suddenly shone with white light. A violent burst of elemental energy exploded and sent the Wu Tsung commander flying into the sky. He borrowed the force of the recoil and rushed more than 10 meters away. He then used his body technique and flew towards the giant city, leaving several afterimages in the sky. At the moment when the afterimages appeared, a black circle appeared in the sky. It was flickering with electric arcs. A thunderbolt struck down and hit the place where Liao Yongbing was standing. Rumble. The lightning flashed and engulfed a part of the sky, directly annihilating several afterimages. Liao Yongbing only felt a terrifying force rushing into his body. His body couldn't help but feel numb from the electricity. He actually lost his senses. The place where the lightning landed slowly turned into a snake-like black creature. After twisting its body a few times, it took on a human form. It stretched out its right hand, and its 5 fingers were connected by a membrane. A bolt of black lightning shot out from its palm. When Liao Yongbing lost his senses, he was scared out of his wits. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue. He used too much force and even broke a few of his teeth. Only then did he regain control of his body. He turned around and was about to escape. Bang! Bang! The black thunderball exploded behind him and swept up a black thunderbolt whirlpool in the sky. It devoured everything around it. Even the cautious Wu Tsung commander and the sea anemone commander had a huge change in expression. They quickly resisted the devouring force. Just as Liao Yongbing's body turned into a ray of light, he was sucked in by the thunderbolt and stopped for a moment. In his shock, he hurriedly injected several hand seals into the treasured saber. The snow-white saber suddenly turned red. With a wave of his hand, he slashed behind him. The suction force was broken. He didn't dare to turn back and turned into a ray of light to escape. He held the snow saber in front of him and slashed through the air. Humph! Bastard! The black marine species expert's body flashed and disappeared in the sky. In the next moment, he reappeared above Liao Yongbing and attacked with another black thunderbolt. Liao Yongbing was so scared that his face turned pale. The snow saber turned red again. The saber suddenly enlarged and slashed in the sky. Bang! 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 The bright red saber continuously exploded under the thunderbolt. At the same time, it was dyed pitch black. The power of the thunderbolt blasted into Liao Yongbing's body. He was sent flying dozens of meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could stabilize his body, he turned around and fled with the saber. Humph, are all humans so cowardly and useless? The face of the black oceanic race powerhouse revealed a cruel and mocking smile. His figure flashed, leaving behind several arcs of lightning as he disappeared into the sky once again. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a hair-thin black light shuttling back and forth in the sky. Its speed was so fast that it was hard to see it. Just as the black thunderbolt was about to catch up to Liao Yongbing, another thunderbolt flew over and directly collided with the black thunderbolt. Rumble. The 2 different colors of thunderbolts intertwined with each other like the yin and yang fishes of Tai Chi. The entire sky was affected by the 2 forces and the wind and clouds changed color. Rumble. Another thunderbolt sounded. The 2 thunderbolts turned into a dense net and spread out in the sky, devouring each other. The 2 different colors of thunderbolts corroded each other for a while. Suddenly, a human figure appeared and each of them made a move. The black marine species expert's body was abnormally weak and twisted like a fried dough twist. Lightning flickered on his body. With a strange cry, he slapped down with his palm. 5 small thunderballs condensed on his fingers and connected with each other. Then, he slashed out with the palm wind. Within the green thunderbolt, a man in a long robe had a serious expression. He crossed his hands in front of him. Instantly, 2 thunderbolts turned into sharp blades and danced like flames. Pung! Pung! Like the rumbling of thunder, the two colors of thunderbolts collided and shook each other. The sky suddenly turned into two distinct colors. After a while, it gradually disappeared. It was actually a tie. "Human, what is your name?" The black marine species expert stared at the man in a long robe for a while and said slowly, "You are qualified for me to remember your name." The man in a long robe said indifferently, "Jiang Tao Tao." "All right, I will remember it. I am the leader of the Ghost Eel clan. Today, I will take your life, Jiang Tao Tao." The Ghost Eel clan leader's eyes suddenly burst with killing intent. Streaks of black thunderbolts started to move around him. His aura was even stronger than before. Jiang Tao Tao frowned and said coldly, "Not interested." Without any hesitation, he turned around and transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the giant city. Liao Yangbing had already arrived at the foot of the city and was 100% safe. There was no need for him to get entangled with this ugly thing. Jiang Tao Tao's departure angered the Ghost Eel commander. It turned into a black light and chased after Jiang Tao Tao. The Nautilus and Anemone clans followed closely behind. However, their speed was too inferior, and the distance between them widened. Jiang Tao Tao watched as Liao Yangbing entered the city. He immediately rushed up the city wall. Then, a sharp golden light shot out from the main building and slashed at the black light. "Huh!" The golden light directly cut the black lightning in half, and the lightning suddenly stopped. The two black lights gathered again, slowly revealing the true body of the Ghost Eel commander. However, its face was full of anger, and it looked at the giant city's main building with some fear. "Lord Huaishu, can you send me down to kill this eel?" A burly man in battle armor stood on the main building with a huge sword in front of him. He was the one who attacked just now, one of the 5 hall masters of the 4 extreme sect, Ren Zhanxiong. Everyone leaned against the front of the building, staring down with a cold look on their faces. Liao Yangbing, in particular, had yet to come back to his senses and was still scared. However, everyone's attitude toward him changed from indifference to admiration, and they looked at Mi Gaoyang with disdain. This made Mi Gaoyang very angry. He risked his life to launch a sneak attack and achieved miraculous results. Not only did he not get recognition, but he also received all kinds of looks of disdain. However, these were all big shots. He didn't dare to show his anger and could only suppress it in his heart. On the other hand, Liao Yangbing was different. As soon as she returned, she was immediately treated by Master Zhuangxing, as well as the concerned greetings from the various masters. Master Zhuangxing even gave her a level 9 elixir that could increase spirit force. Mi Gaoyang gritted his teeth. But what he didn't know was that Liao Yangbing had already sworn in his heart 10,000 times that he would never be such a hero again. If Li Yunxiao hadn't transmitted his voice to him in time, he would probably have died at the front line if he had been half a breath late. He was extremely grateful to Li Yunxiao. Jiang Tao Tao said, "This person's lightning divine ability is not to be underestimated. His cultivation is half a stage lower than mine, but he was able to fight me to a draw. Moreover, he was in the sky. It seems that not all of the sea race's strength will decrease after leaving the sea." Luo Tian observed for a while and said, "This sea race is born with lightning divine abilities. Lord Tao Tao is an acquired cultivator, so he naturally can't compare. This person is afraid to move forward, but Lord Zhanxiong acted too early and was unable to lure him to the foot of the city. What a pity." Ren Zhanxiong's face revealed a trace of displeasure, and he said, "Master Luo Tian, you're wrong. Even if you send me down now, I can still make him stay." He gripped the giant sword in his hand, and a wave of origin energy rippled out. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "It's not this person's problem. My idea is to lure this person and the 2 sea race clans behind him to the city. Then, all the martial artists in the city will attack together and annihilate them." Ning Huaishu said in shock, "The entire city's martial artists are attacking? If we just want to kill these dregs, we can directly trigger the inhibition formation of Matian Giant City. Why do we have to go through so much trouble and expose the strength of our clan?" Luo Tian shook his head and said, "True and true, false and false. This is the only way to confuse the other side. More importantly, the entire city attacking can bring great morale and confidence to all the martial artists, sweeping away the previous defeats." I think the significance of this is even greater than killing these 1,000 enemies. Ren Zhanxiong revealed a trace of shame and said, so that's how it is. It seems that I really messed things up. Luo Tian smiled and said, no matter. The sea race people are courageous, but lacking in intelligence. As long as we let everyone curse, they will definitely not be able to resist and attack us. Soon, the order was passed down, and all the martial artists on the city wall began to curse loudly. At the same time, the battle preparations were passed down. As long as the sea race people came within 10,000 meters of the giant city, the entire city would charge down. Dregs, come if you have the guts. If not, then scram back to your mother's womb. Sweat, they don't have a mother's womb. Most of them were born from eggs. Then scram back to your mother's womb. All of you look strange. I've seen ugly people, but I've never seen anyone as ugly as you. That's right. You look ugly at first glance, but you're even uglier. In the distance, the sea race people stopped behind the Ghost Eel commander and began to shout. The sea anemone race powerhouses all had their tentacles sticking out, and the Nautilus race's pointy mouths emitted strange screeches, expressing their extreme anger. The sea anemone race commander stepped forward and said, Lord Ghost Eel commander, shall we attack? These human martial artists are too much, even my father who died over 100 years ago is cursing us. The Ghost Eel commander's face was pitch black to begin with, and it was impossible to see any expression on it. But the constant fluctuations of energy coming from his body showed that he was finding it extremely difficult to calm his heart. The Nautilus race commander was also shaking with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, these humans actually dare to say that we are the shit of parrots. I must tear their mouths apart. The Ghost Eel commander slowly said, this is a provocative method of the humans. They are deliberately cursing you and then luring you to rush to your deaths. The Nautilus race commander was enraged. He said, even if I die, I must tear their mouths apart. The Ghost Eel commander raised his eyes, looked at him indifferently, and said, the brave are fearless, and the wise are calm. You lack that calmness. Everyone needs to grow some brains. Don't fall for it, that black-headed eel monster, I really admire your mother. How did she let you give birth to him? Why didn't she close her legs and clamp you to death when you just had a head, so that you wouldn't be here to harm people? A clear and hearty voice exploded in the sky. That person had clearly used a sound wave martial skill. His voice reverberated for thousands of miles. Everyone could hear it clearly. For a moment, the city wall was silent. Everyone was shocked by this curse. They all turned their heads to look at that handsome young man. Liang Yuanji was also shocked. He looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment. He didn't expect him to curse so viciously. All the Emperor Wu powerhouses on the main building were also stunned. Then, the entire sky-scraping giant city roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The sky was filled with endless mockery. The Ghost Eel commander's black face suddenly turned green. His facial features were all twisted together. The black lightning on his body shot up into the sky. He roared, kill. 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 Kill all these human scum until not a single one of them is left. Kill. Charge. The morale of the sea anemone and Nautilus race was instantly high. Their anger soared to the sky. They all flew up, and like a swarm of locusts, they charged towards the city wall. On the main building, Luo Tian had a smile on his face. He praised, beautifully cursed. I saw that the Ghost Eel commander didn't seem to be moved. I was worried that this method of provocation wouldn't work. Everyone just pay attention to the 3 Jiotian Emperor Wu. As for the rest of the minions, let our martial artists vent their frustrations. Ning Huaishu also stuck out his beard and laughed. This group of little brats. They're not strong enough, but they're really ruthless in their cursing. Liao Yangbing's face twitched. Although the sound of the cursing had been deliberately changed, he could still tell that it was Li Yunxiao. It seemed that Li Yunxiao was indeed on the city wall. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. All martial artists in the city, get ready. The sea race has already arrived. Let's kill our way out of the city. Ning Huaishu's voice reverberated throughout the entire skyscraping city. The war drums were beaten 3 times, and green, yellow, and red lights bloomed. All the captains stood guard on the city wall. The vice-captains led the teams out of the city to kill the enemy. Li Yunxiao flew back to the team and said, "Follow me out of the city to kill the enemy." The members of the Battle Blade team were shocked. Chen Zhongwei's body trembled, and he revealed a look of fear. He said, They're coming?" The others were also afraid. After all, they had heard about the previous battle. It was basically a situation where they would die in every battle. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, this is just an appetizer." "What's an appetizer?" Chen Zhongwei still had lingering fears, and his body was still trembling. Li Yunxiao glanced at everyone and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm anyone. But since we're here, we must contribute to the war between the two races." He looked at the martial artists that were rushing into the sky and said, "If we're too late, we'll be invincible." Chen Zhongwei said mockingly, "They're just ignorant and fearless. But that's fine too. They won't have to be afraid if they die." Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. Two sharp lights shot out from his eyes, threatening Chen Zhongwei. He was so frightened that he retreated and crashed into the city wall. It was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast that could easily take his life at any time. His entire body trembled as he said in fear, What do you want to do? It's forbidden to fight here. Otherwise, no one can save you." Li Yunxiao said word by word, "The Battle Blade team doesn't need trash. If you stay here, you might be able to keep your life. But what you'll lose is your martial path, your heart of a strong warrior. If you're not trash, follow me." Li Yunxiao shouted and turned into a ray of light, flying out of the city. The members of the Battle Blade team were shocked. It seemed like something had been triggered. The team leaders looked at each other and nodded firmly. Guan Xingyang shouted, "Team 5, follow me." The red-haired man also followed and shouted, "Team 6, follow me." The rest of the teams also followed. Elder Yan looked at Chen Zhongwei, stretched his waist, put away his pipe, and flew up. All of a sudden, all 18 of them left. At the same time, the whole city was almost empty. There were still a few who didn't seem to be moved. They were still wandering around the city. They had experienced the previous battle and were too afraid to go out. Chen Zhongwei's face was pale. He looked at the few people who were as old as him. They were cowering and hiding in the city. Their bodies were trembling violently. Li Yunxiao's words kept reverberating in his ears. Every single word struck his heartstrings, making it difficult for him to calm down. "My martial path, my heart of a strong warrior. If I don't have the heart of a strong warrior, what's the point of keeping my life?" He suddenly shouted, "Lord Feiyong, wait for me." He turned into a ray of light and chased after them. Battle cries shook the sky outside of skyscraping city. The two races quickly clashed and the entire sky was in chaos. There were all kinds of explosions and killing. The scene was too shocking. It was the first time for most people to experience it. In addition, the battle drums on the city tower shook and the earth shook. Their blood was boiling. The sky was filled with the tentacles of the anemone race. They were all tight and looked like a field of cotton from afar. Many tentacles were cut off and scattered in the sky. Li Yunxiao took out a bronze beast mask and put it on his face. He controlled his strength to the range of an 8-star revered martial artist. At the same time, he took out an 8th-rank saber and fought beside Liang Yuanji. Liang Yuanji was stunned. He asked in surprise, "Brother Feiyong, this mask of yours?" Li Yunxiao said, "I'm too handsome and I don't have any killing intent. That's why I wear this." He put away the saber and touched his hair. TSK, Lord Feiyong is indeed a fair-faced young man. This is much more ferocious." Elder Yan also rushed in with 2 other people. He clicked his tongue and praised. Although the scene was chaotic, there was order in the chaos. The humans were in small groups and taking care of each other, but the sea race was in a mess. Soon, they gained an overwhelming advantage. From the corner of his eye, Li Yunxiao saw Chen Zhongwei charging in as well. Then, he casually glanced at the main city gate tower. A smile appeared on his face as he continued to raise his blade to kill his enemies. The speed of his saber was extremely fierce, and he swung it without any technique. Every time he chopped on the shell of the parrot whelk race, the saber light would pierce through the shell. This was a ferocious fighting style. It seemed that his control of strength was very unstable. It was weak and strong at times. He was relying on his last breath. The experts on the main city tower were happy to see the battle. They wanted to go down and fight as well. Although the scene below was chaotic, with a sweep of the divine senses of many powerhouses, everyone's condition could be seen clearly. Li Yunxiao was wearing a beast mask and attracted a lot of attention at first. But after a closer look, although his saber moves were sharp, he lacked the precise control of strength. This could only mean that he had a poor understanding of strength and wasn't an expert. On the contrary, Luo Tian frowned after watching for a while, as if he was thinking about something. Only Liao Yangbing's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He was sure that the masked man was Li Yunxiao. Only Li Yunxiao would have the guts to appear so brazenly in front of everyone when he was still wanted by the entire world. Naturally, he would not expose him. He only watched quietly. He realized that he could no longer see through his opponent's cultivation. If he did not know the face under the mask, he would have thought that he was just an 8-star martial honorable boorish fellow like the others. He knew that the purpose of Li Yunxiao's visit was to go to the East Sea. At this moment, Bai Ming Lifeng was also in the city, but the entire coastline was blocked. He didn't know when he would have the chance to go out to the sea. The Sea tribe retreated in an instant. They lost their soldiers and armor, and more than half of them were dead or injured. The 3 Emperor Wu commanders were trapped by the human Emperor Wu at the beginning of the battle. The Ghost Eel commander was shocked and angry. A huge sword was directly above him, emitting a powerful sword intent. It covered the space like an inescapable net. No matter how he used his lightning ability, he couldn't get out. The huge sword was jade in color. It wasn't made of ordinary metal or stone. It had a strong restraining effect on his lightning. Every time the lightning hit the sword chi, it would be weakened by half. Aren't you arrogant? Why are you like a stray dog in front of me? Ren Zhanxiong's eyes were flickering with mockery. His cold voice was like looking at a beast in a cage with a trace of pity. The Ghost Eel commander roared, "Despicable person. Relying on the power of a Xian artifact is nothing. If you have the guts, fight me with your own strength." Ren Zhanxiong scornfully ridiculed, "Compared to the monster race, our physical bodies are trash. Compared to the sea race, our numbers are trash. However, our race has wisdom that you can't hope to reach. A gentleman's life is not strange, but he is good at pretending." As soon as he finished speaking, rays of green light flew out from his 5 fingers and entered into the huge sword. The sword spun in the air and slowly pressed down. Rays of green sword chi shot out, constantly piercing through the lightning around the Ghost Eel commander. Li Yunxiao, who was watching from afar, was secretly shocked. That treasured sword was actually made from the legendary item that countered lightning. It innately countered all lightning-type divine abilities, unless it was the supreme world-extinguishing thunder. Perhaps all lightning-type divine abilities would be countered by this sword. The members of the Jiang clan on the main city tower had ugly expressions on their faces. Transforming into lightning was their secret technique, especially the lightning escape, which was one of the fastest escape techniques in the world. If they were to encounter this sword, they would only be able to take a beating. Luo Tian's eyes were full of admiration. He said, "All things in the world reinforce and restrain each other. Thunder is the power of heaven, but it can also be restrained by the earth jade. This divine sword made of earth jade is truly a treasure." When the people of the Jiang family heard this, their faces became even more gloomy. Now that the Red Moon City was fighting fiercely, and the 4 Extremes sect was gradually growing, the existence of this earth jade sword was really a disaster. As the huge earth jade sword continued to press down, the Ghost Eel commander finally panicked. He tried to break through several times, but not only did he not succeed, but he also hurt himself. Now he was full of regret, blaming himself for being too impulsive. "Human, don't go too far. Otherwise, I will destroy your sword even at the risk of serious injuries." On the verge of death, the Ghost Eel commander finally went berserk and threatened in a stern voice. Ren Zhanxiong did not care. He sneered and said, "This sword has existed for thousands of years. I would like to see how you can destroy it." "Damn it. The ghost eel commander roared angrily. Although the people of the sea race were afraid of death, they were more courageous than humans. They would not beg for mercy too much. Seeing that there was no way to negotiate, the ghost eel commander immediately activated his yuan qi, and red dots began to appear on his pitch-black and delicate body. Those red spots were on the major acupoints of the human body. All kinds of intersecting red and green meridians also appeared, connecting all the red spots together. Lightning could clearly be seen circulating in the meridians, and then runes began to appear on each red acupoint. Natural array physique. Xianxia was shocked. Some people's body structure contained some kind of array rules, and were called natural array physique. He sighed inwardly. Humans had obtained supreme wisdom, but their physical bodies were still far inferior to those of the mutated race. This kind of innate formation body was rarely seen in the human race. Once it appeared, it would definitely be a treasure, and the sect would do their best to cultivate it. But in the sea race, it was just a small character that could be abandoned at any time. As the patterns on the acupoints appeared, the ghost eel commander's body began to twist in all kinds of positions. The array also kept changing, and rays of black light appeared around its body, condensing and not dissipating, becoming stronger and stronger. Ren Zhanxiong also suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Kuan-Yu sword's momentum was blocked, and it could not go any further. His hand seals changed several times, and a few rays of thunder sword chi shot out. Although they shot into the ghost eel commander's body, they were like stones sinking into the sea, without a single ripple. Not good. He was shocked, and hurriedly used a sword art, wanting to withdraw the Kuan-Yu sword. Suddenly, a red light burst out of the ghost eel commander's eyes, and it spat out some obscure and strange runes. The lightning condensed around its body surged like a slow river, gradually becoming turbulent. Boom! 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 The ghost eel commander did not move, but there were a few thunderclaps in the air, as if the world was about to change. Boom! Just as everyone was looking around in shock, the Kuan-Yu sword suddenly released a dazzling green light, and it collided with the black light that rushed up from below. Ren Zhanxiong was very anxious. This sword light was not his doing, but the Kuan-Yu sword seemed to have encountered a strong enemy, and its power was stimulated by itself, completely out of his control. The two colors of light collided, and it seemed like there was no winner. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and a black lightning directly fell from the sky, striking the huge green light. Pung! The sword suddenly jumped, and then the green light contracted violently. The Kuan-Yu sword was quickly corroded by the black lightning, turned black, and escaped into Ren Zhanxiong's body. After being struck by the lightning, the ghost eel commander's strength suddenly swelled, and it turned into a huge fat man. Its eyes were red, and it exploded with endless anger. It roared, "You forced me to reveal this state, all of you must die." It opened its mouth, and directly spat out a black light, which was actually a mix of lightning and fire, directly at Ren Zhanxiong. At this moment, the sea race army was almost completely annihilated. Everyone looked at the battle here, and they immediately retreated, opening up a large space. Some of the martial artists who escaped too late were touched by the residual light of the lightning and immediately turned into ashes. Ren Zhanxiong's expression changed. After the Kuan-Yu sword was corroded, it directly affected his mind, and his meridians were also slightly damaged. Seeing the sky full of lightning and fire burning, he panicked, and quickly poured all his essence force into his palm. He opened his right fist, and directly punched forward. This palm looked ordinary, but halfway through, it suddenly turned into a shadow. One turned into two, two turned into four, layer upon layer, and in an instant, it turned into 32 palms. All the power was compressed together, compressed to the extreme. Boom! Like a spring suddenly breaking, the power of 32 palms was released in an instant, and it hit the air. The power of lightning and fire immediately retreated, and shot out from the surrounding of the palms. Some of the nearby martial artists were shocked, and they hurriedly waved their swords to block, but they were all injured. There were two people who could not block it, and with a scream, they turned into charcoal on the spot. After Ren Zhanxiong's palm hit, he did not have time to relax, and the lightning and fire that had been pushed back condensed again, and then came crashing down. He was so angry that his eyebrows were vertical, and with a roar, he also went crazy. His hair stood on end, and his left hand spun several times, while his right palm repeatedly smashed down. Bang! 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 Every palm was with all his strength, and finally, the sky full of lightning and fire was scattered. Then, a palm directly hit the Ghost Eel commander's body, and its swollen body shriveled, and it spat out a mouthful of blood as it was sent flying. The Ghost Eel commander was sent flying by the force of the palm. Like a deflated balloon, it flew away in an arc. All the human martial artists stepped aside, afraid that the Ghost Eel commander would bump into them. After all, everyone had witnessed its terrifying combat power. Even if they guessed that it was an arrow at the end of its flight, no one dared to step forward to stop it. Ren Zhanxiong's aura was also weak. He seemed to have aged a lot. That chaotic palm technique was a martial technique that stimulated his potential. After using it, his body felt empty. Suddenly, a figure stepped out and caught up with the Ghost Eel commander in a few steps. A saber turned into a giant blade and slashed down. Puff! The Ghost Eel commander was already in a semi-conscious state. How could it withstand this saber? Its dantian was pierced by the saber. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices. It was dead. After the saber, the man stepped out again and picked up the Ghost Eel commander's body. He put it in his storage artifact and flew back. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't react for a while. That man was Li Yunxiao. He walked directly in front of Ren Zhanxiong and said with a smile, "Sir, I have killed the Ghost Eel commander for you. Give me the useless body." Ren Zhanxiong's face was pale. He was adjusting his breathing. He looked at the man and didn't say anything. He just nodded. Everyone could tell that the corpses were treasures, but they were not important to him. Furthermore, under the current circumstances, as a high-level martial emperor, how could he say no to a martial honor and ask for something from him? Not to mention that the Ghost Eel commander was killed with one saber strike. At this time everyone reacted and looked at Li Yunxiao strangely. They thought that this man was really brave. But as the saying goes, those who are brave will die. He got a treasure in one go. That thing was definitely more precious than the rank 9 monster's body. Pung! Pung! On the city wall, the war drums sounded. Everyone cheered and flew back to Skyscraping City, leaving behind the sea race corpses. This battle was a complete victory. Less than 20 people died, but they killed almost 1,000 oceanic race warriors, as well as a high-level Emperor Wu and 2 normal Emperor Wus. Ning Huaishu couldn't stop smiling. Everyone's harvest was quite bountiful. The bodies of these sea creatures were similar to those of ordinary sea beasts. They all had nadens. The shells of the nautilus were also rare items. Many people collected them and could find arcane masters to refine them into armor after the war. The entire Matian giant city was in cheers. Everyone was so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. They were talking with fervor and assurance. The battle report quickly reached the central camp of the sea race. All the experts of the sea race were calm and expressionless, as if everything was within their expectations. Guangqing just kept tapping the table with his fingers and said indifferently, "Since the Ghost Eel commander has died in battle, then the Ghost Eel clan should also be included in the siege team." The leaders of the other powerful clans also nodded lightly in agreement. After Li Yunxiao put on the beast mask, it was not convenient to take it off. He returned to a corner of the city with the Warblade team to rest. No one in the team was injured. Qin Zhongwei also seemed to have recovered from his gloomy state and was in a good mood. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't be too excited, sit down and rest. Maintain your peak condition at all times. Only then can you deal with any sudden difficulties." The sea race did not make a move after suffering such a huge loss. They clearly have a deeper plan. It won't be so simple next time. Everyone was now filled with admiration for him. They all listened to him and sat down on the ground, slowly adjusting their breathing. Suddenly, a few powerful auras rushed towards them. The entire team instantly opened their eyes and looked over vigilantly. They saw a row of martial artists standing in front of them. There were more than 10 of them. Obviously, they were from another team. Liang Yuanji's expression darkened. He recognized their captain and asked, "Gan Wuqin, what's the matter?" The other party's captain, Gan Wuqin, grinned and said, "Nothing, I just came over to say hello. My brothers did well today. TSK, a team of 20 people. Everyone is getting fewer and fewer as time goes on. Why is there one more person here?" The others all had cold expressions on their faces as they crowded over. One look and it was clear that they were not friendly. The faces of the members of the Warblade team also darkened. It was obvious that the other party was here to cause trouble. They were not good for nothings and would not be afraid of causing trouble. They all stood up. Only Li Yunxiao was still sitting there cross-legged, seemingly unmoved. Liang Yuanji's face was filled with anger. He shouted, "What does our team's matter have to do with you?" Gan Wuqin's smile was still on his face, but it was getting colder and colder. He said directly, "Originally, it was nothing. Everyone was very happy about this great victory. However, one of our brothers died in battle." Liang Yuanji felt that it was strange. He laughed and said, "Why are you telling me that one of your brothers died in battle? Are you trying to poach one away because you see how many of us there are? Ha ha. Ha ha ha." The members of the Warblade team all burst into laughter. All of them had mocking expressions on their faces. The green-faced man sneered and said, "It's not impossible to poach someone away. We won't stop anyone who is willing to leave with you." "Humph. All of you, shut the F***ck up." Gan Wuqin suddenly shouted angrily. Everyone immediately quieted down. Not only that, but it also attracted the attention of the other teams around them. All of them looked over curiously. F***ck off. This is our Warblade's territory. All of you, F***ck off. Taista did not want to be left behind. He directly rushed over and shouted. Everyone knew that fighting was not allowed in the city. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if they could fight, they were not afraid. The expressions of the people in Gan Wuqin's team changed drastically. Their eyes revealed a fierce killing intent as they stared at Taista. Origin energy kept exploding around them. Not only was Taista not afraid, but he was also very proud of himself. He stretched his head over and said provocatively, "What? Not happy? If you're not happy, then come and hit me." "Hit me? If you have the ability, then come and hit me." He shook his head left and right. His face looked like he was asking for a beating. Gan Wuqin's team was so angry that they felt like their chests were about to explode. Gan Wuqin's face turned ashen. He was afraid that if this continued, his team would not be able to control themselves and attack. If that happened, they would definitely be killed on the spot by the people of Red Moon City. He immediately went straight to the point and said, "I won't talk nonsense. In this battle, our team lost a brother, but we didn't get any benefits. You guys are unharmed, but you obtained the corpse of the Sea Race's high-level Emperor Wu. I hope that the brother wearing the ghost mask can share some of the benefits with everyone as an offering to my brother's soul in heaven." It turned out that he was jealous and had come to ask for some benefits. After such a long time, it turned out to be like this. The martial artists from the other teams who were watching revealed looks of disdain. However, they were also happy that someone was stirring up trouble. They could watch the show and avoid the boredom of staying in this giant city. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Yunxiao. The people around them admired Li Yunxiao's courage. He dared to attack on the battlefield. But after waiting for a long time, Li Yunxiao still did not move. He seemed to have entered a meditative state. Liang Yuanji coughed twice and sneered, "The death of your brother is your business, but the benefits we get are our business. Why should we compensate you?" Gan Wuqin snorted, "Brother Yuanji, I don't like what you said. Why did everyone come out to fight to the death? Isn't it to get more benefits? Don't tell me that you're the successor of Emperor Wu Lei Feng, and that you don't care about yourself and only care about others." Liang Yuanji said awkwardly, "Of course not, but my brother obtained the benefits with his own intelligence and strength. He also took a huge risk. Let me ask you, under such circumstances, who would dare to go and kill that ghost eel commander?" Everyone nodded slightly in agreement. At that time, there were many people who had the opportunity to kill the ghost eel commander, but no one dared to do so. Gan Wuqin snorted coldly, "In that case, my brother died in vain? Li Yunxiao finally opened his eyes at this time. He looked puzzled, and said, after saying so much, I still don't understand. What does your brother's death have to do with me? Moreover, even if there is compensation, it should be for your brother's family. What do you mean by compensating you? That's right, what's the point of compensating you? Even if there are benefits, we shouldn't give them to you. The people around them all shouted. They were all a temporary team, and they were not related to each other. Gan Wuqing's face turned red, and he snorted angrily, we are all brothers who are as close as brothers. We are family. Li Yunxiao did not refute him. He nodded and said, I understand. But you should go to Crimson Moon City to propose compensation, right? I believe that Crimson Moon City will compensate you handsomely. Tui. Count on them? All of them are stingers with money in their pockets. They only know how to trick people into working for them. Gan Wuqing cursed. He had also experienced a few battles, and he had a belly full of anger toward Crimson Moon City. What's the matter? Why are you all gathered here? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. A wave of Jiutian Emperor's qi descended from the sky, pressing down on everyone. Their expressions changed drastically, and they did not dare to answer. A man in a long robe appeared in front of everyone. His cold gaze swept across everyone, and he said coldly, Are you all causing trouble? No, no. Gan Wuqing was shocked, and he hurriedly shook his head to deny it. The man snorted heavily, and said, Don't let me find out that you are causing trouble. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Definitely not, definitely not. Gan Wuqing revealed an ugly smile, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Don't worry, sir. We are gathered here to discuss something, not to cause trouble. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, and his voice was extremely sincere. The man glanced at him, and his gaze swept across the beast mask. He naturally recognized this person as the one who killed the Ghost Eel commander. He softly replied with an "Oh," and casually asked, What are you discussing? Li Yunxiao said, We are discussing about Crimson Moon City. This Sir Gan Wuqing just said that all the lords of Crimson Moon City are stingers with money in their pockets, and that the stingers on their heads only know how to trick people into working for them. I am new here, so I don't know if it is true. In short, after I heard that, my morale has already hit rock bottom. Silence. The entire place instantly fell silent. Gan Wuqing roared furiously, Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. Sir, you mustn't believe him. Cold sweat the size of beans burst out of his forehead. Not only him, but all the members of his team were drenched in cold sweat. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, HM? Didn't Sir Wuqing just say that? Over 100 people here heard it. The man raised his head and looked around. He saw that everyone was nodding their heads, proving that Li Yunxiao was telling the truth. All the hair on Gan Wuqing's body stood on end, and he felt the world spinning around him. His body began to tremble as he stuttered, A misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. Sir, please listen to my explanation. The man looked at him coldly and said coldly, Come with me. We'll go to the main building and explain to the lords. Ah? Gan Wuqing was completely dumbfounded. He was so scared that he could barely stand. He said with a sob, Sir, please have mercy. It really is a misunderstanding. There won't be a next time. He hurriedly took out a storage bag and shoved it over. The man's expression changed as he said angrily, Who do you think I am? Do you really think that it's growing on my head? With a roar, he slapped Gan Wuqing away, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood into the air. Then, the man's figure flashed, and he directly grabbed Gan Wuqing, who had yet to land on the ground, and headed toward the main building. Everyone below the city walls broke out in cold sweat. Even if Gan Wuqing didn't die this time, he would at least lose a layer of skin. They all looked at Li Yunxiao with fear, thinking that this person was really vicious, killing people without spilling blood. Ha, ha ha. The red-haired man was the first to laugh, and he gave Gan Wuqing's team a thumbs up. Amazing, your team leader is really amazing. He even dares to scold someone from Scarlet Moon City. Impressive. Everyone in Gan Wuqing's team turned pale as they glared at him. The green-faced man sneered. I hope Sir Gan Wuqin can maintain his composure in the main building and scold them again in front of Sir Ning Huaishu, haha. You guys have guts. Just you wait. The vice-captain of Gan Wuqin's team had a cold expression on his face. He pointed at everyone and left angrily. Just like that, the farce ended. However, everyone felt a bit of fear towards Li Yunxiao. This person was brave and resourceful. It was best not to provoke him. After everyone left, Li Yunxiao closed his eyes and continued to meditate, as if nothing had happened. Liang Yuanji and the other members of the Battle Blade Squad admired him from the bottom of their hearts. One by one, they surrounded him and began to cultivate. Within the World God Monument, a wisp of his soul appeared. The corpse of the Ghost Eel commander floated in the air. Although it was lifeless, there was still lightning flowing on it. Through its black skin, Li Yunxiao could clearly see the array on the red acupoints in its body operating, with black lightning shuttling back and forth. This entire body was like a formation tool. It could operate on its own and provide powerful lightning energy. Li Yunxiao first recorded the operating diagram of this formation in his mind. Every natural formation physique was a product of the rules of heaven and earth. To be able to use the simplest formation diagram to display its power meant that it was the closest existence to formations. This is, Pu Jinshan felt his body suddenly move, and he came to Li Yunxiao's side. After so long, he had not been able to figure out where he was. Moreover, he had not seen a single person the entire day. He was about to go crazy. Suddenly seeing Li Yunxiao, he was instantly surprised and delighted. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the corpse in front of him. Ah! Natural formation physique? He suddenly shouted, as if in disbelief. His eyes were wide open. Li Yunxiao said, "That's right. It is a natural formation physique. I asked you to come so that you can record it down. I'm going to destroy this body very soon. And you are the true formation master. I have the obligation to let you take a look." What? You want to destroy it? Pu Jinshan was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Sir, the value of this thing, 10 minutes. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I'll give you 10 minutes. Whether you want to talk nonsense with me or quickly record it down, it's up to you." Pu Jinshan panicked and said, "Sir Yunxiao, this thing is a peerless treasure that is hard to see even once in 10,000 years. The operation of the formation inside represents the most concise rules of heaven and earth. It is almost an evolution of the formation path. Its value is immeasurable." Li Yunxiao still sat there quietly, not moving or listening. Gulp. Pu Jinshan swallowed hard. He knew that he could no longer communicate with the person in front of him. After 10 minutes, he would really destroy this treasure. He hurriedly calmed down and began to carefully observe the Ghost Eel commander's body, comprehending and recording it down one by one. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Yunxiao opened his eyes on time and said, "Noted it down?" Pu Jinshan's face was solemn. He wiped his sweat and nodded. With a face full of reluctance, he begged, "Sir Yunxiao, can't you leave it behind? This is..." Li Yunxiao didn't wait for him to finish. He directly raised his hand and chopped at the air. His hand was abnormally fast, and in an instant, the corpse was sliced apart in a rhythmic manner. Black lightning surged out of the corpse like flowing water, constantly flashing and crackling. Pu Jinshan instantly lost his voice with his mouth wide open. Then, he let out a deep sigh and didn't speak anymore. Li Yunxiao then stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the corpse in the air. Suddenly, there were a few bangs, and all the flesh exploded. A lightning formation appeared in the air, and the pattern on the formation was actually similar to the ancient Maha text on the hammer. Pu Jinshan's eyes suddenly widened. He could actually strip the formation directly from the natural formation body. This kind of unimaginable thing, let alone seeing it with his own eyes, had never been recorded in the ancient books. He immediately went crazy and pulled at his hair with all his might. It felt too absurd and strange. Li Yunxiao stared at the operation of the formation. It was exactly the same as what he had previously recorded, and there was no difference. Then, a lightning appeared on his fingertip and began to disintegrate the soul body. Gradually, it turned into an electric arc and shot up. Crackle! Crackle! The green lightning formed by Li Yunxiao's soul landed on the formation, and it immediately provoked the repulsion of the black lightning, which bounced the green light away. The green lightning circled in the air for a while and similarly dispersed. It transformed into the ancient Maha character and flew down. Crackle! Crackle! The electric arc was powerful, but where the ancient Maha character landed, although the black lightning still had a repulsive intent, it wasn't that strong, and it began to gradually fuse. Although Pu Jinshan didn't know what Li Yunxiao was trying to do, the scene in front of him was too miraculous. That black array formation actually gradually deformed under the green lightning, as if it was going to evolve into another form. He widened his eyes and didn't dare to blink. The natural formation body was already the closest existence to the array Dao, so how could it change shape and evolve? In fact, the formation in the Ghost Eel commander's body described the Thunder Rules, and Li Yunxiao's ancient Maha character also described the Thunder Rules. It was just that it was a great Dao of the rules, and it was expressed in a different way. At this moment, what was fusing together was also the fusion of that Dao, which drove the two types of lightning to gradually fuse into one. Crackle, 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 the two types of lightning gradually fused into one color, and in the process, all kinds of images kept appearing. There was the mystic thunder cloud shocking roar, the demon rabbit, and the ghost eel commander's figure. They constantly appeared in the process of fusing, sometimes forming a thunder formation, and sometimes forming a thunder character, presenting a riot of colors. The main color gradually turned white, and all kinds of lightning flashed and jumped, as though there was no end to it. After an unknown period of time, the ancient Maha character disappeared, and so did the formation. All that was left was a white ring floating in the air. The white lightning on it was constantly jumping, and the energy was getting stronger. This kind of ring was the best form to gather the power of lightning. It was learned from the demon rabbit, and it could store the power of lightning to the greatest extent. The white lightning ring finally stabilized and became flickering, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Finally, it slowly transformed into the figure of Li Yunxiao. Gulp, Pu Jinshan swallowed his saliva, and his face was filled with shock and sluggishness. He had too many questions in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask. Moreover, Li Yunxiao didn't give him a chance to speak. After transforming, he disappeared in a flash, as though he had never been there. Pu Jinshan smiled bitterly. He knew that his time of loneliness had begun again. However, through this incident, he at least knew that he wasn't exiled or abandoned, so his heart was at ease. In addition, he had just obtained the thunder formation diagram, and he was filled with joy. He threw away all the unhappy things and studied it alone. Once the soul that manifested in the world divine monument returned to Li Yunxiao's body, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of white lightning in his eyes. Suddenly, his face revealed a strange expression, and he smiled bitterly in astonishment. After refining the black lightning, his thunder technique had basically achieved great success. However, due to the influence of the thunder hammer and the ancient Maha character, his current thunder technique was very different from what Lu Jianba had taught him, but it was definitely stronger. However, after the lightning on his body turned white, his origin power cultivation increased tremendously. At this crucial moment, he actually touched the threshold of advancement, and he could make a breakthrough to 2-star Emperor Wu. However, in the giant city, if he were to advance, he would instantly be discovered by the people in the main city tower. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to suppress his cultivation and wait for the right time to make a plan. At this moment, it was already the second day. The outside of the giant city was quiet, and there was no movement. All the martial artists had calmed down from the excitement of the great victory, and began to cultivate in peace. The entire plaza was unusually quiet. On the main city tower, Ning Huaishu was reluctant to let Luo Tian stay, but the latter had already made up his mind. Ning Huaishu sighed, "Without Lord Luo Tian overseeing this city, our strength will be reduced by at least half." Luo Tian naturally knew that he was just being polite. He smiled indifferently and said, "Lord Huaishu, you flatter me. With this giant city, as long as we deal with it carefully, there is no way the sea race will be able to break through." Ning Huaishu said, "The sea race suffered a setback yesterday, but they didn't retaliate at all. Instead, they're constantly mobilizing their troops. I'm afraid they're planning something big. I can't eat or sleep in peace." Luo Tian smiled. As long as you do your best and have a clear conscience, it's fine. Ning Huaishu knew it would be hard to keep him, so he said, on the day we expel the foreign races, Scarlet Moon City will invite you to celebrate. Luo Tian waved his hand. That day won't be long. There's no need to send me off, just in case the enemy changes. Everyone bowed and sent him off. Luo Tian nodded and left under the protection of two Emperor Wu powerhouses. Leaving the city tower, Luo Tian looked around and headed straight to a corner of the plaza. The two Emperor Wu powerhouses behind him looked at him strangely. That wasn't where the transportation formation was, but they didn't ask anything and just followed closely behind him. Li Yunxiao's heart jumped. He opened his eyes and immediately saw an old man in a long robe looking at him with a smile. Rank 9 Alchemist Luo Tian? You recognize me? Luo Tian was slightly surprised. The martial artists around him looked at him in shock and disbelief. Everyone noticed that this old man was absolutely not an ordinary person because they were completely unable to see through the strength of the two guards behind him. However, they had never imagined that he would be the renowned 9th-rank alchemist Luo Tian who had made a name for himself a long time ago. They were all dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Although Luo Tian didn't look at them, they were all very nervous. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Who doesn't know you?" Luo Tian smiled. "Young friend, you're very interesting. Do you want to get to know me?" "What?" Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Rank 9 alchemist Luo Tian actually took the initiative to ask to get to know him. Envy, jealousy, and hatred immediately spread in the surroundings. Not to mention the members of the Battle Blade team, even the nearby cultivators found it difficult to remain calm. "Grandmaster, I'm Ishiman. The captain of the Sky Pillar team." "Grandmaster, I'm Gung Hatong, your loyal admirer. Please accept me as your guard." Grandmaster, I'm Chen Haonan. Please, Grandmaster, let me carry your shoes." "Master." The corner of the city wall suddenly became noisy. The crowd swarmed around, loudly announcing their names, crying and yelling to pick up the soap. Behind Luo Tian, a cultivator from Emperor Wu revealed a bitter smile. This kind of situation was too common. He released a slight trace of his aura, and instantly, it felt like winter had arrived. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and shut their mouths, not daring to make a sound. However, the flames of passion in their eyes couldn't be extinguished. The Emperor Wu sighed, raising his hand. In an instant, a ring of light descended from the sky, pushing aside Luo Tian and Li Yunxiao by more than 10 meters. Li Yunxiao looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was his good friend in the past, but now, his hair had turned white. Although his eyes were full of vigor, it was difficult to hide the scars of time. He sighed in his heart and said, "Sooner or later, we will know each other." Crash! His reply immediately caused an uproar in the surroundings, and all sorts of curses were hurled at him. Damn it! Master Luo Tian wanted to get to know him personally, but he refused. Damn it, you don't know what's good for you. Give me the opportunity. Master Luo Tian, my name is Shui Shui. This lad is definitely the top of the realm of heaven martial arts top 10 pretentious men this year. He must be killed 1,000 times. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and they cursed the Sea Tribe members even more fiercely than before. Some people even bombarded the ring of light with their fists, as they wanted to rush in and kill Li Yunxiao. Luo Tian was also surprised, as this reply was completely beyond his expectations. The two Emperor Wu's guards behind him were even more surprised. They exchanged a glance, and both of them looked dumbfounded. They had worked as guards for dozens of years, yet it was the first time that they had seen someone refuse Master Luo Tian's hospitality. After all, Luo Tian was a big shot, and he quickly came back to his senses. He said with a faint smile, "Even so, I am looking forward to it." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Luo Tian originally wanted to ask for the corpse of the natural formation body, but now he gave up on that idea, and he only became more curious about Li Yunxiao. As the three of them walked further and further away, one of the Emperor Wu's guards couldn't help but say, "Master Luo Tian, that lad doesn't know what's good for him. I really want to beat him up." Luo Tian smiled, and said, "To be honest, I also want to beat him up, but I am more curious." Master, since you are so curious about him, why don't you catch him and ask him in detail? The other strong Emperor Wu's guard asked. Luo Tian said indifferently, there's no need. If he's really like what I think he is, we'll meet again one day. Luo Tian's eyes flashed as he smiled, at that time, I'll be at the peak of martial arts. Ah. The two Emperor Wu's guards were startled, and they exchanged a glance in shock. They had followed Luo Tian for 10 years, and they had never seen him judge someone like this. Li Yunxiao looked at Luo Tian's back in the distance, and thought to himself, it seems that this giant city was brought here by the Divine Transformation Sea. I wonder what the Divine Transformation Sea talked about with the Crimson Moon City, and which side is Luo Tian on now? Qi Xingfeng must have found a place to cultivate in seclusion after obtaining Yu Yixian's body. If he could completely fuse with it, he would have enough power to fight against his disciple, Lu Tsongzi. Seeing that Luo Tian had left, the people around immediately surrounded him, and they all glared at Li Yunxiao with red eyes. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, What? Do you all want to beat me up? Do you want to see Gan Wuqin? Only then did the people remember how he dealt with Gan Wuqin, and they resisted the urge to kill him, and left angrily. Liang Yuanji wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said with a bitter smile, Master Feiyang, you are too good at provoking people. Now that you have made Master Luo Tian unhappy, let's see how you will deal with this. The other members of the Battle Blade team also looked at him strangely. What happened just now was like an illusion. If the hundreds of people did not see it with their own eyes, they would never believe that Master Luo Tian would take the initiative to get to know a junior, and that junior actually rejected him. Elder Yan shook his head, and said with mixed feelings, if I could carry Master Luo Tian's shoes, I would have been a high-level Emperor Wu a long time ago. Would I still risk my life for such a small amount of money? The other members of the Battle Blade team also sighed, lamenting the unfairness of fate, and the huge gap between people. Li Yunxiao ignored them, and just when he was about to continue cultivating, a green light suddenly bloomed in the sky, followed by the sound of drums, bang. Bang. The whole city was shocked, and everyone looked at the sky, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. Are those sea monsters here again? Hee, it just so happens that I don't have enough inner dawn. TSK, this time, no matter what, I have to collect a 9th rank sea monster's corpse. These were basically the new teams, and they did not know about the continuous defeats before. After a big victory, their morale was high, and they could not help but want to go out and kill the enemies. However, there was a defensive formation on the skyscraping city, and if it was not opened, no one could leave the city. Liang Yuanji said, it's 2 drums, Master Feiyang, let's go to the city wall. Dozens of lights flew up to the city wall, and Li Yunxiao looked in front of him. It seemed like the sea monster army had finished gathering, and they were starting to advance towards the city. Ah! Why are there so many of them? Liang Yuanji was shocked, and he looked at the endless sea monster army. Even if they just stood there and let them kill them, it would take them a few days to kill them. The captains of the other teams were also pale, and they were shocked by the scene in front of them. There were at least 100,000 sea monsters that were advancing densely. Due to the suddenness of the battle, Guanqing could not summon any powerful races in the area adjacent to the East Sea coast. Therefore, he ordered all the races that could fight on land to gather, and after filtering out those who were B rank and below, there were more than 100,000 sea monsters. In the sky above the main camp of the sea monster army, all the core members were looking in the sky with smiles on their faces. A giant Loach race commander with a large round body mumbled, Master Guanqing, I'm afraid that we don't need to mobilize the deep sea monsters. Just these dregs are enough to swallow the skyscraping city. Beside him, a pointy-headed Loach race commander snorted, what can dregs do? If they can conquer the city, wouldn't we have come for nothing? Guanqing's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, the structure of this city is very strong, and even among the humans, it is an amazing array mystic artifact. It is not that easy to conquer. But as long as we can conquer this city, the human front in the entire eastern region will basically collapse. I don't believe that they won't hand over the rainbow stones. The Jiaoha race commander said, in my opinion, we should just join forces with the 4 seas and directly wipe out the entire human race. These damned humans often come to the sea to hunt sea monsters and fish out the resources that originally belonged to us. The Loach race commander snorted, what a fool. If we conquer the continent, do you want us to let you rule from the shore every day? The Jiaoha race commander was not convinced, and he said, we can let the humans become our vassals, and they will rule themselves. However, they will have to offer a large amount of tributes every few years. Isn't that great? Alright, stop dreaming, Guangqing said coldly. Although the human race is much fewer than us in terms of numbers, they are publicly recognized as the smartest race. Their comprehension of the heavenly Tao far surpasses that of the other races. This also determines that the number of high-level experts of the human race will not be less than that of the sea monster race. Even if we can gain the upper hand in all the conflicts, when it comes to the life and death of our race, those countless experts will appear one after another. Even the sea monster race will not be able to gain the upper hand. A member of the sea monster race, the ancient iguana race commander, who had 2 pairs of huge teeth on his back, could not help but ask, Lord Guangqing, what exactly is that rainbow stone? You are actually willing to incite a large-scale war between the 2 races. This subordinate is really curious. Guangqing's expression sank, and he said coldly, this is not something you need to know. The humans have a saying, curiosity kills the cat. Don't tell me you want to be that dead cat too? The ancient iguana race commander shuddered, and he repeatedly said that he did not dare. Guangqing snorted, and he said, speed up the opening and stabilizing of the passageway. When the deep-sea giant beasts descend, it will be the moment when the human race's entire eastern region will be completely defeated. All of the commanders had solemn expressions on their faces as they followed Guangqing and flew down, entering one of the spirit formations. The barrier blocked all external forces, and only a huge formation was operating within it. A Tawu clansman with a shell on his back and tentacles all over his head was constantly setting up the formation. His face was filled with deep exhaustion. Clearly, he was very tired. Around the formation sat 4 commanders of the oceanic race. They were constantly pouring their power into the formation. Above the formation, there was a small black ball that constantly flashed with a terrifying aura. It grew larger bit by bit. The black ball devoured all divine sense, making it impossible to detect any aura. Guangqing asked softly, Master Pris, how is the situation? That Tawu man was a master alchemist of the sea race. His position in the sea race was even higher than human alchemists. In a place with strict hierarchy like the sea race, even the royal family warriors had to be polite to him. Pris did not even raise his head. After a while, he said, the main matrix is set up. It will take about 5 days for the space to open completely. The power needed to summon the deep-sea giant beast is too great. The sea crystals contributed by the hundreds of races can only be used a few times. Guangqing showed a happy expression and said, you don't have to worry about the crystals. Thank you, Master. Pris nodded and said, if it's a deep-sea giant beast of that level, summoning a few is enough to solve all problems. Don't damage the human city too much. I want to take it back and study it. Of course. We will try our best to preserve the original appearance of the city. That's good. Pris waved his hand and signaled Guangqing to leave. Only the generals of the sea race were left behind. They must be used to stabilize the space tunnel. In the mighty siege team, 3 high-grade Emperor Wu warriors were hidden among them. They coldly looked at the huge city in front of them that was getting closer and closer. A trace of bloodthirsty cruelty flashed across the power whale general's face. He licked his lips and said, if the 3 of us directly take down the city, Master Guangqing's summoning will be in vain. What kind of expression do you think he will have? Haha. If we don't give Master Guangqing a chance to show off, he will definitely tear you apart. The commander of the demon otter race laughed out loud. He had 100,000 elite soldiers, and the city in front of him seemed to be within his reach. Commander Li Jing glanced at the ugly fishman next to him, and a cold light flashed across his face. He snorted, ugly fish, I didn't see you say anything along the way. Could it be that you think you're better than us and don't want to talk to us? Displeasure also appeared on the demon otter race's leader's face, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. The captain of the ugly fish race coldly looked at the 2 of them and snorted. How could I dare to underestimate the 2 of you? It's just that I can't agree with your unrealistic fantasies. Our mission is only to restrain the humans and prevent them from destroying our plan. As for breaking into the city, I've never even thought about it. What if it breaks? The leader of the power whale race said, even if they have more high-level Emperor Wu than us, who can stop this endless attack? Can you block it? He waved his hand and pointed at the ugly fish commander. The leader of the ugly fish race smiled and said, of course I can't, but I don't know if this giant city can. Commander Li Jing snorted in disdain and said, if that's the case, then attack the city with full force and try to break through in one go. The expression of the ugly fish race's leader changed, and he said, Lord Guanqing's order is to restrain the humans. If we use all our power from the start and something goes wrong, how can the three of us take responsibility? I suggest we attack the city in batches, with probing first and delaying for 10 days. That way, we can be prepared. 10 days? Haha. The demon otter race laughed, give me 3 days, and I can conquer this city. The ugly fish commander's expression turned cold, and he said, our mission is to restrain them, not enough. Commander Li Jing looked at him in disdain, and said, Demon Otter and I have decided to use all our power to take down this city. If you think it's inappropriate, please leave. The expression of the ugly fish race's leader changed, and he said angrily, you plan to disobey Lord Guanqing's order? What do you mean disobey? The demon otter race's leader sneered, if we take down the city, Lord Guanqing will be happy. The ugly fish race's leader furrowed his brows, and he shouted, if that's the case, I want to take away 1/3 of these 100 clans. I can't let you all die. If we can't restrain the humans and affect Lord Guanqing's plan, the 3 of us will be exterminated. What a joke. How can we attack the city with 1/3 less? The demon otter race's leader was extremely displeased, and he shouted, if you want to leave, you can leave alone. Don't even think about taking a single soldier here. The ugly fish race's expression was extremely ugly, and he said angrily, I definitely won't let you do as you please. The atmosphere between the two became stiff, and they looked like they were going to fight. The demon otter race's expression darkened, and he said, ugly fish, we understand your intentions, but Lord Guanqing wants the 3 of us to attack the city together. How about this, split the team into 3 batches, and attack separately, lengthening the time difference. That way, even if we can't take down the city, we can delay for a few more days. We have to keep attacking so that the humans have no time to worry about anything else. Only then did Ugly Fish's expression improve slightly. He knew that he couldn't fight against the 2 of them alone, so he could only compromise like this. The grand army of more than 100,000 people stopped 10,000 meters away from the city, and began to split into 3 batches. At this moment, above the city, everyone was extremely nervous. Looking at the sea race that were continuously deploying formations, it was as if a storm was brewing, and there was an indescribable pressure. On the main city tower, many of Emperor Wu's experts had solemn expressions, and there was a hint of excitement in their nervousness. Ning Huaishu said, it seems that the sea race is determined to attack the city this time. How do you think we should deal with this? Killing intent flashed in Ren Zhanxiong's eyes, and he said, how else can we deal with it? We'll deal with it when it comes. How about we form another surprise attack team, and disrupt their deployment, catching them off guard? Ning Huaishu nodded, and said, that's right, this plan can work. Does anyone have any other ideas? Xuanxing's expression was solemn, and he said, I don't think it's right. There are too many people this time, at least 100 times more than our martial artists. Although we can't see any Jiutian Emperor Wu, we can't rule out the possibility that the sea race is hiding their strength on purpose. I think we should focus on defense, and when they reach the city, we can directly activate the restrictions of the city, and kill them. Ning Huaishu smiled, and said, that's right, Grandmaster Xuanxing's words are exactly what I'm thinking. But if we do that, won't the power of the city be exposed? Xuanxing said, there are several extremely powerful restrictions in this city, and we only need to activate 1 or 2 of them. Moreover, these restrictions were originally designed to deal with this situation. Ning Huaishu kept nodding, and said happily, in that case, we will do as Grandmaster says. We will rely on Grandmaster to control the restrictions of the city. Xuanxing nodded seriously, and turned to leave the main city tower, and went to the control center of the city. After several hours of depressing waiting, 3 war drums finally sounded on the city tower, and tricolored light spread over the city. All the martial artists in the square became alert. They had received orders to wait for orders, and no one was allowed to act on their own. Although there were many people in the square, it was abnormally quiet. The captains on the city wall were slightly restless. The overwhelming sea race began to advance slowly, and their speed became faster and faster. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting came from far away, shaking the earth. Has no one received the order to attack? A captain couldn't stand it anymore, and his sweaty hand held the hilt of his sword nervously. The people of the sea race had already rushed within a kilometer, and they were densely packed in the sky, like a plague of locusts. Moreover, they had all kinds of strange appearances, which made people shudder. Moreover, all kinds of violent forces began to spread out from the sea race, and the saber lights and fist energies. Those who were slightly stronger had already begun to attack the city from afar. Xianxia glanced at him, and said with a smile, "Calm down, the higher-ups have their own plans. I'm afraid they are going to open the restrictions of the city." As soon as he finished speaking, a grey light suddenly appeared on the city, and it opened like an umbrella, directly blocking all kinds of attacks from afar. It was like fireworks blooming in the sky, and it was abnormally beautiful. Then, a large number of strange symbols appeared outside the city, and gathered outside the city. They formed groups of 3 to 5, and continuously rose into the sky. When they reached a certain height, they automatically burned. In the fire, the symbols from before gathered more and more, and the combination became bigger and bigger. They slowly condensed into a large array with a radius of hundreds of meters, floating in the air outside the city. The large array flickered with golden light, and the surrounding fire suddenly spread into the sky. It was as if the gates of a fiery hell had opened, and raging flames poured out, roaring towards the sea race martial artists who were like locusts. Puff! Puff! Some of the sea race martial artists at the front were directly washed over by the flames, and they were instantly burned to ashes. The people of the sea race lived in the water for a long time, and apart from a few special races, they were all afraid of fire. This time, they immediately panicked, and the entire sea of fire was filled with screams as they desperately tried to escape. Everyone on the main city tower was overjoyed, and their faces were abnormally excited under the illumination of the flames. Ning Huaishi was in a good mood, and he said, "I didn't expect Master Xianxia to use the most powerful fire-type origin formation, and it's only at the initial stage. This skyscraping city is indeed a peerless treasure." Everyone in the city stared at the sky in shock. The sky was dyed red, and it was as if the heavens were rolling, as if the god of fire had descended. Under this kind of extremely terrifying power, everyone pursed their lips and stared blankly. The entire sea race's charge was directly destroyed by this fire, but there were still many who were strong enough to endure the sea of fire, and they angrily charged towards the city. Some races had extremely strong water-type attributes, and although they were afraid of fire, they also had strong resistance to it. A layer of white film appeared around their bodies, directly isolating them from the flames, and they were not afraid of it. At this moment, an order came directly from the city walls, saying, "Everyone attack together, and kill the survivors who cross the sea of fire." Tens of thousands of streaks of light shot out from the city walls, slashing at the Oceanids that were charging through the sea of flames. The Oceanids couldn't withstand a few hits before exploding into nothingness. However, there were simply too many Oceanids, and more of them were charging through the sea of flames. The pressure on the city walls suddenly increased. The 3 high-tier Oceanid Emperor Wu in the distance were all enraged. The fire-type origin formation in the sky had filtered out thousands of Oceanids. Captain Ugly Fish howled, "Ray Horse Race, attack!" A large group of blue Oceanids leapt into the air. Their heads were like seahorses, and their mouths were protruding out. However, their lower bodies had fishtails, and they swam through the air. Water vapor constantly seeped out of their skin, and blue bubbles came out of their mouths. As the Ray Horse Race charged into the air, the blue bubbles entered the sea of flames, forcing the flames away and opening up a path. What? What the hell is that? The people in the main city walls were stunned. The blue water vapor around the Ray Horse Race did not seem to be ordinary seawater. Not only could it keep the sea of flames at bay, but as the bubbles appeared, the power of the sea of flames also decreased. The number of Oceanids charging towards the city suddenly increased. Xianxia's expression also changed slightly. He said to the people controlling the formation, "The fire-type origin formation has entered the second stage." Those people's expressions all froze. They all formed different hand seals, but the fire-type origin energy in their palms was extremely lively. The fire-type origin energy gathered more and more, eventually turning into balls of fire that danced in the air and fell into the formation. Closely after that, the large formation floating above Matian giant city shone brighter at once, turning the entire sky red and glistening. Boom! The bright red sky suddenly trembled. A large number of meteors fell from the sky, leaving long trails of flames behind them. They were densely packed, smashing towards the countless Oceanids. Bang! 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 Because the Oceanids were so densely packed together, each meteor would kill a few people. At the same time, the flames spread through the sky, and pained cries could be heard everywhere. The martial artists in the city all flew into the air. When they saw the tragic scene outside, their hair stood on end. Those oceanic species warriors were using their flesh and blood to resist the might of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the pressure on the city's defense was greatly reduced. The Ray Horse clan was the main target of the meteorite strike, and almost all of them were wiped out within 10 minutes. Ah! Damn it! In the distance, the power whale commander roared in anger. His eyes were bloodshot as he stood up and wanted to rush over. Stop! Commander Chou shouted coldly, "We've already lost this battle and there's no turning back. Do you want to die in vain? This is too infuriating. These humans are too despicable. All of them are hiding in the city and not coming out." Commander Li Jing roared a few times, and the sea race members around him all retreated in fear, afraid that they would accidentally provoke him. Commander Ugly Fish smiled coldly and said, "Compared to us, humans have all kinds of secret techniques and profound weapons. If we don't use our advantages, then we'd be idiots. Although we lost this battle, at least we got some information. These clansmen are much more valuable than Ghosteel's sacrifice." Commander Mo Otter didn't seem to be as optimistic as before. He was out of ideas and said, "What should we do now?" Ugly Fish said, "Call everyone back and reorganize. We'll organize the second attack tomorrow." The sea race suffered heavy losses under the fiery meteorite rain and started to retreat quickly. The defense of Skyscraping City opened, and all the martial artists rushed out at the same time, chasing and killing those who were too slow. They chased until they were thousands of meters away from the sea race before stopping. They continued to provoke and curse at them. Commander Li Jing's eyes were spitting fire. If it wasn't for the other two trying to stop him, he would have already charged over. Ugly Fish said calmly, "Li Jing, have you forgotten the lesson of Ghosteel?" Li Jing said angrily, "If Lord Guangqing sees us attacking the city so incompetent, he'll probably charge over and kill the three of us." Ugly Fish snorted and said, "I think it's the opposite. Lord Guangqing will definitely be happy to be able to test out some of the secrets of the city." Just tens of thousands of meters behind them, Guangqing was looking into the distance. He had seen everything that had happened just now. Endless killing intent flashed in his eyes, and anger appeared on his face. But not long after, that anger disappeared bit by bit, and there was a hint of playfulness and ridicule at the corner of his mouth. "Haha, good, good. Another great victory." Ning Huaishi was grinning from ear to ear on the main city tower. He looked at the messy corpses of the sea race experts outside the city, and a large number of them that had exploded in the fiery rain. Fu Yichuan also wore a smile and said, "This time, we killed at least tens of thousands of the sea race. It is indeed the first time since the two races started fighting that such a large-scale victory has been achieved. It is worthy of celebration." Hong Juanhuan smiled and said, "When the war between the two races is over, Lord Huaishu's prestige in Red Moon City, and even the entire human race, will probably be hard to reach." Ning Huaishu was in a good mood. He never had a good attitude towards the people of the Four Extremes sect, but this time, he showed a rare smile. He said, "This is all due to everyone's efforts. What do I have to deserve this? What do I have to deserve this? Haha." Everyone smiled and did not speak. It was still too early to talk about merits. Everyone's thoughts at the moment were to continue protecting the city. After all, the 10,000 people that had been killed was not even a tenth of the entire sea race army. In terms of strength, they were all extremely weak races. The truly powerful ones were still at the rear. Although we won this battle, I feel that the greater danger is yet to come. Liao Yongbing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, I still feel that this attack on the city is somewhat strange. Did they sacrifice 1/10 of their people just to test us? What's so strange about it? It's a good thing to be able to kill more sea race warriors. Moreover, the sea race people are not smart, so it's normal for them to do strange things. For example, this battle between the two races, it's already very strange. Mi Gaoyang rolled his eyes at him and said coldly. The two of them had a good relationship. After all, they had gone through life and death together. It was just that after the last ambush, Mi Gaoyang was given the cold shoulder, while Liao Yongbing became a popular person. This made him feel very bad, and recently, he did not like Liao Yongbing no matter how he looked at her. Liao Yongbing was also a wily old fox. Naturally, he noticed this, but he was too lazy to argue with him, so he kept his mouth shut. Yes, both of you have a point. Ning Huaishu thought for a moment and said, what does everyone think? I think that City Lord Liao Yongbing's words make sense. Zhuangxing's voice sounded. He had returned from the control center with a serious expression. He said, with such a large number of troops, if they really wanted to attack the city, why would their main force stay at the back? Also, I see that a large number of experts are at the back, and the 100,000 sea race at the front, it seems like. He hesitated for a moment before saying, it seems like they're just sacrificial pawns. Everyone was shocked. Although they did not dare to agree, they did not dare to easily refute Sir Zhuangxing's words. They immediately fell into deep thought. Ning Huaishu smiled bitterly. 100,000 sea race sacrificial pawns? That's really a big move. Zhuangxing said, the sea race has the most people. 100,000 people is nothing to them, and these people might have been gathered from the coastal waters. If it really turns into a large-scale war, it would be normal to have millions of people. I'm very curious, what are their main force and experts doing at the back? Ning Huaishu said worriedly, should we send people to investigate? Zhuangxing said, it would be best if we could investigate, but with the experts of the sea race gathered at the back, it would be too dangerous. It would be difficult to retreat in one piece. Ning Huaishu looked at everyone and said, is there anyone who is willing to volunteer? Everyone hurriedly turned their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. It might be possible to find a few weak races among the 100,000 and ambush them, but there were not many people at the back of the sea race, and they were all experts. Going over was equivalent to suicide. Even high-level Emperor Wu would not be able to survive. Ning Huaishu looked at Liao Yongbing and said calmly, Sir Yongbing, you've led a team to ambush before and have experience in this area, and, Sir Huaishu, my injuries from the last ambush have not completely healed. Let's find someone who has experience and is not injured. Liao Yongbing's face was pale, and she used her hand to cover her chest, showing that she was still in pain. Mi Gaoyang saw Ning Huaishu's gaze sweep over and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly said, Sir, sending me over is a dead end. Ning Huaishu's face flashed with displeasure. I'm sending you to investigate the enemy, not to kill them. Once you get the information, come back immediately. What are you afraid of? Also, many warriors have died in the war between the two races. All of us must be prepared to die. As a citizen of Crimson Moon City, you must not lose face for Crimson Moon City. Mi Gaoyang's face paled, not knowing how to refute. Ning Huaishu said softly, don't worry. If this operation succeeds, I will definitely remember you as a great merit. He waved his hand, and two warriors immediately took him away. Mi Gaoyang's entire body was drained of blood. He stared venomously at Liao Yongbing, who pretended to be at a loss and ignored him. Zhuangxing sighed, this is indeed an extremely dangerous mission. I hope Sir Mi Gaoyang can complete it. The sea race has retreated and will not attack again today. However, the next attack will be even fiercer. Everyone must be mentally prepared. Everyone nodded, not daring to relax for even a moment. Moreover, the teleportation teams from Bright Light City never stopped. The strength of the entire city was getting stronger and stronger, and now there were almost 2,000 people. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting came from afar, causing the powerhouses on the main tower to frown. The sounds of fighting came from within the city. Ning Huaishu's expression changed. He said angrily, "Who has the guts to cause trouble in the city? They will be punished severely." A warrior ran up in a panic and said anxiously, Sir Huaishu, it's bad. Sir Mi Gaoyang killed more than 20 people and stole the teleportation formation to escape." What? Everyone was shocked. After a moment of shock, they were all enraged. The martial artist said hurriedly, "Lord Mi Gaoyang left behind a row of detonation talismans to destroy the transportation matrix. Now, one can only enter the city but not leave." Damn it. Ning Huaishu trembled with anger. Mi Gaoyang was from Crimson Moon City. Now that such a mistake had occurred, as the leader of the battle, he couldn't escape the blame. He roared, "Chase! Chase at all costs! Send a message back to Crimson Moon City and tell the world that we must kill him no matter where he goes." Yes. The martial artist hurriedly retreated. Xianxia said with a serious expression, "Mi Gaoyang's escape route is very bad. Right now, the most important thing is to repair the transportation matrix and pacify the people." Yes. Lord Xianxia is right. Ning Huaishu said hurriedly, "I'll leave the matter of repairing the transportation matrix to you. As for pacifying the people, Lord Yichuan, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip yourself." Fu Yichuan nodded. It was best for him to make a trip. Xianxia sighed. Killing and escaping at such a time was indeed a great blow to morale. Sending someone to investigate would have to be put aside. He turned and left the viewing area to find someone to repair the matrix. Although the main city tower only had 3 floors, each floor was extremely wide and intricately constructed. It was the main control component of this profound artifact, with many twists and turns inside. Just as he reached the 2nd floor, his heart skipped a beat. He seemed to see a figure turn around the corner. Xianxia frowned and disappeared in a flash. He teleported over, only to see that the entire corridor was empty. The entire 2nd floor was where the experts resided. It was divided into several cultivation rooms and there were more than 100 of them. Every martial emperor was allocated a small room while the first-class teams of the sects were allocated cultivation rooms of different sizes according to their strength. All the members of the first squads cultivated on this floor and had never moved out. They were the absolute main force of Skyscraper City. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and his divine sense swept out like a wave. Except for those practice rooms that had a strong shielding effect, the entire 2nd floor was completely empty under his divine sense. He was full of doubt. What he saw couldn't be wrong, but that person couldn't be so fast that he couldn't even catch up with him teleporting into the room. He did not believe that anyone could escape from under his nose. Xianxia slowly paced around the 2nd floor. His mental strength was raised to the extreme. The entire 2nd floor started to become unstable. Suddenly, a vague silhouette appeared in front of him and quickly dashed forward. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. He took a step forward and teleported. However, he was only a few dozen meters away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Xianxia was a little surprised. Escaping from under his nose once might be an accident, but it was impossible for it to be an accident twice. He walked straight to the front of a secret room, where the figure disappeared in a flash. He hesitated. This secret chamber was one of the largest on the 2nd floor, and it was occupied by the Baiming family. After pondering for a while, he raised his hand and placed a talisman on the door. The talisman immediately disappeared into the door. After a few breaths, an extremely impatient voice came from inside. It was almost like a scolding voice. "Who is it?" The door to the secret chamber rumbled open. A man with an angry expression said, "Didn't I tell Lord Ning Huaishu not to disturb us unless it's a critical moment?" After he vented his anger, he took a closer look. The person in front of him was not an ordinary Scarlet Moon City disciple. Furthermore, he had an extraordinary bearing. He was stunned. Who are you?" Xianxia said, "This humble servant is Xianxia. I am truly sorry for disturbing Lord Baiming Palace." The man felt that the name was a little familiar. Suddenly, a ray of light came from inside and slapped him away. He crashed into the wall with a loud bang. Bai Ming Lifeng's figure appeared at the door. His face was full of shock. He said repeatedly, "So it's Master Xianxia. My servant was insensible and offended you. I will definitely cripple him. Master, please come in and take a seat." Bai Ming Lifeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped it off and hurriedly apologized. Xianxia's face was expressionless. "No need to be so polite. It's nothing important. It's just that I just chased a suspicious figure here. He disappeared in front of your door. So I wanted to ask if you have found anyone suspicious?" "Suspicious?" Bai Ming Lifeng thought for a moment. "We have been in seclusion. We have not found anyone suspicious." A trace of suspicion flashed across Xianxia's face. "In that case, I will not disturb you." Bai Ming Lifeng blushed with shame. Afraid of leaving a bad impression on Xianxia, he hurriedly said, "Master Xianxia, what happened earlier?" "Don't mind," Xianxia said indifferently. He did not care at all. But the more he acted like this, the more uncertain Bai Ming Lifeng felt. He wished he could just kill that martial artist. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly said, "Master, do you know why we have been following the front lines?" Xianxia's footsteps stopped. He had been curious all along. "Why?" Bai Ming Lifeng revealed a bitter smile. "In order to go out to sea, an ancestor of Bai Ming Palace was trapped somewhere in the East Sea. Some time ago, the sect received his distress signal and sent us out to sea to rescue him. Who knew that we would encounter a war between the two clans and the coastline would be completely blocked?" Xianxia was stunned. He did not expect the other party to have such a reason. The higher-ups of Red Moon City had been guessing for a long time. Bai Ming Lifeng said, "In order to go out to sea as soon as possible, our Bai Ming family has been searching for a passage in several small cities adjacent to the East Sea. However, we found something suspicious in Baichong City." Xianxia frowned. "What suspicious thing?" Although Baichong City was not as close to the sea as Haitian Town, it was also a small city close to the East Sea. He did not know why Bai Ming Lifeng suddenly mentioned this. Bai Ming Lifeng said, "We seem to have found traces of the sea race near Baichong City." "What?" Xianxia was shocked. His expression changed as he asked, "Is young Master Lifeng's words true?" Bai Ming Lifeng nodded. "Although there are not many of them, we have indeed seen the sea race. We are also puzzled. We were just discussing whether we should report this to Lord Ning Huaishu." "Of course." Xianxia's expression became extremely solemn. "However, this matter is very important. Has young Master Lifeng investigated it clearly?" The core of the war between the two clans was still the girl named Little Red. The conflict was also limited to Haitian Town where Little Red had appeared before. They speculated that the sea race's goal was to use the war to force the humans to find and return Little Red to them. However, if the sea race had also appeared in Baichong City, or if the war had spread there, it would be a sign of a full-scale escalation and expansion. It was very likely that it would cause a large-scale war along the entire East Sea. At that time, it would really be an irreconcilable situation between the two clans. Who is that Little Red? What is the bottom line of the sea race? To what extent can they tolerate the war escalate? Xianxia's heart suddenly became extremely solemn. "Many thanks for young Master Lifeng's reminder. I will send people to investigate. If the war really escalates, I hope that Bai Ming Xian Palace will also be able to help our clan." Bai Ming Lifeng hurriedly smiled. Of course, of course. The next best way to resolve the war is to find Li Yunxiao and then find Little Red. Everything will be fine." Xianxia shook his head and sighed. That Li Yunxiao last appeared in Fengling City. After that, there was no news of him. After Little Red appeared in Haitian Town, it was as if she had disappeared from the world. "I'm afraid that finding Li Yunxiao will be useless. Perhaps the war is really more serious than we expected." Bai Ming Lifeng said, "Grandmaster, you don't have to work too hard. If it really gets out of hand, the Saint Realm will come forward to mediate with the sea race's higher-ups. I don't believe that these sea beasts really dare to go all out against us humans." He raised his eyebrows and snorted. "Let's not talk about numbers. As long as the Saint Realm comes forward and summons the 10 Great Emperor Wu, It will be enough to overturn the entire four seas. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If it really develops to that extent, the entire eastern domain will definitely be ravaged beyond recognition. He bade farewell. This matter is too important, so I won't stay any longer. Thank you, young Master Lai Feng. Beiming Lai Feng politely sent Xianxia off. A black-robed man suddenly appeared behind Beiming Lai Feng. Young Master, why did you give such important information to him? Beiming Lai Feng's eyes flashed. He coldly snorted. Isn't it because of that trash who offended Xianxia? I wanted to make friends with him. Right now, Crimson Moon City is suffering from internal and external troubles. Who knows, I might be able to poach some talents over. Secondly, I wanted Crimson Moon City to scout out the situation in the sea near Baicheng City. If the sea race really wants to expand the front lines, I'm afraid that all the coastlines have already been sealed. How are we going to go out to sea then? The black-robed man remained silent. The door of the secret training room slowly closed, and there was no more movement. After a while, the space in front of the door flickered slightly. Xianxia's figure appeared. His face was extremely pale. In order to avoid Xianxia's divine sense, he had used secret techniques one after another. He had almost reached his limit. His eyes flickered incessantly. Originally, he had come to find out what the Beiming family was planning in the main tower. He did not expect to get such a piece of information. The rainbow stone was definitely in existence similar to the agarine. Moreover, someone in the Eastern Sea royal family knew the use of this stone. That was why they were willing to pay any price to provoke a battle and force the humans to hand over Little Red. He really did not know where the bottom line of the sea race was. Since the rainbow stone was definitely gone, they would not really cause an all-out war between the two races, right? After thinking about it carefully, Xianxia directly teleported away. However, he did not leave the main tower. Instead, he went straight to the third floor. After a while, he returned to the plaza with a few flashes. He walked back to the area where the Battle Blade squad was. Captains and vice-captains had the right to move freely, so no one asked him too much. The day passed peacefully. On the second day, when dawn broke, the giant city shook. 3 colored rays of light scattered in the sky. All the martial artists flew up to the sky to watch. Li Yinxiao and Liang Yuanji flew onto the city walls. Killing intent filled the air. After resting for a day, the Oceanids had indeed sent out an even larger force to attack the city. Liang Yuanji frowned. What are these Oceanids doing? They say they're attacking the city, but they're not using their full strength. Are they just messing around? But every time they do, the casualties are huge. Li Yinxiao's gaze narrowed. From the Oceanids' actions, it seemed to confirm the information that Beiming Lai Feng had received yesterday. It was possible that the battle would escalate. Thus, they were not in a hurry. Once all the battle lines were in place, they would attack at the same time. Then, the entire eastern coastline of the human race would collapse. Just as the Oceanids' battle cries shook the heavens and continued to approach, the fire-type origin formation from the day before once again appeared on the skyscraping city. The sky was burned bright red, and a large number of meteors rained down. Bang! 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 The entire area in front of them was engulfed in flames and explosions. Large numbers of the Oceanids were blasted to pieces. However, this time, they had learned their lesson. They no longer attacked in a dense group. Instead, they formed groups of 3 to 5, similar to the arrangement of human squads. They surrounded and attacked from all directions. This way, they could reduce the number of casualties to the greatest extent. Indeed, the effect of the fire-type origin formation was much weaker than it had been yesterday. After the meteors had passed, the formation once again lit up. The inscriptions on it flew into the air and began to disassemble. The formation also began to shrink. Li Yinxiao's pupils constricted. He knew that the formation was about to undergo its final transformation. The inscriptions that had been disassembled began to spin in the air, spiraling upwards. Eventually, a massive figure rose from the ground, like a mountain reaching the sky. As the spiraling figure formed, the mountain became redder, and white mist began to spit out from the hole. Boom! The place that was spewing out the white gas suddenly opened, and it turned out to be a sinister mouth. Oh. This is. Even the human martial artists in the city were shocked. They stared at the towering mountain outside the city in shock. It was actually a fire-type beast. The moment the giant beast was formed, it let out a loud roar and punched forward. A flaming fist pierced through thousands of meters of space, burning all the sea race in its path. Li Yunxiao also sighed in amazement. To be able to condense a fire attribute Genesis beast to such a size, the amount of top-grade yuan stones used must be astronomical. Cold sweat dripped down Liang Yuanji's forehead. Such a powerful elemental beast, no matter how many primordial stones he spent, it was still worth it. In the distance, all the members of the oceanic species were dumbfounded. Commander Li Jing and the other two were not the only ones. Guangqing, who was at the rear, also revealed a solemn expression. He stared at the elemental beast and fell into deep thought. Whoa! Whoa! The fist of the giant beast danced in the air, and wherever it passed, it was unstoppable. It swatted down a large number of merfolk like swatting mosquitoes. Those who were hit by the fist all had their bodies set ablaze, and they died while howling in pain. Don't panic, don't panic. Attack together. A few junior commanders were so shocked and angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They roared and took the lead to fight the fire attribute giant beast. Among them, there was a triangular-shaped flying fish clan that was extremely fast. They repeatedly dodged the giant fists of the fire attribute giant beast in the air. In an instant, more than 30 people gathered and charged at the body of the fire attribute giant beast. Bang! The first person directly self-detonated. A pitch-black energy spread out in a small area and blasted a hole in the chest of the fire attribute giant beast. Bang! 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 Then, the 30 people also rushed forward, their faces full of determination. They were not afraid of death. They rushed at the giant beast and exploded, directly blowing up the body of the giant beast, making it almost impossible to reform. The members of the oceanic species were overjoyed and suddenly shouted, "Attack, everyone attack!" Suddenly, groups of 3 to 5 people bombarded the fire attribute giant beast with overwhelming power. The fire attribute giant beast could not maintain its form for long. On the spectator stand, Xianxia's expression changed greatly. He turned around and teleported to the control center. He quickly made hand gestures and a symbol in his hand turned into a fiery red bird and flew into the main control array. Outside the skyscraping giant city, the fire attribute giant beast was completely destroyed. It turned into a raging fire and was constantly suppressed. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from the sea of fire. The scattered flames suddenly turned into a huge fire sparrow. Its body became bright and almost transparent. Boom! Just as all the members of the oceanic species were stunned, the fire sparrow suddenly self-detonated and the boundless sea of fire rushed out. The nearby oceanic species martial artists didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly turned into ashes. The huge explosion of the fire spread in all directions at a terrifying speed. In the control center, Xianxia put down the hand gesture and heaved a sigh of relief. He directly teleported back to the spectator stand. Although the impact of the fire was great, it couldn't last long and dissipated in an instant. The sky outside the city was a mess. Many members of the oceanic species had died or been seriously injured. However, the remaining ones were still slowly gathering, forming a force that couldn't be ignored. Fu Yichuan sighed and said, "Although the intelligence of these oceanic species isn't high, their bravery is far from what our race can match." Ren Zhanxiong said seriously, "I see that their attacks seem to be probing our strength. This time, they are much stronger than the last time. Furthermore, they aren't retreating even after suffering heavy losses. They seem to be getting bolder." Another Emperor Wu expert had a frosty look on his face as he said, "I feel that we should give them a heavy blow. We should kill them until they are terrified and their morale completely crumbles." Fu Yichuan said, "Master Zhuangxing, that fire attribute source beast still has several levels of strength that can be raised. Why did you let it self-detonate? Wouldn't that be a waste of a consolidation?" Zhuangxing's expression was solemn as he said, "The bravery of those oceanic species is even greater than I expected. The fire attribute source beast Jiutian Emperor Wu state is the ultimate evolution, and it is one of the city's 5 trump cards. We can't reveal it before we have a clear grasp of the enemy's situation. Our goal is only to defend the city. Ning Huaishu said, defending the city is only the lowest requirement. It would be even better if we can defeat them. Xianxia laughed bitterly and said, if it was before, perhaps I would have directly raised the fire attribute source beast to the 9th grade. However, I just received extremely bad news from Baiming Lifeng. If this is true, we will be in big trouble. Skyscraping City's mission will be even more difficult. We can't afford to fail. What news? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly asked. Xianxia told them one by one, at the same time expressing his own worries. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Ning Huaishu said in shock, in Grandmaster's opinion, how likely is it that the oceanic species will escalate the war? Xianxia shook his head and said, this matter cannot be estimated. It depends on how important that girl called Little Red is to the Eastern Sea royal family. However, even if she is the princess of the Eastern Sea royal family, there is no need to use the entire Eastern Sea to pressure them. Ning Huaishu said, I will immediately report this matter to Red Moon City and let Old Master Tang Qing decide. Xianxia nodded and said, reporting to Red Moon City is naturally the top priority, but I also want to send some people to Baichong City to investigate and see if it is true. Behind him, Liao Yangbing's pupils suddenly shrank as shock surged in his heart. Previously, Li Yinzhao had taken the initiative to look for him and transmitted a message saying that it was very likely that he would send several small teams to Baichong City and that he should take the initiative to fight for the spot. At first, he had thought that it was extremely mysterious, but he had not expected it to be true. Li Yunxiao's meticulousness and accuracy in his speculations made him feel great fear and even a little fear. But on second thought, if the other party wanted to harm him, he would not have spoken up to save him. Thinking of this, his heart finally calmed down a little. Ning Huaishu frowned and said, the war in this city is already tense enough, how can we send people out? If we want to send people, let Radiant City send people. The others also shook their heads, thinking that it was extremely inappropriate to assign people at this time. Xianxia said, it is just letting 1 or 2 people lead a few small teams to investigate, it is not even an assignment of our strength. Almost all the people in Radiant City are newcomers who have never come into contact with the oceanic species. I am afraid that they will not be able to do their job well. After all, this matter is very important, it is better to have experienced people. Liao Yangbing sighed inwardly. He did not know if Li Yunxiao's calculations were heaven-defying, or if Li Yunxiao was in cahoots with Xianxia, but these words were said for him. Liao Yangbing immediately stood up and said, I agree with Grandmaster Xianxia. In terms of experience in dealing with the oceanic species, I am afraid that no one can surpass me. In addition, I am also injured, so I will not be of much help here. Why not let me lead a few small teams? Xianxia was overjoyed and said, if Lady Yangbing can go, that would be the best. He looked at Ning Huaishu. Although he had great prestige, Ning Huaishu was the leader of the battle here, so he had to get his approval. Ning Huaishu frowned and thought for a while before saying, all right, then go quickly and come back quickly. Do not delay for too long. Once you find traces of the oceanic species, do not make any rash decisions and report back immediately. Yes. Liao Yangbing agreed. Ning Huaishu said, since you have decided to investigate, you must be careful of the dangers. I am not at ease with Lady Yangbing going alone. Bring 2 more people with you. On the surface, he seemed to be being generous, but everyone present was a wily old fox. They knew that Ning Huaishu was afraid that something like Mi Gaoyang would happen again and that Liao Yangbing would take a detour, so he sent 2 people with her. Although it looked like they were helping her, they were actually guarding her. Liao Yangbing did not mind, and a happy expression appeared on her face as she said, it would be even better if other people could help. Once this wave of attacks is repelled, you can go. Ning Huaishu directly picked 2 of his trusted subordinates, both of whom were level 6 Emperor Wu's experts. They were more than enough to watch over Liao Yangbing. Moreover, he was indeed afraid that something bad would happen, so having more people would be better. After that, he had the 3 of them pick a small team each. Liao Yangbing naturally picked Battle Blade. At this moment, after the fire beast's attack and the fire sparrow's self-destruction, the sea race had lost almost half of their numbers. However, there were still nearly 20,000 people left. After gathering, they marched forward majestically. Ning Huaishu asked, "How should we attack this time?" After receiving the news from Baicheng City, Ning Huaishu became more cautious. The skyscraping city had 5 major restrictions as a trump card, but now it was a little restrained. If the entire coastline was to be engulfed in flames of war, then the skyscraping city would definitely be the strongest city on the eastern coastline. It was of great significance and could not be lost no matter what. Hong Juanhuan said, "Why don't we attack? There are only 20,000 people, not even one Jiutian Emperor Wu. Although it will take some effort to kill them, it's just like cutting carrots." Zhuangxing said, "We can't. Everyone here is the absolute top power of the city. Once we expose our strength, the consequences will be unimaginable. In my opinion, we should let some of the first teams and all the second and third teams fight. Just treat it as a training session." Ning Huaishu said, "That's good too. We can let them hone themselves for more difficult situations in the future." The order was quickly passed down, and a large number of sect disciples moved out. There were also some martial emperor-level rogue cultivators who were organized into first-class squads. They were made up of 5 people each, and their strength was even stronger than the sect's squads. They were kept as trump cards. 8 squads were chosen from the sect's squads, and there were a total of 20 martial emperor experts. Once the restrictions on the city tower were opened, everyone rushed into the sky. More than 2,000 people were densely distributed in the surroundings, all of them looking cold and ready for battle. At the back of the sea race, Guangqing stared coldly into the distance and said, "What? Has the city used up all its trump cards? Do the humans need to fight personally?" The ancient lizard commander said, "Previously, the fire giant was so powerful that it must have required a lot of resources. However, it was restrained by the self-destruction of some of its people. The humans must have felt that using that kind of restriction again was not worth the cost." Guangqing said indifferently, "Such a magnificent city can't only have one type of restriction. They must also want to keep a trump card. But from this, even if they have a trump card, there won't be too many. Because the number of humans is too small, it is very difficult to make up for the losses, but they are still willing to release warriors to fight." Commander Jiao Ha said, "Does that mean that the entire city's strength is about the same?" The ancient lizard commander rolled its eyes at him and said, "What, you want to go over and attack?" Commander Jiao Ha said, "If we can figure out the enemy's background, why can't we just attack?" Everyone looked at Guangqing. It seemed that the previous few failures had made them unable to bear it and they wanted to vent their dissatisfaction. Guangqing glanced around and revealed a cold smile, "Let's wait. I want to take down this city without fail. There is no room for failure." Commander Jiao Ha couldn't help but say, "Lord Guangqing, with our strength, there's basically no chance of anything going wrong. Summoning a deep-sea giant beast is just icing on the cake." Guangqing put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if a few more deep-sea giant beasts die, but you guys can't afford to lose them. Right now, the entire coast of the East Sea is mobilizing troops, and a large-scale battle is about to break out. Almost all the experts in the nearby seas are in my hands. Not only do I want to take down this city without fail, I also want to become the core of the Eastern region's war. All of you are indispensable." Everyone's bodies trembled and they hurriedly replied, "Yes." Guangqing waved his hand and said, "Let Chou Yu and the other 2 do it. The effect is better than I expected. At least it won't be so boring." A square platform protruded from one corner of the city wall. A large golden bronze drum was lying on it, glowing under the sunlight. 4 Emperor Wu experts stood guard around the drum, quietly sitting in the air with their eyes closed in cultivation. Suddenly, a ray of light descended and turned into the figure of a warrior. The 4 Emperor Wu experts were shocked and said, "Greetings, Lord Xiaoqiu." This person was one of the 5 hall masters of the 4 Extreme School, Xianxia. He grabbed the air, and the drum glowed with silver light, absorbing most of the nearby spirit energy. The surface of the drum glowed with white light, and a golden shadow appeared on it, growing bigger and bigger. Bang! A ray of golden light shot out, shaking the drum slightly. that golden shadow suddenly broke out of the drum. It was a 10-meter-long drumstick, spinning in the air and creating an extremely strong field with the drum. The gold and silver light interacted with each other. One of the Emperor Wu experts said in surprise, "Are we going to use this desolate drum?" Every time there was an enemy situation, this drum would sound 3 times in a row, but it was only a light beat by the 4 people in charge of guarding. Xianxia said, "But only use 1/10 of its power. Let the sea race suffer a bit." He formed a seal with his left hand and opened his right hand, grabbing at the air. The golden drumstick was pulled by his suction force, slowly falling down. However, the surface of the drum shone with silver light, as if it was being separated from its flesh, desperately sucking at it. All of a sudden, a silver light shot out from the surface of the drum, aiming at the golden drumstick, wanting to take it back. Zhang Xiaochu snorted and immediately formed a seal with his left hand. A golden light hit the silver light and crashed into the drum, creating a dull sound. The suction force of the golden drumstick was immediately reduced. Zhang Xiaochu held it in his hand and poured his spirit energy into it. Golden lights bloomed and danced in the air. The 4 Emperor Wu's faces were aghast. They knew the power of this desolate drum, and the 4 of them had tried to summon the drumstick, but none of them had succeeded. Zhang Xiaochu held the dazzling golden drumsticks in his hand, kicked off the ground, and flew up into the air. Then, he pounded on the drum fiercely. Bang! An earth-shattering sound echoed. A silver light broke out from the back of the drum, turning into a golden wave that swept towards the sea race warriors outside the city. The faces of the sea race warriors in the front changed. They stopped and performed all kinds of unique skills. All of a sudden, colorful lights smashed against the silver wave. Bang! 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 Most of the attacks were like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They were all destroyed by the silver wave. The waves also pierced through the bodies of the sea race warriors and killed them. Only a few strong sea race warriors from the Bahuang province were able to break the silver wave and protect themselves. The silver wave was blocked by a strong force. It moved forward for a while and then disappeared. Many corpses of the sea race warriors fell to the ground. The cultivators in the sky above the giant city all cheered wildly. Bang! Another drumbeat reverberated, and immediately, a large number of sea folk fell one after another. However, all of them were prepared, and those who were still alive were all powerful existences. This time, the silver wave was quickly annihilated. Zhang Xiaochu frowned and looked at the golden drumstick coldly. A few talismans flew out of it and formed a pattern in the sky. He then pounded on the drum. Boom! This time, the sound was completely different from the previous 2 times. A sound wave transformed into a colorful color and flew up from the surface of the drum. It turned into a vast sea of clouds and rushed towards the sea race. Woo woo woo! Woo woo woo! Suddenly, the sound of a horn spread in the distance. It sounded like it was calling something on the sea. After that, the sound of the horn rose and fell. It was deep and low, but it was following some kind of rhythm. The cloud-like drumbeat was immediately blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance any further, and dissipated in the air outside the city. Zhang Xiaochu's facial expression changed and he looked angry. He wanted to use the power of the drum again, but suddenly, someone ordered him to go back. His face twitched, and he snorted coldly. He threw the drumstick away unwillingly, turned around, and flew away from the drum platform. The drumstick turned into a beam of golden light and flew back into the great drum of desolation. The entire drum calmed down and the spiritual chi on it disappeared. The 4 martial emperors who were guarding the city looked at each other and stared out of the city. Their faces were filled with worry. Along with the sound of the horn, there was a sound in the sky. It was like they were back in the sea. All the sea races people felt their blood boiling. Their chi rose to the peak. They shouted and rushed forward. Zhang Xiaochu returned to the viewing platform and said angrily, "Lord Huaishu, why did you ask me to stop? Why don't we just summon the ancient barbarian sound and kill them all?" Ning Huaishu said calmly, "We have strong cultivators, but so do they. Since they are fighting back with the sound, let's stop for now. I don't want this attack to escalate. Otherwise, we won't be able to train them." Hong Juanhuan also nodded. We paid a lot of money to summon these warriors to kill. If we have to do everything, what's the use of them? Zhang Xiaochu snorted and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He didn't say anything. The dense martial artists in Matian Giant City had long been ready for battle. Watching the sound of drums dying out and the sound of sea tides coming, a great number of Sea Clan powerhouses rushed out from hundreds of meters away from Matian Giant City. They all roared and started to rush out. Li Yunxiao said, "Kill the enemy in groups. Don't be too far away. Look after each other. Don't stretch the battle line too far." Yes. Everyone responded, including Liang Yuanji. Their hot-blooded hearts calmed down. Killing the enemy was important, but staying alive was more important. 2,000 human race martial artists rushed out and were instantly drowned in the sea race martial artists. It was almost 10 times the number of human race martial artists. Under the impact, many human race martial artists were directly killed. The entire battlefield continued to expand, and a steady stream of sea race martial artists poured in. Li Yunxiao still held the rank 8 saber in his hand. He suppressed his strength to that of an 8-star martial venerable. However, every time he swung his saber, a sea race warrior would die. There was no way to dodge his attacks. Furthermore, he specifically chose the high-ranked martial venerables to kill. He left the weaker ones to his teammates. In just a few breaths, he had killed over 10 high-ranked martial venerables and rushed into the enemy's camp. Liang Yuanji suddenly exclaimed, "Lord Feiyong, don't stretch the battle line too far." The members of the Battle Blade team were all shocked by his bravery and strength. However, they were worried for him at the same time. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Take care of yourselves." The members of the Battle Blade team were stunned. Then, they smiled bitterly. With his strength, he was indeed qualified to say that. Although there were still many sea race cultivators filtered by Li Yunxiao, the team was able to kill them easily. In just a few moves, they had achieved a brilliant result. Each of them had killed more than 10 people and had completed their mission. Everyone in the spectator stands watched quietly. The entire battle was under their control. Once there was a change in the situation, they would immediately take action. After all, almost all the teams were gathered here. They could not afford to make any mistakes. Is that masked cultivator really just an 8-star martial saint? Xianxia suddenly asked. His gaze was originally looking at the entire battlefield. However, he quickly discovered that something was wrong with Li Yunxiao. He was almost unparalleled. Regardless of whether his opponent was a peak martial saint or had an extremely strong shell, he killed them all with one strike. There was no exception. Liao Yangbing's heart skipped a beat. She was a little worried. I also feel that something is wrong with this person. Although the fluctuation of his origin energy is indeed that of an 8-star martial saint, every move of his saber technique is extremely ruthless and accurate. It contains the supreme saber intent. Therefore, even a 9-star martial saint can be easily killed. Fu Yichuan said seriously, however, this is not the problem. The problem is that he has killed more than 100 people, but the fluctuation of his origin energy has not weakened at all. Liao Yangbing faked a smile and said, then, this person must be a peak martial saint or Emperor Wu in disguise. There have been similar situations before. This is not a bad thing. Xianxia nodded and said, everyone has their own thoughts. Since he wants to hide his strength, there is nothing wrong with it. If he can survive after the battle, then Yunrua's reward should be given the same as Emperor Wu's. Fu Yichuan nodded and said, indeed. His courage in killing the Ghost Eel commander and the merit he has displayed now can indeed be given more than what he deserves. Even those Emperor Wu's existences are not as agile as him. Hong Juanwan's pupils constricted as he suddenly said, don't you think he's a little too agile? After killing dozens of people, the Emperor Wu warriors of the first squad had their elemental energy depleted. Facing a peak revered martial artist, they would have to use a second or even a third move. Under the siege of several peak revered martial artists, they would be trapped again, and it would be difficult for them to win. However, this person was still killing one person with one slash, as if he was chopping carrots. Zhang Xiaochu said, so what? It can only mean that his true strength is above the average Emperor Wu. Everyone nodded and Hong Ju and Huan did not say anything else. Liao Yangbing heaved a sigh of relief. If these people had discovered Li Yunxia's identity, she would have died a horrible death. How could Li Yunxia not know that killing like this would arouse suspicion? However, as more and more members of the sea race encircled him, the anger in his heart surged. The more he killed, the heavier his killing intent became, and the more excited he became. Zhenryu suddenly reminded him, "Protect your heart, don't become a demon." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, "I have already refined the demon, how can I become a demon?" Zhenryu said, "The demon is born from the heart, when did you refine the demon in your heart?" "Pfft, don't talk nonsense with me." Li Yunxiao said angrily, "These sea race are really hateful." For a rainbow stone, they did not hesitate to start a war between the two races. Since that is the case, why should I be polite when I kill them? Zhenryu retorted, "You are the one who is hateful. You took someone else's thing and you blame them for coming to you?" Li Yunxiao said, "If the rainbow stone was a dead object, I could return it to them. However, she has now manifested into a living person and swallowed my agarine. How am I going to return it?" After a few voice transmissions, another dozen sea race members died under his saber. Those who were low-level revered martial artists were killed with one slash. The sea race members around him also went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot and they did not use their ultimate moves. They roared and rushed forward to self-destruct. Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and threw the saber away. He stood in the air. The saber whizzed through the air and spun around him. The saber radiance bloomed in all directions. Bang! 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 The self-destructing sea race members did not even have time to rush into the light before they exploded in the air. All kinds of explosions rang out. Although the sea race was not afraid of death, this suicidal behavior, which was akin to a moth flying into a flame, still made them shudder. After the saber spun a few times and returned to Li Yunxia's hand, everyone retreated. No one dared to go forward. A cold expression flashed on Li Yunxia's face and he continued to approach the sea race. Voila, the sea race actually retreated to the sides and made a path for him. Li Yunxia was stunned. Looking at the sea race members who were trembling in fear, the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly disappeared and his mind calmed down. Although they were of a different race, although they were not very intelligent, although they were courageous, they were still living creatures. Who would not be afraid of death? Who would be willing to die in such a cowardly manner? However, in a war between two races, there was no choice. Li Yunxiao did not continue to chase. Instead, he began to kill his way back. A cold expression appeared on his face. As he waved his saber, several people screamed and died. It was as if he had returned to the past when he killed countless experts in the 8,000 Li Sea. After Li Yunxiao killed his way far away, the pressure on the Battle Blade team increased. They were surrounded by a large number of sea race members. The battle circle gradually shrank. Everyone's eyes were spitting fire. It was already impossible to tell whose blood was on their bodies. There was only kill, 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 in their minds. Chen Zhongwei's face was even more ferocious. He wanted to take revenge for both old and new grudges. His entire body was filled with violent emotions. He wanted to rush up and bite these sea race members to pieces. Sila. Just as he was surrounded by two martial saints of similar strength and was in danger, two beams of light suddenly streaked past. The two martial saints were cut in half and fell from the sky. Fresh blood splattered all over his face. In his shock, he saw an indifferent expression on Li Yunxia's face. Lord Feiyong, although Chen Zhongwei knew that Li Yunxia's strength was not ordinary, his performance was a little too shocking. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Li Yunxiao did not even look at him. He only said indifferently, "Don't die." The saber light streaked past again and attacked the other sea race members who were surrounding the Battle Blade team. Chen Zhongwei felt a warmth in his heart. He hurriedly looked around and immediately retreated to the Battle Blade team's battle circle. With Li Yunxia's return, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The battle circle became smaller and smaller. A large number of corpses piled up below. Everyone on the spectator platform turned pale. Their hands were stained with blood, but this was the first time they had experienced such a bloodthirsty battle. Hot blood surged in their bodies, and they could not wait to rush out and kill their enemies. Only one person became more and more excited as more and more people died. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Xianxia turned around and looked at him. He said, "Lord Qianyu, is it about time?" Hee hee. Duan Qianyu stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. He laughed strangely. His laughter made everyone's hair stand on end, and they could not help but reveal looks of disgust. The cultivators beside him snorted coldly and moved away, not wanting to get too close to him. Duan Qianyu did not care about the crowd's expressions. He laughed cruelly and said, "It's about time. A little more would be even better." Hee hee, this trip was not in vain. I really look forward to the battle escalating. Hee hee hee. Ning Huaishu's face also turned pale. He felt like vomiting, but he still forced a smile and said, "Since Lord Qianyu likes this kind of scene, why not send more people?" No, no, no. Duan Qianyu shook his head repeatedly. His eyes shone. I can't even eat these vengeful spirits alone. How can I let others have a share? Unless the battle escalates and hundreds of powerhouses of your level die, then that's more like it. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed bitterly. If hundreds of high-level Emperor Wu also die, then the entire Eastern Territory will basically fall. Duan Qianyu laughed strangely. Hee 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 hee, if there are 100 high-level Emperor Wu's vengeful spirits, I can refine a heaven-grade golden soul. I can help you all take revenge. Everyone else felt suffocated. But no one wanted to provoke the Soul Devourer sect powerhouses. Moreover, everyone was on the same side now. The more abnormal and powerful this person was, the better it was for them. So they all turned their heads away, too lazy to pay attention to him. Duan Qianyu laughed for a while. He also felt bored and stopped. His gaze fell on the outside, and his long tongue licked his lips more and more frequently. He kept sucking in his saliva. It's about time. Just when everyone's hair stood on end from the sound of the saliva being sucked and almost reached the limit of their endurance, Duan Qianyu laughed loudly. He turned into a beam of light and rushed out. His figure appeared in the sky. He looked coldly at the battlefield and casually threw out a Soul Devourer gonfalon. It unfolded in the air and became bigger and bigger. The long gonfalon rustled in the air. The strange black symbols drawn on it flew out and circled in the air. Gradually, they formed a small black formation. The power on it suddenly dispersed. The whole sky darkened instantly. It was as if night had fallen. There was no light at all. Everyone was shocked. They looked up in shock. They didn't know where the martial artist was showing his remarkable power. He could actually change the heaven and earth. When the human powerhouses saw who it was, although they didn't recognize him, they at least knew he was a human. They were overjoyed and cheered as if they had seen their savior. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He naturally knew it was someone from the Soul Devourer sect. He said indifferently, "Once this person makes a move, the battle will end. Everyone be careful." The members of the Battle Blade team were stunned. Since it was an expert from their side, what did he mean by "be careful"? Xianxia explained, "This person is from the Soul Devourer sect. Once the Soul Devourer race eats souls, they don't distinguish between friend and foe. They only care about their own pleasure. Now that the two races are at war, Hongyu City will probably restrain him. They won't be too reckless. However, everyone should still be careful. If he accidentally eats your soul, I believe that Hongyu City won't seek justice for you." When everyone heard this, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. Among the 7 sects, the Soul Devourer sect was undoubtedly the most troublesome and feared one. Most of the time, they would run away as soon as they heard its name. Now that they heard Xianxia's words, they became even more nervous. Their killing speed slowed down as they were more afraid of the sky. The 3 sea race leaders saw the sky turn dark and their faces changed. Ugly Fish said angrily, "A human high-order Emperor Wu is making a move." Li Jing exclaimed, "What do we do?" Although the 3 of them suffered heavy setbacks in their attempts to attack the city, they received praise from Guanqing, who directly appointed Ugly Fish as the highest commander. This way, Li Jing and Commander Demon Otter had nothing to say. They basically followed Ugly Fish's orders. Ugly Fish said coldly, "Shameless thing. With the power of a high-order Emperor Wu, he dares to attack these scum. Li Jing, I'll leave it to you to meet him." Li Jing was stunned for a moment before a look of joy flashed across his face. He laughed wildly, "Haha, it should have been like this long ago." Because Ugly Fish's strategy was to delay and not to win, Li Jing didn't think he would be sent out to fight. He couldn't stand the front anymore. Now that he received the order, he turned into a ray of light and flew forward. Ugly Fish said, "Though we don't want to win, we can't let the humans be so shameless. Mo Otter, you will help Li Jing in case the other humans sneak attack. Once something goes wrong, come back immediately. Don't be greedy." "Okay." Mo Otter also turned into a ray of light and chased after Li Jing. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before ordering, "Everyone, get ready. Move the troops forward." His face flashed with cold anger. If the humans really sent a large number of high-order Emperor Wu to surround them, then the remaining 50,000 sea race people would attack the city with all their might and fight to the death. Now, he had a rough estimate of the city's power. With 20,000 sea race people in front and 50,000 now, even if they couldn't take down the city, they would at least break through half of its defense. When the deep-sea beasts were summoned, they would be like a hot knife through butter. As soon as the soul-devouring Gonfalon appeared, the entire world turned dark. The corpses that were piled up like a mountain below began to glow with a faint green color. Little by little, they flew up like fireflies and illuminated the corpses, presenting a ghastly and horrifying scene. However, there were still tens of thousands of people fighting above. They didn't feel that it was eerie and terrifying, but they all felt that it was extremely strange. They didn't know what kind of divine ability this was. There was even a large number of members of the sea race who charged towards Duan Qianyu, but they were killed by him with a flick of his finger. Their souls were extracted on the spot and thrown towards the soul-devouring Gonfalon. A ghostly face immediately appeared in the flag, revealing a strange smile. It directly opened its mouth and swallowed the souls of the sea race. Hiss! Everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air. Whether it was the oceanic race or the humans, they all felt a chill run down their spines and couldn't help but quiver. How many people have seen such a thing where a person's soul was extracted and fed to evil spirits? Soul Devourer Sect. This is the Lord of the Soul Devourer Sect. A martial artist couldn't help but exclaim. His tone was filled with extreme shock. It was hard to tell if it was fear, surprise, or both. However, after a short period of fear, most of the human martial artists' morale suddenly rose. They laughed wildly and said, "Haha, the Lord of the Soul Devourer Sect has made his move. The 7 super forces have all sent their experts. Everyone, fight with your lives." All of a sudden, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The knot in their hearts that had been suppressed by the oceanic race was released, and their morale was high. At this moment, the fluorescent lights that were surging up from below gradually condensed as they rose up. The appearances of various members of the oceanic race and humans when they were alive emerged. Their faces were lifeless, and some even showed shock and fear as they floated around freely. The eyes of the ghostly face on the soul devourer Gonfalon suddenly shone brightly. Under the dazzling golden light, it slowly flew out from the Gonfalon and opened its mouth to suck in. Everyone on the battlefield suddenly felt a chilly wind blowing, and chills ran down their spines. They saw countless souls flying past them and being directly sucked into the strange big face. The murderous aura that filled the battlefield suddenly disappeared and turned into a chill. Everyone gradually stopped fighting and couldn't help but circulate their essence force to dispel the fear that came from their souls. Jia jia jia. Duan Qianyu sucked in the souls happily and couldn't help but laugh wildly. He raised his right hand high and spread his 5 fingers apart. 2 of his fingers bent down and formed a seal before pointing in the air. After the golden soul slave wantonly swallowed tens of thousands of souls, its body swelled up a bit, and a rune appeared on its forehead, corresponding to the seal in Duan Qianyu's hand. Li Yunxia frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He said, "Everyone, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden soul slave exploded with a bang. "And? What happened?" Everyone looked up and was somewhat puzzled. Could it have eaten so much that it exploded? Just as they were feeling puzzled, the golden soul slave that exploded turned into countless rays of light and flew down. Every ray of light revealed an identical face, with a strange expression and a terrifying smile. Their eyes shone brightly, as if they were ferocious beasts that had been starving for days and saw delicious food. Ah! Suddenly, a Sea Clan martial artist screamed. A ray of light penetrated his body, and when it came out from his back, it had a pale yellow light in its mouth. Looking carefully, the pale yellow light was the appearance of the Sea Clan martial artist. His face was full of horror, and his limbs were constantly struggling, but everything was in vain. He was directly eaten by the face, bit by bit. After the face ate the Sea Clan martial artist's soul, its entire body became a bit bigger, and it revealed a satisfied expression. However, it seemed to be hungry again very quickly, and it directly stared at a nearby martial artist and rushed over. Ah! That martial artist was a human. When he saw the light rushing over, he panicked for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and said with a forced smile, "Haha, I forgot that Lord is on our side. I forgot myself, I forgot myself." He even smiled at the light rushing over and nodded repeatedly to greet it. The face on the light also smiled even more happily. When it passed through his body, it came out with the martial artist's soul in its mouth. The soul's face revealed a look of panic and disbelief. After struggling for a moment, it was swallowed by the ghost face, and the ghost face grew a bit bigger. "Hey! What's going on?" Everyone was stunned, and they suddenly felt their hair stand on end. "Why is one of our own eating it?" While they were still in a daze, the countless rays of light had already flown down from the sky, and each ray had a ghost face on it. It had already eaten the souls of hundreds of martial artists, including many humans. The members of the Battle Blade team were also quite frightened. Only now did they understand what Xianxia meant when he said to be careful. Previously, they didn't think much of it, thinking that Xianxia was exaggerating. Now, they hated that he didn't directly shout to escape. How could they still fight? The two rays of light directly ate the Sea Clan in front of the Battle Blade team, and after growing a bit bigger, they pounced towards them. Everyone's expression changed, and bean-sized cold sweat dripped down. The unknown was the scariest thing. No one had ever fought against such things before, and they could directly eat souls. They were all trembling in fear. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two saber lights streaked across the sky, directly cutting the two ghost faces apart. The two ghost faces that had been cut into four turned into 4 rays of green light. After circling in the air, they condensed into an even larger ghost face, which opened its mouth and bit towards them. Xianxia frowned. This soul slave was already a black gold rank existence. Even if it had countless clones, it wasn't something that could be killed with ordinary strength. Only using Emperor's Chi to suppress it was the fastest way, but he couldn't use Emperor's Chi right now. He could only strike again, and with a slash, it turned into a saber cage that tore the soul slave to pieces. Although he couldn't completely kill it, every time it was killed, it would cause it to lose some of its strength. At least, it was more than enough to protect itself. Moreover, there were many first-level human teams with Emperor Wu in them. In their shock and anger, they also used Emperor's Chi to kill many soul slaves. At this moment, Ning Huaishu was already quite angry on the spectator stands. He roared, "Duan Qianyu, you deserve to die." Duan Qianyu's body trembled, and an extremely dangerous aura came from the spectator stands. He saw Ning Huaishu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and golden light kept surging from his palm, as if he was going to kill him. He was so scared that his body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Lord Huaishu, please calm down." He quickly formed seals with both hands, and one seal after another entered the soul-devouring gonfalon. Many of the soul slaves on the battlefield stopped and began to distinguish between friend and foe, and only attacked the sea race. Ning Huaishu's expression changed several times, and finally, the golden light in his hand slowly dissipated. He said coldly, "If I see you kill another of your kind, I will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces." Duan Qianyu forced a few awkward laughs, but in his heart, he felt that it was a pity. Humans had a natural advantage in intelligence, and their souls were stronger than those of other races. Under the same cultivation level, the souls of one human cultivator were equivalent to 5 sea-race cultivators, so under the misunderstanding just now, he mainly ate the souls of humans. In just a few short breaths, he had eaten the souls of nearly 100 people. Fu Yichuan said coldly, no wonder the soul-devouring sect would incite the world to fight back then. This kind of cultivation technique, this kind of personality, is simply too evil. Xuanxing's eyes flashed with lingering fear, and he sighed. So now, the soul-devouring sect has an iron law of not killing people for no reason to restrict them, and that's why they have a chance to survive. Giving others leeway is also giving themselves leeway. Otherwise, if they incur the wrath of the continent, they won't be able to survive. They, the arcane masters, were even more afraid of the soul-devouring race, and the souls of arcane masters were what these people loved the most. Xuanxing felt that every time Duan Qianyu looked at him, it was like he was looking at food. He didn't think much of it before, but now that he saw Duan Qianyu eating souls without distinguishing between friend and foe, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Ning Huaishu snorted. If not for the fact that this person's cultivation technique is very useful, I really want to kill him right now. After the soul slaves started distinguishing between friend and foe, all the humans let out a sigh of relief. However, their faces were still full of vigilance. Whenever they saw the soul slaves coming, they would hide far away. At the same time, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. The sea folk immediately fell into chaos. However, they also discovered that although these soul slaves couldn't be killed, they could be continuously scattered. At least, they could preserve their lives. Duan Qianyu's face suddenly became cold. The speed at which the soul slaves devoured living souls was becoming slower and slower. Although there were countless clones, each one was extremely weak. His hand seals changed and a rune appeared. He pointed in the air and a light scattered like petals. The scattered soul slaves began to condense one by one, becoming bigger and bigger. In a few breaths, the hundreds of soul slaves directly became 3. Each of them emitted scattered golden light and laughed strangely as they ate the sea folk. This time, they were completely unstoppable. The attacks of the sea folk landed on the 3 golden soul slaves like stones sinking into the ocean. The 3 golden soul slaves devoured several at a time. The souls of the sea folk didn't even have time to struggle. They were all swallowed in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook and an extremely powerful force exploded in the air. Then, a blue energy fell from the sky and hit one of the golden soul slaves. Bang! The golden soul slave directly exploded into countless rays of light. All kinds of sharp sounds came out. In the end, it retreated a few feet and condensed again. However, the light was much dimmer. Duan Qianyu's face changed. He quickly clapped his hands together. The 3 golden soul slaves immediately merged into one and flew back to his side. He grabbed the soul-devouring flag in his hand. His face was full of vigilance. The expressions of the people on the viewing platform also changed. They all looked towards the void. Where the punch landed, a black hole appeared and a figure slowly appeared. The figure was light blue. He was huge and only half the height of a person. He had 2 fangs on his face and a fierce look in his eyes. When the sea folk saw this, they immediately cheered and shouted, "Commander Power Whale! Commander Power Whale!" Suddenly, their voices shook the sky. The morale of those who had been beaten previously instantly rose. Duan Qianyu said, "High-rank sea folk Emperor Wu?" Commander Li Jing revealed a cold smile, "Despicable human, you're having fun fighting." Duan Qianyu licked his lips and cackled, "Not bad, not bad. Your soul is comparable to a normal human Emperor Wu. Did you specially send it to me to nourish me?" Commander Li Jing revealed a hideous smile as he stepped forward and threw a punch. "That's right, let's see if you can take it." Boom! The entire space was blasted apart, and a powerful shockwave swept up everything in the surroundings. A black hole appeared under the fist wind, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Duan Qianyu was greatly astonished. The might of such a fist force was exceptionally domineering. Not only did it have the momentum of Mount Tai, but it also directly compressed the space into a single point, making it impossible for anyone to escape. He hurriedly rolled up the soul-devouring Gonfalon in his hand and used it as a profound level weapon to block the attack. Bang! When the soul-devouring Gonfalon suffered that punch, an unparalleled force surged up. Duan Qianyu felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break, and his internal organs were shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backward for more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. Commander Power Whale! Commander Power Whale! The Sea clan suddenly burst into cheers, and everyone began to dance. Because of the appearance of Commander Power Whale, the people of the two clans immediately dispersed, forming two distinct factions. They all retreated to the back, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. Duan Qianyu was injured, but no one sympathized with him. They all stared at him coldly, and some even looked as if he deserved it. Is it delicious? Trash! Commander Power Whale sneered, and with a whoosh, his body disappeared on the spot. So fast. Everyone was shocked. Originally, with such a clumsy body and huge strength, the opponent should be in existence with extremely low agility. They did not expect his speed to be so fast that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Bang! The moment Commander Power Whale appeared, another punch was blasted away. A long stream of blood spurted out from Duan Qianyu's mouth, and his whole body was thrown into the sky. The faces of the people on the spectator stand immediately turned ugly. He was completely defeated in just 2 moves. This was too demoralizing. Ren Zhanxiong said coldly, "Let me go." This feigned sea beast dared to come alone, so it must have some tricks up its sleeve. Duan Qianyu is not suitable to deal with this kind of speed and strength type elite. Ning Huaishu hesitated, and he looked at the others for help. Zhang Xiaochu said coldly, "Let's wait and see. No matter what, he is still the 7-star Emperor Wu. Do you think he only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong?" Everyone nodded. After all, they did not have a good impression of Duan Qianyu. If they were not on the same side, they would have applauded if he had been killed. Duan Qianyu's body seemed to have been severely injured. After being sent flying, he directly floated in the air, motionless. "Trash, you're not dead yet?" Commander Power Whale looked up disdainfully, and said coldly, "Instead of living in such a humiliating way, why don't you just end your life?" His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed up again, punching. Duan Qianyu's body suddenly spun, and he sat cross-legged in the air. He put his hands together, and a fierce aura emerged from his body, as if there was a beast roaring in his body. Roar! At the same time, his face became extremely ferocious, and his body began to demonize inch by inch. He put his palms together and slammed them down. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He did not expect Duan Qianyu to have cultivated a soul battle technique. Normally, in the Soul Devourer sect, one would either cultivate a soul battle technique or the Soul Devourer Gonfalon. It was very rare to find someone who cultivated both. What was even rarer was that he had actually cultivated both to a high level. The beast roaring in his body was definitely a 9th-stage existence. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and Duan Qianyu's body shook again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying into the air. "Humph, you have some resistance." Commander Power Whale's face showed a hint of ferocity, and he smiled cruelly. "In that case, I will tear you apart bit by bit, and let everyone see clearly." He suddenly felt that this was a good idea, and it could deal a blow to the humans' morale. In a flash, he immediately rushed up. Duan Qianyu only felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and some parts were even directly crushed. Before he could even take a breath, a wave of impact hit him. "Damn bastard!" He roared angrily, and the furry soul devourer Gonfalon in his hand waved. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the golden soul slave flew up in an instant. Its mouth was so big that it could swallow the sky and earth. The soul slave's speed was relatively slow, and it could not catch up with the strength whale's speed. But Duan Qianyu made it directly bite him, and suddenly, the whole world was within the range of its mouth. This thing is a little troublesome." The strength whale, who was moving at high speed in the air, frowned. He directly appeared in front of Duan Qianyu, turned around, and punched. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive explosions, the black gold-level soul slave's mouth was instantly pierced, and it showed a trace of pain. But very quickly, it continuously healed, and it continued to bite. The strength whale frowned. This was also the first time he saw this thing, and he felt a little scared. His figure flashed, and he was about to pass through the giant hole that was pierced through. A cold look flashed across Duanqianyo's face. He waved the Soul Devourer Gonfalon a few times, and it directly changed the world. The Soul Devourer Gonfalon spread out, and it swept everything in front of it. The Strength Whale's expression suddenly changed, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "You dare to show off your insignificant skills." He clenched his hands in front of him, and a mass of air exploded on the spot. Countless air currents surged, and a raging wave condensed in front of him. Then, the Strength Whale exhaled, and the Jiutian Emperor Qi on its body mixed with the raging wave. He suddenly opened his fists, and they turned into palm force. Bang! 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 A large number of air waves were shaken and exploded in all directions. The Golden Soul Slave's face was also beaten, and the heaven and earth vision was forcibly suppressed, revealing a bright world. Bang! Finally, the palm hit Duanqianyu, and he was sent flying again. Duanqianyu's body was in great pain, and all his nerves seemed to be instantly paralyzed. He could not even use his origin power, and he completely lost the ability to fight. The Soul Devourer Gonfalon also could not be controlled, and it fell from the sky. The Golden Soul Slave escaped back into the Gonfalon, not daring to appear again. A trace of killing intent flashed in the Strength Whale's eyes, and he flew up, chasing after it with a punch. If there was a chance to kill a high-level human Emperor Wu, he naturally would not let it go. But how could Ming Huaishu, who was on the spectator stand, let him do as he wished? He said coldly, "Someone go and stop him." "I'll do it." Fu Yichuan said, "This person's battle prowess is at least peak 7-star Emperor Wu." His figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky, blocking the Strength Whale's path. With one hand behind his back, he grabbed the air with the other. The space suddenly shrank under the power of his grab, as if someone had pulled up a net. The Strength Whale's figure suddenly appeared, and a trace of shock and anger flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You shameless humans, are you planning to use attrition?" Fu Yichuan's face was old, and he did not care about the other's mockery. He said calmly, "This is a battle between two races, not a duel in the arena. You have tens of thousands of people, and I have only a few thousand. Is that not shameless?" The Strength Whale was speechless, and did not know how to respond. He could only roar and punch again. Countless fist intents turned into strong winds, and the space was torn apart. An invincible aura gathered and became stronger. Fu Yichuan's expression changed. His power as 8-star Emperor Wu was not enough to suppress the opponent, anger surged in his heart, and he took a step forward, causing the entire world to tremble. That foot stepped on the frequency of the shaking of the world, and he used the power of the heavens to suppress the opponent. Pong, the aura gathered around the Power Whale commander was directly smashed apart by that stomp. The fist force was suppressed to the extreme and it emitted an ear-piercing hissing sound, causing countless martial artists in the sky to feel pain in their ears. "Damned human, I don't accept this." The Strength Whale roared, and his body suddenly expanded. His body seemed to change slightly, and he punched again. The restraining force that Fu Yichuan had unleashed loosened slightly under that punch. Anger appeared on his face as he said, "I originally gave you a chance to be a prisoner, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for killing you." His 5 fingers moved, and streaks of green light shot out, crisscrossing to form a large green net. It covered the sky, and the lines of the net had a green tail light. It was abnormally swift and fierce, and wherever it passed, a large area of darkness would appear. Suddenly, the space in front of the Power Whale commander twisted, and the Demon Otter commander appeared. He clenched his right hand into a fist and opened his fingers. His long finger blades slashed through the air and landed on the green net. Several lines of the net broke and were torn apart. Then, the Demon Otter commander reached out with his left hand again, and several finger blades shot out. A series of explosions sounded, and the spatial shackles around the Power Whale commander were cut open. "Go!" The Demon Otter commander shouted and turned into a ray of light to escape. His movements were quick and fluid, and there was no hesitation. A hint of hesitation flashed across Commander Li Jing's face before he followed closely behind. "How dare you underestimate me? I will not forgive you." Fu Yichuan's expression changed. He was an 8-star Emperor Wu. If he was rescued under his nose, he wouldn't be able to show his face no matter how old he was. Stay! He shouted and formed a seal with one hand. Golden runes suddenly appeared on the robe he was wearing and moved without wind. His sleeves expanded, emitting powerful spiritual energy. The sleeves were as hard as steel. Fu Yichuan formed a seal with one hand and raised the other. Runes similar to the ones on the robe appeared in the sky and pressed down on the two fleeing people. Xianxia smiled and said, "It's heaven and earth in the sleeve. I haven't seen Master Yichuan in action for so many years. Now that he has shown his power again, it's a great show." Ning Huaishu's eyes were also filled with praise. This move is perfect for capturing enemies. The Demon Otter Commander and the Power Whale Commander were both shocked. Under the pressure of the strange runes, they felt that no matter how they ran, they would not be able to leave this strange space. The Power Whale Commander clenched his hands into fists and punched the air. The Demon Otter Commander spread his fingers, and countless finger blades crisscrossed, trying to create a path in the space. Their attacks spread out, but like stones sinking into the ocean, they disappeared into thin air, and the surrounding restraining force became tighter and tighter. Despicable, despicable humans, kill them. The sea race martial practitioners behind him were all abnormally enraged as they roared and charged forward again. All kinds of attacks rained down on Fu Yichuan, but none of them could get close to him. Heaven and Earth Sleeve. A cold glint flashed in Fu Yichuan's eyes. His sleeves fluttered, and all the attacks that filled the sky were absorbed into the runes in the sky. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in front of them and quickly landed beside the two sea race commanders. A layer of green spread out from the light, and outside the green light, a layer of white spread out, and outside the white light, a layer of gold spread out. It suddenly grew bigger in the sky, and a figure appeared and walked out. Fu Yichuan's expression changed drastically. His heaven and earth sleeve was a space of its own that could absorb everything, and at the same time isolate everything. The other party actually ignored it and walked in. He took a step out in anger, and his entire body pressed forward as he punched out with his palm force. The Power Whale Commander and the Demon Otter Commander saw this person, and they were overjoyed. It was the Ugly Fish Commander, and he held a shining pearl in his hand that was constantly swallowing and spitting out green light. It was this item that broke open the heaven and earth sleeve. The Ugly Fish Commander said coldly, "You guys leave first." He stepped out from the layers of light, and his right hand drew a few runes in the air, forming a simple hexagonal symbol. It enlarged in front of him and blasted out. Bang! The hexagonal symbol was shattered by Fu Yichuan's palm, and Fu Yichuan's body froze for a moment, but it was only for an instant. He pressed forward again, but his expression was extremely ugly. The Power Whale Commander and the Demon Otter Commander had already disappeared from the layers of light. "Since you risked your life to save them, you can stay here." Killing intent flashed in Fu Yichuan's eyes. Chi force exploded in the center of his palm, and he attacked from the sky. The Ugly Fish Commander revealed a hint of mockery, and said, "Want to keep me here? What ability do you have?" He stretched out his left hand, and the green pearl in the center of his palm slowly rose a few inches. With a crack, it actually cracked, and countless cracks appeared. It turned into fragments that floated in the center of his palm. Those pearl fragments were like patterns, and they swept up a storm that suddenly changed the color of heaven and earth. Fu Yichuan's pupils shrank, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He shouted loudly as he attacked with his palm. The entire heaven and earth phenomenon suddenly collapsed under his palm, and the vortex of fragments also disintegrated, shooting out in all directions. However, the Ugly Fish Commander's figure had already disappeared, and only two words were left echoing in the air. Retreat. The sea race people that filled the sky were stunned for a moment before they came to their senses, and they all retreated with a whoosh. Fu Yichuan's face was so twisted that it was almost dripping blood. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he roared, "Kill, kill for me." As a member of Scarlet Moon City's council, it was rare for him to be so angry. The human martial artists came to their senses after hearing his roar, and they immediately chased after the retreating sea race people, killing as many as they could. Very quickly, they chased for thousands of meters, killing more than 100 people, and finally retreated. On the viewing platform, Ning Huaishu said, "Sir Yichuan, there is no need to be so angry. At the very least, we have obtained a complete victory in this battle, and our original goal has been achieved. We should be celebrating. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fu Yichuan's face was gloomy, and he coldly said, letting 3 7-star Emperor Wu escape from my hands is not something I can be happy about. Xianxia smiled. Sir, there is no need to blame yourself. These are all overlords of the East Sea, so it is normal for them to have some life-saving methods. If they died just like that, it would be against common sense. His expression became solemn, and he said, after this battle, I feel that the sea race's strategy is even more suspicious. It is very likely that they have extended the battle to the entire East Sea. The matter of Baichong City cannot be delayed. Liao Yangbing and the other 2 Emperor Wu looked at each other, and said, in that case, let us go now. Xianxia nodded, and said, go quickly, and return quickly. Gather information first, and resist the sea race second. If anything happens to Baichong City, help if you can, and return if you can't. Yes. The 3 of them accepted the order and left. Outside Skyscraper City, the humans had obtained a complete victory, and they returned triumphantly. However, this time, it was not as easy as before. Many people had heavy hearts, seemingly realizing that the battle was not as simple as it seemed. Moreover, many of their comrades had died in this battle, and very few of them had a smile on their faces. The first-rate teams were still fine, but the second-rate and third-rate teams had all suffered different levels of death, and not many teams had managed to stay intact. The Battle Blade team returned to the base of the city wall, and each of them had a lingering fear in their hearts, but most of them were grateful to Li Yunxiao. Without him on the battlefield, the Battle Blade team would not have been able to survive so well. After every battle, the team leader had to count the number of people, check the casualties, and report to the higher-ups. Liang Yuanji quickly returned, and with a solemn expression, he said, everyone, get up quickly. We have a mission. Elder Yan was startled, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face, and he said, the sea race is here again? Why don't I hear the war drums? The others were also puzzled, and angry. They had just finished a battle, and all of them were exhausted. How could they take on a mission? Liang Yuanji shook his head, and said, this mission is relatively easy, and the danger level should not be high. Our Battle Blade team will temporarily be under the management of Master Liao Yangbing, and we will go to Baichong City to carry out a reconnaissance mission. A faint smile flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. They had indeed come. Reconnaissance Baichong City? What's going on? Are there also sea race there? Qin Zhongwei was startled, and he was puzzled, but his expression became more and more solemn. Everyone seemed to have sensed that something was not simple, but the battle situation was so tense, and they still sent their troops to other places. If there was nothing major, they would not do this. Liang Yuanji said, who knows? In any case, this is a mission from the higher-ups, and we cannot disobey it. We must carry it out. Everyone, follow me. Soon, more than 60 people gathered in the teleportation area, and they were the 3 teams that Emperor Wu had personally selected. What surprised the Battle Blade team was that one of them was actually Gan Wuqing's team. At this moment, there were only 15 or 16 people left, and it seemed like a few more had died. Moreover, Gan Wuqing had been released at some point, and when enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. He was staring at Li Yunxiao with hatred, and if it were not for the restraint, he would have already pounced on him and bitten him. Li Yunxiao only smiled indifferently. Of course, he would not take this kind of person to heart. Moreover, from the degree of hatred in the other's eyes, it was clear that he had suffered a lot. The other team was called Red Water. This name was a little strange, but there were a total of 19 people in the team, and it was clear that their strength was not ordinary. They had such a high survival rate in the previous fierce battle. The members of Red Water team looked at the Battle Blade team strangely, not understanding why there was an extra person on the other side, and most of their gazes fell on Li Yunxiao. Liao Yangbing glanced at the 3 teams indifferently, and did not look at Li Yunxiao for long. She said, from now on, each team will follow a lord, and you must obey orders. This mission is very important, and if there is even the slightest mistake, we will not let it go easily. Yes. Everyone shouted in a deep voice. They were not fools, and naturally understood that unless something major had happened, they would not have sent their troops out at this time. Liao Yongbing looked at the other two Emperor Wu powerhouses of Red Moon City, and said, "Do the two lords have any other orders?" One of the two was from the Ruan clan, and his name was Ruan Shichuan. He was a distant branch of the Ruan clan, and because of his shocking strength, he had also entered the core of the clan. The other was a guest, but he was also a veteran of Red Moon City, and his name was Lechi. The two looked at each other, and both shook their heads. Ruan Shichuan said, "You will be in charge of this mission, and the two of us will only be assisting you." Liao Yongbing smiled slightly, and said with an indescribable feeling, "In that case, let's go. I will go with the Battle Blade team first." Because the teleportation formation could only send 20 people at a time, 2 people from the team were added to Gan Wuqing's team. The two were extremely unwilling, and they resisted with all their might, causing the 3 Emperor Wus to frown. This piqued everyone's curiosity. What was so good about the Battle Blade team? Why did they have such a strong sense of belonging? In the end, they had to clarify that they were only splitting up for teleportation. However, they were still unwilling. After subtracting 2 people and including Liao Yongbing, there were exactly 20 people. They stepped onto the newly repaired teleportation formation. With a flash of light, the 20 people disappeared on the spot. What's going on? A moment later, everyone was teleported out of the spatial passage. However, what they saw made them frown. They were surrounded by barren wastelands, and when they looked further ahead, they saw a mountain range. Now, everyone knew that there was a problem with the teleportation. What should we do now? Liao Yongbing frowned. It had never occurred to her that there would be a teleportation error. It must have been that Mi Gaoyang had hurriedly repaired it after destroying it. He did not have Baichong City's coordinates on him, so he lost his sense of direction. He could not help but look at Li Yunxiao. After all, it was Li Yunxiao who had requested to go to Baichong City. Li Yunxiao frowned. "You've been in Ocean Sky Town for so long. Don't you even have a positioning astrolabe for coastal cities?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. He actually dared to speak to Sir Liao Yongbing in such a manner. There was even a hint of reprimand in his tone. All of them broke out in a cold sweat. They did not know how Sir Liao Yongbing would punish him. What shocked everyone was that Liao Yongbing actually slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. The war has been too tough during this period of time, so my memory has also deteriorated." A green light flashed in his hand, and a square formation plate appeared in his hand. He began to set the coordinates. The members of the team all gaped in shock. They were surprised that this sir had such a good temper. The formation plate glowed and began to display a physical illusion. In an instant, the earth, mountains, and rivers could be seen. It was currently showing Baichong City. The surrounding scenery was very different from the area where everyone was. Liao Yongbing frowned and patted the array disc. Immediately, a hidden compartment opened and a needle appeared. It kept spinning and pointed towards the south. Liao Yongbing said, "Gongzi Feiyang is to the south." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes, let's head south. I don't know how far away it is, but it shouldn't be too far." Everyone sighed inwardly at the good temper of this Emperor Wu. If it was any other Jiutian realm expert, Li Yunxiao would have killed him with a single slap. Liao Yongbing immediately threw out a Type 7 Gold Sun battleship, and everyone boarded it as they headed south at full speed. On the other hand, he and Li Yunxiao directly entered the secret chamber, leaving the rest of the team to wait in the guest cabin. "Thank you, young Master Yunxiao, for saving my life." When the two of them were alone, Liao Yongbing immediately bowed. He was sincerely grateful. Although he was a cunning old fox, nothing was more important than his own life. He still knew how to repay his benefactor. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and directly lifted him up. He said, "You're too serious. I'm just reminding you in time. It's your own strength that allowed you to escape. In that kind of situation, if you were really in danger, I wouldn't have revealed my identity to save you." Liao Yongbing was secretly shocked. Li Yunxiao's lifting force was light and soft, but he couldn't resist it. He couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that Yunxiao's cultivation must have improved a lot. He said, "Of course. Young Master Yunxiao dared to sneak into skyscraping giant city at this time. Your courage is already beyond imagination. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed and said, this war was more or less caused by me. I really feel guilty. Liao Yongbing couldn't help but be curious. She said, Little Red. Li Yunxiao interrupted her. I do know where Little Red is, but I can't give it back to the sea race now. So this time, besides Baiming Tianlu, I plan to go to Donghai Palace to solve Little Red's problem. What? Liao Yongbing was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He said in horror, You want to go to Donghai Palace? Li Yunxiao nodded seriously and said, Little Red's identity is very special. The sea race is determined to get her. If we don't clear up the misunderstanding, I'm afraid the war between the two races will continue to escalate, which will be a disaster for the whole realm of heaven martial arts. But, Liao Yongbing was stunned and couldn't say anything for a while. Li Yunxiao said, Now I just want to go to the sea quickly. I hope the whole Donghai can resist the large-scale attack. He paused and said, Matian Giant City is definitely the core of the war. According to your observation, how long can you defend it? How long? Liao Yongbing came to herself from the shock. She thought for a while and said, As long as Emperor Jiuxing doesn't attack the city, we should be able to defend it for a while. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, That's good. You can buy more time for me. Besides, the Hong Moon City will never allow Matian Giant City to be breached. They must have a trump card that you don't know. They should be able to defend it longer than expected. Liao Yongbing's heart suddenly sank. She said, Young Master Yunxiao, are you going to go to the sea from Baichong City? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, The whole east coast is blocked. It's impossible to go to the sea from Haitian Town. Although there are traces of the sea race in Baichong City, we will have more opportunities. Moreover, we can avoid the Baiming family and act alone. This will save us a lot of trouble. Liao Yongbing's expression changed slightly. She wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. She frowned. Li Yunxiao glanced at her and said, Since we are on the same side, you can speak your mind. Liao Yongbing let out a sigh and said, What I'm worried about is actually very simple. It's about life and death. He smiled bitterly and said, The older I am in the martial world, the less I want to take risks. The Imperial Palace ruins are very attractive, so I can take a risk. However, I really don't dare to go to the Donghai Imperial Palace now. Moreover, if we leave the Baiming family aside, the journey will be full of difficulties. You and I may not be able to handle it. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, Lord Yongbing, you have indeed lost your drive. Although Donghai is big, there are not many people who can stop us if we want to leave. As for the Imperial Palace, I can go alone. Liao Yongbing smiled bitterly. He felt that compared to Li Yunxiao, his courage was indeed worlds apart. He still felt that it was very inappropriate to leave the Baiming family aside, so he was hesitant to answer. Li Yunxiao was not in a hurry. Going out to sea was still a problem. If they could find a way, he would have no choice but to agree when the situation forced him. Suddenly, the entire battleship shook violently as if it was hit by a very strong attack. The whole room was spinning as if it was about to fall. Both of their expressions changed, and a trace of anger flashed across their faces. Who was so bold? Everyone rushed to the deck immediately. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, teleported directly to the main control room. Some of the arrays had already stopped operating. Clearly, some of the components had been damaged. He quickly cast a spell to stabilize the battleship. Then he rushed to the deck again. The sky was clear and there was no one in sight. However, Liao Yongbing's eyes were sharp. He stared at a white cloud in the sky and shouted, Who is it? Show yourself. What's the point of hiding? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He immediately sensed that there was a person hiding in the white cloud, and his cultivation was very high. The members of the battlecruiser squad naturally did not notice, but after hearing Liao Yongbing's words, they followed her gaze. Haha, so it's Master Yongbing. What a narrow path. A sinister laugh came from the white cloud. Then, a person slowly walked out of the cloud. Liao Yongbing's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, Mi Gaoyang, how can it be you? That person was Mi Gaoyang. He had a sinister smile on his face, and the killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. He said coldly, Master Gao Yang, I wonder what misunderstanding there is between us. Why do you think I'm your enemy? We are comrades who have gone through life and death together. Mi Gao Yang's strength was above his. Even with Li Yunxia's help, they were still no match for this person. He said calmly, Master Gao Yang, I wonder what misunderstanding there is between us. Why do you think I'm your enemy? We are comrades who have gone through life and death together. Pfft. Mi Gao Yang's grin immediately turned into a towering rage. He gritted his teeth and said, I had a bright future in the Crimson Moon City, I could use all kinds of resources for my cultivation, but it's all because of you. Because of you, I am in such a sorry state. Even a Golden Sun battleship would want to rob it. But this is really the will of the heavens. The heavens have sent you directly to me. If I don't treat you well today, I will be letting down the will of the heavens. So Mi Gao Yang was planning to rob the battleship. What a coincidence. Liao Yangbing was anxious. He did not know where Wan Shichuan and Yi Lechi had teleported to. If those two were here, he could definitely take down Mi Gao Yang. It would be a great merit. He pretended to be calm and said, Master Mi Gao Yang, you can only blame yourself for not cherishing this. You actually ran away in the face of danger. Who else can you blame? Why don't you follow me back to Skyscraper City? I can plead for you with Master Ning Huaishu. Considering your previous merits, Master Ning Huaishu will definitely give you a lighter sentence. You might even make up for your mistakes. Haha, what a joke. Mi Gao Yang was infuriated. You sent me on a mission of certain death, and you say I didn't cherish it. You really deserve to die. That mission should have been sent by you. It's all because of you. His eyes shone with a ferocious light. He began to release his aura as he walked down step by step. Liao Yangbing's expression changed slightly, but she remained calm. Master Mi Gao Yang, do you know why we came out this time? Mi Gao Yang's body trembled. He immediately stopped and asked suspiciously, what is it? A cold glint flashed across Liao Yangbing's eyes. She said coldly, of course it's to capture you under Master Ning Huaishu's orders. Otherwise, why would we come to this wilderness? Mi Gao Yang's expression changed drastically. He abruptly retreated dozens of meters and became vigilant. He had guessed the same thing at first, but he did not see the other party make a move. Moreover, it was always Liao Yangbing and Emperor Wu who appeared outside. Only then did he become more daring. You're lying. You're the only Emperor Wu on this battleship. Mi Gao Yang cautiously reprimanded. Liao Yangbing sneered, if that's the case, what are you afraid of, Lord Mi Gao Yang? Or why did we teleport to this godforsaken place? This was indeed what Mi Gao Yang feared the most. Teleporting to the wilderness like this, other than capturing him, he really couldn't think of any other reason. He said coldly, since you're here to capture me, I'm here right now. Come and capture me then. Liao Yangbing looked calm on the surface, but she was extremely anxious inside. She didn't know where the other two Emperor Wus were, and from the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to rescue him in a short period of time. Delaying like this wasn't a solution. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, I'm not interested in capturing you. Forget about the battleship that was damaged just now. Get lost. Mi Gao Yang's gaze turned cold, and he said coldly, brat, you're courting death. I originally wanted to kill Liao Yangbing, then take you under my command. You can't live anymore. He stood far away and didn't dare to move forward. He directly pointed a finger at Li Yunxiao. The speed was as fast as lightning, killing an 8-star revered martial artist in a breath's time. Even though Li Yunxiao had performed bravely in the battle between the two races, he was still an 8-star revered martial artist in the end. Li Yunxiao's body lightly leaned to the side, and with a bang, he flew backward, piercing through the entire battleship. What's going on? Mi Gao Yang was stunned for a moment. The speed of his finger was not something an 8-star revered martial artist could dodge. The strangest thing was that when Li Yunxiao leaned to the side, it was very casual, and he didn't use any movement technique. The expressions of the other teams changed drastically, and they all became nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Liao Yangbing's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. She was anxious. She whispered to Li Yunxiao, This man has the strength of 6 stars Emperor Wu. We can't defeat him. Don't provoke him anymore. Who knew that Li Yunxiao would turn a deaf ear to him? He took a step into the air and walked toward Mi Gaoyang. His expression turned cold as he said, "Since you're asking for it, no one in the heavens or hell can save you." When the members of the Battle Blade team heard this, they all fainted on the spot. All of them widened their eyes, not understanding why Li Yunxiao was so muddle-headed. Ha, ha ha, I'm courting death? No one can save me? Mi Gaoyang threw his head back and laughed. After a while, he looked at Li Yunxiao's frosty face and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "So cold, this joke isn't funny at all." Li Yunxiao said, "Because this is not a joke." Mi Gaoyang sneered, "You? 8-star martial honorable?" The aura on Li Yunxiao's body dispersed and origin energy instantly exploded in the surroundings. His cultivation rose in a straight line. 8-star martial honorable, peak 8-star martial honorable, 9-star martial honorable, 9-star martial honorable, and still rising. The members of the Battle Blade team were all shocked. They finally understood why Li Yunxiao's performance was so powerful. He was not on the same level as them at all. Jiutian Emperor Wu, Liao Yangbing was also shocked. Although he had already expected Li Yunxiao to lift him up, he still could not hide his shock when he saw it for himself. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. This cultivation speed was completely indescribable. Mi Gaoyang's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "No wonder you're so arrogant. So you're suppressing your strength. But even so, you think you can kill me? You're too naive." Li Yunxiao did not speak. The aura on his body continued to rise. Soon, it reached the peak of 1-star Emperor Wu and showed no signs of stopping. Liao Yangbing sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked. Was he not a 1-star Emperor Wu? How long had it been since the heavens and earth opened? A light of advancement appeared on Li Yunxiao's body. The sky was also filled with colors. The power of rules descended from the sky and was absorbed into his body. Advancement on the spot? Everyone was stunned. After Li Yunxiao's aura reached 2-star Emperor Wu, it gradually calmed down and did not continue to rise. Mi Gaoyang heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but laugh mockingly. "Haha, you brat who just reached 2-star Emperor Wu. You're quite talented, but this is not enough for you to be arrogant. Today, you will pay the price for this." Without another word, Li Yunxiao waved his hand in the air. A gust of cold air spread in the air like falling snow. Mi Gaoyang was taken aback. He was shocked to find that the other party had a treasured sword that shone with a cold light. When the scorching sun shone on it, it actually turned into an incomparably cold ice that chilled one to the bone. Li Yunxiao gripped the sword, and the aura of a peerless expert faintly appeared on his body. It turned into a dragon, causing the heavens and earth to change color. But in everyone's eyes, they thought it was the sword's influence. "Good sword, what a good sword." Mi Gaoyang's eyes were filled with greed. He licked his lips and grinned, "You don't deserve such a good sword. Give it to me." He took a step forward and was about to snatch the sword. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. Just like the cold air on the sword, everything he looked at was frozen. He waved the sword in his hand a few times, and the feeling of power immediately returned. He raised the sword high up in the air, and the weather immediately changed. The entire sky darkened, and a strange power spread around the sword. Countless tiny ice crystals condensed around Li Yunxiao's body, making him look exceptionally beautiful. Mi Gaoyang and Liao Yangbing were shocked. They looked at the sword pointing at the sky. They were both Jiutian Emperor Wu who had comprehended the rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, they were the best among the intermediate Emperor Wu. They could naturally feel the strange power in the world and their understanding of the rules was getting weaker and weaker. What's going on? Mi Gaoyang was shocked. An indescribable fear spread in his heart. The inexhaustible power in the world was leaving him little by little. What sorcery did you use?" He suddenly let out a loud roar. He knew that if he allowed the changes to continue like this, he would really be in danger. Immediately, all of his potential burst forth, and a jade-like long saber slowly appeared in his hand. Only when the saber fell into his hand did he find a trace of security. 9 Springs Divine Sword. Rays of jade energy bloomed from the sword. With a shout, he slashed out, splitting the sky and earth. This time, under the suppression of the opponent's sword, Mi Gaoyang used his strongest attack, trying to drive away the endless fear. Li Yinxiao's pupils contracted. He said softly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." He spat out the words one by one, sword/star celestial. As he said these 4 words, everyone felt their minds go blank. They almost lost their senses. They felt the world spinning. The entire space was in a huge energy whirlpool. Their divine sense and power were just a drop in the ocean. They were completely helpless. And Liao Yangbing's cultivation was naturally not comparable to the Battle Blade team. He could clearly see the frost sword slashing down, but he felt that it wasn't just the frost sword. It was the entire world that was slashing down. Under that power, Mi Gaoyang was annihilated without the slightest suspense. Bang! The jade sword also broke. Countless jade shards splashed out. It was destroyed. On the spot. Ta! Li Yinxiao turned around and returned to the battleship. He said, "Let's go." No one could come back to their senses. The strange color in the sky hadn't disappeared yet. A terrifying gray cloud kept spinning. Inside, there were twinkling stars. Occasionally, there would be a green light shuttling back and forth, lingering for a long time. The people of the Battle Blade team were already stunned. Only Liao Yangbing looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He only felt cold all over, without a trace of warmth. Some divine abilities and martial skills could produce a certain heaven and earth phenomenon when executed with great power. But to cause the entire world to be thrown into chaos by that one sword, not to mention seeing it before, he had never even heard of it before. He also stood there in a daze. He didn't know what to do. After a while, the phenomenon slowly dissipated on its own, and the world was restored to its original state. If it wasn't for Mi Gaoyang's broken jade sword still glowing on the ground, everyone would think that they were dreaming. What did I just see? Liang Yuanji desperately wiped the sweat off his forehead. He trembled as he said, Lord Fei Yang killed the 6-star Emperor Wu with one sword? The rest of the people who were stunned also quivered when they heard this. They recovered from the boundless blankness in their minds. Qin Zhongwei swallowed his saliva and cried out, "Heavens, heavens! Just who is he? What kind of existence is he? High-level Emperor Wu? To be able to kill the 6-star Emperor Wu with one move, only the 7-star high-level Emperor Wu and above could do it. Even if he was at the peak of the 6th rank, it was impossible." Gulp. The red-haired man swallowed with difficulty. He only felt that his throat was very dry and thirsty. He trembled in fear and said, We even provoked him before. We even fought with him." Guan Xingyang and the other 8-star martial saints' faces changed greatly as well. They lost all color in an instant. Liang Yuanji said, "Everyone, don't worry. If Lord Fei Yang wanted to find trouble with you, would he have stayed until now? 100 of you would still be dead." When everyone thought of this, they felt relieved. The rest of the people felt a little excited. Thinking that they had actually stayed with a high-level Emperor Wu for so long and even called each other brothers, they were all very excited. Liao Yangbing also slowly regained his color. He shook his head slightly. If Li Yinxiao was a high-level Emperor Wu, he would not be so shocked. A high-level Emperor Wu killing a mid-level Emperor Wu in one move was a very normal thing. However, the problem was that he only had the strength of a 2-star Emperor Wu. Liao Yangbing smiled bitterly. He thought to himself that he had not offended him in any way. Otherwise, this person would be too terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become the overlord of the world in the future, an existence like the titled Emperor Wu. He could not help but admire Jiang Churen's foresight. As expected of the number 1 rising star. He sighed a few times and walked into the cabin. Li Yunxiao entered directly after that sword. No matter how heaven-defying he was, his vitality must have been greatly injured. He must be resting inside. This was the first time Li Yunxiao had used the sword cleaving the stars since his rebirth. Unfortunately, the power was too weak, and it was not enough to support the extreme of this move. However, it was more than enough to kill Mi Gaoyang. After one move, he was completely exhausted and returned to the secret room to rest. After 10 minutes, Liao Yangbing paced back and forth in front of the secret room. He wanted to knock on the door a few times, but he resisted the urge. It was not until Li Yunxiao called him in that he dared to open the door and enter. He saw that Li Yunxiao's face was pale, and his body was shrouded in a layer of yuan qi. In his hands were two inner dawn that he was absorbing. It was as he expected. The two looked at each other for a while, as if waiting for the other to speak. Li Yunxiao smiled. Do you have thousands of questions in your heart, but don't know where to ask? Liao Yangbing smiled bitterly. Not only was this person's strength terrifying, but he was also meticulous and meticulous. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would undoubtedly be the ruler of the world in the future. He sighed and said, I, Liao Yangbing, am also very talented. I have always been proud of myself for being able to reach the realm of 5 stars Emperor Wu without a powerful background, but now I know how shallow I am. Li Yunxiao said, Master Yangbing, you don't need to be humble. Your talent and opportunities are indeed 1 in a million. There is a high chance that you will become a high-level Emperor Wu in the future. Liao Yangbing bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said, you didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Liao Yangbing smiled and said, there is one more thing. It is what Master mentioned earlier about leaving the Baiming family and acting alone. I think it makes a lot of sense. I will do my best to cooperate with Master Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao also smiled and said, if that is so, then I will have to rely on Master Yangbing. His ability to kill Mi Gaoyang with a single strike had already shown itself, so his efforts had not been in vain. That sword strike had a great impact on Liao Yangbing. Not only was it a visual and spiritual shock, but after careful consideration, she had the desire to build a good relationship with Li Yunxiao. This made Liao Yangbing determined to follow Li Yunxiao to the end. After Liao Yangbing came out of the secret chamber, he thought about many things and started to plan his own operation. In terms of understanding of the East Sea, there weren't many humans who were better than him. The members of the Battle Blade team were still reeling from Li Yunxiao's previous attack. Not only were they shocked, but they also seemed to have comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, making them feel as if they had touched upon something. One by one, they began to meditate and cultivate, hoping to make a breakthrough. The battleship flew for a day and a night, and on the second day, a voice transmission talisman flew into the secret room. Li Yunxiao's origin power had already recovered by more than half. If not for his severe exhaustion, with his cultivation speed, he would have completely recovered a long time ago. A moment later, he arrived on the deck. Everyone turned around and looked at him with solemn eyes. Their bodies were all ramrod straight, as if they were waiting to be inspected. Even Liao Yangbing had a strange feeling in her heart. She was gradually becoming more reserved in front of him, and every move she made was very careful. Li Yunxiao said, everyone, there's no need to be like this. I'm still the vice captain of the Battle Blade team. How I was before is how I am now. No, you can't. Liang Yuanji became nervous and hurriedly shook his head. Lord Feiyong, no matter what, you can't be below me. You're the captain, and I'm the vice captain now. Li Yunxiao knew that after he displayed his strength, he would never be able to restore the equal and harmonious relationship from before. Looking at everyone's determined and certain gazes, he did not act pretentiously and said, all right, then we'll leave it like this for now. Only then did everyone reveal a look of joy, especially Liang Yuanji. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders as he heaved a sigh of relief. Liao Yangbing said, young Master Feiyong, something has indeed happened in Baichong City. Look in front. Li Yunxiao gazed into the distance and saw the appearance of a city in the distance. However, it was faintly hidden in a screen of light. Clearly, it was shrouded by a restriction. Li Yunxiao said, no wonder the teleportation failed. I'm afraid that the teleportation formation in the city has already malfunctioned. I just don't know if that restriction is a city-protecting formation or a spell cast by the sea race. The Gold Sun battleship flew in the air. Suddenly, a layer of light appeared in front of it. It was like a thin membrane of soap bubbles. Once the battleship entered it, its speed was greatly hindered, and it became extremely slow. Who's there? Once the restriction was activated, there was a shout. A few figures flashed and appeared in front of the battleship. Everyone looked over and was shocked. The people in front of them were completely green, and there were tentacles growing on their heads. Their faces were covered in red hair. One look and they could tell that they were sea race martial artists. It's humans. Die. When those people saw the people on the battleship clearly, they turned into 7 beams of light and rushed over without saying anything. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted. His expression was cold. He drew a few hand seals in the air and slammed them on the battleship. Boom. A defensive barrier opened and collided with the 7 beams of light, knocking the 7 people away. Then, the battleship tilted at an angle, and a beam of light shot out from the battleship. Boom. One of the people was blasted into pieces. Liao Yongbing said, "Young Master Feiyang is too playful. It is easy to deal with these trash. Why is there a need to go through so much trouble by using the battleship's power?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Then I will have to trouble Lady Yongbing." Liao Yongbing nodded. Just as she was about to make a move, Liang Yuanji hurriedly said, "It is just a few martial saints. The 2 sirs, please take a rest first." He signaled with his eyes, and the nearly 20 members of the Battle Blade squad rushed out with a whoosh, surrounding the remaining 6 people so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Leave one alive." Immediately, 5 of them were blasted apart by a dozen or so attacks. One of them spat out a mouthful of blood from Guan Xingyang's attack and fell to the deck. Li Yunxiao grabbed at the air and pulled him into the air. Without asking any questions, he sent his spiritual energy into the other party's mind and started to search his soul. The sea race member's body trembled violently. The look in his eyes became more and more lifeless. In the end, his eyes became empty, without any light of consciousness. Bang! After Li Yunxiao finished searching, he killed him with a punch. Then, a contemplative look appeared on his face. Everyone surrounded him quietly, not daring to disturb him. Li Yunxiao said, "Baichong City has not fallen. Only the teleportation formation has been destroyed. Now, the sea race has set up restrictions to prevent any information from leaking. They are slowly encircling and annihilating them. We came at the right time. If we are strong enough, we can help Baichong City. We can open the seal and send the information back." Everyone was startled, and their expressions turned grave. Indeed, the war had escalated, turning into a large-scale war. Liao Yongbing put away the warship and took out a jade talisman. She quickly inserted some runes into it and broke it. Immediately, a talisman slowly rose up and disappeared into the air. Just as everyone was about to fly back to Baichong City, a group of bright lights suddenly appeared behind them. Soon, they arrived beside them. It was another team. "Ha! Lord Yongbing, we finally found you." The one leading the team was Ruan Shichuan, and Gan Wuqin's team was behind him. When they saw Li Yunxiao and the others, they all frowned. Only the 2 cultivators who had been sent over revealed joyful expressions. They immediately returned to the team, causing Gan Wuqin and the others' faces to turn cold. Liao Yongbing said happily, "So it's Lord Shichuan." He hurriedly told them the information he had obtained about Baichong City. Now that the 2 teams had joined forces, the probability of breaking through the seal and protecting Baichong City was higher. He said, "I wonder where Lord Lechi is now. Otherwise, with the 3 teams working together, it would be foolproof." Ruan Shichuan's expression also turned ugly. He said, "I didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Let's go." He took the lead and was about to fly away when he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Yunxiao. He said, "You're Li Feiyang, right? Can you give me the ghost eel's corpse that you obtained outside Skyscraper City?" "Of course, I won't take it for free. I have a peak level 8th level profound artifact here. I'll exchange it with you." A peak level 8th level profound artifact was obviously not worth that price. Moreover, the ghost eel commander's body was a natural formation body. In the eyes of a formation master, even a peak level 9th level profound artifact could not compare. However, as a 6th level Emperor Wu, Ruan Shichuan did not have the option to bargain with Li Yunxiao. It was basically a forced purchase. Gan Wuqin did not hide his smugness and schadenfreude. The members of the Battle Blade team all looked calm, but they all had strange looks in their eyes. Liao Yongbing's expression changed drastically. She knew she was in trouble. Li Yunxiao glanced at Yuan Shichuan and said indifferently, I'm not exchanging. Huh? What? Yuan Shichuan frowned. A wave of Emperor Wu's coercion immediately spread out. His expression gradually darkened. He did not expect the other party to dare reject him. He said coldly, do you think my peak level 8th level profound artifact is not worth that price, or are you looking down on me, Yuan Shichuan? The members of Gan Wuqin's team all revealed mocking expressions. Each of them looked like they were watching a good show. However, they were also shocked. They did not expect Li Yunxiao to be so unyielding. Liao Yangbing sighed inwardly. She stood up and said, Lord Shichuan, now is not the time to trade. Let's first solve the crisis in Baicheng City before discussing this matter. Yuan Shichuan snorted and said coldly, Baicheng City's crisis is serious. It will not be solved in a short time. Brat, I am asking you a question. Li Yunxiao said, originally, I thought it was not worth that price. Now, I am looking down on you. What did you say? Yuan Shichuan suspected that he had heard wrongly. His aura suddenly exploded, causing Gan Wuqin and the others, who were gloating behind him, to fly dozens of meters away. A few of the weaker ones even spat out blood. They were also shocked. They did not care about their own injuries. Instead, they looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. They could not understand why he would say such suicidal words. Li Yunxiao said coldly, exchanging an 8th level profound artifact for a high-ranking Emperor Wu's Sea clan corpse is no different from robbery. I really look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Cold. The surroundings were indescribably cold. The members of the Battle Blade team hurriedly retreated several dozen meters. When immortals fought, mortals would suffer. Not long ago, a 6-star Emperor Wu had fallen. Who would have thought that another one would die so soon? Out of everyone present, the one who did not want a fight to break out was Liao Yangbing. He tried his best to salvage the situation, saying, Lord Shichuan, please think of the bigger picture. Otherwise, if this matter spreads back to Skyscraper City, it will be detrimental to your reputation. Yuan Shichuan said angrily, Liao Yangbing, who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Liao Yangbing was also infuriated. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for the fact that Baicheng City is in danger and I still need your help, no one would save you. With a resolute expression, he said, if you disregard the situation and attack rashly, I will definitely report this matter to Lord Ning Huaishu. Good, good. Liao Yangbing, you're really something. You're willing to offend me for a mere 8-star martial venerable. Yuan Shichuan said coldly, I'll remember what happened today. I'll settle the score with you at any time. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a wave of his sleeves, he flew toward Baicheng City. Liao Yangbing had put on too big of a hat. He was really afraid that if word got back that he had killed someone after failing to force a deal, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. Never had he imagined that Liao Yangbing, who seemed to be extremely shrewd, would offend him for the sake of an ant. Yuan Shichuan also felt that something was amiss after thinking about it. He slowly calmed down, glancing at Li Yunxiao from the corner of his eye from time to time. He wanted to get a clear look at this person's background. Very soon, he realized that something was amiss. The entire Battle Blade team was flying behind him, and their faces were filled with respect. What shocked him the most was that Liao Yangbing was actually flying parallel to Li Yunxiao. In fact, she was even slightly behind Li Yunxiao, as if she did not dare to overtake this person. His body shook, and the doubts in his heart deepened. His face was completely clouded. After flying for a while, they saw that they were getting closer and closer to Baicheng City. They could see figures fighting in the sky above the city. The 3 human warriors were surrounded by more than 10 members of the sea race. Every step they took was dangerous. The 3 of them kept trying to break out of the encirclement and escape back into the city, but their efforts were all in vain. Their resistance became weaker and weaker. The person in the lead was the city lord of Baicheng City, Xianxia. The 3 of them had wanted to break through the blockade of the sea race and send a message back to Crimson Moon City. However, they were intercepted as soon as they left the city. They were surrounded by the sea race, and it was difficult for them to fight their way back to the city. Xianxia swung his sword and angrily pushed back a few members of the Sea clan. He laughed bitterly and said, I didn't expect that the Gu clan, which has guarded Baicheng City for thousands of years, would be destroyed like this today. City Lord. The other two were also filled with grief and indignation. One of them said, the two of us will each use a unique skill. City Lord, quickly break out of the encirclement and return to the city. Gu Xianxia was startled. Looking at their resolute expressions, he knew that they wanted to sacrifice themselves. He hastily shouted, no. If we die together. In any case, we will die if we go back. The two panicked. One of them said, as long as the city lord is here, there is still hope for Baicheng City. Just as the three of them were arguing, a series of explosions suddenly came from the bodies of the sea race in front of him. Before the three could react, they were all dead. The three of them were shocked. Soon, they saw the newcomers. Although they did not know who they were at least human. Gu Xianxia was overjoyed. He quickly said, thank you, my lords, for saving our lives. My lords are, Wan Shichuan was still thinking about Li Yunxiao. His face was gloomy. He coldly snorted and reported his name. Wan Shichuan of Crimson Moon City. Ah? It's the lords of Crimson Moon City. Gu Xianxia was so touched that he almost cried. He did not know what to do. Wan Shichuan's expression became a little better. He said, why can't you defeat the sea race? Are the cultivators of Baicheng City so useless? Gu Xianxia blushed and said, we are useless. My lords, please enter the city. We will discuss this in detail. It turned out that the ones who sealed off Baicheng City were the A-grade sea race, the Green Snapper tribe. Their current mission was to mobilize the army. Furthermore, they did not know the depth of Baicheng City. Hence, they did not attack the city by force. They only sent their experts to destroy the transportation formation in the city. At the same time, they sealed off the city to prevent news from leaking. If they knew that the city was lacking in resources and was only supported by the city barrier formation, they would have broken through long ago. Gu Xianxia had only thought of breaking through the blockade to ask for help when he was at his wit's end. Otherwise, if the sea race attacked for real, they would be destroyed with a single touch. Wan Shichuan said, how many Emperor Wu are there in the city? How many martial saints? And how strong of an attack can the city barrier formation withstand? Gu Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, my lord, to tell you the truth, although Baicheng City is an important coastal city, there are only 17 martial emperors in the city. Earlier, when the sea race's experts launched a surprise attack, 5 of them died. Now, there are only 12. Furthermore, they are all low-level martial emperors. There are about 100 martial saints. The city protecting formation can only block the attack of one 6-star martial emperor. After receiving this information, Wan Shichuan's expression turned ugly. He turned to leave and said, my lord, Baicheng City is in danger now. My lord, you must not leave. Gu Xianxia was dumbfounded. He quickly said, my lord, Baicheng City is in danger now. My lord, you must not leave. Wan Shichuan snorted coldly and said, before we left, our superiors instructed us to only investigate and not to interfere in Baicheng City's affairs. Once we send back the information, Hongyu City will naturally send experts to assist us. Now that the war is serious, we cannot disobey orders. Wan Shichuan ignored Gu Xianxia's pleas and was about to leave. Gan Wuqin's team hurriedly followed. Liao Yangbing looked at Li Yunxiao and waited for his opinion. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Jingxiang, it is the A-grade sea race that has sealed off this city. However, do you know if there are other races gathering in the coastal waters? Gu Xianxiang glanced at Li Yunxiao and saw that he was only an 8-star martial saint. He immediately shook his head but still replied patiently, as far as we know, there shouldn't be. They are still in the process of assembling their army. If my lords are willing to lend us a hand, we can use the entire city's strength to exterminate the Green Snapper tribe. This will not only alleviate Baicheng City's crisis, but it will also disrupt the entire sea race's strategy. It is indeed the best plan. Wan Shichuan rolled his eyes at him and said, as for why it is the best plan, it will be decided by our superiors. We will not dare to disobey their orders. Lord Jingxiang, I wish you good luck. He laughed coldly and left in large strides. Gu Xianxiang's eyes were filled with despair and hesitation. He gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, please wait." Wan Shichuan frowned and said, "I said I'm leaving, so I'm leaving. What do you want? If you want to pass on a message, I can do it for you." Gu Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "The Gu clan has been in Baichong City for thousands of years. We swear to live and die with the city." Wan Shichuan said coldly, "What does that have to do with me?" Gu Xiang said, "My Gu clan has a peerless treasure, the dragon crystal. If my lord is willing to stay and help me, I am willing to offer it to you with both hands." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. "Dragon crystal? Are you sure it's a dragon crystal?" The value of a dragon crystal was indeed immeasurable. It was an energy crystal left behind after the heavens and earth nurtured dragon Qi and failed to transform into a dragon. Especially for those with the dragon bloodline, its value was second only to the dragon's secret treasure. Gu Xiang said, "Of course. This treasure has been passed down in my Gu clan for thousands of years. How could I be mistaken?" Wan Shichuan was also greatly shocked. He also knew about the dragon crystal, and he immediately fell into deep thought. This dragon crystal was indeed very valuable. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still exchange it for something he liked. However, safety came first. The struggle in his heart appeared on his face, and his expression kept changing. Li Yunxiao said, "How big is this dragon crystal?" Gu Xiang said, "My lords, please wait for a moment." He turned around and walked into the residence. Soon, he came back with a fist-sized jade box in his hand. He opened the box, and inside was a green gem-like crystal that emitted a warm luster. "It really is a dragon crystal, and it's not small." Li Yunxiao said, "Give me this dragon crystal, and I will be responsible for killing the green snapper race outside. What do you think of this deal? However, if the sea race has gathered other strong races, I can kill them even if they are slightly weaker. If they are stronger, I won't be able to do anything." Gu Xiang was stunned. He looked at Li Yunxiao, and then at Wan Shichuan. He couldn't tell their relationship. Wan Shichuan knew that Li Yunxiao definitely had some tricks up his sleeve, but he couldn't help but mock him. "Kill the A-grade sea race? Ha ha ha, do you think you are a high-grade Emperor Wu? Even a high-grade Emperor Wu wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. You should know that many A-grade sea race also have high-grade Emperor Wu." Li Yunxiao ignored him and stared at Gu Xiang. "How about it? You can complete the mission first, and then pay the dragon crystal." This, Gu Xiang heard that he would complete the mission first, and then pay the dragon crystal, so he immediately replied, "Deal. As long as this friend can kill the entire green snapper race, this dragon crystal is yours." He originally wanted to call him sir, but seeing that Li Yunxiao was only a revered martial artist, it was better to call him friend. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I'll be right back." "Sir Yangbing, are you staying here or coming with me?" Liao Yangbing was also shocked. No matter how much he overestimated Li Yunxiao, he wouldn't believe that he could kill the entire A-grade sea race by himself. That was something that even a high-grade Emperor Wu couldn't do. He hesitated for a while, then shook his head and said, "I'll stay here. It'll be better for me to receive young Master Feiyong." Everyone cursed in their hearts, "Receive my ass. How can you receive him from this city? You all know it's just an excuse." Li Yunxiao nodded and walked out of the mansion, saying, "Sir Xianxiang, wait for my good news." Gu Xiang was stunned. His mind was completely blank as he watched Li Yunxiao leave the city lord's mansion alone. Wan Shichuan was also completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what to do. Did this brat really go alone? Did he take the opportunity to run away? That didn't make sense. The power of the seal wasn't strong, and he could leave any time he wanted. There was no need to do this. After leaving the city lord's residence, Li Yunxiao immediately turned into a ray of light and headed for the seaside under everyone's gaze. Only then did they dispel the thought that he was trying to escape. Although Baichong City was also an important city along the coast, it was not like Haitian Town, which was right on the coast. It was thousands of miles away from the East Sea. However, this distance would only take half a cup of tea's time. "Who is it? Stop." When he rushed out of the blockade outside the city, rays of green light suddenly appeared and gathered around him. Dozens of people surrounded him, and all of them were the sea race that he had seen before. They were all green, with tentacles and hair growing on their faces. The leader had a cold expression as he stared at him and said, "You came from the city?" Li Yunxiao glanced at this person. For Star Emperor Wu and the dozens of people they killed previously. No wonder they could seal off the entire Baicheng city. Now that you're in my hands, it's not up to you to answer. Killing intent flashed in the leader's eyes as he waved his hand and said, "Take him down, but don't kill him. I want to get information on those people from before from him." The news of Li Yunxiao and the others entering the city and killing more than 10 of their people had already spread. Just as they were about to send people to investigate the strength and identity of those people, they saw Li Yunxiao charging out of the city. Bang! The first green snapper race member that charged up was instantly killed by Li Yunxiao. A heavenly hammer appeared in his hand, and 2 rays of lightning flashed in his eyes as he smashed it down. His entire body turned into lightning and emitted thousands of rays of light. Kaboom! A circular lightning ring appeared as the heavenly hammer smashed down, spreading out in all directions. All the sea race members in its path were drowned in the sea of lightning, and their bodies were directly blasted into smithereens. The moment the lightning ring appeared, the leader had already realized that something was wrong. He wanted to escape, but he was still engulfed by it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few hundred meters, still vomiting blood. Li Yunxiao took a step forward and smashed down with his hammer again. The entire sky turned green as if the might of the heavens had been poured into the hammer. Kaboom! The hammer stopped midway, and a bolt of lightning directly pierced through the chest of the sea race member. If it continued, he would really die. Li Yunxiao needed to know the current situation of the sea race. The person who had searched his soul was just a small fry, but the person in front of him was the 4-star Emperor Wu. He definitely knew a lot of information. He put away his hammer and held the man in the air. His spiritual force directly rushed in. This sea race member was already half dead at this moment and had no strength to resist. Soon, all of his memories were read by Li Yunxiao. With a bang, he exploded in the air. Li Yunxiao's expression became a little playful as he said softly, "Ruinxiang? Old friends, we will meet again soon." A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had long since calculated the dragon's secret treasures on Ruinxiang's body. They were worth much more than a mere dragon crystal. The information obtained from the sea race member's memory was indeed mobilizing troops. They planned to expand the front line to the maximum and break through the eastern region's defense line as soon as possible. However, what he did not expect was that the person in charge of Baicheng City's military deployment was actually Ruinxiang. In the sea region thousands of miles away from Baicheng City, close to the mainland, the originally clear seabed had become turbid. Undercurrents were surging everywhere, and a large number of sea race members were continuously gathering from all directions. In a temporary palace built with various kinds of corals, Ruinxiang was standing with his hands behind his back. He was quietly listening to the various reports of the deployment of troops. There was no expression on his face. When the sea race intelligence officer finished, he was silent for a long time before he asked, "Do we still need 10 more days?" "Yes, the entire front line has 7 landing points. It will take another 10 days for all of them to be deployed." After the sea race intelligence officer finished his report, he stood respectfully at the side. A white-clothed man was lazily lying on a long chair decorated with jewels. Beside him, a few beautiful clam girls were pinching his body and constantly feeding him purple crystals. The man would occasionally touch the clam girl's body and said coldly, "We have 10 days. I'm afraid that Uncle Guanqing has already marched straight into Crimson Moon City." Ruinxiang waved his hand and dismissed the intelligence officer. Beside him was a sea race member whose entire body was dark green. It was the commander of the green snapper race. He carefully asked, "Lord Ruinxiang, do we wait for 10 days, or do we take down Baicheng City now?" "Wait." Ruinxiang softly spat out a word. "Humph, still waiting? Cousin Ruinxiang, I'm very curious about what's going on in your head." The white-cloaked man pushed away the clam girl beside him and stood up. His face was cold. It was Guan Yi. He was very dissatisfied that Ruinxiang was in charge of this place while he was just a follower. But this was the imperial palace's order, and he couldn't disobey it. He kept mocking and ridiculing him along the way. Ruinxiang ignored him. He looked at the commander of the Green Snapper race and said calmly, "Do you agree with Guang Yi's idea that taking down Baicheng City is more appropriate?" "I don't dare." The commander of the Green Snapper race hurriedly lowered his head. Questioning the royal family was a capital offense, even though they were an A-grade race. Ruinxiang said, "If you stay in the sea for a long time, you will look down on everything. You will think that the sea race is the #1 race in the realm of heaven martial arts and is invincible." The commander of the Green Snapper race lowered his head and didn't say anything. He carefully thought about these words. Guang Yi snorted coldly and said, "Isn't that the case? Cousin, do you think that the humans are stronger than us?" Ruinxiang played with a piece of purple coral and said calmly, "Both races have their own advantages and disadvantages. It's impossible to say who is stronger and who is weaker." Ha, cousin, are you joking? We, the sea race, control the 4 seas. Our population is many times greater than that of the humans. If we want to, we can wipe out the entire human race. Guang Yi's eyes were filled with arrogance. This was the natural arrogance of the sea race's king. Ruinxiang didn't want to argue with him. He just said, "Maybe." He turned around and was about to leave. It seemed that staying here was boring. Guang Yi's face flashed with anger. He stopped him and said coldly, "Cousin, it seems like you don't agree with me. Have you forgotten that the Bo family led the 4 seas to attack the human race's holy land 30 years ago? They were so scared that they didn't dare to come out." Ruinxiang didn't hide his sneer. He said, "How much do you know about what happened in the past? Don't you think you're being childish by speaking so confidently?" "You." "Humph, I am childish," Guang Yi said mockingly. "Some people were almost killed by humans. Now, whenever they hear about the human race, they tremble in fear." Bang! The purple coral in Ruinxiang's hand was crushed. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, "Guang Yi, don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because your father asked me to guard this place." Guang Yi was startled by his cold gaze. But he didn't show any fear. He raised his head proudly and said, "Humph, I know you won't dare to kill me. So what? Try and touch me if you dare. Don't forget that this is the Eastern Sea, not your Northern Sea." The murderous intent in Ruinxiang's eyes intensified. But he suddenly thought of something and endured it. Ha, I knew it. Guang Yi was proud. His eyes were filled with coldness. He snorted. "If you kill me, not only will you not be able to answer to my father, you will also lose the dragon's secret treasure that was promised to you. The latter is what you are most worried about, right? I really don't know what my father is thinking. Our Eastern Sea is full of talents. Why would he give up a dragon's secret treasure for you to guard this place?" The dragon's secret treasure was more precious than anything else to them who had the dragon bloodline. The more Guang Yi spoke, the more he felt it was unfair. If the dragon's secret treasure was given to him, his strength would increase tremendously. Every time he thought of this, he felt a pang of heartache. This was also the reason why he was always at odds with Ruinxiang. Runxiang coldly snorted, and a ray of light flashed in his hand, as if something had appeared. "Ah? This is the dragon's secret treasure." Guang Yi was shocked. He cried out, "How can this be? You haven't completed your mission. Why would my father give this to you first?" Ruinxiang's face flashed with smugness. He sneered, "My stupid cousin. Your father was right to ask you to be my follower. Don't you understand your father's true intention of recruiting me?" "True intention? Recruiting?" Guang Yi's face froze for a moment. Then, he flew into a rage and roared, "Impudent! My father's name shakes the Eastern Sea. His cultivation is unparalleled. Why would he need to recruit you?" Ruinxiang's face flashed with disdain. He snorted softly, "No matter how unparalleled his cultivation is, he only shakes the Eastern Sea. He himself knows that it's not enough to shake the world." "What do you mean?" Guang Yi was puzzled. Commander Lu Diao wiped his sweat and felt uneasy. It was a great crime for him to listen in on the Eastern Sea's royal family. However, he didn't dare to leave. Ruinxiang's eyes narrowed. He said word by word because he's prepared for an all-out war. He doesn't have the confidence to face the humans alone. That's why he used great benefits to keep me here. The key is not my talent, but to involve me in this war. In the end, the Northern Sea will also join in. He paused. His expression changed several times. He stared at Guang Yi and said, "Your father is willing to pay such a price for the rainbow stone. What is it?" Guang Yi's body trembled and he took a step back. He didn't know if it was because he was shocked by Ruinxiang's words or because he was afraid of the rainbow stone. His expression kept changing. "I only know that it has always been in the Eastern Sea Imperial Palace. As for its use, I don't know either. If it's as you've guessed, then this war will be a catastrophe for the humans." Ruinxiang retracted his aggressive gaze. He snorted and said with disdain, "You really should change your arrogance. A catastrophe for the humans? Humph, if it really reaches that level, then wouldn't it be a catastrophe for the Sea clan?" A look of reminiscence flashed across his face as if he was recalling something. He murmured, "The intellect of the humans is unparalleled. If those things were exposed, I'm afraid your father wouldn't be so bold." Guang Yi's eyes narrowed. "Those things? Cousin, what are you talking about?" Ruinxiang shuddered and fear flashed across his face. Realizing that he had said something inappropriate, he quickly regained his composure and said, "It's nothing. Just take care of yourself." Suspicion flashed across Guang Yi's eyes and he said, "Cousin, I know you've been in the continent for a long time and might know more about the human race than us. But to say that the human race can threaten our Sea clan, isn't that a little too exaggerated?" How could he get Ruinxiang's answer with this kind of probing question? He said indifferently, "I hope so." Guang Yi's face immediately darkened as he felt a little anger rising within him. He flicked his sleeves and snorted, "I hope that with cousin's talent, you can shoulder the heavy responsibility my father has given you. Otherwise, no matter how thick-skinned you are, you won't have the face to take my family's dragon's secret treasure." Ruinxiang said coldly, "Cousin, don't worry. Since this dragon's secret treasure has fallen into my hands, I will not spit it out no matter what. If you have the time, why don't you cultivate more? Have you absorbed the Archaeosaurus's blood that I gave you?" Humph. Guang Yi's face darkened. Because he swallowed the 2 drops of Archaeosaurus's blood that Ruinxiang gave him, his strength increased greatly. That was why he wanted to get his hands on a dragon's secret treasure. He didn't expect the palace to give one to Ruinxiang. How could he not be angry? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat this person, he would have killed Ruinxiang and taken all the treasures. He walked out of the palace with a gloomy face. Suddenly, a powerful wave of water pushed in and overturned a few supporting pillars in front of the palace. The force was very overbearing and didn't seem to be for attack, but for destruction. "Who is it? Damn it." Guang Yi, who was feeling gloomy, became even more enraged. His body turned into a ray of light that penetrated through the water wave and punched towards the source of the quake. Bang! The water in the entire seabed surged and rotated under the power of the palm. It condensed into an extremely compressed water ball and exploded in front of the figure. Bang! An incomparably tyrannical power exploded, pushing out in all directions. The newcomer didn't seem to mind at all. His body turned illusory, and the water wave directly passed through his body. Guang Yi's heart skipped a beat. To his horror, he realized that the other party had already walked in front of him and was about to step on his face. He was incomparably horrified. That kick looked ordinary, yet it contained extremely powerful natural laws. It completely locked him in place, making it impossible for him to evade. Ever since he had fused with the 2 drops of Archaeosaurus's blood, his cultivation had not only advanced to the 4-star intermediate Emperor Wu, but his actual combat power was also far above that. How could he be trampled by his opponent? In his extreme shock, the power of the dragon blood in his body instantly erupted. His skin turned red as he roared, "Soaring dragon body!" Bang! 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 Sounds of water explosions came from all around him, and the law lock loosened slightly. Guang Yi hurriedly kicked with all his might, trying to avoid the kick. If someone stepped on his face, how would he be able to face others in the future as a member of the Eastern Sea's royal family? Under his frantic efforts, his body finally leaned back slightly. His face avoided the foot, and his chest was stepped on. Bang! A huge force surged into his body, and he felt as though his internal organs were about to rupture. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Eh? The newcomer was Li Yunxiao. He let out a surprised gasp as he didn't expect the other party to still have the strength to move under his foot. Li Yunxiao looked at Guang Yi's red skin and was slightly puzzled as he pondered. Who is it? The entire coral palace collapsed, and Commander Lu Diao's furious voice came from within. Two rays of light broke through the collapsed palace and rushed out, standing in front of Li Yunxiao. Commander Lu Diao's face was full of rage, especially when he saw Guang Yi's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. He was so angry that his body trembled. Injuring a member of the royal family was a crime worthy of death. On the other hand, Ruinxiang's face was ice cold. Two sharp eyes roamed around Li Yunxiao's face, as though he wanted to see through the mask and see his true face. Li Yunxiao glanced at Ruinxiang, then turned to Commander Lu Diao and said, "How many people does your clan have in this sea region?" Commander Lu Diao was stunned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you asking this?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I took someone's money, and I plan to eliminate a disaster for them. I plan to completely wipe out your Lu Diao clan." What? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Commander Lu Diao thought it was something important, but he immediately went crazy after hearing it. His body suddenly exploded with a powerful force, and he grabbed the air with both hands. A golden spear appeared in his hands, and he thrust it forward. That spear was only an ordinary 8th grade profound artifact, but in the hands of the sea race, it was already a treasure. The sharp point glowed coldly as it went straight for Li Yunxiao's forehead. From beginning to end, Li Yunxiao's hands were behind his back, and he lightly leaned to the side to avoid the spear thrust. Commander Lu Diao's anger continued to rise, and he swept his weapon horizontally, aiming for Chu Li's chest. Li Yunxiao's feet tapped lightly, and his body leaned back slightly. His right foot rose into the air, and he stepped on the spear, kicking it back. He dealt with both attacks with ease. In Commander Lu Diao's eyes, a strong sense of dread arose in his heart. He knew that the person in front of him was definitely a formidable opponent. "You are Li Yunxiao." Ruinxiang, who was coldly watching the battle from the side, suddenly had a huge change in expression. His voice, which had almost changed, came out of his throat. The three words Li Yunxiao sounded more like a duck that had its neck grabbed, and it screamed out. He finally recognized the person in front of him, his body couldn't help but tremble violently, and he suddenly lost control of his emotions. The prodigy of the 4 seas, the genius that had almost never met a worthy opponent in the human continent, had suffered the greatest defeat of his life at the hands of this person. Ruinxiang's face was drained of blood, and he looked even worse than the injured Guang Yi. Guang Yi's angry and cold gaze suddenly became stunned. He frowned and stared at Ruinxiang's face. He didn't understand why he was so agitated, and who was this human in front of him. Commander Lu Diao also stopped his attack, and stood vigilantly to the side. Moreover, the antennae on his head were slightly swaying. This was the unique telepathic method of the green snapper race, and they were sending experts over. "Hee, brother Ruinxiang, I've missed you since we parted at Crimson Moon City." Li Yunxiao chuckled, and he stood in front of the three calmly. Guang Yi came forward and said coldly, "Cousin, do you know this human?" Just now, Ruinxiang had shouted the 3 words Li Yunxiao like it was a ghost, so he didn't hear it clearly. Ruinxiang took a deep breath. After all, he was also a genius. He slowly controlled the turbulent emotions in his heart, and gradually regained his calmness. Not only had Li Yunxiao brought him the greatest defeat and humiliation in his life, every time he cultivated to the limit, Li Yunxiao's figure would appear in his mind. No matter how unbearable the limit was, he would break through it one by one. He knew that the person in front of him had already become his inner demon. Although relying on this heart demon, his cultivation speed has increased by leaps and bounds. However, if he does not kill this heart demon, it will be difficult for him to advance further when he reaches the late stage of the martial emperor realm and comprehends the Grand Tao. Therefore, Li Yunxiao had to die, and he had to kill him with his own hands. Thinking quickly, in just a few breaths, Ruinxiang had completely calmed down, and said, "Li Yunxiao, there were originally only 3 people I respected in my life, and now there's one more." "Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao." Guang Yi's face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, Li Yunxiao. You're the Li Yunxiao who hid the rainbow stone. He finally recognized that this person was the one who brought him humiliation, the one who went back on his word after setting the promise of 3 months, and the one who made him lose face in front of his father and brothers, Li Yunxiao. Moreover, during this period of time, he had always believed that his royal father had allowed Ren Xiang to support the war here, and that he was merely a follower. It was precisely because of the humiliating matter of the promise of 3 months that he had long placed Li Yunxiao on his list of must-kill targets. Commander Lu Qiao was also shocked. Although he didn't know about the grudge between this person and the 2 royal families, as a high-level Emperor Wu, he was an important figure in the Eastern Sea royal families. He knew that the cause of this war was the Rainbow Stone. Once he heard that the Rainbow Stone was hidden by this person, his eyes widened like lanterns, and he stared at Li Yunxiao. He couldn't let him escape. Li Yunxiao's interest was piqued, and he said, "Oh? Which 3 are they?" The war was calm. Ruinxiang had completely calmed down, and he said, "The first one is the ruler of the 4 seas, Lord Ocean King." Guang Yi and Commander Lu Qiao's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes showed great respect. Li Yunxiao stretched out a finger, and shook it lightly. "Watch your words, it's the 4 seas, not the world." Ruinxiang didn't argue with him, and continued, "The second one is the king of the North Sea, my father." Commander Lu Qiao's face was still full of respect, but it was much less than when he mentioned the Ocean King. Guang Yi snorted lightly, as if he didn't care. Li Yunxiao said, "Father will always be his child's idol, I understand." A strange expression flashed across Ruinxiang's face, and he said, "As for the third one, he is in the holy region of the human race. As for who he is, you can guess for yourself." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he seemed to ponder, and after a while, he said, "You mean the 5 in the holy region? Or the 3 in the holy region?" Ruinxiang's expression changed slightly, and he said seriously, "You know the situation in the holy region very well?" Li Yunxiao said, "As a human, of course I know more than you see race." Ruinxiang snorted, "As for who it is, you can guess for yourself." Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, "No need to guess. After I beat you half to death, I will search your soul directly, because I am very interested in the origin of your bloodline." Ruinxiang's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, damn it. You actually have such malicious thoughts about me." Li Yunxiao laughed involuntarily, and said, "You have tried to kill me time and time again, what's so strange about me searching your soul? But thank you for your appreciation, for comparing me to the 3 you admire." Ruinxiang said, "You don't have to be so humble. If you could live to that age, your achievements wouldn't be any less than theirs." Guang Yi and Commander Lu Diao's expressions changed when they heard that. It was fine if Ruinxiang compared humans to the Sea King, but among the 3 people he mentioned before, there was the Lord of the 4 Seas, the Sea King. What he said just now was already disgraceful. Guang Yi said angrily, "Ruinxiang, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you offend the Sea King?" Ruinxiang's expression changed. He knew he had misspoken and quickly changed the topic. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to live to that age." His feet left the seabed and he floated in the air. His body turned into a dragon. Golden scales appeared on his body, sharp claws grew out of his hands, and dragon horns appeared on his forehead. He held the Luohe war spear with both hands and stared at Li Yunxiao in his best state. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "Are you confident that you can beat me?" Ruinxiang said coldly, "You had the advantage on land before. Now that we're in the sea, I have the advantage. How hard can it be to beat you?" Guang Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that the one who had injured Ruinxiang to that extent was Li Yunxiao. He looked at the dragonified Ruinxiang and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. If he could have these dragon treasures, his strength would definitely be above Ruinxiang's and he wouldn't have to be bullied everywhere. His heart was filled with extreme injustice. Commander Lu Diao also shouted. His body swelled up to twice its size in the water. He held his golden trident and glared angrily. Moreover, a large number of powerhouses had also been summoned. They had already surrounded the area. Li Yunxiao said, "Are all the powerhouses from the Lu Diao clan here? That saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one." Commander Lu Diao was furious and roared, "Go to hell. He held the golden trident and swung it in the water. Instantly, water ripples spread out from the tip of the trident, forming a huge and strange symbol. The sea race's battle prowess in the sea multiplied, not to mention that he was a high-level Emperor Wu. With one strike, it was as if a mountain was collapsing and the heavens and earth were collapsing. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and his eyes turned as red as blood. The entire space around him began to distort rapidly. Just as the power of the move that could overturn rivers and seas was about to hit him, it was compressed by the space, causing it to deform rapidly. In an instant, it turned into nothingness and disappeared. What? Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. This human didn't move at all, but he actually made that domineering move disappear into thin air. Mind power, such a powerful mind power. Ruinxiang's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth. You're a rank 9 arcane master? At this moment, he had mixed feelings. He had thought that Li Yunxiao's strength was on par with his. Now that the situation had changed, he had thought that he would be able to defeat Li Yunxiao easily. However, he had not expected Li Yunxiao to have such a powerful trump card. There were very few sea races arcane masters. Even if there were, they would spend most of their time researching techniques. Very few would train in mind attacks. Hence, the Lu Diao clan and Guangyi could not react in time. On the other hand, Ruinxiang had stayed in the continent for a long time and immediately understood. A rank 9 arcane master? The people of the sea race all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock, and they even revealed looks of respect. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't take pity on me just because I'm an arcane master." The immemorial heaven eye opened between his brows and shot out several rays of light. Powerful auras spread out and several silhouettes landed beside him. This, everyone opened their eyes wide. Even Ruinxiang could not react in time. The people who suddenly appeared were all Emperor Wu's experts. Wow! So many monsters! Young King Hao Lian suddenly shouted. His shocked face immediately turned into ecstasy. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I finally have a practice target. This time, I can have a good time." He took a look at Mo Xiaochuan next to him and said proudly, "I'm not the weakest this time, right?" Li Yunxiao released almost all the combatants in the Universe God Monument. Apart from Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian, there were the 3 brothers from Go Clan, Mystical Thunder Cloud Roar, King Kong from the Gourd, Duan Yu and Yu Jiolin, who were peak martial venerables. Another person frowned and kept moving his body up and down. He said with dissatisfaction, "I never said I would help you defend against the enemies." This person was the evil spirit that came out from Mo Xiaochuan's body. Last time, before he went to the end of time, he had been robbed by 4 martial emperors. Li Yunxiao had killed 3 of them and left the strongest, a 4-star martial emperor, to be possessed by the evil spirit. Li Yunxiao said, "I didn't ask you to defend against the enemies. You can leave. I just let you out." The evil spirit looked around. He was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. He felt depressed as he could not leave at all. Moreover, he did not dare to leave on his own. God knew if he disobeyed this person's will or not. "Lord Ruinxiang, what's going on?" Commander Lu Diao was a little confused. He asked the knowledgeable Ruinxiang in confusion. Ruinxiang's face darkened. An uncontrollable and crazy idea grew in his heart. Could it be a supreme-grade profound artifact? That day at Songyang City, he saw the demon clan's death use the armillary sphere with his own eyes. Didn't they say that the human race's only supreme-grade profound artifact was Noah's boat? Ruinxiang glanced around and immediately discovered the strength of the people in front of him. He was even more convinced that Li Yunxiao had a supreme-grade profound artifact in his hands. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to hide so many people. An indescribable excitement spread from the bottom of his heart. If he could kill Li Yunxiao today, not only would he be able to take revenge, he would also be able to retrieve the Rainbow Stone. What made him tremble with excitement was that if he could obtain the supreme-grade profound artifact, he would definitely be able to conquer the world in the future. "I don't know." Ruinxiang replied to Lu Diao and said word by word, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive." "Yes." Commander Lu Diao's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. The appearance of these people in front of him had greatly reduced their advantage. However, he still had the confidence to win and shouted, "Kill them all." Swoosh! The densely packed sea race all moved at once and surged forward. Just the strength of the water alone was like an iron plate pressing down on everyone's body. They all frowned. Duan Yu smiled bitterly and said, "I originally thought that after I advanced to the peak of martial honor, I would more or less be of some help to you. I didn't expect your enemies to become stronger and stronger. I can't keep up with your progress." Li Yunxiao said, "Commanders against commanders, the big guys against the small guys. You just have to deal with the small guys." Duan Yu felt depressed. He was already a peak martial honor, but he was still a small guy. However, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Feeling extremely depressed, he charged at the sea race who were also small guys. Everyone immediately spread out from Li Yunxiao's side and attacked the sea race in all directions. Aside from the Green Snapper tribe, there were other sea race clans nearby. However, they were all extremely weak and were basically cannon fodder. Bang! 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 All sorts of explosions sounded out, and the seawater immediately became chaotic. A large-scale explosion spread out. Mo Xiaotuan and the others were like a hot knife through butter. They killed dozens of sea race clans in an instant. Even one of the Emperor Wu existences died on the spot. The sea race was so frightened that they desperately retreated, not daring to come forward. Commander Lu Diao's expression changed greatly and he said angrily, "Everyone surround and kill them. Those who escape will die." Only then did the sea race gather their courage and roar as they charged forward. Their eyes instantly turned red. A few of the Emperor Wu sea race glared fiercely and attacked ferociously. Relying on the advantage of their increased strength in the sea, they trapped everyone and began a long battle. Although Little King Kong's attack was not the strongest, it was the most effective killing machine. There was nothing here that could hurt him. He punched out one after another, killing his enemies. Although the three Go clan brothers and the evil spirit were not willing, even if they did not attack, the sea race would not let them go. They could only brace themselves and fight. Commander Lu Diao saw that his team had suffered heavy casualties in an instant and trembled in fear. His eyes were spitting fire. Ruanxiang said, "Lord Lu Diao, calm down and help me take down this person. Cousin Guangyi, you will be responsible for the dregs." Guangyi snorted and flew towards the humans. Although he was extremely unwilling to be commanded by Run Xiang and did not want to play the role of a lackey, the situation forced him to speak with his strength. He had no choice but to do so. Commander Lu Diao also calmed down after hearing Ruanxiang's words. He directed the anger in his eyes at Li Yunxiao. The three of them stood there quietly, but the danger here was no less than the outside. The aura on each of them had risen to the extreme, causing the seawater to surge and almost forming a whirlpool that spread in all directions. The others couldn't help but retreat under the pressure of the seawater and aura. The more they fought, the more they were pulled back, until they were 100 meters away. Ruanxiang took a deep breath and said, "I only need 3 people I respect in this life. I don't need a 4th. So, you will stay here forever today." He turned the spear in his hand and directly rushed towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. The ice frost sword appeared and blocked in front of him. Pung! The spear was deflected. The extremely strong force on the spear caused him to involuntarily take a few steps back. His heart was filled with shock. Although the sea race could display their strength in the sea, Run Xiang's current strength seemed to be above his expectations. Ruanxiang's figure was extremely fast, even faster than his speed on land. He borrowed the force to circle above Li Yunxiao and thrust his spear down again. Li Yunxiao raised his sword and raised the ice frost sword in front of him. A sea of sword chi appeared around him and turned into a dozen swords that slashed upwards. Pung! The 2 profound level weapons clashed together, emitting a crisp sound. The dragon chi on the battle spear exploded, directly destroying the sword shape. Furthermore, the huge force was like moving mountains and overturning the seas, pressing Li Yunxiao down a few notches. His legs were directly pressed into the ground, sinking into his knees. At this moment, Commander Lu Diao's pupils dilated. The golden trident pierced through the air. Its speed was even faster than Ruanxiang's. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. The huge force coming from the sword kept increasing. It was clear that Ruanxiang was intentionally suppressing him and creating an opportunity for Commander Lu Diao. He formed a seal with his left hand, and a golden ray flashed from between his eyebrows. It began to cover his entire body, forming a transcendence golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms pointed forward, and 11 northern sky-cold star swords broke out of his body and turned into rays of sword light that slashed out. A sneer flashed across Commander Lu Diao's face. His golden trident spun in the air, and golden balls flew out and scattered on the bottom of the sea. Then, Ruanxiang in the air shot out his dragon chi, and the phantom of a real dragon appeared behind him. The power of the Luoho spear multiplied, and it pressed down on Li Yunxiao like a huge mountain. Bang! 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 The sword slashed on the golden balls, but to no avail. They were knocked back and stabbed into the bottom of the sea in a row. Commander Lu Diao's expression turned serious. His golden trident turned into a few rays of light, and the dozen golden balls flew into the air, circled around Li Yunxiao, and blasted at him. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. A heavenly hammer appeared in one of his hands, and a thunder star ring formed around his body. He blasted it in all directions, and the golden balls were all blocked. The heavenly hammer grew bigger and smashed at Ruanxiang's head. Ruanxiang's pupils shrank. The power of the hammer made him feel extremely dangerous. He quickly retracted his spear and held it horizontally in front of him to resist the lightning. Boom! As the dozen golden balls around him were shattered, a huge force soared into the sky. Ruanxiang was also shaken by the hammer, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Li Yunxiao instantly turned into lightning, and his cold sword rose into the air. He flew out and slashed. At Ruanxiang, the sword chi spread out like petals in the water, and finally gathered in a line, slashing through the seawater. There was no water around him. Luoho strike. Ruanxiang's expression was stern. There was a faint dragon circling on his spear. It raised its head and spat out pearls, and the might of a real dragon roared. Bang! When the two forces collided, the seawater on all sides was pushed back, and a huge vacuum was formed in the entire sea, constantly rushing towards the surface. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. His left hand tapped on the blade of the sword, and an ice crystal appeared, blooming continuously. The surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. Ruanxiang's body trembled as a bone-piercing chill directly penetrated his dragon scales and penetrated deep into his meridians and bones. A night of spring breeze and 100 flowers bloom. Li Yunxiao lightly shouted, and the ice crystal exploded with a bang. The ice flower scattered, and the color of the surroundings darkened. It quickly spread out in all directions, and actually froze everything within 10,000 miles. Gotcha! The waves that soared into the sky froze in an instant, turning into mountains that rose from the bottom of the sea to the sky. Sunlight shone directly on the bottom of the sea, reflecting off the huge ice crystals on both sides. Ruanxiang and the nearby Commander Lu Diao were completely frozen by this move. Bang! Just as Li Yunxiao drew back and brandished his sword, slicing through the ice seal and aiming for Ruanxiang's neck, Ruanxiang's entire body moved, instantly shattering countless pieces of solid ice. The Luoho long spear turned into eerie white bones. A dragon's spine spun in front of him like a long whip, blocking the cold sword's frost. Good move. Ruanxiang's expression turned cold. The dragon's spine shook off Li Yunxiao, turning into a dragon's shadow that circled around him. Then, it rushed into his body and fused with him. A powerful dragon energy shot out, immediately shaking off the boundless ice. It was as if a mountain had collapsed, and the entire sea had once again sunk into a whirlpool. At the same time, Commander Lu Diao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He raised the golden trident with both hands and violently stabbed it down. Countless water elements were split apart by the powerful golden light. The entire whirlpool formed by the collapse of the ice mountain was also split in half, and the golden light shot straight at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and the cold frost sword was placed horizontally in front of him. The surrounding seawater became pitch black, like a black hole that devoured all light. The golden light also dimmed under this strange phenomenon. Sword art, star extermination. The sword energy slashed out from the endless darkness, wanting to break open this boundless ocean. It collided with the golden light, and the shockwaves shot out in all directions. In the distance, many of the sea race that had surrounded and killed everyone were affected by the shockwaves, and they were instantly crushed into pieces. The battlefield was once again pulled away. Young Emperor Hao Lian looked into the distance with some worry and said, "Little Chuan, should we go help young Master Yuan?" "Be careful not to get injured," Mo Xiaochuan said calmly. He turned a blind eye to the battlefield, but his ultimate move became even fiercer. It was as if he had poured all his emotions into the sword energy, and the sea race was directly crushed by his sword energy. Young Emperor Hao Lian's face was filled with embarrassment, but Mo Xiaochuan was right. Being able to restrain the sea race army was already the greatest help they could offer. He immediately roared, and the 4 elemental energies swirled around his fist and shot toward the sea race army. "Only this much? If you don't use any spells, how will you kill me?" After the sword attack, Li Yunxiao stood there coldly and looked at the 2 people in front of him with a cold gaze. Commander Lu Diao's expression became extremely ugly. He originally thought that the opponent was only a 2-star Emperor Wu, and killing him would be easy. He didn't expect it to be so troublesome. He coldly said, "Since you want to die, I'll help you." "Huh." Commander Lu Diao let out an angry roar and stabbed his golden trident into the ground beside him. He pushed his left palm forward, and a dark green vortex appeared on his palm. It emitted circles of black light and coordinated with the energy frequency of the entire sea. For a moment, waves surged, and an illusory figure appeared behind him. It slowly opened 2 red eyes, revealing a fierce aura. The violent aura coming from the shadow was some kind of powerful totem beast, and Commander Lu Diao seemed to have merged with the sea. Every breath he took was like the waves of the sea, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. If he allowed this move to continue, he would be in trouble. He instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. His entire body expanded several times, and a ring of lightning surrounded him. A huge Maha character appeared on his hammer, and he suddenly struck down. A bolt of lightning rushed out from Li Yunxiao's body and directly broke through the sea. It even pierced through the surface of the sea and shook the sky. Commander Lu Diao's eyes widened in anger, and he revealed a shocked expression. His right hand formed a seal, and his left hand directly slapped toward the lightning. Bang! 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 The bolts of lightning became stronger and stronger, continuously stacking on top of each other. The power of the lightning ring also continued to expand, pushing the sea dozens of meters away. The entire sea level rose. Commander Lu Diao's expression changed greatly. When he had received the lightning, he did not feel that it was as strong as he had imagined. But he did not expect that in half a breath's time, it would increase by countless times, completely dispersing the true yuan in his hand. Furthermore, the power of lightning had a natural suppressive effect on deep-sea races like him. After dispersing the true yuan in his palm, it even shattered his protective true yuan. At this critical moment, the totem behind Commander Lu Diao seemed to show its might. Within the darkness, it opened its huge white teeth and let out a trembling cry. "Luo! Luo! Luo! Luo!" The sharp cry directly pushed away the power of lightning. The huge sound wave from below Li Yunxiao's hammer nearly sent him flying. Furthermore, the noise entered his ears, and his mind felt like it was about to explode. F***ck, what the hell is this? Li Yunxiao cursed angrily. His face was filled with shock. This totem had only manifested a part of itself, and just the long cry from its mouth had such power. If it manifested its entire body, it would be even more terrifying. Pooh! Commander Lu Diao spat out a large mouthful of blood. The attack just now had injured his heart meridian. After coming back from the gates of hell, he hurriedly formed seals with his hands in fear, continuously increasing the power of the totem behind him. This was the agreement between the green snapper race and the fierce beasts. In times of danger, they could summon a part of the fierce beast's main body. However, with his current strength, he could not summon too many. His current state was already his limit. The totem continued to howl. The power of the sound wave not only attacked Li Yunxiao, but also spread in all directions. In the distant battlefield, the green snapper race seemed to be fine. However, the expressions of the rest of the sea race and Mo Xiaochuan's group changed drastically. All of them had goosebumps, and the aura within their bodies suddenly became violent. Meanwhile, the mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar trembled violently and curled into a ball. It seemed to be extremely afraid. However, circles of golden lightning still spread out from its body, preventing the sea race from attacking it. Duanyu had a good relationship with it, and he immediately surrounded it to protect it. Li Yunxiao was blown away by the sound wave, and all his efforts were in vain. He was both shocked and furious. He formed seals with one hand, and his entire body shone with golden light. Ripples could be seen on the surface of his skin. Most of the fierce beast's attack was deflected by the golden body, and only a portion of it entered his body. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened, and he lightly shouted again. The devil aura on his body rose into the air, and the devil sky battle armor appeared, finally dispersing all the power of the sound wave. Then, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and the true demon phantom appeared from the bottom of the sea. It was like a giant had arrived at the sea, and the entire sea began to turn black like ink. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold. He glanced at Ruinxiang, who was not far away, and the latter was also staring at him fiercely. Ruinxiang's hands were constantly forming seals as though he was performing some incredible divine ability. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted and couldn't care less about Ruinxiang. He formed seals with both hands in the air, and rays of golden light spread out from his hands. The true demon phantom behind him also formed seals. Devil aura surged around Li Yunxiao's golden seal, and a huge demonic seal was formed. It floated in the pitch-black sea and undulated. The green snapper commander's face was pale. He had used up a lot of power, and the totem fierce beast behind him was gradually fading. Li Yunxiao, stop! Ruinxiang suddenly shouted, and his eyes burst out with radiance. An extremely horrifying aura spread out, and a halo suddenly appeared in the sea. It was as though a passage had been opened, and it spread out dozens of meters. It was as though a cage had been opened, and a peerless fierce beast was about to come in. Li Yunxiao and Commander Lu Diao were both shocked, but one had a solemn expression while the other was overjoyed. It's a deep-sea giant face beast. Commander Lu Diao's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed wildly. Haha, Lord Ruinxiang actually summoned this thing. Li Yunxiao is dead for sure. That circle of light continued to expand, and Ruinxiang's aura also soared. Dragon Qi turned into dragon shapes that flew around his body, and eyes slowly opened in the circle of light. It was actually dozens of meters wide, and the eyeball in the huge white pupil rolled a few times. It was extremely strange. As the circle of light grew larger, the entire face of the beast slowly appeared. It almost covered the entire sea region, and the huge face was also trying its best to squeeze in. Boom! The entire seabed shook, and the beast's face directly squeezed out of the space and revealed itself. It was like a huge flatbread, and it suddenly opened its mouth to laugh. It was abnormally terrifying. Gulp! Li Yunxiao also felt his throat go dry. He swallowed and immediately recognized that this was a deep-sea giant beast. It was a type of ancient race that existed in the sea. They hid in the endless deep sea and rarely appeared. These kinds of giant beasts usually existed alone or in a family of 2 or 3. Their bodies were hundreds of times larger than normal sea race members, and some could even reach a terrifying size of 1,000 times. They were powerful existences that were bred by the sea over countless years. Li Yunxiao's true demon projection was not even as tall as the bridge of its nose in front of this face. Haha, Li Yunxiao, let's see how you die this time. Ruinxiang's face was also flushed red. He was extremely excited that he could summon such a powerful existence. He turned into a beam of light and landed on that huge face. He sneered and said, "This is a legendary race of the sea. You can die in the mouth of a deep-sea giant beast. I didn't think so highly of you." Boom, 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 boom. The giant beast's body seemed to be invisible. Only its round face could be seen swimming at the bottom of the sea. It slowly opened its mouth and sucked in a mouthful of air, swallowing all the seawater into its stomach. Even the weaker members of the sea race in the distance couldn't escape this fate. They were all sucked in fear. A hint of gloom flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. He knew that it would be impossible to kill Ruinxiang today. His body moved in an instant and disappeared from where he was. Even his true demon form disappeared along with him. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Commander Green Snapper, and the seal that they had formed earlier suddenly blasted down. Even if he couldn't kill Ruinxiang, at least he couldn't return empty-handed. Damn it, Li Yunxiao, how dare you ignore me? Ruinxiang was furious. Li Yunxiao still dared to be so presumptuous in front of the deep-sea giant face beast. He formed a seal with both hands, and a strange mark appeared in his hand. He raised it up high. The deep-sea giant face beast under his feet seemed to have sensed something. Its huge eyes shot out an ominous glint, and its nostrils snorted heavily. A huge sound wave swept up the seawater and crushed towards Li Yunxiao. The density of the water was compressed like metal. When it collided with Li Yunxiao's body, it shattered under the devil sky armor and turned into countless water cubes. Commander Green Snapper was shocked, and his heart suddenly sank. It seemed like Xianxia wanted to kill him at all costs. He roared angrily, and there was an explosive sound that sounded like a chain of beads coming from his body. He seemed to have stimulated all his potential, and a violent aura broke out from his body. Li Yunxiao, you want to kill me, so I want you to die too. Green dust scattered in front of him. Commander Green Snapper formed a seal with his left hand and grabbed with his right hand. A barrier-like power condensed in his palm, and he suddenly struck out, with the determination to die and the last trace of ruthlessness. Commander Green Snapper condensed all his quintessential essence and enlightenment into this palm strike, which blasted towards the descending black seal. Rumble, the boundless seawater collapsed, and two powers, one black and one green, surged at the bottom of the sea. They spiraled out like a millstone, engulfing everything and grinding them into pieces. Commander Green Snapper's body also started to crumble under this millstone. He glared angrily as he watched the waves of power wash over Li Yunxiao's battle armor, but it couldn't break through his defense. He roared angrily, ****. I can't accept this. Xianxia wasn't injured at all under the Devil Sky Armor's defense, but he himself was being pulverized bit by bit. Who would be willing to accept this? Li Yunxiao said coldly, if you can't accept this, who cares about you? Bang! Commander Green Snapper's body instantly turned into countless pieces of flesh and dissipated. Even the tearate golden trident that had been at the side was bent by the millstone's power. Right at this moment, an abnormally dangerous aura came over. A tremor that came from the depths of his soul made Li Yunxiao's body tremble. He turned his head in astonishment and saw that the gigantic face beast had already stuck close to him. Its wide-open mouth was like a bottomless black hole, and a terrifying power was being nurtured from within. Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine senses, but he couldn't find any traces. Even his divine senses had been engulfed, and he couldn't find any clues. However, the sense of danger and fear in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Using Commander Green Snapper's life to exchange for your life. It's worth it. A cold gleam flashed in Ruinxiang's eyes, and he changed his hand seal. An unimaginably savage aura was spewed out from the gigantic face beast's mouth as it breathed. Li Yunxiao was instantly horrified. Behind that savage aura, there was a feeling that made his hair stand on end. His body suddenly emitted a glaring, intense light that was as bright as day. The Universe Divine Monument flew out from his hand and became bigger and bigger. Light flowed on the monument, and many ancient Maha characters appeared. Li Yunxiao manifested his golden body Dharma idol, and his 6 arms danced in the air at lightning speed. The speed of the seal was 3 times faster than usual. The power of the world was manifested, and various strange phenomena appeared on the monument. It suddenly spread out at the bottom of the sea, and the might of the universe billowed forth, giving off an unfathomable feeling. As the great world divine technique was unleashed, a brand new world started to appear under the light. Blue skies and white clouds appeared at the bottom of the sea, with birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. All the unbelievable things started to appear one by one. Ruinxiang's expression changed greatly, and he shouted in astonishment, "Attack! Attack quickly!" The horrifying aura that was still increasing in the gigantic face beast's mouth froze, and a gush of black power shot out abruptly. The entire underwater world immediately sank into darkness. The black power fiercely crashed into the brand new world of the Universe Divine Monument, and it immediately dispersed like ink. It enveloped Li Yunxiao and the entire world's light, and it continued to nibble away at it. The expressions of the sea race people in the distance also changed greatly. Their innate souls seemed to be extremely resistant to this kind of power, and they all fled in terror, not daring to go forward. The expressions of Mo Xiaochuan and the others also changed greatly, and they stopped outside the boundless black light, not knowing what to do. Ruinxiang's expression was also solemn, and he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised that the power of the gigantic deep-sea beast was actually unable to instantly kill Li Yunxiao, and he was happy that the thing in Li Yunxiao's hand was definitely a supreme-grade profound artifact. However, he was not worried. Under the gigantic face beast's attack, there was no way he could survive. These gigantic deep-sea beasts had been passed down since the desolate antiquity era, and they were even older than the era when the true spirits ran rampant. However, as the world changed, a large number of gigantic deep-sea beasts died, and even the few that remained gradually degenerated through the evolution of history. In the end, no one knew how many gigantic deep-sea beasts existed in the four seas, and how their overall strength was. However, the only thing that was certain was that as long as these gigantic deep-sea beasts could be summoned, they would listen to the command of the true dragon's descendants. Moreover, the stronger the bloodline power, the stronger the control over them. It was said that a long time ago, the ancient true dragon made some kind of contract with the ancestors of these gigantic beasts, just like the powerful clans of the four seas and the totems. Mo Xiaochuan's expression also changed from calm to difficult to remain calm. The sword in his hand let out a buzzing sound, and a golden sword talisman began to spin on the sword, becoming brighter and brighter. He raised the long sword up high, and a faint sword spirit shadow rushed out of the sword, flying into the sky along with the sword talisman. One sword of the first sun, thousand night rain. Killing intent flashed in Mo Xiaochuan's eyes, and the demon slayer sword intent appeared in his hand as he slashed in the air. The entire pitch-black seabed was instantly split open, and like a rainbow in the sky, it led to the other side. Ruinxiang's pupils shrank. Even he didn't dare to take the power of this sword lightly. Boom! The sword chi slashed into the black light, splitting open a distance of several zhang, and was completely annihilated inside. This time everyone's expression changed greatly. They were all clear about Mo Xiaochuan's ability, but under this full-strength sword strike, he could only slash the surface of the black light. That Li Yunxiao was in even more danger, young Emperor Hao Lian said angrily, "Kill Ruinxiang." He flew into the air, and just as he was about to fly towards Ruinxiang, the black power suddenly surged, and a white light suddenly shot out. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart, and the turbid world was split into two. What? Ruinxiang was shocked, and his body trembled violently. Under that black light with no chance of survival, he could still survive. Then, a green lightning shot out, transforming into Li Yunxiao's original body. His right hand held the cold sword frost, but he couldn't help but tremble, and his expression became extremely ugly. Retreat first. Everyone gathered around, and just as they were about to ask, Li Yunxiao threw out two words, waved the universe god steel in his left hand, and took everyone inside, transforming into lightning and leaving. At this time, Ruinxiang came back to his senses, and he roared angrily, "Damn it! Chase after him, kill him." Just now, Li Yunxiao's action of taking everyone away with a wave of his hand clearly fell into his eyes, and he was even more certain that the jade steel was a supreme profound artifact. The huge face beast slowly turned around, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a mouthful of black light, blasting towards Li Yunxiao. But this time it was a casual spit, and it didn't have the previous accumulation, so the black light seemed to be much weaker. But even so, the size of this huge deep-sea beast was too big. Just a single black light was enough to cover the sky, and its speed was not inferior to the lightning. Li Yunxiao clenched his teeth, and his left hand formed a seal in the air, transforming into the ancient Maha language of the rules of thunder, and directly pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Crackle! Suddenly, a purple lightning burst out from his forehead, and the speed of the thunder escape instantly doubled. It was as if he had teleported out of the sea. The moment he left the sea, Li Yunxiao took a deep breath again, and teleported a few hundred meters away. Then, he transformed into lightning and headed towards the land, and a voice transmission reverberated in the sea, reverberating continuously. "Ruinxiang, I'll take your life next time. Trash, trash, trash." Runxiang roared trash 3 times in a row and stomped on the head of the gigantic-faced beast several times. Only then did he vent the anger in his heart. The beast didn't react at all. It stood quietly in the sea and began to sink deeper. Ruinxiang's face was extremely gloomy. Li Yunxiao's strength had almost crossed several insurmountable chasms from the last battle. In the deep sea, where he could most easily fight, with the help of high-tier Emperor Wu's Green Snapper Commander and the legendary creatures of the deep sea, they still couldn't stop him. He even killed Green Snapper Commander and killed more than half of the experts in the nearby seas. Humiliation. This wasn't just humiliation, it was an even greater defeat after the battle at Crimson Moon City. Ruinxiang's face was frighteningly twisted. He stood blankly on the beast's head, thinking about something. Many members of the Sea clan in the distance hid in fear, not daring to get close to the beast. Guangyi was also shocked. As a member of the royal family, he had naturally heard of these terrifying existences in the deep sea. They were like legends, but he didn't expect to see them with his own eyes. He didn't expect Ruinxiang to be able to summon them and command them. His expression wasn't much better than Ruinxiang's, but there was more jealousy, a crazed jealousy. He also understood that only the descendants of the true dragon could control the legendary creatures of the deep sea, but the power of his bloodline was far inferior to the other. Quelling the fire of jealousy in his heart, Guangyi turned into a ray of light and flew to the top of the giant-faced beast's head. He buried the fire of jealousy and said softly, "Cousin, what do we do now?" He hovered on the beast's head, but he seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to step on it. Ruinxiang turned around. The coldness on his face made Guangyi's heart twitch. A trace of fear spread in his heart. This was something that had never happened before. Reorganize the team and send 2 messages about this place. One to the Eastern Sea Palace, and the other to Master Guangqing. Ruinxiang quieted down. His calmness made Guangyi feel even more terrified. At the same time, endless shame and anger surged in his heart. Why? Why should I be afraid in front of him? Even though he kept asking himself this question, his fear did not diminish at all. This caused Guangyi to sink into despair. After thinking for a while, Ruinxiang said calmly, "Ask the East Sea Palace to send more men to me immediately. I want to launch an attack within 7 days and take Baicheng City." Guangyi's body trembled as he exclaimed, "We're not going to wait for the Eastern Sea United Battlefront?" Ruinxiang looked at him coldly. That cold cheek caused Guangyi's body to tremble, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The cold chi spread uncontrollably through his body, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat. "The United Front of Donghai is your business. Killing Li Yunxiao is my business." As soon as Ruinxiang finished speaking, a light flashed in his hand. The giant-faced beast that had been standing still all this time turned around and slowly swam into the distance. Due to the huge size of the giant-faced beast, it took a while before it gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Guangyi's body suddenly trembled violently, and his entire face was distorted. At this moment, he seemed to realize the insurmountable gap between them. Suddenly, he felt like vomiting, and his body trembled more and more violently. He felt extremely uncomfortable. After Li Yunxiao rushed out of the sea, he ran until his Yuanli was exhausted, and then he stopped. He landed directly on a hillside, sat down cross-legged, and began to regulate his breathing. The giant beast of the deep sea had shocked him greatly. If Mo Xiaochuan hadn't split open a crack with his sword outside, and if he hadn't followed the crack and slashed out with his sword, he would have died at the bottom of the sea. The black light that the giant beast spat out could resist his power of the world, and the level of the power was even higher than that of the Jiutian Emperor's aura. This was extremely difficult for him to understand. The power of the world was created by itself, and it had its own rules. It wasn't even bound by the power of the realm of heaven martial arts. That was why it could devour everything and be invincible. The Jiutian Emperor's aura gathered the rules of this world, and it could suppress all forces in this world. Unless it was the power of the world, which wasn't affected by the power of the realm of heaven, it couldn't escape the suppression of the Jiutian Emperor's aura. What's going on? Those giant beasts of the deep sea should have existed since ancient times, so it shouldn't be strange for them to have such great power. But how could they break through the restriction of the power of the world? Only the 10 Directions divine realm can do that. Li Yunxiao frowned in confusion. Even if their ancestors had real spirits, so many years had passed, they couldn't break through the power of the world. Since he couldn't figure it out, Li Yunxiao didn't want to think about it anymore. He began to regulate his breathing to recover. In Baicheng City, in the city lord's mansion, everyone was still sitting quietly. However, the members of the Battle Blade team were getting more and more restless. They looked at Liao Yanbing from time to time, as if they wanted some information. They knew Liao Yanbing didn't know anything, just like them, but they still hoped she could find some information. After all, apart from Yuan Shichuan and the others, he was the calmest among them. Gu Xingxiang was also restless. At first, he could still talk and laugh with the others, but later, he could only pace back and forth. Your Excellency, stop pacing back and forth. My eyes are blurred. Yuan Shichuan, who was sitting leisurely and sipping tea, couldn't help but sneer. Ha, ha. The members of Gan Wuqing's team also burst into laughter. They all wore mocking looks on their faces. The members of the Battle Blade team flew into a rage. Their eyes were spitting fire, but they didn't dare to explode. They could only glare at Li Yunxiao. Only Liao Yanbing was sitting calmly. Gu Xingxiang also didn't have a good expression toward Yuan Shichuan and the others. He said to Liao Yanbing, Lady Yanbing, what do you think about that Fei Yong? Liao Yanbing made a shushing gesture and said calmly, don't worry. I don't really believe that he killed the green snapper race, but he definitely won't be in danger. Li Yunxiao wouldn't die in such a place, be it in terms of strength or intelligence. Oh? I'm relieved to hear that, Lady Yanbing. Liang Yuanji interrupted, but how can Lady Yanbing be sure that Brother Fei Yong won't be in danger? After all, the Sea Tribe's strength is obvious. All the members of the Battle Blade team heaved a sigh of relief. Since Liao Yanbing said so, Li Yunxiao should be relatively safe. If that kid didn't die, he must have found a place to hide outside the city. After a while, he will pretend to be heavily injured and brag about how many Sea Tribe members he killed. Gan Wuqing sneered and said, this explains why Li Feiyang is safe. Impudent. Liao Yanbing's expression turned cold, and an unparalleled aura directly pressed over. She said coldly, who do you think you are? How dare you speak so casually in front of me? He had long disliked these people, and this was a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. Pfft. Liao Yanbing's aura was like a collapsing mountain, and she didn't show any mercy. Under this attack, Gan Wuqing directly spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yuan Shichuan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, Liao Yanbing, what is the meaning of this? Liao Yanbing retracted her aura and returned to her previous indifferent expression. She smiled and sipped her tea. She smiled and said, nothing, I just want to teach these ignorant ants a lesson. They should show some respect in front of us. Yuan Shichuan was so angry that his face turned green. Liao Yanbing was obviously beating the dog in front of him, the owner. However, he didn't know how to refute and could only snort a few times. He said, is what Gan Wuqing said wrong? I think if Li Feiyang isn't dead, he must be hiding somewhere. Liao Yanbing said, oh? I wonder why Li Feiyang is hiding outside. I hope that Lord Shichuan can clear up our doubts and raise the level of our intelligence. Yuan Shichuan thought for a long time before he said, how would I know why he is hiding outside? Maybe he didn't hide and really went into the sea to be killed by the Sea Tribe. Clap. 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 Liao Yanbing clapped a few times and said expressionlessly, it would be great if Li Feiyang was as smart as Lord. Yuan Shichuan said angrily, Liao Yanbing, what is the meaning of this? Are you mocking me? How would he dare to mock Lord? I'm really envious of Lord's high intelligence. A voice came from outside the city. Then, a ray of light shone down. Li Yunxiao had returned and appeared in the hall. Young Master Feiyang. Liao Yanbing and Gu Xingxiang both cried out in surprise. Both of their faces were filled with joy. The Battle Blade team was also overjoyed. Humph. What's the point of wasting everyone's time by hiding outside? Yuan Shichuan sneered coldly. Gu Xingxiang said, it's fine as long as you're fine. He was truly grateful to Li Yunxiao and the others, but he was getting more and more disgusted with Yuan Shichuan's group. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Shichuan's words are too unpleasant. I wonder what kind of divine ability Lord Shichuan has cultivated to be able to see me hiding? He turned around and looked at Yuan Shichuan with a cold gaze. He was planning to use Yuan Shichuan as an example. Wan Shichuan didn't know that he was in trouble and said with a condescending tone, "TSK, if you didn't hide, would you be able to survive a trip to the sea with your strength? Who are you trying to fool?" Li Yunxiao said leisurely, "Lord Shichuan's words really dishearten me. The trust between people is actually so low. As a member of the United Front, I am truly disappointed." Humph. Wan Shichuan's expression changed and said coldly, "Li Feiyong, don't put on an act in front of me. Pay attention to your status. If you say you went to the sea, you have to show evidence. Otherwise, you will be contradicting your superior. I will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of someone." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "What will happen if I can produce evidence? Can I also teach a lesson to someone who is mocking me?" Wan Shichuan's expression turned cold, and he said coldly, "You dare? Hee, how boring. Completely unreasonable, only knowing how to use force to oppress your own people. If you have the ability, go fight the sea race." Li Yunxiao's face was full of mockery and disdain. Wan Shichuan was infuriated. After hearing Li Yunxiao's words, he wanted to beat him up, but he felt it was inappropriate. He said angrily, "If you can show me the proof that you fought the sea race, I'll let you beat me up a few times. If you can't, you know the consequences." His face turned cold. Not to mention that he didn't believe that Li Yunxiao could come back alive after going to the sea. Even if he did, he wouldn't have the guts to beat him up. "Really?" Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and his lips curled into a playful smile. Wan Shichuan said proudly, "Of course. I'm a 6-star Emperor Wu. How could I fool a revered martial artist like you?" Li Yunxiao nodded, threw something on the ground, and said, "Master, take a look and see if this is Commander Lu Diao's head." "What?" Everyone was shocked, and they quickly gathered around to watch. Even Liao Yangbing's face was filled with shock. Since Li Yunxiao had said so, it would definitely be true. He looked at the calm youth in front of him in horror, the shock in his heart indescribable. How did he do it? Xianxia was also shocked. He grabbed the head and looked at it a few times, then let out a heavy breath. He couldn't hide the shock on his face, and said, "I can't tell if it's Commander Lu Diao's head, but this head is indeed high-grade Emperor Wu's. It should be true." Huh. Everyone took a deep breath, and looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. Wan Shichuan's face also changed, and he said angrily, "How could it be? Xianxia, you want to trick me with him?" Xianxia's expression was calm. He raised the head with both hands and presented it to Wan Shichuan, and said, "Master, take a look for yourself. Whether it's high-grade Emperor Wu's head or not, you should be able to tell better than me." Wan Shichuan stared at the broken head for a while, and his hands were sweating. It was indeed high-grade Emperor Wu's head. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Sir Shiquan, what do you think now?" Wan Shichuan's face turned pale as he said, How did you do it? There must be something fishy going on." Li Yunxiao's expression immediately darkened as he shouted, "What does it have to do with my lord whether there is anything fishy or not? On the other hand, can you fulfill your promise of letting me beat you up?" Everyone looked at Wan Shichuan with a strange expression. Wan Shichuan's face alternated between green and white. He naturally couldn't take back what he had said in front of everyone. He immediately said coldly, "Humph. Come and fight if you have the ability. This seat will stand here without moving. If you don't dare to make a move yourself, then don't say that I broke the contract." A fierce and ruthless expression appeared on his face as he stared fixedly at Li Yunxiao. He knew that Li Yunxiao did not have the guts to do so. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly as he nodded and said, "As a 6-star Emperor Wu, my lord's protective essence energy is very powerful. I'm afraid of shattering my own fist. I wonder if I can use weapons." Wan Shichuan's face darkened as he said coldly, "If you have the guts, then do whatever you want." Li Yunxiao did not say another word. He took out his hammer and walked over in a few steps. Liao Yangbing sighed and turned his head away. He had already predicted what would happen next. It would definitely be a tragic sight. This was an example of not courting death, and one would not die. The Battle Blade team's members all had excited looks in their eyes, waiting to watch a good show. Gan Wuqin and the rest revealed ruthless looks, waiting to see how Li Yunxiao was done for. "Sir Shiquan, pardon me. Li Yinxiao said indifferently as he raised his hammer and smashed it towards Huan Shichuan's chest. A bolt of lightning flashed in the hall, and a long arc appeared behind the hammer. Huan Shichuan's expression suddenly changed. The lightning bolt was so powerful that it instantly pierced through his protective essence energy. His ice-cold expression instantly turned into fear, but it was too late. He only managed to spit out a single word in shock, "You, bang." The hammer directly smashed into his chest, and a bolt of lightning passed through it, causing a huge black pit to appear in the ground behind him. The entire hall was almost annihilated, and chaos flew everywhere. Huan Shichuan's body was sent flying by the lightning bolt, spinning in the air for an unknown number of times before landing outside the hall. Other than Liao Yangbing and the members of the Battle Blade team, everyone else had their mouths wide open. Their minds went blank, and they lost the ability to think. Gu Jingxiang and Gan Wuqing rubbed their eyes with all their might, thinking that they had seen wrongly. However, after rubbing a few times, they still saw Huan Shichuan lying on the ground in the distance. His body was pitch black, and smoke was coming out continuously. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Liao Yangbing said softly, "Young Master Feiyong, is he dead?" Pfft. Gu Jingxiang and Gan Wuqing were shocked, and their bodies trembled. A 6-star Emperor Wu was actually dead or alive under the attack of an 8-star Marshal Venerable. Gan Wuqing's team, in particular, seemed to suddenly understand something. It was as if they had offended someone they could not afford to offend. All of their faces turned pale, and they looked at Gan Wuqing miserably. Fear appeared on all of their faces. Li Yinxiao smiled and said, "Although he is a bit of a scumbag, his strength is not bad. He will still be useful in the defense of the city." He paused for a moment, then added, "If not for the fact that he will still be useful, he would not have lived until Baichong City." Gan Wuqing's team broke out in a cold sweat. Their bodies were trembling, and their teeth were chattering in fear. Li Yinxiao looked at them and said, "Don't be afraid. I have no time to argue with you. Baichong City is in a very serious situation. Now, if everyone does their best to defend the city, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will kill you." "Yes, yes." Gan Wuqing was very quick-witted. He immediately grasped the opportunity and hurriedly nodded and bowed. "We will do our best. Thank you, Master Feiyong, for letting bygones be bygones. Even if we die, we will defend this city. If we live, we live. If the city dies, we die." Li Yinxiao said, "Although you are greedy and narrow-minded, you are very smart. It is easy to talk to smart people." Gan Wuqing wiped the sweat off his forehead, nodded repeatedly, and retreated to the side. He was finally relieved that his life was temporarily saved. Liao Yangbing frowned and said, "Young Master Feiyong, are you saying that we should stay and defend the city?" Gu Jingxiang was overjoyed. He looked at Li Yinxiao expectantly. Li Yinxiao said, "That's right. The nearby sea race will soon attack. If we leave now, we will definitely not be able to defend Baichong City. I'm afraid that the enemy will break through this point and destroy the entire Eastern Sea's defense line." Liao Yangbing's face was full of worry. He was not a warrior of justice. If he was not forced by the situation, he would not go to the front lines. He said, "But with just the few of us," Li Yinxiao said, "of course we can't defend the city, but we must defend it until the East Domain sends reinforcements. Although I am not selfless, this matter concerns the safety of my tribe. I have to do my best." Gu Jingxiang was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed to Li Yinxiao and said gratefully, "Jingxiang will never forget young Master Feiyong's kindness." Li Yinxiao helped him up and said, "This is not a kindness, no need to thank me. Take out all the source stones in the city. I want to set up a formation outside the city to wait for the sea race." Gu Jingxiang was overjoyed. "Young Master Feiyong is a formation master?" Li Yinxiao nodded and said, "I know a thing or two. I can also repair the transportation formation in the city." Gu Jingxiang was overjoyed. He suddenly felt as if he had seen an infinite light in the darkness. He hurriedly offered the dragon crystal with both hands and said respectfully, "All the manpower and resources in the city will be under young Master Feiyong's command." Li Yinxiao didn't hesitate to put away the dragon crystal. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside. It was the unconscious Huan Shichuan who suddenly crawled up. His body was pitch black as he turned into a ray of light and rushed over. Li Feiyang, I'm going to kill you. Just now, he had fainted under the huge power of lightning. Now, the first thing he wanted to do after waking up was to find Li Yunxiao for revenge. He didn't think that Li Yunxiao was stronger than him. He only thought that there was a problem with the hammer. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. A hammer appeared in his hand. He raised it high and was about to smash it down. Ruan Qichuan was shocked. He quickly stopped and took a step forward. Instantly, he turned into several afterimages. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. He rushed forward from different directions. Li Yunxiao sneered. His body disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared above Ruan Qichuan's real body and smashed down with the hammer. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the hammer, and the other end of the hammer shook the sky, blasting away all the remaining broken walls in the hall. Bang! Ruan Qichuan smashed into the ground without any suspense. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Everyone retreated in shock. At this moment, Gan Wuqin and the others all shut their mouths. All of them retracted their thoughts of resisting. If Li Yunxiao's act of sending Ruan Qichuan flying earlier could be said to be an act of trickery, then this was a completely head-on confrontation. Li Yunxiao had sent a 6-star martial emperor flying with a single move. No wonder Liao Yangbing was so respectful to this person. It turned out that he already knew about Li Yunxiao's strength. Also, the fact that the Warblade squad was unscathed up until now made sense. Gan Wuqin was filled with regret. He scolded himself for being stupid. He couldn't even see through such a big flaw. He even stood on the opposite side of this person and almost fell into the abyss of eternal damnation. Luckily, this person was magnanimous and didn't bother with them. Otherwise, a single hammer strike would have wiped out an entire team. Li Yunxiao said, Lady Yangbing, I'll leave Ruan Qichuan to you. I hope he can cooperate and defend the city. Otherwise, just kill him. It was better not to have a disobedient Emperor Wu. Otherwise, if he became disloyal, it would be a huge hidden danger. Liao Yangbing nodded heavily. Although he didn't want to stay and defend the city, since he had already made up his mind, he would definitely do his best. He said to Liang Yuanji and Gan Wuqin, all of you, go and patrol the surroundings. Find the other team as soon as possible. City Lord, send someone to monitor the sea. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison, and the entire Baichong city surrounded Li Yunxiao, forming a tight rope. After Li Yunxiao finished distributing the tasks in the city, everyone began to get busy. Gu Jingxiang also took out all the resources in Baichong city and handed them to Li Yunxiao. At this moment, he had complete trust in Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao pointed to a person beside him and said, take him to the teleportation point. He's an 8th grade alchemist and can help you repair the teleportation matrix. Gu Jingxiang was delighted and looked at the person. He saw that the person was very young and had some doubts about his ability. However, since it was Li Yunxiao who introduced him, he naturally did not dare to question him on the spot. Moreover, what made him feel the most strange was that this person was not among the people who had entered the city at the beginning. How did this person appear? Gu Yuesheng looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression and said, Lord Feiyang trusts me so much. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Li Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, what do you think? Gu Yuesheng's expression changed slightly and he bowed with his hands folded in front of him and said, I definitely won't let Lord Feiyang down. He was already aware of Li Yunxiao's identity. Coupled with the fact that he had learned a lot from Yuan Gaohan during this period of time, his previous resentment had already disappeared without a trace. Now, even if he was asked to leave Yuan Gaohan, he would probably not be willing. When he had just released him to help repair the formation, he had thought of using the formation to escape and go to the sanctuary to seek help from Yuan Gaohan's main body. However, he dismissed the idea on second thought. If that was really the case, regardless of whether the sanctuary could deal with Li Yunxiao, it would at least put Yuan Gaohan's clone in an extremely dangerous situation. If Li Yunxiao ruthlessly killed this clone, then Yuan Gaohan's skill would never be able to improve again. This was something that Gu Yuesheng did not want to see. Moreover, he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to escape. After all, the person before him was the legendary peerless Emperor Wu, Gu Feiyang of the title-defeating armies. Watching Gu Xingxiang fly away with Gu Yuesheng, Li Yunxiao flew to the top of the city wall and carefully observed the terrain. His glabella flashed, and a ray of light shot out. Pu Jinshan's incarnation immediately appeared. Pu Jinshan suddenly looked around in a daze. From the beginning to the end, he still couldn't understand what was going on with him. Li Yunxiao pointed to the front and said, "The sea race is going to attack the city soon. I want to set up a few big formations here. What do you think?" Pu Jinshan was stunned and said, "The sea race besieged the city? What is this place?" He looked around in a daze, only to see that everyone in the city was in a hurry. The entire city seemed to be covered in an extremely suppressive atmosphere. Li Yunxiao's face sunk and he shouted, "You don't need to know about this. I need to set up a few formations that can block the 100,000 sea race army and also block the attacks of the high-grade Emperor Wu 100,000 troops." High-grade Emperor Wu? Pu Jinshan was shocked and said, "If they are only at the 3 talents, 4 elephants, and 5 element realms, then there is no problem. If their realms are higher, there is also the high-grade Emperor Wu." His face revealed a difficult expression. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "The 100,000 troops are basically all at the 6 directions, 7 constellations, and 8 desolations realm. There might be more than one high-grade Emperor Wu. I don't care about all that, you have to block it for me. If not, I will throw you out first and let you block it." Pu Jinshan was instantly dumbfounded. He had yet to react to what had happened, and he was already facing a life-and-death crisis. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn as he said, "There is not much time left. At least 3 days, at most 10 days. The sea race will definitely attack." Although he did not have much contact with Ruinxiang, he was still very clear about the other party's personality. He would definitely not allow himself to suffer such a huge loss. He would definitely adjust his condition in the shortest time possible and attack with all his strength. What he was most worried about now was that deep-sea giant beast. If it was mobilized, the entire Baicheng city might not be able to block it. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's expression changed. A light flashed in his mind. He seemed to have understood the situation at Towering Sky City and the intentions of the sea race. If they were also summoning the deep-sea giant beast, his expression turned extremely ugly. He was not clear about the trump card of Towering Sky City, but he had experienced the strength of the deep-sea giant beast. If that thing could really be summoned, and it was not just one, but also a group, not to mention Towering Sky City, even Red Moon City or Misty Snow Holy City might not be able to block it. "Mr. Yunxiao, what's wrong?" Pu Jinshan saw that Li Yunxiao's face had suddenly turned pale. He did not know what had happened, so he asked cautiously. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "Take care of yourself. Anyway, in 10 days at most, 3 days would be the best. Arrange a few powerful formations for me. At that time you will be the main formation under the city. If the formation is broken, you will be the first to die." He waved his hand and transferred all the resources given to him by Gu Xingxiang to Pu Jinshan. Then, with a flash of light, the 5 elements belly white fish also flew over. Pu Jinshan was already dumbfounded. When he saw the 5 elements belly white fish, he immediately revealed a happy expression and said excitedly, "With this thing, give me 3 days, I can arrange a great 5 elements boundary. I can even block a few high-level Emperor Wu." Li Yunxiao said, "I hope so. In short, remember, the person who will be the main formation is you. If the formation is broken, I will not let you escape into the city." Pu Jinshan's face immediately turned green, and he cried, "Mr. Yunxiao, is there really 100,000 sea race? What is the cultivation of the high-level Emperor Wu, and how many of them are there?" Li Yunxiao said, 100,000 sea race is more than enough. I am not sure how many high-level Emperor Wu there are, but there is a deep-sea giant beast among them. Its strength might be comparable to Emperor Jiuxing." Pfft! Emperor Jiuxing. Pu Jinshan's heart suddenly fell into a bottomless abyss. He only felt that the world was spinning, and he cried, "Mr. Yunxiao, it was my fault for offending you before. I have already done my best to make up for it. You have also promised to let me live. Even if I do my best, it is impossible to stop Emperor Jiuxing. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and snorted, "Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. Do as you see fit." He directly flicked his sleeves and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Yunxiao. He escaped into the void, sat down cross-legged, and started meditating. Pu Jinshan's glass heart shattered into pieces as he glared at the empty space with resentment. He knew that Li Yunxiao was definitely monitoring him at all times. There was no way he could escape, so he could only think of a way to set up an array with everything he had learned. He held the 5-elemental tripe white fish and regained some confidence. With this item, he was not sure how powerful the 5-elemental barrier would be when he set up it. Maybe it could really stop Emperor Jiuxing. Li Yunxiao saw Pu Jinshan starting to get busy in the void, and he immediately revealed a knowing smile, but his eyes were flickering with a dignified look. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in the World Divine Monument, and looked towards the endless land. In a barren land, a bright red area was revealed, and the blood fiend that he had taken in earlier was crawling on the ground, seemingly resting. Li Yunxiao disappeared from where he was in an instant, and he appeared in the sky above the blood fiend, deep in thought. That blood fiend seemed to have sensed something, and it stood up abruptly, staring at Li Yunxiao with vigilance. It growled continuously, and its eyes were bursting with a murderous glint. Li Yunxiao said, "This thing of yours is also formed from the endless tainted blood, and it can be used to make some use of its residual heat." He grabbed the air, and the blood fiend was instantly sucked up, struggling desperately but to no avail. Bang! Li Yunxiao clenched his fist, and the blood fiend exploded directly, turning into a pool of blood in the air. However, it quickly gathered toward the center, and once again condensed, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws in resistance. Humph! Li Yunxiao snorted, and once again crushed the blood fiend. Then, he took out some raw materials, spread them out in front of him, and threw them into the pool of tainted blood. A series of hand seals flashed in his hands, and rays of golden light shot into the blood fiend, and he began to refine it. 3 days later, Li Yunxiao sat cross-legged in the air, and a bright red ruler floated in front of him, spinning continuously. The spiritual qi in the surroundings surged over along with the aura of the ruler, and was continuously absorbed by it. Li Yunxiao took out a large number of primordial stones, and all of them shattered in the air. The vast amount of primordial energy was all swallowed by the blood fiend, as if it would never be full. 2 days later, the blood fiend's speed became slower and slower, and it finally stopped, floating quietly in the air. Li Yunxiao also opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He waved in the air, and the blood fiend immediately landed in his hand. Runes flashed on it one by one, and finally, the light dimmed, and it looked like an ordinary red jade ruler. Li Yunxiao felt a little heartache as he muttered to himself, "In order to feed this thing, I have almost used up all my primordial stones. If it can't unleash a power that satisfies me, then it really won't be worth it." Although he felt a heartache, his eyes were still filled with joy, and he seemed to be very satisfied. After that, he flashed in the air and disappeared from the Universe Divine Monument, and he appeared in the sky above Baicheng City. Li Yunxiao looked out of the city, and saw Pu Jinshan sitting cross-legged on a big rock. He was making a strange hand seal with both his hands, and he sat there without moving. His entire body didn't seem to have changed at all. However, when Li Yunxiao scanned with his divine consciousness, he felt an extremely dangerous aura coming toward him, and even he felt a little fearful. It was as if he would suffer an unimaginable attack the moment he entered it. Amidst the shock, Li Yunxiao revealed a smile. Humans would only be able to unleash their greatest potential when they were faced with life and death. In the city, Gu Yuesheng had more or less repaired the teleportation formation, and she had even helped Gu Xiangxiang to repair the city protecting formation. She had been a secret skill alchemist previously, and she knew many strange secret skills. She had added all of them, and Gu Xiangxiang was overjoyed. At the same time, Gu Xiangxiang had been trying to find out Li Yunxiao's identity, but he was interrupted by Gu Yuesheng coldly. She merely replied coldly, "If you don't want to die, don't ask too much. You don't have the right to know this lord's identity." Gu Xiangxiang was shocked, and he was filled with speculations about Li Yunxiao's identity. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The stronger Li Yunxiao was, the more confident he would be in defending Baicheng City. "There's a fat lady who lives upstairs, and she starts skipping rope at around 9 o'clock every night. She's very determined, and I should learn from her. On this day, the passageway between Baicheng City and the outside world was finally restored. Good news came from Blazing Light City. A large number of martial artists were teleported over to help defend the city. The Red Water Squad led by Ilechi was also found. Moreover, the Towering Sky City sent an order for Liao Yanbing and the other 2 squads to stay in Baicheng City to assist City Lord Xianxia. The City Lord's mansion built a new meeting hall. It was very simple, but it was spacious and dignified. Everyone gathered in it. Nearly 100 people were sitting in the hall. They were the 3 Emperor Wus and a few captains from Towering Sky City, some Emperor Wus experts and captains from Blazing Light City, and finally some leaders of Baicheng City. The atmosphere was decent. However, Yuan Shichuan was sitting there alone, giving off an indescribable chill. This made the atmosphere extremely awkward. Ilechi did not know what had happened. However, when he saw Yuan Shichuan's gloomy expression, he knew that there must be something wrong. However, it was not convenient for him to ask. Hence, he could only remain silent with a habitual smile on his face. Xianxia was in high spirits. He said joyfully, "Thank you all for coming all the way here to help us. Let me introduce you all to each other." 10 squads had come from Blazing Light City. Among them, 2 were first-rate squads, 3 were second-rate squads, and 5 were third-rate squads. As a result, the overall strength of Baicheng City had doubled. 2 of the first-rate squads were from the eastern region's local sects, the Mountain-Breaking Sect and the Moon-Holding Sword Sect. They were both led by a few middle-level Emperor Wu's elders. Everyone's faces were flickering with arrogance and confidence. It was as if with them, no one could get through. The elders of the 2 sects nodded at Yuan Shichuan and Ilechi from Red Moon City. As for the others, they only glanced at them briefly. Although they were a little arrogant, Xianxia was still very happy. After introducing them to everyone, some of the founding members of Baicheng City also looked happy. They were all smiling at each other. Ilechi said, "We will definitely do our best to assist City Lord. It won't be a problem for us to protect Amir City." He also knew a lot about the battlefront in the East Sea. All the experts in the offshore area were gathered in Matian Giant City. In other places, there were just some small fries at most. Therefore, it was much safer to stay here. Xianxia expressed his gratitude, then looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "What does Lord Feiyang think about our chances of defending the city?" Everyone was stunned and frowned slightly. They sized up Li Yunxiao, not understanding why Xianxia would consult this person. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly, but his smile was a little bitter. The key to defending the city was still whether Pu Jinshan's Great Five Elements barrier could block that deep-sea giant beast. If it could, then the city would be fine. If it couldn't, then unless another 100 teams came and used their numbers to annihilate the beast, they would still die. A trace of worry flashed across Xianxia's face. He asked tentatively, "Does Lord Feiyang feel uncertain?" Li Yunxiao sighed, "I hope so." His statement immediately made Xianxia's heart heavy, and the atmosphere in the hall became slightly oppressive. "Haha, I hope so?" Yan Shushu, the Mountain Destruction Sect's elder, laughed coldly. He raised his chin and looked at Li Yunxiao with disdain. He said, "What is this person's name? How dare you spout nonsense here?" Li Yunxiao shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "I didn't say I hope so, did I say I hope not?" Yan Shushu's face darkened, and he shouted, "How dare you? In this place, only Jiutian Emperor Wu's experts have the right to speak. Who do you think you are, to dare to speak so casually?" Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they all had different expressions. Xianxia cursed inwardly, and hurriedly stood up to mediate. However, he heard Yuan Shichuan's strange voice behind him. "Humph, with Lord Feiyang's divine might, what sea beast can't be killed? Don't scare us small fries here." "Haha, Lord Shichuan is really humorous." Yan Shushu laughed mockingly, and said to Yuan Shichuan in an ingratiating manner, "For an ignorant junior like him, just give him 100 slaps and let him reflect on himself." A cold smile flashed across Yuan Shichuan's face. He squinted his eyes and said, "That's not good. After all, we are all on the same side, and we are all fighting for the human race." Yan Shushu hurriedly became respectful, and loudly praised, "Lord Xichuan is really noble. You look at the big picture, and I am ashamed of my inferiority." Yuan Xichuan's face reddened, and he hurriedly said, "Lord Xichuan is too serious. Let's listen to Lord Feiyang's opinion." "Haha, what opinion can he have?" A hint of contempt flashed across Yan Shushu's eyes, and then he laughed. "Fine, I have to learn from Lord Xichuan's breadth of mind. Let's listen to him spout nonsense." Everyone gave Yan Shushu a look of disdain. This flattery was no different from kneeling down to lick someone's boots. You are, after all, a mid-level Emperor Wu. Is it really okay to flatter like this? However, Yan Shushu acted as if nothing had happened, and he continued to sit proudly. Ilechi did not know the details, but he realized that something was wrong. Both he and Yuan Xichuan came from Red Moon City, and he knew that Yuan Xichuan was not someone who was easy to talk to. There must be something going on between Yuan Xichuan and Li Yunxiao. Gu Jingxiang also hurriedly said, "Everyone is here for the matter of Baicheng City, so please don't misunderstand. Although Lord Feiyang is only an 8-star martial saint, his strength is definitely not ordinary." "Oh?" Yan Shushu said disdainfully, "Then if there's a chance, we must ask Lord Feiyang to give us some pointers." Haha, haha. Gu Jingxiang was very anxious. The sea race had not arrived yet, and if they caused an internal conflict, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Yunxiao said calmly, "There will be a chance." Yan Shushu's laughter immediately stopped, and his face darkened. He shouted, "Brat, what did you say?" Gu Yuexing had been carefully standing behind Li Yunxiao, and her face was expressionless. At this moment, she raised her eyes slightly, and looked at Yan Shushu with unconcealable mockery. Yuan Xichuan was secretly pleased. He also hoped to borrow the strength of these two factions to deal with Li Yunxiao. Even now, he did not dare to confirm Li Yunxiao's cultivation, but he did not dare to make another move. Ilechi frowned, and said, "Elder Shushu, the war is urgent now, and I hope that you can give me some face. If there are any grudges or unhappiness, why don't we talk about it after we defend the city?" Yan Shushu hurriedly said, "Since Lord Lechi is pleading for this brat, I will naturally not pursue this matter for now." Ilechi nodded slightly, but saw Yuan Xichuan casting an angry gaze at him. He became even more curious about what had happened between the two. He looked at Liao Yongbing, and saw that Liao Yongbing also had her eyes half closed, pretending not to see anything. He could only look at Li Yunxiao again, but saw that Li Yunxiao's eyes were still as water, as if nothing had happened. Ilechi could not help but smile bitterly, and said, "Young Master Feiyang, do you know the situation of the sea race here very well?" Li Yunxiao said, "I know a little. I know that they have a very large sea beast, and it is very powerful. I don't know if it can withstand it." Ilechi asked, "How powerful is it?" Li Yunxiao said, "I can't tell you in detail, and I don't know if that sea beast can land and fight. I hope not, otherwise the situation will be very serious." The moon-bearing sword sex elder, Xianxia, who had been silent all this while, said, "If it is a huge beast, there is no need to worry too much. This time, my moon-bearing sword sect has brought 3 rank 8 netherworld warships, and they are the best against huge beasts." Gu Jingxiang was overjoyed, and hurriedly said, "With 3 rank 8 warships, there is nothing to worry about. I will never forget the moon-bearing sword sect's righteousness." Xianxia said seriously, "It is our duty to defend our race." Li Yunxiao was also slightly happy. With 3 netherworld warships and the Great 5 Elements barrier, they might really be able to withstand that deep-sea giant beast. Gu Jingxiang bowed to everyone, and said, "The safety of Baicheng City is in your hands." Everyone hurriedly got up, and no one dared to accept his bow. Suddenly, a sharp whistle came from outside the hall, and it pierced everyone's eardrums. Gu Jingxiang's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "There is an enemy." Liao Yangbing's pupils shrank, and he said seriously, "They actually came so quickly?" He looked at Li Yunxiao. Gu Jingxiang did the same. Although he was the city lord, it seemed that everything was decided by Li Yunxiao. Yan Shushu immediately frowned, and a trace of doubt and haze appeared on his face. Xianxia also raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Let's go up the city tower first." Nearly 100 experts flew up the city tower under Gu Jingxiang's lead, and stood in a row, looking into the distance. The figures of the sea race could not be seen on the horizon, but everyone could feel an aura of an impending storm. Everyone's expression turned serious. Xianxia's eyes stared outside the city, and he said suspiciously, "That is," Gu Xingxiang hurriedly explained, "that is an array master invited by Sir Feiyang, and he has set up an extremely powerful restriction outside the city." He, Liao Yangbing, and the others all muttered in their hearts. Pu Jinshan and Gui Weshing seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and they did not know when Li Yunxiao called them over. Or were they old acquaintances, and the two of them had always been in the city? I see. Jing Yongya nodded, and he could not help but size up Li Yunxiao again, and said, "I didn't expect there to be an array master overseeing this place. It should be foolproof." Yan Shushu sneered, and said, "Even array masters are divided into many types. I see that there is nothing outside, and there is no trace of an array at all. Could it be that this array master forgot to set it up?" Everyone frowned, and they looked down the city. Indeed, they could not feel any powerful restriction, and they were full of doubts. Li Yunxiao looked into the distance, and he knew that it would take some time for the sea race army to reach the city, so he turned and walked toward Yan Shushu. Gu Xingxiang was shocked, and he hurriedly went forward to stop him, and said, "Sir Feiyang." Li Yunxiao frowned, and said indifferently, "Previously, this sir asked me to give him some pointers, and I was planning to give him this opportunity." Yan Shushu was stunned for a moment, and then his face sank, and he said coldly, "Boy, what did you say?" "My ears are very bad." Gu Xingxiang was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat, and he hurriedly said, "Sir Feiyang, united front, united front." Li Yunxiao said, "If we can't work together, another idiot will be a disaster. I might as well help him out." "What did you say?" Yan Shushu roared, "Damn it." The aura on his body suddenly exploded, causing the people around him to be thrown far away. He was about to attack Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, a ray of light fell and Jing Yongya's hand landed on his shoulder. That violent aura disappeared without a trace. Yan Shushu's expression changed. Jing Yongya said, "Elder Shushu, for my sake, let it go. The army is about to arrive. Do you want the sea race to laugh at us?" Yan Shushu's eyes flashed with shock. His aura had just erupted, but it was scattered by the other party's casual palm. He immediately understood the gap between the two of them. His expression was ugly and he gritted his teeth. "I didn't expect Elder Yongya to protect such an arrogant and ignorant junior." Jing Yongya said indifferently, "I don't protect anyone, I only protect the interests of my clan. I hope everyone can look at the bigger picture. Elder Shushu and young Master Feiyang are the same." "You can't say that." Wan Shichuan suddenly said, "Before dealing with the outside world, we must first settle the inside. If there are people who are not of one mind and pretend all day long, it will only bring harm to the war." Yan Shushu was delighted to see Wan Shichuan protecting him. He glanced coldly at Jing Yongya and said, "Sire Shichuan is right. I hope Elder Yongya won't make a mistake for the sake of an undeserving person." He believed that Jing Yongya would not dare to disrespect Wan Shichuan. Sure enough, Jing Yongya frowned. He did not want to go against the people of Crimson Moon City in public. It would not be good for him or the war. Gu Xingxiang's forehead was full of cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and immediately took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop quarreling. According to the orders of the Eastern region, everyone is here to assist me and listen to my commands. Are you all going to disobey?" At this time, he had no choice but to use a chicken feather as an arrow. Internal strife was something he did not want to see. Everyone frowned and revealed unhappy expressions, but no one said anything. After all, this was the order from above. It was not good to openly disobey. Haha, the city lord is right. Everyone, let's put down our personal grudges. Don't forget that we are here to obey the city lord's orders and fight against the sea race. If something goes wrong, no one will be able to bear the responsibility. Ilechi also tried to smooth things over. He did not know about the grudges between Wan Shichuan and Li Yunxiao, but this was indeed not the time for internal strife. If Li Yunxiao was an ordinary 8-star exalted martial artist, he would be able to crush him with a single palm strike. However, from the looks of it, things were not that simple. Li Yunxiao said, "Since that's the case, I will definitely give face to the city lord. It's just that my body isn't feeling well, so I'm going to rest for a while." He immediately sent a voice transmission to summon Pu Jinshan, then turned around and flew down the city. Pu Jinshan was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed and followed along happily. He had been worried sick for the past few days, afraid that he would die in battle. Now that he didn't have to fight the sea race at the front lines, he was overjoyed and nodded at everyone he saw. Gu Yuesheng, on the other hand, glanced at the crowd in disdain and followed. Liang Yuanji's expression was also very ugly. It was not convenient for him to intervene in the dispute between these Emperor Wu experts. However, at this moment, he still mustered up his courage and said, "Our team is also not feeling well. We will go and rest first." The members of the Battle Blade team did not wait for instructions. They all flew down from the city and followed Li Yunxiao. Gu Xingxiang had an awkward expression. This Li Yunxiao really did not give him any face. However, when he thought of the other party's ability, he could not do anything about it. He looked at Liao Yangbing and said, "Lady Yangbing won't be feeling well, right?" Liao Yangbing indeed wanted to go down, but now that everyone was staring at him, his face instantly turned red. He said, "Although I'm not feeling well, I can still bear it." Gu Xingxiang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Young Master Feiyang should be fine after resting for a while." "Everyone, don't worry." Everyone stopped talking. Li Yunxiao leading the team away might be the best solution. This way, there would be no internal strife when facing the enemy. In an instant, the oppressive aura in the distance became stronger and stronger. In an instant, the sky changed color. A large number of members of the sea race flew over, their killing intent shaking the sky. The sky was densely packed with figures of the sea race. Furthermore, all of them had condensed seawater into clouds. They stood on the water clouds, and from afar, it looked like a large lake floating in the sky. "Everyone in Baichong City, listen up. Those who surrender will not be killed." An earth-shattering roar came from the sea race, causing the entire sky to tremble. The entire Baichong City was filled with people's expressions. They knew that a strong enemy was coming. In an instant, panic spread throughout the city. Everyone looked nervously at the city walls, hoping that the experts would be able to block the attack. Everyone started praying. Gu Xingxiang looked at the sea race army in the distance. His eyes were spitting fire as he roared, "Warriors of Baichong City, is there anyone who surrenders? No. We will not surrender even if we die." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. In an instant, everyone's blood was ignited, and their battle intent soared to the sky. Among the sea race, all of them were furious and had sinister expressions. They were all eager to charge down and kill. Guangyi sat quietly in the war chariot. He glanced at Ruanxiang in front of him and said, "Cousin, these stubborn humans will not surrender. Kill them all. It's just a mere city, we can just slaughter them all." Ruanxiang's eyes were fixed on the city walls, but he did not see Li Yunxiao's figure. He was extremely suspicious. Could it be that Li Yunxiao was not in the city and was just passing by? His expression was uncertain. Since the army had come out, he could not return empty-handed. He opened his mouth and said, "Cousin, I know you have always been unconvinced by me. Do you need a chance to perform now?" Guangyi was startled and immediately understood his meaning. He snorted coldly, "Cousin, you want me to test the waters of this city and use me as cannon fodder?" Ruanxiang's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "The people of my tribe have never lacked the word brave. There are countless brave warriors who are willing to step forward. If you are unwilling, then retreat to the back and do not block the path of a brave warrior." Guangyi's face turned pale. He clapped his hands and shouted angrily, "Don't use words to provoke me. I will bring a group of brave warriors and slaughter this city. I will let cousin know that the Eastern Sea is not without people." A trace of mockery flashed across Ruanxiang's face. He snorted, "Then I want to see cousin's prowess." He placed his hands behind his head and lazily lay down on the chair. Guangyi's face turned ashen. He shouted, "Are there any sea race warriors who are willing to go down with me? We are willing to follow Lord Guangyi into battle." Behind him, there was a loud roar. Everyone was fighting to go up and squeezed out. Guangyi's face revealed a pleased expression. He glanced at Ruanxiang and snorted. He said loudly, "Those who are not afraid of death, follow me." He took the lead and condensed a white longsword in his hand. He charged down from the sky towards the city tower. Almost all the members of the sea race followed suit, descending from the sky in a dense mass. The faces of all the humans in Baicheng City changed drastically. They looked at the sky in horror and were all trembling in fear. Gu Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though the green snapper race had sealed off the city for a long time, this was the first time he was facing the sea race head-on. He roared, "All experts, follow me and kill." The battle cries on the city walls shook the heavens. One by one, they flew up and charged towards the sea race. At the same time, the great formation that protected the city was also opened. Streams of spirit domain power spread out and enveloped the city tightly. Moreover, golden light would appear on the spirit domain from time to time. It flowed on the surface and gathered together. When it reached a certain concentration, it condensed into a golden light that shot out and instantly pierced through several members of the Sea clan. Li Yinxiao looked up at the sky from within the city and said, "This great city barrier formation is not bad. Did you set it up?" Gu Yuesheng quickly replied respectfully, "I just modified it a little. I added 2 layers of defensive boundaries and set up a few small offensive formations. It can be considered as the icing on the cake. Yes, it's just a small trick, but it's better than nothing." Pu Jinshan took a look. It seemed that the Great City Barrier Formation's level was too low to pique his interest. Gu Yuesheng's expression changed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He snorted heavily and said, "Your tone is very foul. Didn't you brush your teeth?" Pu Jinshan laughed and said, "Haha, Junior. You have a little ability, but your temper is quite arrogant." As an array master, he naturally wouldn't bicker with Gu Yuesheng. Moreover, his current identity was also very awkward. He didn't know whether he was Li Yinxiao's subordinate or slave. Gu Yuesheng wasn't a good person. It was just that he was obedient in front of Yuan Gaohan and Li Yinxiao. How could he allow anyone to ridicule him? He immediately flew into a rage and said, "Your Excellency boasted about your ability. Why don't you give it a try?" Before he met Yuan Gaohan, he was already incomparably arrogant. He learned a lot from Yuan Gaohan and didn't put others in his eyes at all. Pu Jinshan looked at Li Yinxiao and asked for his opinion. Li Yinxiao waved his hand and said, "What time is it now? Be quiet." His gaze slightly condensed, and the blood moon appeared. He looked through the layers of buildings and directly stared at Ruinxiang in the distance. Although he couldn't see the large-faced sea beast, there was a very terrifying aura beside Ruinxiang. He was afraid that he could summon the large-faced sea beast at any time. Gu Yuesheng snorted heavily. He naturally didn't dare to disobey Li Yinxiao's orders. He just looked at Pu Jinshan with an even colder expression and a strong provocation. Pu Jinshan felt depressed in his heart. He also wanted to teach this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. He couldn't help but say, "Sir Yinxiao, I don't think there's anything to fear about these sea species. If I were to take charge of the array outside, I would be able to kill them all in a few rounds. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Li Yinxiao said, "Just wait patiently. There will be a time for you to display your abilities. Even if you cry and shout that you don't want to go out later, it's not up to you." Pu Jinshan's heart moved slightly. He immediately stopped talking and pondered over the meaning of Li Yinxiao's words. The battle outside the city was extremely fierce. It was like a huge meat grinder. Many people had just rushed in, but before they could react, their heads were chopped off or their bodies exploded. A large number of human and sea race corpses fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red. The Sea clan's numbers were too great, and they quickly suppressed the humans. They fought as they retreated into the city's protective array, relying on the protection of the array. Jing Yongya was also infuriated. He formed a hand seal and sent it into the sky. The rune flashed in the air, and a giant black hole appeared, emitting energy waves that shook the sky. The people of the Sea clan were stunned, and they all looked up. Ruinxiang's pupil shrank, and he suddenly shouted, "Not good. It's a warship, attack." Guangyi was also shocked. He knew the power of the human warships, and the East Sea Imperial Palace also had some low-level warships. However, the power emitted from the sky was not something those low-level warships could compare to. "Quick, don't let that warship come out." Guang Yi shouted, and his sword cut through the sky, slashing towards the black hole. However, the black hole suddenly became bright, and it spat out a jade-like radiance, as if it was holding a piece of precious jade in its mouth. The radiance grew stronger, and suddenly, it bombarded down. Boom! The sky shook, and a giant beam of light fell, shattering Guang Yi's sword Qi and the attacks of the Sea Clan experts. The beam of light pierced through the Sea Clan, and in an instant, a large number of them turned into ashes. Not even their bones were left. The Sea Clan's expressions changed, and they looked at the warship in the sky. It was like a monster hovering above Baicheng City, covering the sky. The human experts in the city were overjoyed, and they were all excited. Xianxia said happily, with this warship, we don't have to worry about these scum. Xianxia said solemnly, don't celebrate too early. Although the warship is powerful, it is too big of a target. I'm afraid that their experts will rush in and destroy it. Not good. Xianxia suddenly shouted, protect the warship. He turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. Many experts of the oceanic race rushed towards the Netherworld battleship. Among them, several existences belonging to Emperor Wu directly broke through the defenses of the battleship and rushed inside. Xianxia's expression also changed greatly as he roared, everyone, kill your way out and protect the warship. In the sky, the Netherworld battleship was constantly bursting with all kinds of lights. Under the all-out attack of the sea race, the battleship began to be damaged. It gradually stabilized after the rescue of the human powerhouses. The focus of the battle between the two races shifted from the city to the warships in the sky. Following that, the battleship's protective radiance was activated once again, and various offensive formations were activated. Boom! 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 Beams of light continuously shot out from the body of the ship. Although they were not as powerful as the first time, they were still extremely destructive. Moreover, they were extremely fast, and the attacks were very concentrated. In an instant, a large number of Oceanids were blasted into pieces. Guang Yi and some of the leaders of the stronger clans were enraged. This kind of concentrated attack was nothing to martial emperors like them, but it greatly reduced the number of low-level Sea Clan members, greatly alleviating the pressure on the human experts. Guang Yi roared, all Jiotian realm warriors, follow me and destroy this battleship. He circulated his true essence, and his skin began to turn red. His face also began to distort, showing signs of dragon transformation. The white sword in his hand emitted a piercing cold light as he rushed forward. A total of 8 Jiotian realm sea race gathered behind him. They all raised their essence force to the extreme and rushed towards the battleship without a care for anything else. Xianxia's expression darkened as he shouted, stop them. The sword in his hand swept out like a peacock spreading its tail, slashing towards Guang Yi. Pung! Guang Yi's sword descended and directly pressed against Xianxia's longsword, creating ripples of sword patterns that continuously cut the two's skin. However, the sea race's physical body was very strong. Even though there were cuts, there was no blood. On the other hand, Xianxia's sword was already covered in wounds, and his long robe was dyed red with blood. Xianxia was shocked. He had exchanged a few moves with Guang Yi earlier, but it wasn't as powerful as this. It seemed like his opponent had used his trump card. Pung! A cold light shot out from Guang Yi's eyes. The treasured sword in his hand slashed down without any technique. Each slash was faster than the previous, and towards the end, one could barely see the sword's momentum. There were only ripples of sword patterns as the two swords clashed, and more blood splattered on Xianxia's body. Xianxia and the others were shocked. They wanted to fly over to help, but the opponent's Jiotian realm martial artists were locked onto them, and they couldn't do anything else. The intense battle in the sky was reflected in the eyes of the humans in the city. Everyone was frightened, and they didn't know the outcome. Liang Yuanji licked his dry lips and said, Lord Feiyang, should we make a move as well? The members of the Battle Blade team were all excited as well. Although they were afraid, their battle intent soared to the sky. Li Yunxiao said, everyone, be careful. Liang Yuanji was startled and said, Lord is not coming with us? Li Yunxiao shook his head. Liang Yuanji's expression darkened, and after a moment, he said, I hope Lord can look at the bigger picture. With that said, he led the Battle Blade team and soared into the sky, flying towards the battleship above. He thought that Li Yunxiao was still holding a grudge over the previous matter, and Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered to explain. He just stared at Ruinxiang's every move, and as long as the other made a move, he would make a move. Boom! A loud sound came from above the battleship. Jing Yongyi was sent flying by Guan Yi's sword, and his entire body fell into the battleship, shattering into pieces. Then, Guan Yi roared, and his long sword turned into a huge sword shape, slashing down from the sky, and pierced through the entire rank 8 battleship. All the humans were shocked as they looked over in shock. They saw that the battleship's defenses had been destroyed, and spiritual energy was constantly leaking out of the battleship. The battleship was shaking violently, and it became extremely unstable. Not good. Everyone, retreat. Gu Jingxiang was shocked as he roared. The battleship looked like it was about to explode. The human martial artists were shocked as they turned around and retreated into the city. Don't go, come and save me. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yan Shushu was injured by an enemy Jiutian realm martial artist, and was thrown into the battleship. A few Mountain Destruction sect martial artists were shocked, and rushed over to help. Humph, ants. The sea race martial artist turned around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. With a roar, he punched out, and instantly, 2 Mountain Destruction sect martial artists were smashed into pieces. The remaining few were scared out of their wits, and hurriedly turned around to escape, not daring to delay for a second. Yan Shushu's face was filled with despair, and he suddenly looked at Ruan Shichuan, who was about to leave, and shouted, "Master Shichuan, save me." Ruan Shichuan turned around, and frowned. He looked at Yan Shushu's opponent, and immediately said, "Master Shushu, you must hold on. I am not lightly injured, but I will support you mentally. As long as you have the determination to not lose, you will definitely be able to overcome any difficulties." With that, with a few flashes, Ruan Shichuan disappeared without a trace. His speed was so fast that he was not injured at all. Yan Shushu was instantly dumbfounded, and he fell into despair. The entire battleship was quickly emptied, and the sea race also kept on retreating. However, that Jiutian realm martial artist was still staring at him, as if he would not give up until he personally tore him apart. The berserk aura on the battleship was getting stronger, and he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Yan Shushu's face was ashen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he saw a person coming out of the battleship. It was Jing Yongyi, who was previously slashed by Guan Yi. Although he was covered in blood, his eyes were still shining, and he seemed to be very strong. "Master Yongyi, over here, quickly save me!" Yan Shushu suddenly shouted, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire to survive, full of desire. Jing Yongyi also knew that the battleship was about to explode, and just as he was about to leave, he saw Yan Shushu, and immediately flew over, and shouted, "Let's attack together and kill him." The sword chi in his hand rose into the air, and man and sword as one, stabbed towards the sea race martial artist. And that sea race martial artist's expression changed. The might of that sword forced him to use all his strength to deal with it. With a furious roar, his fist flashed with golden light, and he used his physical body to attack the sword chi. Yan Shushu's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Good. Let's use all our strength to kill this bastard." He gritted his teeth, and the aura on his body rose to the extreme. In an instant, he unleashed his full potential, and turned into a ray of light to escape. What? Everyone in the city stared with their eyes wide open. How could there be such a shameless person? Boom! That sea race martial artist's fist light directly blasted on Jing Yongye's longsword, and the sword let out a loud buzzing sound. The fist force penetrated through the sword and into Jing Yongye's body, causing him to tremble violently. At this moment, he also saw Yan Shushu flying away, and he was infuriated. With a split second of distraction, the sword light in his hand was blown away by the other party's fist force, and a huge force entered his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was once again thrown into the battleship. That Jiutian realm sea race martial artist saw that Yan Shushu had escaped, and he was enraged. Just as he was about to tear Jing Yongyi apart with one foot, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly turned into a ray of light to escape. The battleship had finally reached its limit, and countless rays of light shot out from inside, and the violent energy gathered to the extreme. Bang! Like the heavens were falling, the 8th-grade Netherworld battleship exploded in the air, and the shockwave spread out, forcing many sea-race martial artists to retreat again and again. The light from the explosion of the battleship was like a blazing sun in the sky, and it lasted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before gradually dying out. The entire city was silent. Under the shock of that power, everyone was speechless, especially when Jing Yongyi was struck, and his body was smashed to pieces. At the same time, Yan Shushu felt uncomfortable all over. His divine sense was extremely strong, and he could naturally feel everyone's eyes on him. At first, he could still viciously glare back at a few people, but as more and more people looked at him, their gazes became increasingly cold, and he felt like there was a blade on his back, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Gu Jingxiang said coldly, "Congratulations, Sir Shushu." Yan Shushu snorted angrily, "What, you're not happy that I survived? Will you only be happy if I'm dead?" Everyone was silent. Only an elder from the Moonhold Sword sect said angrily, "Kill this despicable and shameless person and avenge Elder Xianxia." The disciples of the Moon-bearing Sword sect were immediately enraged. They surrounded Yan Shushu in a flash and were ready to fight. Yan Shushu sneered, "What? You want to fight amongst yourselves? Fight? Even if Baicheng City is flattened by the Sea Tribe, we will kill you first, you despicable and shameless person." The elder from the Moon Support Sword sect was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his aura had already climbed to the extreme. Gu Jingxiang's expression changed. He calmed down after hearing the words "Baicheng City has been flattened" and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. The enemy is at the gates, it's not a good time to fight amongst yourselves. Don't forget that Elder Evernight died in battle to protect the city. That's right, the one who killed Elder Evernight is a member of the marine race. What does it have to do with Brother Shushu?" Ruan Shichuan spoke up all of a sudden, smiling at Yan Shushu in a friendly manner. Yan Shushu felt like vomiting at the sight of that smile, but he managed to endure it and returned the favor with a fake smile. He still needed the other party's support, and with his status and strength, there was no way he could force the other party into a deadlock. The elder from the Moon-bearing Sword sect was infuriated and said angrily, "City Lord, is this how you talk about fairness? Our sect did our best to defend the city for you, even sacrificing a grade 8 warship. You need to act with a conscience." Yan Shushu raised his brows. "Oh right, I remember Brother Evernight said you brought 2 grade 8 warships. There should be one more, take it out and use it against the enemy." The eyes of the Moon-bearing Sword sect members were red with anger, and none of them could control themselves. Gu Jingxiang's face was also filled with anger. He glared coldly at Yan Shushu and said to the crowd, "The Moon-bearing Sword sect has contributed greatly to Baicheng City. Everyone, please return to your residences and rest for a while. We will handle the rest." The elder from the Moon-holding Sword sect suppressed his anger. He knew that they were in a disadvantageous position. If they continued to make trouble, they would only be at a disadvantage. He stared at Yan Shushu and angrily walked toward the city lord's mansion. "Third elder, are we just going to let the great elder die in vain?" A martial artist from the Moonhold Sword sect was extremely furious and sorrowful as he spoke furiously. The elder's expression was extremely gloomy. Without saying a word, he walked straight into the mansion. Suddenly, he froze. Inside the small courtyard, he saw Jing Yongye sitting at a small table, enjoying a meal, talking and laughing. Ah? The other disciples of the Moon-bearing Sword sect were also dumbfounded, and all of them stood at the entrance, not knowing what was going on. Jing Yongyi looked at everyone and smiled, "Come in." He glanced gratefully at Li Yunxiao and said, "Everyone, don't be surprised. If it weren't for young Master Feiyong, I would have died without a complete corpse." Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao mechanically. Their eyes were dull as if they couldn't think. They had seen with their own eyes that Jing Yongyi had been thrown into the warship. Then, the warship had self-destructed, but he hadn't escaped. Not only them, but all the martial artists of Baicheng City and even the sea race had seen it clearly. There was no way he could have survived. Jing Yongyi sighed, "The world is vast, and there are many experts. It's not something we can count. Lord Feiyong's remarkable ability is enough to deceive the heavens and change the world. You don't need to make such a fuss. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, Elder Yongyi is too kind. The people of the moon-bearing sword sect revealed doubtful expressions. They didn't believe him, but they were wild with joy that Jing Yongyi hadn't died. Third elder said, Great elder, that Yan Shushu is too despicable. Now that you're safe and sound, why don't we go and punish him? Yes, with great elder around, we don't need to be afraid of them bullying us. The disciples were also filled with righteous indignation. They cracked their knuckles. Jing Yongye's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at Li Yunxiao. His life was saved by Li Yunxiao, so he was the leader now. He finally understood why Gu Jingxiang had been protecting this 8-star martial honorable all this while. Even now, he still did not understand how he had managed to survive. He was completely convinced by Li Yunxiao's methods. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked into the distance. He said, The battle has just begun. It's not good to have internal strife. Let them take the front first. The key to victory or defeat will be Elder Yongye's attack. Jing Yongyi knew that he was referring to the other 2 rank 8 warships. He quickly said, Please listen to Lord Feiyang's words. He pondered for a moment and carefully asked, Is that deep-sea giant beast really so terrifying? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He said, Very powerful. Jing Yongyi fell silent. Since Li Yunxiao said so, he naturally believed him. Even Pu Jinshan, who was behind him, started to feel the pressure. Previously, he was still confident that he could rely on his formation barrier to be impregnable. But after seeing Li Yunxiao's methods, even he felt that it was troublesome. Then, it was really troublesome. Look at the sky. Suddenly, a disciple of the moon-bearing sword sect was startled. He saw a black mass of sea beasts rushing over from the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were actually gigantic seahorses. Behind each of them was a chubby meatball. The protrusions on the meatball bulged and sucked, and the entire body of the meatball rapidly turned into an oval shape. Tens of thousands of horses galloped down from the sky. In the distance, Guangyi's face was gloomy. He said coldly, Cousin actually brought out the purling. Why didn't you use it earlier? So many of our clansmen died for nothing. Ruinshan laughed coldly. You brought these clansmen to their deaths, and you still have the face to ask me? You. Guangyi was furious, but he didn't know how to refute. Ruinshan snorted. I only sent you to be the vanguard to probe the situation in the city. But you wanted to play the hero, hoping to take Baichong City in one go. You caused so many of our experts to die. We'll settle this after the battle. What? You want to settle this with me? Guangyi almost fainted from anger. Ruinxiang's face turned cold. He said coldly, Your strength is limited, and you were blindly arrogant. You almost affected the entire battle. After the battle, I won't let you off easily. Now, scram. Ruinxiang, Guangyi's entire body turned red. With a roar, he charged forward. Ren Xiang's expression turned cold as he reached out with his 5 fingers, locking Guangyi's sword in place. Following that, he kicked Guangyi away and ordered, Take him down and punish him after the battle. The foreheads of the 2 seafolk warriors dripped with cold sweat, but they didn't dare to disobey orders. They flew forward and pinned Guangyi down. The seahorses dragged the purling through the air, then stopped above the city. The purling continued to fly forward, and a large number of meatballs fell from the sky. The warriors in Baichong City looked on vigilantly. They didn't know what those things were, and they raised their defenses to the maximum. Pft! 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 One by one, the purling fell onto the city's barrier and bounced up. It looked cute and harmless. Yan Shushu laughed. Ha ha ha. What are those things? Meatballs? Gu Jingxiang looked around suspiciously. The meatballs didn't seem threatening at all. Try to attack them, he said. A beam of golden light shot out from the grand spell formation, slicing a few of the purlings in half. Pft! Pft! The purling exploded like a balloon. It didn't contain any power, but instead, a massive amount of violet liquid sprayed out. Pft! When the violet liquid hit the city's barrier, it emitted a sizzling sound that sounded like boiling water. Not only did it corrode the power of the barrier, but it also spread out. When the other pearlings touched the liquid, they exploded, filling the air with violet light. More and more pearling appeared, and it seemed to be on the verge of pouring down. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The purple liquid was actually able to corrode the boundary. If it were to spread within the city, then the entire Baicheng city would be finished in an instant. Even if all the members of the sea race were killed, only a dead city would be left. Xianxia was so shocked that he was teetering on the verge of collapse. As the pearlings continued to fall, it seemed that Baicheng city was doomed. Not good, Yan Shushu said. We can't hold on much longer. Let's activate the teleportation portal. Yan Shushu suddenly cried out in shock. He looked at the sky full of purple in horror. Moreover, a lot of the liquid had started to seep into the city, directly corroding a large area of the bluestone tiles. Everyone looked over at Xianxia, waiting for his orders. Xianxia's expression turned icy. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We're not leaving. Not even in death. If the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we die." Yuan Shichuan chuckled coldly. "Exalted city magistrate, we're just here to help defend the city, not to defend it to the death. Everyone's lives are in danger, so there's no reason to stay." Rumble, all of a sudden, a massive explosion rang out, and everyone's faces fell. It was coming from the direction of the teleportation portal. Not good. The teleportation portal was destroyed. The sea folk are attacking. Rumble. In the distance, a large amount of dust rose, and there was also light rushing up. A large area began to be destroyed. Huh? That's... Yuan Shichuan's eyes went wide with shock. Off in the distance, a huge hole had opened up in the sky, and a horde of sea folk was charging in. The defensive aegis was on the verge of collapsing, and massive amounts of violet liquid were pouring down. Everyone's faces turned ashen, and their hearts sank as they realized that they were in dire straits. Bam, Xianxia slumped weakly against the wall, his face ashen. His clan's legacy had been passed down for generations, and now it was going to be destroyed. Everyone else was thrown into chaos, and was trying to think of a way to escape. However, that was when a beam of light shot out from the city magistrate's mansion, and Xianxia's voice rang out. "Exalted city magistrate, take some people with you to deal with the invading sea folk. Leave the violet liquid to me." Everyone was stunned. Xianxia was also stunned for a moment before he suddenly shouted in joy, "Lord Feiyang, do you have a way to deal with this purple poison?" Yan Shushu's expression changed and he snorted, "Everyone, don't be fooled. He must be using us as cannon fodder while he thinks of a way to escape. Humph, do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Yan Shushu was even more aghast as he looked in the direction of the city lord's residence in horror. He saw Xianxia flying into the sky with his hands behind his back as he looked coldly at everyone. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Yan Shushu, we will settle the score after the battle. City Lord, if you want to protect Baicheng City, I advise you to listen to Lord Feiyang's instructions. Otherwise, no one in this world can save this city." Xianxia was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Lord Feiyang really has a way to deal with this poison?" Xianxia said coldly, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, I believe it." Xianxia no longer had any doubts. This was his last hope. He suddenly roared, "Everyone, charge with me." Then he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the crumbling corner of the city. After a slight hesitation, the rest of the people also followed. At this moment, there was no other way. Yan Shushu's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw Xianxia pointing a finger at him. He retreated in shock, but it was too late. The light from the finger struck his shoulder blade and he felt a slight numbness. He said in fear, "Elder Xianxia, it's a misunderstanding. This is really a big misunderstanding. Allow me to explain slowly." Xianxia sneered, "I will give you a chance. Explain slowly after the battle. I only left a mark on you just now. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will still be able to sense you." Yan Shushu's face turned ashen as his heart suddenly sank. Xianxia glanced at him with disdain and just stood quietly in the air, looking at the ray of light that Li Yunxiao had turned into with respect in his eyes. Li Yunxiao broke through the barrier and directly grabbed a handful of purple venom in his hand. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he ignited a fire and burned it to ashes. Then, the immemorial heaven's eye opened between his eyebrows, and the flames turned into a phoenix. It was not bright red like before, and its color had become a little pale. It should be the result of fusing with the ice-fiendish heart flame. The phoenix let out a piercing cry, then dove down and ignited the violet venom. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames, and the purling exploded, transforming into a mass of venom that was quickly consumed by the divine fire. Li Yunxiao! An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the sky. Ruinxiang could no longer remain calm, and his eyes were spitting fire. Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao! Everyone was shocked and looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. Suddenly, everyone seemed to understand something and their faces changed. All of the eastern domain had been turned upside down, and the person they were looking for was actually here. Yuan Shichuan's face fell as he looked over. Finally, he realized that the figure in the sky was the same as the one he had seen in Redmond City. So, he's Li Yunxiao? The members of the Battle Blade Squad were equally shocked. However, it didn't matter who he was, it wouldn't affect his position in their hearts. Damn it! Yuan Shichuan shouted. Everyone, stop. Capture Li Yunxiao. He's the key to the war between the two races. If we hand him over to the Sea Folk, we can put an end to the chaos. Everyone stared in shock, and hesitation filled their hearts. According to the rumors, Li Yunxiao had hidden the person the Sea Folk were looking for, which had led to the war between the two races. Although it sounded absurd, it was true that he was wanted everywhere. Gu Xingxiang's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, everyone should fight against the Sea Folk. Why are you still fighting among yourselves at this time? Yuan Shichuan said coldly, capturing Li Yunxiao is the most important thing. We can still take back Baichong City if we lose it. But if Li Yunxiao escapes, where are you going to find him? Humph? Take it back? Gu Xingxiang's expression turned ferocious, and he said fiercely, if Lord Li Yunxiao hadn't burned away the purple poison with his flames, would you still be here spouting nonsense now that the city has been breached and we are surrounded? If you yell again and incite the people, I'll kill you first. What? Don't you dare. Yuan Shichuan's face was filled with anger, and he said coldly, Gu Xingxiang, don't you know what you're capable of? Everyone, calm down. I think we should beat back the Sea Folk first. Ilechi looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression, and said to the others, since Li Yunxiao has appeared here and is doing his best to defend the city, he won't just run away. Let's beat back the Sea Folk first, and then we can figure out what's going on. After all, a war between two races can't be so simple. Besides, we need to think about what the higher-ups in Redmond City have said. Yuan Shichuan's expression flickered, and he fell silent. Ilechi's words were openly disapproving of the current Redmond City. Actually, he had his own thoughts. After all, the Ruan clan had long since been suppressed to the point where it was growing weaker and weaker. Rumble, the Sea Folk in the distance were slaughtering their way over, and they didn't have much time to think. By now, the purple poison and the purling had been incinerated, and the barrier around the city had been destroyed. A large number of Sea Folk experts had charged down through the hole in the barrier and started a massacre. Now that the barrier was broken, they charged into the city and killed anyone they saw. Kill these bastards. The human martial artists roared, their faces filled with rage as they charged forward. Li Yunxiao, I'll kill you today and slaughter everyone in Baichong City to wash away the humiliation I've suffered. Ruinxiang's face was covered in a layer of frost, and the space around him began to twist and distort. A terrifying aura spread out. Li Yunxiao's expression was very serious. That aura was undoubtedly that of the behemoth. He said coldly, every time I see you, you've made some progress. But it's all in your mouth. Humph. Damn it. Ruinxiang cursed. His hands formed a seal, and he slapped it forward, causing it to rapidly expand in the air. The behemoth's body slowly emerged from the seal. The sun was completely blocked out, and the entire world was incomparably dark. Everyone looked up in terror. The aura coming from the behemoth's body caused everyone's hearts to go cold. Even before the battle had begun, they were already afraid. This time everyone believed Li Yunxiao's words, and their faces turned pale. On the contrary, the people of the sea race cheered and their morale was greatly boosted. After the behemoth's entire body emerged, it directly fell from the sky. It was much larger than the netherworld warship from before. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold. A red light appeared in his hand, and the ruler that had refined the blood beast appeared. He tossed it into the air. Immediately, a sea of blood fell from Jiutian, traversing the vast sky. The entire world turned red in an instant, as if a bloody hell had been opened. The wails of countless evil spirits and vengeful spirits came from all directions. The filthy blood swept up into the air like raging waves, slapping toward the behemoth's body. Boom! Boom! Every bombardment landed on the behemoth's body. Apart from dyeing its body red, it didn't seem to have much effect. However, the moment the tainted blood touched its body, it began to seep into its skin, corroding and destroying its body. There were even spirit bodies formed from blood that shrieked beside the large-faced beast and burrowed into its nostrils and ears. Humph, such a low-level space. Li Yunxiao, do you want me to look down on you? Suddenly, a ray of light directly fell into the sea of blood, stepping on the behemoth's head. It was Ruanxiang's true body. Streams of dragon qi rushed out from his body, condensing into a dragon's might. Ruanxiang stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. The power of the dragon's might directly condensed into a pale green dragon in his palm, and as he slapped down, it roared. Roar! Tiger roar and dragon roar, the entire sea of blood suddenly shook, and a large number of blood barriers collapsed one by one. The entire bloody hell suddenly retreated under the dragon's might. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, but he didn't panic at all. He just stood there quietly, watching coldly. On the contrary, Ruanxiang's expression was solemn. He snorted and probed, "What, you don't have a way out?" Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "Regardless of whether I have a way out or not, why are you panicking?" "Humph, who said I'm panicking? The one panicking right now is you, right?" Ruanxiang flew into a rage. He raised his foot and stomped on the head of the behemoth, shouting, "Attack!" The behemoth opened its mouth, and a terrifying aura spread out. Its mouth was pitch black, and no one knew where it led to. It was a daunting sight. At this moment, the entire sea of blood collapsed under the dragon's might, gradually revealing the outer space. Suddenly, Ruanxiang's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Not good." In the sky outside, the two netherworld battleships were already full of power. The blue light on the offensive formation blossomed, and two huge beams of light soared into the sky. Boom! Boom! Two shocking sounds resounded through the sky. The scene of the energy riot caused everyone to stop fighting in shock, and they all looked on in horror. Bang! Bang! The behemoth was too big, and it was simply unable to dodge such a powerful attack. The two blue beams shot into its huge mouth, rushing into the pitch-black land. Humph! The behemoth's nostrils suddenly let out a muffled snort, and its huge mouth immediately closed. It seemed to be greatly affected, and its entire body swayed a few times in the air, appearing extremely irritable. What? It wouldn't be fine just like that, right? All the human martial artists had a huge question mark in their minds, and they directly crashed. Cold sweat dripped down Xianxia's face. It was hit by the full power of two rank 8 netherworld battleships, and it was still fine. How could they fight like this? Hoo. The behemoth's body swayed even more violently, and its aura became extremely unstable. Even Ruanxiang had a shocked expression, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, the behemoth's movement stopped, and everyone was startled, as if time had suddenly stopped. Roar! The behemoth suddenly opened its mouth, and a black energy shot out, instantly piercing through the void, directly blasting one of the netherworld battleships. Rumble! Without any suspense, that battleship was smashed to pieces on the spot, and a large number of fragments fell down. Ah! Every martial artist sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down their spine. A rank 8 battleship was destroyed in a single breath. With such a huge beast present, how could they fight? Everyone's eyes flashed with fear. Whoa! That huge-faced beast swayed once again, its body swaying left and right, exactly the same as before. Li Yinxiao was shocked and suddenly shouted, Pu Jinshan. Pu Jinshan, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly shot out a ray of light from his hand. It soared into the sky and constantly grew bigger, emitting rings of power. At the same time, the terrain around him suddenly darkened, and the sky changed color. An aurora appeared in the sky and turned into a five-colored power that shrouded the entire land. Even the entire Baichong city was enveloped in it. The scenery changed, and everyone was shocked to find that they were alone. They were originally fighting in the midst of thousands of soldiers, but all of a sudden, their opponents and companions had disappeared. While the human martial artists were shocked, they also had a hint of joy. After all, this illusion was created by their companions, so the more terrifying and abnormal it was, the better. While Gu Jingxiang was pleasantly surprised, his heart was also filled with extreme regret. If he had strengthened his confidence in Li Yunxiao at the start of the battle, he wouldn't have ended up in this state, with a large number of innocent civilians dying and martial artists suffering heavy losses. Boom! That huge-faced beast was also trapped in the barrier, but it didn't seem to be affected much. After its body swayed, it suddenly spat out a black radiance, exactly the same as before. The black radiance pierced through the sky and shattered the barrier's power, blasting in the direction of the battleship. Everywhere it passed, it was like a mirror image that was constantly shattered, but was instantly repaired. 1,000 miles in one shot, but it couldn't hit the Netherworld battleship. What? Ruinxiang was shocked, and his face revealed a dignified expression. The space where the Netherworld battleship was clearly in front of him, so how could it have shifted in such a short time? It was almost impossible to use spatial power to directly shift such a huge object, but the other party had actually done it. Li Yunxiao, do you only know this kind of insignificant skill? Ruinxiang loudly sneered and said, if you have the guts, come out and fight me to the death. Everyone was silent. Nobody knew why, but they could clearly hear Ruinxiang's provocation. Then, Li Yunxiao's voice rang out with endless mockery as he coldly snorted, Death Mantra? Do you remember the battle at Scarlet Moon City? Ruinxiang's face was full of anger. The battle at Crimson Moon City was known to the whole world, and it gradually spread throughout the 4 seas. He had completely lost his face. He roared, today, I will wipe away my shame. If I don't kill you, I am not human. He gradually calmed down and said in a cold voice, don't think that you can trap me with an array formation. I will let you see the true power of a deep-sea giant beast. I didn't even use 1/10 of the power I used to destroy the battleship just now. Ho 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 ho. The gigantic-faced beast floated in the air, and the world was dusky. Only 5 rays of light shone down from the sky, covering the entire land. As the gigantic-faced beast continued to tremble, the space around it seemed to have changed slightly. Circles of energy rippled out, but they were hindered. However, the hindrance was getting stronger and stronger, and the range of the energy ripples was increasing. Everyone was shocked to find that in this space, they could clearly see the position of the gigantic-faced beast and Ruinxiang. Ruinxiang's expression was cold. He formed a seal with one hand in front of him and said coldly, the legend from the deep sea, the contract that has been passed down for countless years. As a descendant of the true dragon, I command you to exert your strongest power and tear the sky apart. The gigantic-faced beast's trembling suddenly stopped. It suddenly opened its eyes wide, and its pupils rapidly contracted. Layers of wrinkles began to appear on the surface of its entire skin. Roar! The gigantic-faced beast seemed to puff its cheeks and suddenly opened its mouth wide to roar. A huge black light spurted out and shook the barrier, creating a white passage that directly connected to the outside world. Not only that, but the wrinkled skin suddenly opened up and became smooth. The entire space around it twisted and pushed outward. It opened the barrier. Pu Jinshan's face changed. He looked extremely shocked. Although the Big Five element by Sima was an imitation, it was very close to the 5-element original elements. It was like the chaos of the world was like a chicken. Without a very strong break-world power, it would have been difficult to open it. He finally understood Li Yunxiao's worries. With a horrified expression, he threw out the 5-elemental bellied whitefish in his hand. A beam of white light rose into the air and turned into a white fish of light. It swam towards the giant-faced beast, and golden patterns appeared on its body. Pu Jinshan took a deep breath and let out a loud roar. Both of his hands grabbed at the void, and the power of the 5 elements gathered from the chaos of heaven and earth. All of it landed on the white light fish, and the fish's body rapidly grew bigger. In an instant, it looked like a giant whale, but compared to the gigantic-faced beast, there was still a huge gap. The gigantic-faced beast's eyes suddenly opened. It seemed to be confused as it looked at the light fish. Ruinxiang's eyes were shocked. His hand seals changed. The gigantic-faced beast suddenly opened its mouth. Its 4 limbs kept swimming. It also had 4 limbs, but compared to the giant face, it was negligible. Awoo! The gigantic-faced beast's mouth met the light fish. It bit down. The entire fish head was in its mouth, and it kept swallowing it. The light fish's body and tail shook violently. It wanted to break free, but it seemed to be of no use. It was being swallowed by the gigantic-faced beast. Li Yinxiao wiped his sweat and said to Pu Jinshan, "Can you do it or not?" Pu Jinshan's body was shaking badly. The seals on his right hand looked like they were going to disappear. He quickly grabbed his right wrist with his left hand and tried to stop the shaking. Mr. Yinxiao can't hold on for much longer. Pu Jinshan's heart felt bitter. He said, "If the 5-element white fish is eaten by it, then the big 5-element by Sima is done for." Li Yinxiao's face sank. He said angrily, "I wasted so much time setting up the formation. I didn't see you do anything, and now you're telling me that it's done for?" Pu Jinshan smiled bitterly. "I was careless and let it bite me. If I could break free, I might be able to deal with it." Li Yinxiao didn't say anything. He condensed the power of wind and fire in his hand and formed a seal. The shadow of a crocodile appeared in the power of wind and fire. It stood up in the air and turned into a crocodile monster. It roared and rushed over. Then, Li Yinxiao changed his hand seals. His whole body turned into lightning and expanded several times, turning into a big fatty. A circle of cyan lightning condensed around his body. His right hand grabbed the hammer and raised it high. His left hand formed a lightning seal, and his 5 fingers slowly opened. A golden ancient Maha character slowly rose from his palm and spun. The color of the lightning star ring suddenly became deep. The hammer burst out with a glaring lightning and constantly let out the cries of thousands of birds. The golden light of the ancient Maha character gradually dissipated. It began to condense into a cyan lightning ball with purple light flashing within. Li Yinxiao suddenly clenched his 5 fingers and grabbed the lightning ball. He raised his arm and threw it at the gigantic-faced beast. Pung pung pung. The lightning ball let out a loud cry and spun rapidly in the air. Lightning flickered from it and shot out black patterns. The crocodile monster turned into the size of a mountain, but it was only the size of the gigantic-faced beast's nose. It roared and punched with both fists. Astral winds and the power of divine fire collided with the huge face, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Ruinxiang formed a seal with one hand and stood coldly on the gigantic-faced beast's head. He didn't move and just watched quietly with a sneer. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He raised his head and looked forward. The lightning ball entered his eyes and caused his pupils to shrink. The crocodile monster had punched hundreds of times. Although it couldn't cause any damage to the gigantic-faced beast, it had slowed down the speed at which it devoured the 5-element white-bellied fish. The crocodile monster seemed to have noticed Ruinxiang's strange expression. Its punches slowed down a little. It turned its head in confusion and saw the lightning ball flying toward it. The crocodile monster was stunned. It had a look of horror on its face. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to protest. Bang! It didn't say anything and exploded on its own. It instantly turned into countless wind and fire elements and fled in all directions. Crackle, crackle. The lightning ball rushed up. Thousands of lightning bolts flickered in all directions. It was like a lightning dragon breaking through the sky. The range was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone in the barrier looked at the sky in horror. None of them could contact the outside world or anyone else. However, they could clearly see the gigantic-faced beast and Ruinxiang's every move, as well as the peerless attacks around them. Ruinxiang's face looked gloomy. His eyes showed extreme anger and unwillingness. That attack had been cast by Li Yunxiao. If he had been there alone, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. That meant if the two of them fought again, he would have lost. Deep-sea giant beast, destroy everything! Ruinxiang screamed. He cast a spell on the head of the gigantic-faced beast. The pupils of the gigantic-faced beast suddenly exploded. It roared and opened its mouth. An invisible power came out of its mouth. The space around it was broken. The light fish instantly broke free, but it was also shaking under that power. The light on its body kept collapsing. When the lightning ball came in front of it, it was also greatly hindered. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared, but they couldn't go any further. Instead, they gradually dissipated. The entire five-element Bysema was shaking. It felt like the sky was falling and the ground was cracking. Everyone felt very small under that great power. They could be destroyed at any time. Break world power. This deep-sea giant beast is really scary. It has the power to tear apart a world. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He looked at the Bysema that kept breaking. His eyes were as calm as water. They were as deep as the sky. Break world power? Only Emperor Jiuxing can understand the pinnacle of martial arts? Pu Jinshan's heart was shocked. His clothes were soaked in a cold sweat. When he heard that, he was terrified. Li Yunxiao quietly shouted, "Don't be distracted. Even if it is break world power, it cannot tear apart the chaos chicken world created by the five-element original elements." Pu Jinshan quickly gathered his thoughts. His hands kept casting the seals. Li Yunxiao was right, but it was a shame that his five-element Bysema was not the real deal. It was just an imitation. Even so, he could hold on for as long as he could. He couldn't just wait to die. The light fish seemed to have stabilized a little, and it pushed forward against the huge pressure. At the same time, the sky and earth gathered 5 beams of light. They formed 5-element rules above the big face beast. They came down from the sky. Boom! The 5 beams of light landed on top of the big face beast. Before they got close, they collapsed. They turned into countless pieces of fluorescent light that scattered in the air. Pu Jinshan seemed to have expected this result. He looked calm. His hands cast the seals faster and faster. The broken light scattered in the air and did not disappear. It solidified and turned into a 5-element prison. It locked down space and kept spinning around the big face beast. It squeezed in and made an ear-piercing grinding sound. The warriors inside the Bysema felt their teeth ache. Some of the weaker ones felt their eardrums hurt. They started to bleed. The big face beast's mouth kept spitting out break-world power. The light fish, the thunderball, and the 5-element prison kept fighting, but they were at a disadvantage. The escaping wind and fire powers formed a crocodile in the distance. It lay in space and did not move. It made Li Yunxiao so angry he was coughing up blood. Pu Jinshan's face was pale. He trembled and said, "Mr. Yunxiao, I really can't hold on. The whole Bysema is going to collapse." Li Yunxiao knew he was doing his best. He nodded and said, "Explode the Bysema's power. It will be the last attack." He sighed and said, "Baichong City still couldn't be defended." Inside the barrier, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He had already heard Li Yunxiao's voice transmission and knew that he was going to lose. His face turned pale as he muttered bitterly, "I understand. Thank you, Lord Yunxiao." Pu Jinshan's eyes flashed with sadness. He cast a seal in the air. The light fish suddenly had a pattern. The whole Bysema started to shrink. It went to the light fish. The fish body flashed and disappeared. It revealed the 5-element belly white fish. Its presence was getting stronger. Pang! Pang! Bang! Bang! Because the 5-elements prison was drained of its power by the white-bellied fish, it collapsed in an instant, and then the thunderballs couldn't hold on any longer and scattered at once. Boom! Boom! The thunderbolts suddenly transformed into countless bolts of lightning that shot out like earthworms crawling in the sky. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Apart from Xianxia and a few others who had been warned by Li Yunxiao, no one knew what was going to happen. All of them watched with fear and vigilance. At this moment, the entire enchantment was compressed to the extreme. The light fish exploded with a blinding light and the Xian artifact's body was revealed. A terrifying aura spread on it. Ruinxiang's expression was also extremely ugly as he shouted, "Block it." Although the scene in front of him made him feel a sense of danger, he did not think that this little bit of power would be enough to fight against the deep-sea giant beast. The light that had been compressed to the extreme finally blossomed, like a flower bud showing off a lifetime of beauty in an instant, complex and beautiful to the extreme. Boom! The great five elements prison collapsed, the sky shattered, and the ground sank. The entire space was filled with flying sand and stones. One could not see, and one could not hear. It was as if doomsday had come. All the people from the two clans were in a state of terror. They wanted to save themselves in shock, but they realized that their power was but a drop in the ocean. They were sucked into it in no time and were at the mercy of the wind. Pfft! Pu Jinshan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire person became dispirited. It was as if his life force had been depleted, and he had instantly aged tens of years. Li Yunxiao let out a soft sigh, and the universe divine steel between his brows flashed with light, taking him in. In the dark world, his eyes flickered with Tsutsumi's light, and he saw where the giant-faced beast was in no time. The power of the enchantment's collapse had also caused a certain amount of damage to it. One side of its huge face had been blasted into a terrible state, and its flesh was exposed, with a large amount of fresh blood flowing down. However, it had merely injured its flesh, and it had enraged the giant beast even more. It bellowed furiously in the midst of flying sand and stones, and streams of power gushed out as if it was really going to overturn the entire world. Ruinxiang, who was on the head of the enraged giant-faced beast, was also astonished. He felt that he was starting to lose control of the giant-faced beast. All of a sudden, a beam of light flickered in the dark world, and it grew brighter and brighter. It was like a lighthouse, giving hope to people in this despairing world. Everyone's astonished emotions calmed down in an instant, and they looked at that beam of light in astonishment. They had no idea what kind of power it was to be able to penetrate through such majestic power without any obstruction. "That's a battleship?" Xianxia revealed a doubtful expression in the darkness. That beam of light was indeed a little similar to the all-out attack of his netherworld battleship. Rumble. That beam of light looked slow, but in reality, it was like 10,000 horses galloping, traversing across the sky. Boom. Only when the beam of light got close did it discover that it was abnormally thick. It blasted on the body of the giant-faced beast, causing its power to continuously decrease, and its huge body was forced to retreat again and again. The giant-faced beast was blasted hundreds of meters away, and the entire space with flying sand and stones immediately stabilized. The berserk power gradually dispersed, and the dark clouds parted to reveal the clear sky. Everyone looked around in fear, and only then did they discover that they were still in the midst of the previous chaotic battle. Many members of the oceanic race were still around them, and they immediately jumped in fright and hurriedly flew away. The experts of the oceanic race also had the same feeling. The two factions suddenly separated in the sky, looking at each other with lingering fear. However, everyone's eyes quickly gathered in the distance, where the beam of light had shot out, and a magnificent and huge battleship was rapidly approaching. That battleship was abnormally grand and huge, like a moving city. Just its appearance alone gave people a strong sense of oppression, and it issued a loud roar like rolling thunder. The battleship flew through the sky, but gave off an illusory feeling from time to time, as if it was flashing and disappearing. What they saw was illusory, as if what they saw did not exist. Many of the Emperor Wu experts were shocked. They knew that it was a self-protection state, called spatial jump. Due to the huge size of the battleship, once it was attacked, it would definitely be hit. Hence, some powerful arcane masters designed this secret technique, which could allow the battleship to perform spatial jump at a certain frequency during the process of moving or even stopping. That way, it could avoid most attacks and provide the best protection for the battleship. Ruinxiang's face immediately paled. He had stayed in the continent for a long time, so he immediately recognized the level of the battleship before him. Moreover, the beam of light was rapidly gathering at the bow of the battleship, preparing for the next attack. Although the giant-faced beast did not suffer any actual damage, its aura was greatly weakened, especially as the controller. He could clearly feel the aura of the giant-faced beast weakening with every breath it took. From the previous attack, the battleship might not be able to do anything to the giant-faced beast. However, if the stalemate continued, it would really be dangerous. Ruinxiang's expression changed several times and became a little hesitant. Li Yunxiao's pupils also contracted. Tsutsumi immediately disappeared from his eyes and regained clarity. He silently watched the incoming Rank 9 ultimate battleship. Go. Retreat to the ocean. Ruinxiang hatefully looked at Li Yunxiao, who was standing calmly in the sky with his hands behind his back. He finally made the decision to retreat. However, he failed to take down Baicheng City with his full power and exposed his ability to control the deep-sea beast. It would be even more difficult to attack the city next time. He gloomily took a glance at Baicheng City, then suddenly became dumbfounded. The area before him was a barren wasteland. How did it look like a city? Ruinxiang was dumbfounded for a moment. Does this count as razing Baicheng City to the ground? Did I win or lose this battle? He could not give an answer, so he turned around and retreated gloomily. After the sea race experts received the order, they quickly retreated from the sky. They surrounded the giant-faced beast like ants and headed for the ocean. The human race cultivators watched expressionlessly as the strong enemy fled. No one dared to give chase, nor did they have the slightest intention of doing so. Gu Xingxiang's emotions were also very complicated. Although the strong enemy had left the entire city, he was also completely dispirited and at a loss. He was filled with regret. If he had given full authority to Li Yunxiao and trapped the enemy outside the city, even if the 5 elements boundary self-destructed, there would still be the city protecting array to protect the city. He would not have been reduced to ashes like this. The Rank 9 ultimate battleship rumbled over and stopped not far away, as if it had no intention of giving chase. Before everyone could enjoy their new lease of life, they were immediately attracted by the battleship in front of them. Although not many people had seen such a huge battleship before, they could guess what this divine object was even without using their brains. May I know which lord has come to rescue us? Wan Shichuan was the first to ask loudly. Looking around, everyone was covered in wounds. Only he seemed to be unharmed. He did not know how he managed to protect himself so well. The rumbling sounds on the battleship became softer and softer. A beam of light shone from the bottom of the battleship, and several figures appeared from within. The one in front was a handsome man in fluttering white robes. He had a calm demeanor and a smile on his face as he looked at everyone. Wan Shichuan was shocked. He hurried forward and said respectfully, "So it is young Master Lai Feng from the Baiming family." The Baiming family. The Baiming family actually came. No wonder. There are only a handful of people in the entire continent who can own a Rank 9 ultimate battleship. We are saved. Everyone is saved. I didn't expect the Baiming family to make a move. TSK, a Rank 9 ultimate battleship is a treasure even for the super families. They won't show it easily. Today is really an eye-opener. You guys don't know, but young Master Lai Feng has already been appointed as the successor of the Baiming family. That is why he has the status to use such a huge battleship. Above the ruins, all the survivors were discussing among themselves. Everyone had different expressions, but most of them were overjoyed. Baiming Lai Feng looked at everyone and smiled without saying a word. He slowly turned his gaze to Li Yunxiao, who was not far away. Many people have sent me messages asking about my recent situation. Thank you everyone, I am fine. My mood has already recovered from the depression. Let me bring Bei Qingluo's vision to the peak of online literature. At this moment, the mask on Li Yunxiao's face had already shattered. That youthful and tender face that had experienced the vicissitudes of life was revealed to Baiming Lai Feng. Under everyone's gazes, Baiming Lai Feng appeared to be in high spirits. With his hands behind his back, his eyes flashed with a bright light as he smiled, "Young Master Yun, it really is a small world." Li Yunxiao smiled back and said, "Fortunately, young Master Lai Feng arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." This time, he was sincerely praising Baicheng from the bottom of his heart. If they had failed to defend Baicheng City, not only would most of the cultivators present have perished, but the eastern region's united front would have also been breached, which would have been extremely disadvantageous to the human race. However, when he saw Bai Ming Lai Feng's smug expression, he found it somewhat funny. However, these words did not sit well with Bai Ming Lai Feng's ears. It was like an adult praising a child. Li Yunxiao's peerless elegance made him extremely displeased, especially when he saw the corner of his lips curl up. It seemed to contain endless mockery. Bai Ming Lai Feng's expression immediately darkened, as if it was covered in frost. Young Master Yun is too kind. This matter concerns our race's interests, so we will naturally do our best. However, young Master Yun seems to have played an extremely dishonorable role in this war between the two races and is now wanted by the entire world. Bai Ming Lai Feng said coldly. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, wanted by the entire world? That's a big joke. At most, I'll be wanted by Scarlet Moon City. One can't live in this world without at least one enemy, right? Oh? So Scarlet Moon City's order for young Master Yun to be wanted is a personal grudge? Bai Ming Lai Feng snorted coldly. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He had always felt threatened by Li Yunxiao. This was the perfect opportunity to kill him. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he made no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. Everyone's heart tightened. The coldness on Bai Ming Lai Feng's body made everyone's faces heavy and worried. Gu Jingxiang hurriedly stepped forward and said, "There must be a misunderstanding here. If it weren't for Lord Yunxiao's desperate struggle, this place would have fallen before Lord Lai Feng could come to his rescue." "Humph, it has already fallen? Aren't you exaggerating the role of Li Yunxiao too much?" Wan Shichuan also stood up and stared coldly at Li Yunxiao. He said mockingly, "How is he worthy of such praise in this battle? I can responsibly say that without him, the outcome of this battle would not have changed." Everyone's faces darkened. This Wan Shichuan was too shameless. However, he was a member of the Red Moon City after all, and his strength was also extremely strong. No one dared to make a sound, afraid of offending him. Bai Ming Lai Feng smiled and said, "I knew it. I knew this person was a deceiver." "Li Yunxiao, what else do you have to say now?" Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "Look at who's accusing me, and who's speaking up for me. If this isn't a personal grudge with the Red Moon City, then what is it?" Wan Shichuan's face turned cold as he said, "Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you won't be able to escape the Bai Ming family's righteous punishment. I think the glib one is you, Lord Shichuan." Jing Yongye's face was full of indignation. He directly stood behind Li Yunxiao and said coldly, "Justice is in the hearts of the people. How can I allow you to tamper with it? If it weren't for Lord Yunxiao just now, how many of us would still be alive? I, Jing Yongyi, may be weak, but I still have a sense of honor." The members of the Moon-Bearing Sword sect all had resolute expressions as they stepped forward and stood behind Li Yunxiao. With that, many people began to move. The members of the Battle Blade team, as well as some of the surviving cultivators, also stepped forward silently to support Li Yunxiao with practical actions. Gu Jingxiang's face was solemn as he said coldly, "If the Bai Ming family really decides to act against Lord Yunxiao, forgive me, Baicheng City, for not being able to sit idly by." He led a group of people from Baicheng City to gather behind Li Yunxiao. Bai Ming Lai Feng's expression changed drastically. Anger filled his face as he said coldly, "All those who are standing in line, think carefully. One wrong move and you'll be consigned to eternal damnation." As soon as he said this, those who were about to step forward trembled. They glanced at the experts from the Bai Ming family and the huge rank 9 warship, and in the end, no one dared to step forward. Yan Shushu directly stood behind Bai Ming Lai Feng and shouted coldly, "What do you mean by this? Ungrateful? If Lord Lai Feng hadn't arrived in time, would you have survived? The one who truly saved everyone's lives is Lord Bai Ming Lai Feng." Some people exchanged glances and also stood beside Bai Ming Lai Feng. However, there were only a few of them. In an instant, the sky was divided into 3 factions, standing far away from each other. Most of them were those who had remained silent. The atmosphere became cold and solemn. Ilechi pondered for a while in the crowd. Finally, he stepped forward and stood beside Bai Ming Lai Feng. He cupped his fists and said, "Li Yunxiao is a wanted man in Red Moon City. Young Master Lai Feng, please capture him and hand him over to Red Moon City for punishment." Although he also admired Li Yunxiao's usefulness in the previous battle, he was a member of Red Moon City after all. He had to stand on the side of his sect. Only then did Biming Lifeng's expression turn for the better. He smiled coldly and said, "As you all wish." He swept his gaze across the neutral crowd and made an inviting gesture. He said coldly, "Those who still support Li Yunxiao, please come along." Everyone's expression changed slightly. This was a blatant threat, but no one dared to step forward. Among them, the one who suffered the most was Liao Yongbing. She had an extremely conflicted expression on her face. There were a few times when she wanted to step forward, but she couldn't lift her feet. Based on the current situation, as long as the Biming family made a move, Li Yunxiao would definitely not be able to survive. However, looking at Li Yunxiao's calm expression, he didn't seem nervous at all. Perhaps he still had a trump card to deal with the situation. Gritting her teeth, Liao Yongbing also stepped forward. She walked to Li Yunxiao's side and said, "I firmly believe that young Master Yunxiao is not an arrogant person. Please ask yourselves if all of you survived the battle just now." This sentence made many people lower their heads in shame. Yan Shushu sneered and said, "Why are you wasting your breath on them? Such human scum should be dealt with as soon as possible. Please, masters from the Biming family, make your move." Biming Lifeng's expression turned cold. He raised his hand and pointed down. He grinned hideously and said, "Take down Li Yunxiao. Kill anyone who dares to stop you." The atmosphere in the sky froze. Everyone felt a boundless chill. They all stepped back, and the sky suddenly became empty. "Humph, to deal with such scum, young master only needs to give an order. There is no need for you to show yourself." The crowd only saw a flash of human figures. Two Emperor Wu powerhouses immediately appeared in front of Biming Lifeng. One of them was the 4-star Emperor Wu powerhouse who had a conflict with Li Yunxiao in Ocean Sky Town. He was looking at Li Yunxiao with a cold and sarcastic expression as if he was staring at a dead man. The other person smiled and said, "After all, this person is known as the #1 rising star. We must not be careless." The man laughed and said, "Haha, if you are worried, you can just watch from the side." The man turned into a ray of light and charged at Li Yunxiao. His companion smiled indifferently and followed closely behind. Although the two of them were 4-star Emperor Wu, Li Yunxiao's reputation was too great. They were afraid that there would be any mistakes or accidents. The two of them flew through the sky and the aura on their bodies rose to the extreme. The entire sky was filled with a bone-chilling cold. The low-level martial venerables behind Li Yunxiao were shivering from the cold and their lips were trembling. However, no one took a step back despite the fear in their hearts. Liao Yongbing's eyes were filled with worry. He was not worried about the two 4-star Emperor Wu. He was worried about the Biming family's powerhouses in the warship. Moreover, they could not stop the rank 9 warship. At this moment, he was doubtful of his choice and even regretted it. After all, it would not end well to offend the Biming family. However, since things had come to this, there was no turning back. He could only walk this path to the end. Gu Xingxiang's face was cold as well. He had decided to follow Li Yunxiao to the end. He took a step in the air and was about to face the enemy. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped him. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and said indifferently, "If that's the case, today, I will personally kill you, the heir of the Biming family." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, and they were all astonished. For some reason, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if he could do what he said. The heir of the Biming Palace, one of the 7 superpowers, was going to die here today. Biming Lifeng's heart was greatly shaken as well, and he revealed a terrified expression. It was just an extremely ordinary sentence from the other party, so why did he feel so terrified? He was the heir of the Biming Palace, the future overlord of the world. Shameless boasting. Just turn into ashes for me. That 4-star martial emperor smashed his palm down from the sky, and a strand of cold air took form in his palm. It was like a huge icicle piercing through the sky as it descended. The surrounding air directly froze, turning it a cold and gloomy light blue. The Biming Palace's ice chi was not only extremely cold, it was also extremely poisonous. Once it entered the body, it would destroy the meridians of the body and corrode the foundation of martial arts. It was one of the most vicious and powerful techniques in the world. Li Yunxiao raised his head slightly and said softly, "Last time, I said I would hit you, but I still gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. No one in this world can save you now." The chi on his body suddenly rose and reached its peak. The power of the two-star Emperor Wu exploded. What? Everyone in the Baiming family was shocked. Baiming Lifeng's face was even more lifeless. He stood there dumbfounded. Back in Red Moon City, Li Yunxiao was only a 6-star revered martial artist. Baiming Lifeng already did not dare to stand against him and could only hide in the air in humiliation. How long had it been? Baiming Lifeng had only stepped into the 3-star revered martial artist realm with countless treasures and resources. Yet, his opponent had already leaped a realm and was catching up to him. If Li Yunxiao, who was a 6-star martial exalted in the Red Moon City, was already comparable to a 4-star martial emperor, then the current Li Yunxiao, who was already a 2-star martial emperor, his battle power. Baiming Lifeng felt his hands and feet turn cold. It was as if something was stuck in his throat. He could not make a sound. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed dangerously as he raised his hand and grabbed towards the icicle. His entire hand turned golden in color as though it was made of steel. That 4-star Emperor Wu was shocked by Li Yunxiao's cultivation level as he realized that this battle was not going to be easy. However, when he saw that his opponent was trying to block his ice-cold chi with his body, he was overjoyed and laughed hysterically, "Haha, arrogant. You're courting death. Nobody can save you now." The energy in his hand increased by several folds as the icicle condensed into a few circles and flew downwards. Pung pung pung. A loud sound of friction could be heard as Li Yunxiao's golden hand grabbed onto the tip of the icicle and stopped it from spinning downwards. A large amount of ice shards shot out in all directions as the cold chi spread out like a white fog, enveloping both of them. Pung. What? That 4-star Emperor Wu was shocked. He was very clear about the power of this move. Unless it was a 9th-tier Xian weapon, it was impossible to block it. Could it be that his hand had reached the strength of a 9th-tier Xian weapon? The cruel reality didn't give him any time to think. The icicle's spinning momentum was completely stopped and it was pinched tightly in Li Yunxiao's hand. His heart was overwhelmed with shock as he spoke in fear. However, just as he spat out a word, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The icicle was broken. He opened his mouth wide in shock. Then, he saw Li Yunxiao suddenly disappear from where he was and instantly teleport in front of him. Li Yunxiao was almost right next to his body as he stuffed the remaining half of the icicle into his huge mouth. Pung! The icicle exploded in the 4-star Emperor Wu's mouth. His entire head exploded into pieces and he became a headless corpse. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out as his body was completely frozen. Pung! Everyone's heart turned cold as they couldn't believe what they saw. A 4-star Emperor Wu died just like that. His companion was stunned for a moment before he immediately turned into a ray of light and escaped. He used all his potential at that moment, but he still regretted that he didn't train more in escaping techniques as he felt that he was too slow. Peepa, there was the sound of lightning flashing in the sky. Lightning streaked across the sky and directly caught up to the cultivator. His entire body turned into a blue sea of lightning and passed through the cultivator. Peepa peepa. Ah. Ah. A deafening scream came out from that green lightning prison. That Emperor Wu's body trembled, his face contorted in extreme pain. Within the lightning, Li Yunxiao's face appeared. One of his hands materialized, raising the hammer high up and smashing it down towards Emperor Wu. Boom! The sky shook, and a flash of lightning bloomed on top of Emperor Wu's head. His entire head turned into minced meat, and not only did blood ooze out of his pores, there were also all kinds of yellow and white things. Peepa peepa. As soon as the lightning stopped, the 2 corpses fell from the sky one after another and fell into the ruins below. They became 2 of the countless corpses, and it was difficult to distinguish them from each other. Li Yunxiao appeared and stood quietly in the sky. His expression was calm, as if he didn't make a move at all. However, his ice-cold eyes swept across the void and looked towards Baiming Lifeng. Pung! Not only did Baiming Lifeng suck in a breath of cold air and retreat in shock, even Ruan Shichuan, Yan Shu Shu, and the others were scared out of their wits and retreated continuously. The entire Baiming family's lineup suddenly retreated a few hundred meters. Li Yunxiao put his hands behind his back, raised his foot and stepped forward in the void. Pung! The Baiming family's lineup was in an uproar again as they retreated dozens of meters. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "What? When I take a step forward, you all retreat 100 meters. When will you be able to capture me and bring me back to Crimson Moon City?" Wan Shichuan and the others' faces were all red, but they were mostly filled with shock and fear. Baiming Lifeng hurriedly calmed his mind. Li Yunxiao's words were like a huge humiliation on his body, causing him to grit his teeth. He was the future overlord of the world. If he retreated now, he would lose all his face, and how would he be able to lead the masses in the future? He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, you're ruthless. You actually dared to kill someone from my Baiming palace. There will be no place for you under the sky." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "Hurry up and come, so that I have no place to hide." He took another step forward. Voila! The group of people retreated again, leaving only Baiming Lifeng standing in front. Baiming Lifeng's face turned green, and fear spread in his heart. But at this moment, he absolutely could not retreat. 2 lines of cold sweat flowed down his temples. Humph, so young and already so arrogant. Such ruthless methods. It seems that Crimson Moon City was right to put you on the wanted list. A cold voice suddenly came from the Stage 9 warship that had been hovering in the sky. Following that, frost began to fall and snow began to fall. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Although the cold air rose and the temperature dropped, Baiming Lifeng felt like the warm sun was shining high up in the sky. The chill in his heart was immediately dispelled. He was on the verge of tears as he shouted, "Seventh uncle, please capture this person and rid the world of evil." Everyone's hearts suddenly skipped a beat. They had not sensed anything with their divine senses and gazes. They realized that a person had appeared in front of them at some point in time. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he faced Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao looked at this expert in front of him. He did not have any impression of him. He guessed that this person was also a small fry. He frowned and said, "Baiming Palace doesn't have anything else but toads." "Bastard! How dare you speak so rudely?" The white-robed expert's face turned cold as he said angrily, "I originally wanted to give you a chance to die quickly. Now it seems that you don't need it." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Oh?" The white-robed expert said coldly, "Originally, as long as you knelt down and admitted your mistake, I could directly give you a quick end. But it's too late now. Please remember the name of the expert who killed you, Baiming Zhe. When you go to hell, you can go cry to the king of hell, haha." His face was full of ridicule and mockery, as if he thought that Li Yunxiao would be annoyed that he had lost the chance. Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he frowned and said, "Where do you idiots get this sense of superiority from? Just now, I killed 2 people and you were so scared that you almost cried. Why are you acting so mighty now? Could it be that the more people die, the more mighty your Baiming Palace is? Damn it." Baiming Zhe's face turned red with anger. With a roar of anger, his aura exploded in the air. An unparalleled pressure broke through everything as it bombarded forward, everyone's heart trembled. The strength of this pressure could only be felt by a high-level Emperor Wu. For a moment, everyone's mood was different. Yan Shushu and the rest were overjoyed, secretly cursing themselves for panicking too much. They had lost so much face just now. With the people of Baiming Palace here, and a rank 9 warship in the air, what kind of storm could the other party create? Humph, 7-star Emperor Wu? His strength is not enough. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. His palm turned into a sword and slashed down. Boom! That unparalleled pressure was directly slashed apart. The space in front of him twisted and swayed. "I will use a hook to hook your tongue out." Baiming Zhe was seething with anger. With a roar, he turned into a white light and pounced forward. He formed a seal with his hand and slapped forward. A dazzling ripple appeared in the air. It was as if a 10,000 feet tall mountain fell from Jiutian. The vast and majestic power spread out, shocking people's hearts. Is this the power of a high-level Emperor Wu? Everyone's heart was filled with shock and yearning. Different expressions appeared on their faces, worry and joy. Liao Yangbing's eyes were also filled with worry. Although Li Yunxiao had killed 6-star Emperor Wu with one sword, that was his full strength. It took a long time for him to recover. Li Yunxiao did not retreat in the face of that move. He directly extended a finger and pointed at the air. What? He wants to use the power of one finger to contend against me. Ah, damn it, damn it. Bai Mingzai's eyes were spewing fire. He was so angry that his internal organs were injured. Bang! The finger swept across the sky like a shooting star. It was like a stone falling into the water. Bai Mingzai's seal was directly pointed at. It created a powerful ripple in the air. It was actually unable to strike down again. What? Bai Mingzai's eyes almost popped out. This move of his would not only injure 2-star Emperor Wu, but even 6-star Emperor Wu would also be seriously injured. Damn it. He finally understood that Li Yunxiao's strength could not be estimated with common sense. His body turned in the air and his hand seals changed. The speed was extremely slow, but every move caused a phenomenon in the sky. It seemed to be coordinating with his moves. This is, Bai Minglifeng's eyes were filled with fear. He muttered to himself, 3 styles of outer sky. Could it be that Li Yunxiao is already so powerful that he has to use such a move? Under his fear, his eyes revealed a strong killing intent. He had never wanted to kill Li Yunxiao as much as he did now. Yan Shushu observed Bai Minglifeng's expression. He quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master Lifeng. That Li Yunxiao is just a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump much longer." Bai Minglifeng's face turned cold. He lightly spat, "Get lost." Although he wanted to kill Li Yunxiao, he also respected his peerless talent and strength. Looking at Yan Shushu's despicable behavior, he felt nauseous. Yan Shushu's smile froze on his face. He was abnormally embarrassed. His eyes flashed with anger. Luckily, everyone's attention was on the battle. Not many people saw him lose face. Li Yunxiao's expression also changed. He seemed to feel the pressure of that move. He quickly retracted his finger and turned into lightning. He began to condense a ball of lightning. Baiming Palace's ice divine art required the user to absorb the cold energy from the outer sky stone. It was said that this stone was formed from the coldness of heaven and earth. It was not an item of this world. It was unknown how it fell into the human world. It was obtained by the ancestors of the Baiming family and created a divine art. Not only that, from the moment the outer sky stone was discovered, there were 3 extremely powerful divine arts imprinted on it. They were originally nameless and were called 3 styles of outer sky. First, it implied the origin of this move. Second, it implied that this divine art was extremely powerful and could only be obtained from outer sky. End of chapter 1039. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.